Volume 22 Chapter 1. Book 22 Chapter 1 History's Mystery. Xiang Shaolong sat cross-legged on the floor, allowing Xiao Yueten who was kneeling behind him to work on his hair. This old friend smirked. I may be proficient in all methods of disguise, but the practical application is rather limited. Now that I can put my expertise to good use on you is a rare occasion indeed. Pausing, he continued, I have your hair tied up in a different style and dyed several spots white, making you look several years older. Xiang Shaolong is uncomfortable with it. Does that mean I cannot wash my hair? Xiao Yueten proudly proclaimed, my personally crafted dye mixture cannot be washed off easily. But to be safe, we can re-dye from time to time. He added, we will reach the waters of Linzi in a few days. Your biggest challenge presently is to alter the way you speak. You cannot reuse the speaking manner you used while you were disguised as Dong Horse Fanatic. Let's train you to stutter and foolproof your disguise. Xiang Shaolong confessed, I will be lying if I say I am not worried. My biggest fear is my enemies recognizing me from my body build. Xiao Yueten burst out laughing. She is originally part of Dongyi tribe. The tribesmen are taller and have a bigger build than the average person. There may not be many men who are as tall as Shaolong, but there is unquestionably a considerable amount. All Shaolong has to do is to act a little hunchbacked and not walk with your head raised and chest puffed. That should prevent people from identifying you through your body build. Recalling that the people of Qi are the modern Shandong, China province, people, famous for their height and build, Xiang Shaolong was relieved. Xiao Yueten took a glance at the sky through the cabin window and murmured, the sky is brightening and we have chatted the entire night, but I can only feel myself becoming more and more energized. I haven't been so happy for a long time. Since Lu Buwei tried to kill us, Noticing Xiang Shaolong's solemn expression, he apologized, I shouldn't have brought this up. Thinking about it always gives me insomnia. Xiang Shaolong concluded, the day of Crown Prince coronation will be the same day Lu Buwei dies a horrible death. This is a fact that nobody can change. Xiao Yueten obviously did not understand the full meaning of his historical prediction. He reminded, Shaolong must not let your guard down. Lu Buwei has been in power for so long in Qin. He will not give up without a fight and watch passively as his authority dissipates into thin air. He softly confided, on this trip to Qi, I harbored the possibility of assassinating him to avenge Third Princess, Zhao Qian, and myself. Now that Shaolong is here with me, I am confident that we can succeed. Xiang Shaolong is in a difficult position, because it is stated clearly in history books that Lu Buwei died in Qin during Xiao Pan's coronation. Any attempts to kill him in Linzi will surely end up in failure. He naturally cannot divulge this and suggested instead, we need to plan this in detail, but I am not satisfied for him to die just like that. I want to personally destroy all that he has built and accumulated, piece by piece, as if I am cutting flesh from his body bit by bit. Only then will I be able to placate the hatred in my heart. Xiao Yueten nodded, I can see where you are coming from. I'm done. Your resemblance to Xiang Shaolong is getting lesser and lesser. Wait till I get a bronze mirror to show you your new look. While there is still some time left, let's catch up on some sleep. Barely asleep for an hour, Xiang Shaolong was awakened by the sound of the door opening. With the little light shining in the cabin just before sunrise, he peeped and saw Yun Yang slipping in. After she has determined Xiao Yuetan's bed, she snaked into his blankets. What speedily followed were sounds of Xiao Yuetan's playful protest, which was again quickly replaced by sounds of kissing. Xiang Shaolong was amused. If not for Xiao Yuetan's coming, he will be the one Yun Yang is passionately kissing now. He realized the importance of one's status in society. When he used to be high-ranking and held in importance, coupled with his good looks, he could effortlessly sweep women off their feet and won the hearts of many beauties. With his current beggarly looks and lowly manager status, his attractiveness to women has largely declined. Despite sounds of teasing and flirtation coming from the other bed, his mind is as calm as still water. He soon fell into deep slumber, having a good time with his wives and son in faraway Xianyang. Incredibly, it was Xiao Yueten who woke him up instead. It was well into the day. Xiang Shaolong has been getting plenty of rest on this trip, so even with just 4 short hours of rest, he can still start his day without any signs of tiredness. Witnessing Xiao Yuetan's highly invigorated countenance, he was astounded. I thought you would still be fast asleep. Xiao Yueten awkwardly explained, this woman is really desperate. Fortunately, the more women I make love to, the more revitalized I am. The ship is reaching the pier soon. I will send someone to deliver a secret message to Xianyang City, Master 2, Xian. Relax. Master and I communicate in a secret code. Even if the message falls into the wrong hands, the enemy will not be able to understand it. Climbing out of his warm blankets, Xiang Shaolong cheered, I have complete trust in your abilities. Both men got to work after getting dressed. Sure enough, the ship docked shortly at the pier. This is Xiang Shaolong's first time carrying out his duties as the general manager. Luckily, Feng Fei sent her serving maid Little Pinger to assist him. Little Pinger is still dressed as a boy and together, they headed ashore to purchase supplies. Except for food rations, other items procured included silk cloth and makeup ingredients. They were kept busy for more than half a day and finally returned to the ship at sundown. Throughout the day, Little Pinger treated Xiang Shaolong in a rude and arrogant manner. Xiang Shaolong is not the least bit upset, as he believes that she is treating him simply as the lowly manager, which he is. Riding back to the ship on their horses, Little Pinger, who was initially riding ahead, slowed down her horse and was now riding beside Xiang Shaolong. She courteously advised, "Mistress, Feng Fei wants me to remind you that although you have been promoted to manager, you must not be complacent and watch your own behavior. Don't follow Zhang Quan or Sa Li's negative example and ruin the good standing of our song and dance troupe." Xiang Shaolong was flabbergasted. "Your servant," polite way of saying "I," does not comprehend what sister is referring to. Little Pinger pouted her lips and coldly snorted, "You should know what you did. Someone reported seeing Yun Yang enter your room last night. Mr. Tan is a man of integrity, a gentleman. This incident certainly has nothing to do with him." "Humph. How dare you deny it after you have hooked up with her?" Xiang Shaolong was speechless. He could not betray Xiao Yuatan and stain his prestigious reputation in the eyes of Feng Fei. He kept quiet and allowed himself to be his sacrificial lamb. With a face full of scorn, Little Pinger ignored him and rode ahead of him once again. After having his dinner, Xiang Shaolong returned to his cabin. Xiao Yuatan was sitting on his bed, focusing on mixing his dye. He updated, "After spending several hours searching, I finally acquired these ingredients. I am planning to darken your facial skin, making you appear more rough and coarse." Xiang Shaolong sat down beside him and laughed, "Do you know I just became a scapegoat for you?" Xiao Yuatan was stunned. "What happened?" Xiang Shaolong repeated Little Pinger's accusation word for word. After a moment's examination, Xiao Yuatan snickered, "That haughty youngster is plain jealous. Shaolong is really charismatic to cause her such anxiety." Xiang Shaolong groaned, "Brother Xiao must be joking." Xiao Yuatan articulated, "Shaolong is a wise man and I did not expect you to foolishly fall into her cunning trap. Think about it. The weather is freezing nowadays. Everyone will be fast asleep at 4 a.m. in the morning. Why would there be anyone around and coincidentally seeing Yun Yang entering our room with his or her own eyes? It must be Yun Yang's personal maid who discovered her mistress, Yun Yang, leaving her bedroom and told the pretty tomboy about it. She must have guessed that Yun Yang has come for you and tested your reaction. She has found out the truth except that she nailed the wrong guy." Xiang Shaolong lost his tongue. Xiao Yuatan guffawed, "Except for Feng Fei, what good standing is there in the song and dance troupe? Do you believe Feng Fei doesn't know about my trysts with Yun Yang? I am a famous playboy after all. That green-eyed monster Pinger deliberately used Feng Fei's name to put you down." Xiang Shaolong gritted his teeth. "One of these days I am going to give her a taste of her own medicine." Xiao Yuatan chuckled, "The best medicine is served under the blankets. Use your manhood to conquer her." Xiang Shaolong exhaled, "I am not in the mood for relationships right now. But I'll definitely make trouble for her to appease my anger. Moreover, I can tell that she detests me." Xiao Yuatan disagreed, "She will not approach you with that reminder if she is not concerned about you. You are an expert with women yourself and should know that a woman's heart is irrational. The more they seek to irritate you, the more they adore you." Xiang Shaolong does not want to continue this discussion. Changing the topic, he queried, "Why didn't I see your companions coming back to the ship?" Xiao Yuatan answered, "Are you referring to Zonsu and Heji and the others? I tricked them into going back to my ship, just in case they start becoming suspicious about our close relationship. To be honest, I used the same trick as Little Pinger, using Feng Fei's name to scare them away." Looking at each other, both men burst out laughing at the same time. Xiao Yuatan carefully hid the freshly grounded dye mixture into his luggage chest and clapped his hands, inviting, "Feng Fei is having a rehearsal tonight and has requested me to give her some pointers. Care to come along?" Xiang Shaolong lay down in his bed, dismissing, "If I don't see you later tonight, I will know you are in Yin Yang's room." Xiao Yuatan shook his head smilingly and left. Music was soon heard playing in the upper decks, but Xiang Shaolong was doing some deep reflections instead. After countless trials and tribulations, he eventually still cannot avoid making a trip to Qi. He wondered if the trip will be beneficial for him or is he heading for another disaster. The warring states are Qi, Chu, Yan, Zhao, Wei, Han and Qin. Except for the capitals of Yan and Han, he has stepped foot in the others. On his return trip to Qin, Xiao Yuatan may well take him through the capital of Han. Thus, he probably has no fate with the capital of Yan. He recalled Prince Dan from Yen as well as all the lords from other states that he has met before. The last face he envisioned is the pretty face of Lord Longyang. Unknowingly, he was losing the urge to sleep. The ship will continue sailing tomorrow morning. He wondered if he would meet this traitorous friend in Linzi. In these war-ridden times, everyone is fighting for the country or lord he is loyal to. Even he is of no exception. To a certain extent, Xiang Shaolong is loyal to history. He is charting his life to be as accurate to history as he can. All these events and circumstances have been lined up by the hands of fate. Xiang Shaolong is basically executing the will of fate. Here comes the golden question. Without him, will history be the same? Logically, history will be altered. At least there is no way Xiaopan can become Qin Shi Huang without his intervention. Without Qin Shi Huang, China may never be unified. Such an ambitious man like Qin Shi Huang does not often appear in the history of China. He strongly disputed the fact that Qin can unite China without Qin Shi Huang. To be fair, he is a time traveler who already knew the future. His judgment may be biased. A simple change can determine victory or defeat. If Qin does not possess men of talent like Wang Jian, Li Si, and even himself, conquering the other 6 states will remain a dream and never a reality. If this is the case, why wasn't Xiang Shaolong a historical figure? Thinking about this, he broke out into cold sweat. When he used to ponder about this issue, it was normally envisaged in a fleeting moment. Currently, he has nobody to distract him and he was bored to tears, thus he can contemplate more profoundly about this issue. He did suggest to Xiaopan to forget everything about himself, Xiang Shaolong, because he was afraid of something even more horrendous. When it comes to the day when Xiaopan thought of this on his own without Xiao Shaolong's suggestion, it would mean the end of him, Xiang Shaolong. At the end of the day, the only obstacle to Xiaopan's ascension to the throne is his Zhao origin. The intelligent Lu Buwei knows part of the secret and will only get more suspicious when Xiaopan totally disregarded him as his father. Thinking back to the occasion when he did a blood test between Xiaopan and Lu Buwei, proving to Qin General, Lu Gong and company that they are not father and son, it was indeed an earth-shattering feat in the eyes of Master Tu Xian. The secret is another loophole for Xiaopan and has to be protected from Lu Buwei at all costs. Thinking about it, he shook with fear. Only Zhu Ji and himself know the location of the family who raised Yingzhang, Zhu Ji's son. If Zhu Ji ever shares this information with Lao Ai, Xiaopan's life will be critically endangered. Judging from Xiaopan's character, he will not allow anyone to challenge his authority. He may not kill himself, Xiang Shaolong. But what about Zhu Ji? Knock. Knock. Knocking was heard on the cabin door. Xiang Shaolong sat up in surprise. Who it? He demanded. Creak, dot. The door swings open. A serving maid entered his cabin and joyfully greeted, "Hello, Manager Shen. Going to bed already?" Xiang Shaolong recognized her as courtesan Zhu Xiuzhen's personal maid Little Ning. Just barely yesterday was she trying to chase him out of the ship's hall and now she is all smiling, friendly and sweet. Puzzled, he questioned, "What can I do for Sister Ning?" With her small mouth curved in a cute smile, Little Ning sat down beside him and smiled, "I am here to seek your forgiveness." Wow! Manager Shen is really sleeping so early? Witnessing her intimate behavior, Xiang Shaolong became wary and officially state, "Doesn't Sister Ning have to wait on Mistress Zhu Xiuzhen?" Inching closer, Little Ning flirted, "I am here on Mistress's orders." AI. This trip is so lonesome. I wouldn't mind some company myself. Xiang Shaolong frowned, "Why is your mistress looking for me, but?" Little Ning cheekily replied, "Can you please don't treat me like your enemy?" He. But you look very domineering when you are angry and it is very appealing to me. How I wish I can let you punish me and let you do whatever you want to me. Xiang Shaolong is a man after all and could not help but feel aroused. He scrutinized this maid from top to toe. She is positively below 18 and her looks are average. Nonetheless, her long lashes, seductive eyes, jutting breasts, slim waist, long legs and her good skin complexion is a big draw for him. He can start to feel some temptation for her. Just as he was deliberating whether to hug her into in his arms, he also felt that it was an inappropriate gesture and was in a dilemma. Before he can make up his mind, Little Ning revealed, "Unfortunately, it is Mistress who has eyes for you. I can only wait until she is done with you." Xiang Shaolong was taken aback, he stuttered, "Your mistress, dot." Little Ning nodded, "You should know which room belongs to Mistress. Tonight after midnight, she will be waiting for you in her room. You just have to push the door to enter. After the deed is done, you must not forget my effort in bringing the two of you together." She slipped out after she finished talking. Xiang Shaolong sat there like an idiot. In terms of looks, Zhu Xiaojun comes in third after Feng Fei and Dong Suzhen within the song and dance troupe. She usually stares at him with such hatred and contempt. In reality, she is masking her affections from him. This is a one-night stand initiated by her. Should he take up her offer? If Feng Fei hears about it, what would she think of him? Ever since leaving Xianyang city, except for a session with Zhouling and Dalian, capital of Wei, Xiang Shaolong has been leading a celibate and lonely life. With his current cozy environment and his sexual desires reignited by the wanton woman Yun Yang, he is intuitively aroused when a dazzling courtesan offers him such an opportunity. All his sleepiness vanished into thin air. Needless to say, this eye-catching little Ning must be sharing Zhu Xiaojun's cabin bedroom. If he took up the invitation, he may well end up in a threesome. He suddenly felt guilty and embarrassed. Back at home, the talented Lady Ji and the others are worried sick for him, and yet he is here having a good time with other women. How can he face his own conscience if he went ahead with his trysts? He did not have a choice when he made love to Zhouling, but he absolutely has no justification if he wants to make love to Zhu Xiaojun. He hardened his resolve and lay down once again onto his bed, covering himself with his blanket. Xiao Yuetnan happened to come back to the room this minute, humming a tune happily. Xiang Shaolong was piqued. Why would Yun Yang be willing to release you? Xiao Yuetan absent-mindedly danced a few steps and responded, this is one of my beliefs when it comes to taking care of my health. We cannot do without sex, but we cannot go overboard with it too. Let me tell you something new. Dong Shuzhen is implying to me that she is open to a relationship with me and hinted that I can also have her sister Zhu Xiaojun as well. Looks like they have a favor to ask of me. Hearing this, Xiang Shaolong turned quiet and became disinterested. It is apparent that Zhu Xiaojun is a free-for-all. Seeing that Xiang Shaolong has something on his mind, Xiao Yuetan pondered for a while before asking, you having trouble sleeping? Xiang Shaolong sighed, I was about to fall asleep but I was awakened by someone. Xiao Yuetan sat down and probed him for the reason. After Xiang Shaolong finished telling his story, Xiao Yuetan reflected on it and abruptly exclaimed, what a close shave. This is definitely a trap. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 22 Chapter 2. Book 22 Chapter 2. Going along with the plan. Xiang Shaolong was taken aback. Why do you say it's a trap? Xiao Yuetan surmised, few individuals are my match when it comes to plotting and trickery. When you told me how you managed to rise to your current position, I already smell a rat and paid extra attention to everyone and everything around me. Not only does Zhang Quan hate you to the core, Dong Shuzhen and the courtesans close to her can't wait to see the last of you. Given such circumstances, Zhu Xiaojun's invitation can only be a trap. Xiang Shaolong sobered up and cursed his own inattentiveness. He nodded, I suppose when something sounds too good to be true, it probably is. Fortunately, I had no intention of going anyway. Xiao Yuetan was baffled. Since when did our great Xiang Shaolong become so easygoing? As the saying goes, it is hard to fight external battles when the internal battles are not won yet. If we do not use this opportunity to diminish our enemy's influence, the schemes coming from these women coupled with that bastard will catch you off guard one day. Moreover, you have promised Feng Fei to assist her in resisting the men lusting over her. If you do not counterattack them with some trickery, how are you going to prove yourself to her? Xiang Shaolong was awkward. I am not used to scheming against women and I always have a soft spot for them. In addition, I have no clue how I can counter this beauty trap. Xiao Yuetan beat his own chest with confidence. Firstly, let me analyze the entire scenario. From my conversation with Yun Yang last night, I found out that Dong Shuzhen and Zhang Quan are sleeping partners, and the same goes for Sali and Zhu Xiaojun. They are not genuine lovers but just trading sex for power and vice versa. Now that Sali has been dismissed and Zhang Quan demoted, you have indirectly antagonized both Dong Shuzhen and Zhu Xiaojun. You are in a perilous state right now. Hugging his blanket, Xiang Shaolong concluded, this is Feng Fei making use of me to restructure the song and dance troupe. Otherwise, why should she trust a complete stranger like me? Xiao Yuetan agreed, Feng Fei is a scheming beauty and is even more cunning than a fox. You have become one of her chess pieces. I can sense that she dare not offend Dong Shuzhen, otherwise even Zhang Quan will be dismissed along with Sali. What kind of trap is Zhu Xiaojun laying for you? I don't think she has the courage to kill you. It is most likely she will malign you for entering her bedroom with an ulterior motive, pressuring Feng Fei to sack you from the troupe. Xiang Shaolong was overjoyed. That sounds like a good deal to me. If I can leave the troupe, you can then engage me as a driver or a manservant. By then, no one will be able to identify me. Xiao Yuetan exhaled, going over to my side is even more dangerous. Many of my shipmates have seen your wanted portrait and someone may recognize you after spending more time with you. That is why I tricked Gongsun Heji and the others back to my ship. Only when I have completed your disguise can you interact more freely with them. Xiang Shaolong wondered, what should we do now? Xiao Yueten shook his head, smiling. Zhu Xiuzhen is only adept at using her body to trap men. Shaolong, are you interested to try out this woman? I guarantee that it will be a memorable session and you will not be disappointed. Xiang Shaolong's excitement is beginning to stir, but he quickly suppressed it. He rejected, I am not used to making love to a woman who has no feelings for me, nor do I want to overpower her in such a manner. If Feng Fei knows about our relationship, she will have a bad impression of me. So this is undoable. Xiao Yueten concurred, I forgot that you are a true gentleman. Since this is the case, let's give her a scare and teach this wanton woman a good lesson. He continued detailing his plan in soft whispers. As the river wind blows through the air, Xiang Shaolong snaked out of his cabin through the cabin window. Using his climbing equipment, he hooked up the higher decks and stepped on horizontal planks protruding from the ship's body. Like a lizard, he shimmied towards Zhu Xiuzhen's bedroom. Luckily, the layer of ice formed on the ship's external wall has melted away due to the rise in temperature. Otherwise, it will be a precarious climb even with the hooks and ropes. There is complete silence on the ship and the shore is equally noiseless. Under such hostile weather, everyone will want to snuggle in their warm bed and blankets. Every time he passes through a cabin window, he has to stoop down. He has to travel past 10-odd cabins and only a few of the cabins are still illuminated with a faint candlelight. Zhu Xiuzhen's cabin is obviously not one of them. The three rooms nearest to the ship's front belong to Feng Fei, Dong Shuzhen, and Zhu Xiuzhen, the three most influential courtesans. Yun Yan's room is on the opposing side. As Xiang Shaolong's room is nearer to the ship's tail, he has to climb a long distance, through several sections of the ship before he can arrive at Zhu Xiuzhen's window. It is a different world being inside the cabin and outside the ship. Besides the difference in temperature, it also evokes a different kind of feeling. Xiang Shaolong was humored. He resembles a hero from wuxia, sword-fighting, novels who can scale walls and jump from roof to roof. The only disparity is that he is not fighting for justice but simply trying to preserve his existence. Xiao Yuetan's assessment of Feng Fei has made him more wary of this beauty. As the saying goes, never trust anyone. He is too gullible and even more so in front of good-looking women. His mind has subconsciously given him the impression that these women are equally beautiful on the inside. A woman's heart is hard to fathom. Right now, Zhu Xiuzhen is a living example. Xiang Shaolong retrieved his grappling hooks and shot them out again, further and higher. Using the momentum, he repeated this step a few times and finally landed outside Zhu Xiuzhen's window. The room is so quiet you can hear a pin drop. He was about to draw out his dagger and pry open the window when he heard intermittent sounds of moaning coming from Dong Shuzhen's window up ahead. Xiang Shaolong was stunned and curious at the same time. He couldn't help but inched forward to her window and place his ear against the wall. Who could be in Dong Shuzhen's room? He was in a state of shock after hearing what followed. It turns out that the two-person making love in the room are both women and he could hear them screaming in ecstasy as they reached their orgasm. It appears that Dong Shuzhen is bisexual. He was about to leave when Dong Shuzhen praised in a hoarse voice, Xiuzhen is really good. Xiang Shaolong was astounded. Why is Zhu Xiuzhen in Dong Shuzhen's room? And who is in Zhu Xiuzhen's room right now? Didn't Jin Yang tell Xiao Yuetan that Dong Shuzhen and Zhu Xiuzhen are hooked up with Zhang Quan and Sali respectively? In that case, Dong Shuzhen should be opposing Zhu Xiuzhen instead. Why are they a lesbian couple now? While he was in a state of confusion, Zhu Xiuzhen panted, to think that you are still in the mood to tease me. That fellow should be making his way here soon. If we continue making out, we will not be able to hear him entering my room. Dong Shuzhen giggled, all we need to hear is Xin Yue's cries of rape. Zhu Xiuzhen pondered, I only switched rooms with Xin Yue tonight. Will this arouse Mistress's, Feng Fei, suspicions? Dong Shuzhen sniggered, this is the best part of the scheme. Even if Feng Fei suspects us of any misdeeds, she will also see for herself that Shen Liang is just a pervert. He is newly promoted to manager but is already trying to get fresh with the courtesans. How can he shoulder heavy responsibilities in the future? Besides, she has to bear with us because without us, there is no way she can hope to win Lan Gongyuan and Shi Sufang. Zhu Xiuzhen reflected on her words for a while and whispered, I really cannot understand what a prestigious person like Mr. Tan sees in that lowly servant Xinliang. Xiang Shaolong was just about to leave but upon hearing her comment, he continued to eavesdrop. Dong Shuzhen sighed, this fellow has certain abilities and his fighting skills alone is heart-stopping. If not for the fact that he is above bribing, I don't mind letting him take advantage of me. Xiang Shaolong doesn't have an inkling why is Dong Shuzhen coming up with all these schemes. He wished that she will divulge more of her plans but when their silence is interrupted by sounds of light moaning, he lost all interest and returned back to his cabin. After Xiao Yueten heard his story, he was greatly amused too. He ran the thoughts over his mind and slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "I have a plan. We can turn their scheme around to attack Zhu Xiuzhen and increase your standing within the song and dance troupe." Xiang Shaolong quickly asked him for the details. Xiao Yueten whispered, "You can write a letter. Inside the letter, you can express your gratitude for Zhu Xiuzhen's love, but you are unable to accept her affections and ask for her forgiveness at the same time. We will place the letter under the door to Zhu Xiuzhen's original room, now occupied by Xin Yue. In this case, we can expose their scam and at the same time, prove that you are a man who can resist such temptations." Xiang Shaolong bitterly laughed, "This cannot be accomplished. I can fight or lead an army to war, but writing a letter is simply beyond me." Xiao Yueten was in a daze and laughed, "I did not think of that. Well, I suppose I can write the letter for you, but you have to sign it yourself. Just remember not to sign Xiang Shaolong on it." Solving this difficulty for good, Xiang Shaolong can feel his shoulders lightening and laughed together with Xiao Yueten. Early next morning, the ships began sailing, continuing their journey. After having breakfast in their rooms, Xiao Yueten joined the courtesans at the ship's front deck, enjoying themselves as they admired the picturesque scenery on both sides of the shore. Xiang Shaolong is kept busy as he learnt the ropes as the troop manager. As expected, Little Pinger was guiding him on the side. He may be thinking too much, but Little Pinger's attitude towards him seemed to have improved. When they were auditing the new purchases at the basement of the ship, she asked out of the blue, "Why did you take the wrap for someone else?" Xiang Shaolong was confounded, "What wrap are you talking about?" Her face reddening, Little Pinger replied, "Last night, I discovered that Yun Yang's partner is Mr. Tan and realized that I have wronged you. Why didn't you refute my accusations?" Xiang Shaolong deliberately provoked her, "Didn't you mention that Mr. Tan is an upright and righteous gentleman? Furthermore, Sister Pinger did not give me a chance to speak out. My conscience is clear and I do not owe you an explanation. So, I guess Sister Pinger will not despise me anymore?" Little Pinger is greatly embarrassed and changed the topic, "You seem to have aged a bit over the past 2 days. Even your hair is turning white." Xiang Shaolong was panicking inside but acted like nothing is out of the ordinary. He laughed, "There are people whose hair grew white overnight. I am considered to be lucky as I only have a little bit of white hair." Little Pinger knows that he is hinting that he was so worried about her misunderstanding him that his hair turned slightly white. She was surprisingly pleased and shot him a look before resuming an official expression, instructing him on his responsibilities. Xiang Shaolong was secretly laughing his heart out. Teasing cute babes is one of life's little happiness. Oddly, Feng Fei summoned him to join her for lunch. Xin Yue was invited as well. Xiang Shaolong of course knows what this is all about, but he feigns innocence. Feng Fei took this opportunity to ask him about his new duties before going straight to the point. Does Manager Shen know that he was nearly a victim of a vicious plot? Xiang Shaolong acted surprised. Your servant, polite way of saying I, does not understand mistress's words. Opposite him, Xin Yue clarified, at Zhu Xiuzhen's request, I switched rooms with her last night and I became the recipient of your love letter. Does Manager Shen understand now? Xiang Shaolong pretended to be angry at being cheated. He cursed, so she is planning to harm me. Revealing a gentle expression, Feng Fei praised, you did not disappoint me. Whoever I hired in the past will eventually succumb to their advances. Manager Shen is the only exception. Xin Yue commented, I did not expect Manager Shen to have such good writing skills too. Xiang Shaolong frankly admitted, that was written by Mr. Tan after I begged him to help me. Except for being able to sign my own name, the rest of my writing is unintelligible. Feng Fei nodded, you are willing to speak the truth. That is very rare. But Manager Shen is extremely eloquent and knows a wide variety of proverbs. Why are you unable to write a simple letter? Xiang Shaolong obviously cannot reveal the truth. He lied, I have read a few books but did not practice my writing. Xin Yue was startled, Manager Shen must be the son of an official. Ordinary folks will not get to read books. Xiang Shaolong is facing the identity interrogation of his lifetime. During those ancient times, the printing press is not invented yet and every single book is hand-copied onto cloth or bamboo. Books are not commonly found and are considered precious items. If not for ancient scholars starting public schools to educate the masses, only the rich and powerful are entitled to learning words and becoming literate. If the two ladies continued asking about the books he has read before and their authors and such, his lies will be exposed. He sprouted nonsense, I came across some books while serving Great General Lien, Feng Fei bought his story and assured, Zhu Xiuzhen's scheme is a small matter. In the future, even if someone disparages you, I will not believe it. Xin Yue appears to be quite fond of Xiang Shaolong. She suggested, when we are rehearsing our routine later, it will be good to have Manager Shen around. It will be good for you to know about our manpower arrangement together with the props we will be using. Can you be there? Xiang Shaolong acquiesced. Feng Fei abruptly let out a sigh, frowning her two delicate eyebrows. Xiang Shaolong may be used to seeing pretty faces, but he cannot deny that she has one of the most elegant eyebrows he has ever seen. The eyebrows look like they are personally hand-painted by the creator, crescent-shaped and simply flawless. Xin Yue sighed with her and murmured, "Mistress must be feeling perplexed over that issue again. This trip to Linzi, we must not lose to the three courtesans troupe and the soft-boned beauty." Xiang Shaolong has nothing to add. If they need a swordsman for a duel, he can absolutely do his part. But in this aspect, he is unable to make a contribution. From Feng Fei's expression, he can guess that she is having some difficulties over the song and dance arrangements. Being in the creative industry, Feng Fei would certainly want a breakthrough. This also means challenging her own ways of thinking and doing things, to break her own mold. Needless to say, it is not easy to reinvent yourself. Feng Fei's expression became slightly downcast and she kept mum. Xin Yue is the one continuing the conversation and specially reminded Xiang Shaolong to come to their rehearsal tonight. After taking his leave, Xiang Shaolong was about to return to his room and corroborate his story with Xiaoyuetian when someone called out from his back, "Xin Liang." Xiang Shaolong turned around. "It is the matchmaker from hell," coquettish-made little Ning. She rushed along the long corridor towards him, speaking in a loud voice, "Why didn't you come over last night? Mistress waited tirelessly for you the entire night." Xiang Shaolong apologized, "I was waiting in bed but I accidentally fell asleep as I was too tired." "I beg your pardon, Sister Ning." Little Ning was infuriated, "You are really incorrigible. Mistress is very upset with you now." Xiang Shaolong casually shrugged his shoulders, giving her a helpless look, stunning little Ning with his indifference. He turned back and started walking towards the wooden steps linked to the lower deck. Little Ning caught up to him and pulled his sleeve, admonishing, "You are going to just go off like that? How are you going to redeem yourself?" To prevent her from harassing him, Xiang Shaolong faced her and directly offered, "The person I like is actually you, Sister Ning. Why don't you accompany me instead?" Little Ning apparently knows about making out and glared at him, chiding, "Do you want me to be thrown out by mistress? AI. Since you are such a nice person, I will try to salvage the situation for you." Xiang Shaolong is becoming impatient and coaxed, love cannot be forced. Sister Ning need not worry about this. "Why don't you come to my room tonight?" Seeing that her plan has failed, little Ning was worried, "How can we use your room? Mr. Tan is your roommate, but..." Stretching his hand out to pinch her cute face, Xiang Shaolong chuckled, "Mr. Tan is a considerate man and will not mind at all." Finishing, he walked off, laughing inside his heart. Back in his room, he shared his story with Xiaoyuetian. Both men found his encounters hilarious. Xiaoyuetian began to dye his hair and beard. In the middle of the disguise session, someone came to summon Xiaoyuetian at the request of Feng Fei. Both men were shocked and hastily hid the entire disguise apparatus. Alone, Xiang Shaolong is about to take an afternoon nap. Unexpectedly, Zheng Quan came looking for him. Zheng Quan appeared very amicable, the complete opposite of his former self. After he got seated, Zheng Quan officially stated, "Brother Shen used to serve Prince Wuji. Apparently, you want to make a name and fortune for yourself. I want to make a deal with Brother Shen and see if we can reach an agreement." Xiang Shaolong already knew he has an ulterior motive for coming. He plainly requested, "Brother Zhang, please speak your mind." Zheng Quan confessed, "I did harbor ill intentions when I first hired Brother Shen as a carriage driver. However, you cannot pin all the blame on me. This is not an easy role to fulfill. You will know what I mean when we arrive at Linzi. Those rich men and powerful officials viewed us as lowly servants and we will be in trouble if we let our guard down. After being angry when they failed to gain mistress's, Feng Fei, attention, they will vent their frustrations on us. If Brother Shen is willing to work with me, I will definitely take care of you like my own brethren. After all, I have been the troop manager for the past 2 years." Xiang Shaolong was laughing inside. He prompted, "Brother Zhang, please come straight to the point." Zheng Quan's eyes rotated a few rounds before leaning forward and divulging, "The biggest advantage when working with me is that Brother Shen can enjoy pleasures of the flesh. Except for a few untouchables, I can even get second mistress, Dong Shuzhen, to sleep with you." Xiang Shaolong pretended to be surprised and chortled, "Brother Zhang must be kidding me." Zheng Quan hurriedly swore an oath that he is telling the absolute truth before adding, "As long as Brother Shen is willing to follow my advice, I can reward you with 5 ingots of gold now. When the mission is accomplished, I will give you another 10 ingots. Xiang Shaolong is amazed. 15 ingots of gold is not a small sum and can allow anyone to lead a luxurious life for many years. Where did Zheng Quan get his money from? Thinking about this, he can safely predict that Zhang Quan has been bribed by someone rich, powerful, and has evil designs on Feng Fei. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 22 Chapter 3. Book 22 Chapter 03 Ancient Opera. Xiang Shaolong observed Zhang Quan beating around the bush and not going straight to the point. He guessed Zhang Quan is testing his limits before revealing the full picture. He affirmed, "The money is very tempting and I would hate to be Brother Zhang's enemy. However, Mistress, Feng Fei, and I have an affinity for each other. I will not repay her trust with malice." His words are tactfully chosen, making his stand clear that he will not do anything against Feng Fei's interest. Zhang Quan cunningly scoffed, "Brother Shin is mistaken. Why would I cause any harm to Mistress, Feng Fei? For the past few days, I admit that I am upset with her for demoting me. But thinking back, it was my own fault. Thus, I do not have the right to bear any grudges." Xiang Shaolong was curious, "What does Brother Zhang expect of me? Whatever I can do, Brother Zhang can do better. There is no need for you to lose those glittering pieces of gold into my pocket, but..." Zhang Quan leaned towards Xiang Shaolong and whispered, "Are you aware that little Ping told somebody she has affections towards yourself?" Xiang Shaolong frowned, "What has this got to do with the deal? Anyway, I don't believe she will tell anybody she likes me." Zhang Quan snickered, "She did not say it out word for word, but she often talks about you in front of the others. Based on her personality, it is as clear as day that she has taken a serious liking to you." Xiang Shaolong can feel his head aching. In the present situation, he cannot allow himself to be entangled in any relationships. Moreover, he is too soft-hearted when it comes to handling the fairer sex. All these complications will only add to his burdens, and he secretly warned himself to resist such temptations. He rejected, "Brother Zhang need not speak any further. Making use of Sister Ping to achieve our goals is beyond me. How about this? I will plead with Mistress, Feng Fei, to promote you back to your original appointment and I will serve as your assistant manager. We will all be on good terms once again. Isn't this better than all the daily infighting?" Noticing his resolute countenance, Zhang Quan was irked and cussed, "Brother Shin is too naive. Do you really believe that you are promoted to my exposition because Mistress, Feng Fei, believes in your abilities? She is only using you as a scapegoat. In fact, she is already in love with a mystery man. After her trip to Linzi, she will disappear with him to an undisclosed location, leading a life of seclusion and happiness. According to my estimations, she will pretend to develop feelings for you and use you as a diversion, drawing attention away from the real culprit. You will die a wrongful death." Xiang Shaolong was outraged, "Who is that man?" Zhang Quan groaned, "I will not have come to you if I know who he is. Except for little Pinger, nobody knows about Feng Fei's affairs." Xiang Shaolong's opinion of Feng Fei is becoming less and less favorable. And it is all because Zhang Quan's words make perfect sense. Feng Fei is as wise as an owl. She is unlikely to place all her hopes and safety in his hands, and yet she gave him such an impression. She is obviously trying to stir up his heroism, painting herself as a helpless damsel who requires his protection. In actual fact, she could have easily planned her own retreat from Qi. On the other hand, Zhang Quan has been bribed by someone to destroy her grand plan and detain her for his, the rich person, personal enjoyment. Even if he, rich person, cannot win her love, he will have her body. Feng Fei is like a limited, top-quality gem, which everyone wishes to acquire. Although no one can openly use force to obtain her, there will be countless schemes to achieve the same result. The circumstances are unbelievable. He was unlucky enough to be drawn into this turmoil. Zhang Quan assumed that Xiang Shaolong has changed his mind. He took his money pouch out from his bosom and counted 5 ingots of gold. He put his arm around Xiang Shaolong's shoulders and gently persuaded, "My mastermind is a high-ranking and influential man in Qi. He is 1 in a million. Brother Shin only need to do your job well and you may be even rewarded with an official post. He loves Mistress, Feng Fei, wholeheartedly and will give her a good life. At the end of the day, take it that we are doing Mistress a huge favor." There is no way Xiang Shaolong will trust his words. But if he puts himself in Zhang Quan's shoes, he will too bluff about have a rich and powerful backer in Qi because it is indeed an effective way to coerce the weak into submitting. Xiang Shaolong plainly requested, "Let me try to understand the situation more thoroughly before I commit to a decision. Brother Zhang, please keep your gold for the time being. AI. Regardless I work with you or not, you should give me some time to consider your proposal." Looking at his unwavering appearance, Zhang Quan nodded, "All right, but you must give me an answer by the time we arrive in Linzi." After Zhang Quan left, Xiang Shaolong is still fixated in his daydream. Will Feng Fei really use him as a scapegoat for the man of her dreams? With her refined and lovely facade, it is hard to imagine that she is such a despicable person. From the beginning, he had assumed Zhang Quan to be Dong Shuzhen's lapdog, but it is apparently not true after analyzing his Zhang Quan tone. Dong Shuzhen is trying her best to get rid of him, while Zhang Quan is trying his best to bribe him. Their actions are contradictory to each other. He is getting more and more muddle-headed when Xiao Yuatan returned to the room. Listening to Xiang Shaolong's exchange with Zhang Quan, Xiao Yuatan frowned. Never in my wildest imagination did I expect Feng Fei's retirement to cause such a big hua. It appears to me there is indeed a mastermind trying all means and ways to have Feng Fei all for himself. To a certain extent, Zhang Quan's word sounds logical. Feng Fei enjoys the respect of numerous kings and lords. If she takes the trouble to ask for assistance, she will have no lack of capable men coming forward to offer their protection. And yet she has to be so secretive about the whole thing. Thus, I conclude that her mystery lover is someone unique, maybe even someone who has a lowly status. Exposing this person's identity will cause disaster to befall upon him. Compared to Xiang Shaolong, Xiao Yuatan has a better understanding about the mentality of the rich and powerful. He queried, "Is Feng Fei so wicked that she will really use me as her scapegoat?" Xiao Yuatan grinned. "Let's wait and observe the situation further. I am sure things will be clearer after some surveillance. Our Shaolong is no pushover after all. Whoever dares to scheme against us can expect a scheme in return." Xiang Shaolong agreed. Who would have thought that such a small song and dance troupe would involve such complications? Watching the song and dance troupe rehearsal, Xiang Shaolong finally understood how poetry, singing and music can be amalgamated into one body. In the past, either he did not pay much attention to these performances or he only stared at the beautiful main character. In this moment, he can feel himself immersing into the presentation and can fully appreciate every component of it. By itself, the 30-odd member orchestra led by Yun Yang is show-worthy. Yun Yang plays a set of 8 hanging bells, representing the 8 ancient and original tones, do re mi fa sol la ti do. Ranging from big bells to small bells, they took up 1/5 of the space in the hall. She strikes the bells in a graceful posture, mesmerizing the audience with her nimble stances and dance steps. It is no wonder why she is highly respected by Feng Fei. Xiang Shaolong assumed that Yun Yang is aware of Feng Fei's plans to disband the song and dance troupe. Thus, she is using every opportunity to get close to Xiao Yuatan, hoping to marry him after the disbandment. As one grows older, one becomes more practical. If he was in her shoes, he too would choose the successful Xiao Yuatan and not the pathetic Xinliang. The hall is full of ancient instruments like the stone clappers, metal cymbals, pipes, lutes, bronze drums, chimes and harps, providing well-matched melodies. The music is soothing, gentle and pleasing to the ears. Xinyue, Zhu Xiuzhen, and the other courtesans are dancing to the music. Feng Fei and Dong Shuzhen are standing at a side, analyzing the dance. From time to time, they will lean towards each other and exchange feedback. From their body language, it is impossible to tell that they are secretly opposing each other. The serving maids are tasked to assist the courtesans in changing clothes and serving refreshments. It was a busy and lively scene. On this occasion, Feng Fei did not invite Xiao Yuatan along. As a result, Xiang Shaolong is sitting at his side, watching the rehearsal all by himself. Fortunately, he can feast his eyes on the gorgeous courtesans. He kept himself busy checking them out. On several counts, Xinyue fluttered her eyelashes at him, giving him a sense of warmth, making him feel less lonely. Zhu Xiuzhen appears to be as angry with him as before. She gave him a fierce stare and no longer pays any attention to him. Out of a sudden, an icy voice sounded out beside him. "Who are you staring at?" Xiang Shaolong turned in head in astonishment. It is little Pinger dressed up as a boy, looking at him with a hostile expression. He was momentarily shaken before he spluttered out, "I am watching the rehearsal." Little Pinger whined, "I think you are looking at Mistress Xinyue instead." "None of your business," Xiang Shaolong was scolding inside. On the outside, he swallowed his pride and inquired, "Doesn't Sister Ping think the rehearsal is fantastic?" Little Pinger stomped her feet. "You are paying so much attention to her and must be lusting for her." Xiang Shaolong can detect the overpowering jealousy in her words, and since he feels no affections for her, he is beginning to feel annoyed. He intentionally rebuffed, "It is common for men to be drawn to attractive women. When Miss Xinyue performs in front of a large audience, is Sister Ping going to scold the few hundred spectators?" Her face reddening on the spot, little Pinger marched away in anger. Xiang Shaolong can instantly feel a burden released from his shoulder. This lass is willful, easily jealous, stubborn and demanding. It is best not to get involved with her. Feng Fei waved him over and inquired, "What does Manager Shen think about this new routine?" Dong Shuzhen's gaze fell upon his face, scanning him with full attention. Despite knowing that this is a loose woman whom he can easily sleep with, the fact that he has heard her moaning before, coupled with their close proximity now where he can have a delightful view of her huge breasts and slender waist, Xiang Shaolong is transfixed. He dryly coughed, I am inexperienced when it comes to music, but I must say that the melodies are a treat to my ears. Yun Yang's playing of the bells is clear and precise, akin to a commanding general leading his huge army to war. Dong Shuzhen said, Manager Shen is too modest. Your simple words have explained the essence of the orchestra. The ringing of the bells has all along been essential to managing the timing as well as the sound effects of the orchestra. The bells marked both the starting and ending of every song, and can be played as a solo or as an accompanying instrument to the zither, lute, pipe or flute. The bells are the most versatile and they affect the mood of the song. Facing her enticements, Xiang Shaolong knows that she is faking them but is nonetheless surprised by her enlightenment. He pretended to listen intensively to her words. Taking in the intoxicating fragrances of the two ladies, Xiang Shaolong visualized himself as the only male species in a country of women. Sailing up the long river on this giant ancient ship in winter, he felt like he is on top of the world. In a remarkably tender voice, Feng Fei shared, content arises from poems, movements arise from dancing, sounds arise from singing. When these three become one body, it will become a special birthday present for the King of Qi. It is named the Immortal Phoenix Arising. Unfortunately, I encountered some difficulties in the main song. Hopefully, I can resolve it by the time of the banquet. Otherwise, it will be a huge disappointment. A strange look flashed by Dong Shuzhen's face. Although curious, Xiang Shaolong cannot guess what is on her mind. Xiang Shaolong turned his attention to Xin Yue and the dancing courtesans. He casually asked, is there a different dance movement for every song, portraying a different setting? And lastly, will the main song come in to bring the audiences to a climax, bringing closure to the story? The curvy bodies Feng Fei and Dong Shuzhen uncontrollably trembled. Their pretty almond-shaped eyes looked at each other in wonder for some time before they both stared at him. Xiang Shaolong can sense that something is not right. Witnessing their amazement, he awkwardly apologized, your servant, polite way of saying I, is spouting nonsense. Both mistresses, kindly do not take offense. The two ladies remained silent. Now it was Xiang Shaolong's turn to shudder. He found out the reason for their reaction. To a 21st century person, it is common to express a story through a musical. There is nothing new or surprising. However, during the period of the Warring States, music is traditionally linked to its origin, used as part of prayers to the creator. Music itself has no storyline until the later dynasties of Song and Yuan. In the eyes of Feng Fei, his words are a groundbreaking revelation. Her alluring breast still quivering, Feng Fei finally exhaled, AI. Xin Liang, this is a very novel perspective of things. You are indeed a very special person. Dong Shuzhen quipped, this idea is not only unique but superbly refreshing. Mistress should consider it. Feng Fei's pair of glimmering, soul-hooking eyes rested on Xiang Shaolong's face for some time before she decided, Shuzhen, please give some thought to it as well. I am going back to my room to take a rest. Finishing, she took her leave without giving Xiang Shaolong a second glance. Dong Shuzhen came closer to Xiang Shaolong until her pert bosom nearly came in contact with his hand. She revealed, no one has ever caused Feng Fei such agitation. Shen Liang, you are the first. Embarrassed, Xiang Shaolong uttered, second mistress must be making fun of me. Her lovely face blossoming like a flower, Dong Shuzhen tiptoed and whispered into his ears, my heart beats for you too. Finishing, she even lightly blew a mouthful of air into his ears. Xiang Shaolong is fully aware that she is trying to seduce himself to achieve her dark, unspoken goal. Nonetheless, he felt like touching her in return. Hurriedly suppressing his temptation, he rejected, second mistress, please don't. It doesn't sound right. Dong Shuzhen gave him a coquettish smile and shifted slightly away. She batted her eyes at him, you can come to my room whenever you are free. There will just be the two of us and we can enjoy each other's company in full privacy. Xiang Shaolong thought, wouldn't that be sending the lamb into the tiger's den? Getting himself ensnared in her beauty trap? He answered, your servant dare not. Mistress, Feng Fei, will be offended. Dong Shuzhen sweetly smiled, your fists are so hard and yet your guts are so little. Mistress, Feng Fei, will not bother with my business. Oh. Unless you are pining for mistress, Feng Fei? Xiang Shaolong was stunned, second mistress must be joking. Your servant is just a lowly manager. I dare not dream of being the toad lusting after the swan's flesh. Dong Shuzhen's body wobbled, toad lusting after the swan's flesh. How in the world did you think of such proverbs? Xiang Shaolong realized that this proverb is not invented yet. He uneasily responded, it is just me spouting gibberish as usual. Dong Shuzhen took a closer look at him as if this is the first time she is seeing him. After some time, she questioned, every time you say something, you will disclose some thought-provoking ideas. You are such a talent and it is a pity if you are underutilized. Shen Liang, have you ever thought about your plans for the future? Right now, the music has stopped playing. The courtesans are giggling among themselves, awaiting further instructions from Dong Shuzhen. Only Xin Yue is alone at a side, jealously eyeing the intimate conversations between the two of them. Little Pinger is nowhere to be seen. Xiang Shaolong professed, I am completely satisfied with my position now as general manager. Ah. They, the courtesans, are waiting for second mistress's guidance. Dong Shuzhen divulged, let me tell you a secret. The song and dance troupe will disband soon. Everyone who knows about it has been keeping a lookout for other prospects. For myself, I am greatly troubled, as I do not wish to end up as someone's concubine or mistress. Shen Liang, if you have any plans, please come and talk to me about them. She stretched out her hand, pinching his arm and softly beamed, you are really muscular. She then smilingly went over to the courtesans. Xiang Shaolong dared not look at Xin Yue's expression and quickly slipped away. On his way back to his cabin, this is the first time he sympathizes with Dong Shuzhen. She has dedicated her entire life to singing and dancing. She obviously does not wish to lose her career at such a young age. Moreover, it is the only admirable career a woman can have in this ancient period. To a certain extent, Feng Fei is awfully selfish and only makes plans for herself. It will be even more unforgivable if Feng Fei is using him as a scapegoat, a diversion, as propagated by Zhang Quan. If there is a way to allow Dong Shuzhen to become Feng Fei's successor, giving Feng Fei a hassle-free retirement, that will be a happy ending for both parties. It is a difficult proposition, though not entirely impossible. The issue lies with Feng Fei. Back in his room, Xiao Yueten has just completed his new dye and is working on Xiang Shaolong's disguise. When Xiang Shaolong told him about little Pinger noticing the changes in his, Xiang Shaolong, appearance, the latter laughed, I guarantee that nobody can see through your disguise once my work is completed. Our biggest advantage is your weight loss, causing the shape of your eyes to be different from before. You must watch your diet and don't gain too much weight. Xiang Shaolong groaned, I have been restricting myself already. Now that little Ping has expressed interest in me and Dong Shuzhen is trying her best to seduce me, I can feel my head aching. What should I do? Xiao Yueten jested, Xiang Shaolong is Xiang Shaolong. Even talented Lady Ji has fallen for you, it is no surprise that other girls will do the same. Hey! Let me show you something. Xiang Shaolong shifted his gaze to the object on his open palm. It resembles a fruit seed, extremely hard and about the size of a thumb. Piqued, he questioned, what is it? Xiao Yueten rationalized, it does not matter what it is. What it is used for is more critical. When you put it under your tongue, it will change the tone of your voice, making you sound vastly different from Xiang Shaolong. Xiang Shaolong frowned, but if Feng Fei and the others hear my new voice, wouldn't it raise any red flags? Xiao Yueten assured, your status is not the same as before. When Feng Fei is speaking to outsiders, do you think you have the right to be present? And even if you happen to be around, you do not have the right to interrupt or give your opinion. When you are meeting with someone familiar, all you have to do is to pop this into your mouth and evade identification. After experiencing Xiao Yuetan's bag of tricks, Xiang Shaolong is no longer surprised by the ridiculous stuff he comes up with. He picked up the seed and placed it under his tongue as instructed by Xiao Yuetan. With further supervision by the master of disguise, he is relearning how to talk as if he is a toddler. True enough, the tone of his voice is now very different from before. As Xiao Yuetan is laughing at Xiang Shaolong's antics, the sound of knocking is heard. He swiftly went to open the door. Xiang Shaolong saw Xiao Yueten being yanked out of the room and was in a state of perplexity when Xiao Yueten re-entered the room and whispered, I am going over to Yun Yang's room tonight to have a good time. If you are feeling lonely, try approaching Xin Yue or one of the ladies. I have not tried Xin Yue before, but I personally guarantee that Dong Shuzhen will give you a night to remember. All the best. When the cabin door was closed again, Xiang Shaolong can only smile bitterly to himself. The voyage is a lonesome one and a female companion for the night will surely grant him significant happiness. However, he cannot go against his own conscience. After being in a daze for some time, he made peace with his own emotions and snuggled into his bed and blanket. Since he left Xin, his greatest joy lies in meeting his wives and son in his dreams. Just as he was about to fall asleep, his ears picked up the sound of the door softly opening and he woke up in shock. Xiang Shaolong reached over and barely grasped the handle of Bloodwave hanging by his bedside when he was overwhelmed by a womanly fragrance. A sizzling hot female body has snaked underneath his blanket, entangling him securely like an octopus. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 22 Chapter 4. Book 22 Chapter 04 Knee-deep in trouble. As Xiang Shaolong is well rested, his mind is especially alert and his five senses are exceedingly delicate. Facing the probability that this lady in front of him can be Dong Shuzhen, Xinyue, Zhu Xiuzhen, or even the unlikely little Pinger, he is excited beyond words. After expending a tremendous amount of willpower, he managed to evade her lips and whispered into her ears, "Who are you?" The mysterious lady cooed, "Do you have many women who come to you like this?" Xiang Shaolong cannot recognize her faked voice and laughed. "It is the exact opposite. If another woman had come to me in such a manner, I would have mistaken you for her. Why would I bother to ask about your identity?" The lady held tightly to his waist and buried her face into his chest, purring, "It is also possible that you have many ladies coming to you and you could not tell them apart." Xiang Shaolong is absolutely sure that this lady cannot be little Pinger or Xinyue, as little Pinger is still angry with him and Xinyue should know that he values his chastity and is not easily tempted. Groping her, Xiang Shaolong countered, "If this is the case, I should be able to tell who you are by feeling you and need not question you further." The lady murmured to herself and appeared to be moved by his words. Xiang Shaolong cannot hold back his inhibitions any longer. He flipped over, hugging and pressing her down tightly. Concurrently, he reached for a fire stick at his bedside table. The lady gave a shrill cry, pulling his hand back, exclaiming, "Are you trying to embarrass me? This is the worst time to put the lights on. Let's begin." All Xiang Shaolong needed was some starlight to see her features, but it was a cloudy night and on top of that, both of them are still covered by the blanket. Xiang Shaolong is as good as blind. On the other hand, it is this kind of ignorance that caused him to be greatly aroused. The lady should be one of the three ladies, Dong Shuzhen, Zhu Xiuzhen, or Little Linger. Every one of them is good-looking, voluptuous and can mesmerize a man with a look or a smile. He is immensely ecstatic and cannot resist this physical invasion. If not for the layers of clothes between them, there is no way Xiang Shaolong can hold his ground until now. At the back of his mind, Xiang Shaolong gingerly felt that if he conquered the lady now, he would be no different from a common pervert. Indirectly, he has lost his self-control and surrendered himself to a strange intruder. Which is why, despite the lady's caressing, the strong lure of enticement and even with an erection, Xiang Shaolong persisted in suppressing the raging flames of passion. Pushing his upper body slightly away, he purposely lied, "I know who you are." Below his body, the lady trembled slightly and responded, "So, who am I?" Based on her shocked reaction, Xiang Shaolong can tell that the lady did not expect Xiang Shaolong to correctly guess her identity. This meant that she couldn't be Dong Shuzhen or Zhu Xiuzhen, as these two courtesans have tried to seduce him and have hinted him to bed them. The two of them will not react in such a manner. Out of the blue, he was hit by an outrageous revelation. Xiang Shaolong stuttered, "First mistress, Feng Fei, The lady calmed down and soothingly coaxed, "It is Feng Fei indeed. Don't you have feelings for me?" Xiang Shaolong can feel his heart bleeding and all his passions dissipated. He realized that Zhang Quan is right after all. If she did not plan to use him as a scapegoat, why would she lower herself to his level and offer her body to him? Only with this sacrifice can she convince him that he is her lover. All along, Xiang Shaolong has had the highest regards for Feng Fei. Right now, his impression of her has been largely tarnished. Xiang Shaolong coldly hissed, "Why is First Mistress, Feng Fei, doing this?" In a pleading tone, the lady lightly implored, "Can you please don't interrogate me like this? Come and give me your love." Xiang Shaolong heaved with relief, calming down, "So it is not First Mistress but Sister Ping." If she did not use her normal tone and voice, he may have to continue making wild guesses. Little Pinger has resumed her normal speaking manner. She gave a soft shrill and her lips advanced once again, kissing him fervently. Absent-mindedly satisfying her lips with his kissing expertise, Xiang Shaolong is furiously thinking about the entire situation. Logically, Little Pinger will be accompanying Feng Fei wherever she goes. In other words, unlike Xinyue and her fellow courtesans, she need not worry about her future when the troop disbands. Right now, she has cast aside her self-respect and offered herself unconditionally to him. Though it could be partly due to true love, she may have been here on Feng Fei's orders, sacrificing herself to control and manipulate himself, Xiang Shaolong. This belief is not without reason. Although he hasn't grasped Feng Fei's retirement conspiracy or how he will be tricked into becoming a scapegoat, Xiang Shaolong is absolutely sure of one thing: Feng Fei has been lying to him all along. It does not make any sense for Feng Fei to bet all her hopes and dreams on a stranger like him. Pock. The fire stick has lighted the oil lamp. Little Pinger protested, unable to take the sudden brightness, her shining eyes are half closed for a while before she opened them fully. Xiang Shaolong raised his upper body once again and scrutinized this lady in front of him. Her hair is open like a fan over the pillow and he was amazed at her pristine appearance, easily matching Dong Shuzhen in terms of beauty. Her attractiveness has been camouflaged by her dressing up as a boy and not applying any makeup. They were looking into each other's eyes. Contentment and nervousness is written over little Pinger's face. The swirling passion in her eyes is something that Xiang Shaolong cannot fathom. Xiang Shaolong sighed inwardly. His suspicions have been confirmed. Lowering his head and kissing her red lips, he gently soothed, "Is this the first time you are kissing a man?" Little Pinger nodded in reply. Xiang Shaolong gritted his teeth, strengthening his resolve against the teasing and caressing. He icily questioned, "Are you here on first mistress's orders?" Her eyes wide open, little Pinger was taken aback. After a while did she give a flustered reply, "Why do you say so?" From her reaction, Xiang Shaolong immediately knew that his guess is not far from the truth. If she had come on her own accord in hearing this question, she would be seriously offended. She would either leave the room infuriated or face him with a wronged expression. Her reaction only serves to betray her guilt, leading her to deny him an answer, hoping to preserve this secret. For the past few years, Xiang Shaolong has been debating complicated issues in court. A young girl like her is far from his match. Xiang Shaolong kept his silence and glared frostily at her. A clear drop of tear appeared at the corner of her eye, running down her face, staining the pillow. Little Pinger turned her face to the side, avoiding his emotionless stare. Breaking down, she began sobbing incessantly and wailed with sorrow, "You don't like me?" Xiang Shaolong laid down beside her, using his sleeve to dry her tears. He plainly stated, "I should have known it is Sister Ping. If it were somebody else, they would have stripped naked before joining me in bed." Little Pinger has stopped crying and helplessly submitted, "You are truly formidable. I surrender." Happy? Xiang Shaolong's heart softened. Has he been too ruthless with her? He actually resorted to such means to deal with an innocent and naive teenager. Moreover, she is only acting out the orders of her mistress. To pacify her turbulent emotions, Xiang Shaolong comforted, "You are a very good-looking lady. Why are you always dressed up as a boy?" Little Pinger pitifully confessed, "If I had dressed up like this all the time, the lady in your arms, I will no longer be a virgin." Xiang Shaolong can appreciate the hidden grief in her words. Sighing to himself, he continued, "Was your nasty behavior an act as well?" Little Pinger began to smile. Her eyes brimming, she revealed, "At the beginning, it was an act, but eventually I got used to it." AI. You reminded me of somebody. Xiang Shaolong became slightly jealous and asked, "Is it your lover?" Little Pinger's mood took a dip. She dismissed, "You are thinking too much. I have only seen him once and his words are very direct and penetrating, exactly like you. His eyes looked as if they can see into your soul. Mistress, Feng Fei, has a deep impression of him too." It is Xiang Shaolong's turn to be taken aback. Knowing that she is referring to himself, he dared not probe further. Little Pinger professed, "I feel so comfortable being cuddled by you." So that is how it feels like between men and women. No wonder Yin Yang came looking for Mr. Tan. Xiang Shaolong mused, "Sister Ping, how young are you?" Little Pinger bashfully answered, "I just turned 17. I have been dedicating my life to Mistress Feng Fei since I was 15. Keeping up the pressure, Xiang Shaolong interrogated, "Why did Mistress ask you to do this?" Distressed, Little Pinger howled, "Can you stop forcing me? I am in a dilemma. AI. What should I do?" Xiang Shaolong supported her up to a sitting position. Putting his lips to her ears, he decided, "What should you do? Honestly tell Mistress everything that has happened and that I have seen through her scheme in quitting this damned manager position." Finishing his last sentence, he can feel a large burden being lifted off his shoulders. This job is not well suited for a man like him, and additionally, the risk of exposure is too high. Little Pinger was frightened, "I can't do this." Xiang Shaolong gently caressed her alluring back and smooth neck, smiling, "Just follow my instructions exactly. You need not bother about the consequences." Little Pinger appears to be engrossed in his massage and dreamily asked, "How did you guess Mistress ordered me to come here?" Xiang Shaolong candidly responded, "Because it is unlike you to do so." Little Pinger seemed to have transformed into a different person. She unwillingly balked, "But I do have some feelings for you." Xiang Shaolong is not amused, "It is only some feelings. Come. Be a good girl and go back to your room. I do not wish to have you under such circumstances." Little Pinger went humph and enveloped herself into his bosom. She seductively cooed, "Mistress is correct. You are one of a kind and different from other men." Xiang Shaolong is filled with earthly desires and can feel himself aroused once more. He was petrified and reminded himself to watch his inhibitions, otherwise, he would lose this golden opportunity to quit his job. He half forcefully carried her in his arms, sending her to his door. Little Pinger turned courageous and hugged his neck with both arms, kissing him zealously. After a brief struggle, Little Pinger grudgingly gave him a heartbreaking look and left reluctantly. Xiang Shaolong locked his cabin door and prevented himself from thinking any further. He soon fell into a deep sleep. At daybreak, Xiao Yuatan came back to the room a completely satisfied man. After hearing his womanly encounter last night, he was astounded at Little Pinger's behavior. He nodded. It is a wise decision to leave Feng Fei's employment. Sometimes, less is more. At the end of the day, I still do not understand why she is resorting to such a scheme. AI. Noticing his pale expression, Xiang Shaolong was traumatized. What is it? Xiao Yuatan stammered. Yun Yang came looking for me last night. Was she acting on Feng Fei's instructions too? Otherwise, why would Little Pinger know about me going over to Yun Yang's room? Xiang Shaolong exhaled a breath of air. Can you give your little brother, me, a break? I am as tense as a tightrope. Even if this is true, it is nothing surprising. Xiao Yuatan did not know whether to laugh or cry. He explained, if this is the case, Yun Yang's words become unreliable. All the information that she has given to me could be lies. Looking outside the window, Xiang Shaolong swore, who cares if they are true or false? No matter what, I am quitting. Knock knock. Xiao Yuatan demanded, who is it? Little Pinger voice sounded out from the other side of the door. Good morning, Mr. Tan. Mistress, Feng Fei, is asking to see Manager Shen. Xiang Shaolong and Xiao Yuatan exchanged looks before he pushed the door open. Little Pinger avoided his gaze and led the way towards a long corridor. She has resumed her disguise as a boy and has a poker face, behaving as if nothing happened last night. Initially, Xiang Shaolong was thinking of teasing her but eventually resisted the idea, knowing that this would lead to more troubles. This is the first time Xiang Shaolong is stepping into Feng Fei's bedroom on board the ship. Her bedroom is twice as big as his own and divided into two sections. A curtain separates the two sections and one of the sections is furnished like a living room. Of course Feng Fei will not be waiting for him in bed. Right this moment, she is lying on her side on an animal skin-covered long bench, with her upper body resting on a cushion. Her hair is slightly untidy as if she had just woken up and her complexion is pinkish, making her appear exceptionally desirable. When he first saw her, Xiang Shaolong was momentarily stunned before he finally paid his respects. No wonder the saying goes, a beautiful woman can cause a country's downfall. For someone as charming as her, the rich and powerful will go to extreme lengths to possess her for their own enjoyment. After all, during these ancient times, it is common for influential men to acquire a harem of concubines. Little Pinger closed the door and took her leave. With a peaceful expression on her face, Feng Fei pointed to a chair beside her and invited, please have a seat. Noticing the absence of any hostility on her face, Xiang Shaolong was feeling confounded and took his seat. His nose was instantly filled with the wonderful fragrances emanating from her body. Feng Fei beamed, Little Pinger is definitely not your match. Otherwise, why would she be tricked by a few simple lies from you? Xiang Shaolong did not expect her to be so brutally honest and straightforward. He fumbled and dryly coughed twice. Can I speak my mind? Feng Fei plainly state, if you want to tell me you are quitting, you can save it. Xiang Shaolong could not think of anything to say to that. Confused, he vexed, what is the point of Miss Feng Fei keeping me around? Feng Fei's eyes turned to him, Zhang Quan came to see you yesterday, is he trying to bribe you? Xiang Shaolong bitterly sighed, without my answer, you should know what he is trying to achieve. I do not understand why you allowed him to stay on when you can sack him along with Sali. Wouldn't things be much better without all these obstacles? With her shining eyes, Feng Fei gave him a smile. In a gentle voice, she dissected, let us settle these issues one by one. Presently, I have only two wishes. Do you want to know what they are? Calming down, Xiang Shaolong snapped in a deep voice, if this is Mrs. Secret, you can save it. Feng Fei does not mind his outburst and gingerly smiled, you are not only a unique person but an extremely strange one as well. Of all the people I have met, there are those gentlemen who do not hanker after fame or fortune. They can choose to think highly of themselves because they are born with a silver spoon in their mouths and live their lives in abundance, without worrying about food or clothing. But you are just a poorly paid carriage driver and yet you behaved like you cannot be bothered and you don't mind starving to death. Shen Liang, why don't you tell what this is all about? Xiang Shaolong is secretly alarmed, knowing that his anxiety to quit has exposed a loophole, drawing the suspicions of this cunning beauty. He hastily salvaged, AI. This is just who I am. I will not bow down to power nor follow orders blindly like a fool. Ha! Worst to worse, I'll just starve to death. There is nothing to hold me back. Feng Fei scrutinized him for quite some time and seemed to have made some conclusion by observing his body language. She finally insisted, just by looking at your sitting posture, I can tell that you are not used to working for other people. Why don't you openly tell me who you really are? Xiang Shaolong's heart is beating frantically, guessing that she may have seen through his masquerade and knowing that he is Xiang Shaolong but is unable to verify it. The primary reason lies in Zhang Quan hiring him from the official stables of Wei. This is irrefutable evidence of his identity as Shun Liang. At present, he knows he cannot show any signs of hesitation. He frowned. Your servant, has already told mistress about my background. To be honest, I am thinking of resigning because I fear that my life will be in danger. At the beginning, I thought mistress would be supporting me indirectly. Only last night did I realize that mistress is made from the same mold as the other people trying to get me into trouble. Why should I still trust you? Feng Fei is displeased. Who said that I am scheming against you? You have fulfilled my first wish, allowing me to compose a song and dance routine that can crush my two major opponents. Therefore, I instructed little Pinger to accompany you for a night, relieving your sense of loneliness. At the same time, I am worried that you may eventually succumb to Dong Shuzhen's seduction and switch loyalty to her camp. You have misunderstood my intentions. Xiang Shaolong is afraid that he will reveal more clues about his real identity if they continue debating like that. He dared not protest any further and acknowledged, so it is all a misunderstanding. Feng Fei lightly highlighted, of course it is a misunderstanding. Moreover, I will never force little Pinger to do something against her wishes. I am hoping to find a good husband for her in the process. Xiang Shaolong recalled his lowly status and can only keep quiet. Feng Fei simply declared, as long as you escort me out of Linzi safely, I can guarantee you a generous payout and even marry little Pinger to you. Xiang Shaolong was mystified. Don't you require her services in the future? A hint of sadness flashed past her lovely eyes as Feng Fei lamented, who would want to remain a lowly servant for her entire life? AI. You seem to be uninterested in little Pinger. I really don't know what is going on in your head. Xiang Shaolong clarified, Sister Ping is such an attractive lady, anyone would be glad to marry her. However, my career is more important to me and having a family will only be a liability to me. I hope mistress can understand my position. Feng Fei gave him a look and grieved, another fool who does not recognize the brutalities of war. How about this? After accomplishing our mission, I will write you a letter of recommendation that will allow you to find work wherever you go. Regarding your future success, it will have to depend on your character and abilities. There is nothing Xiang Shaolong can add to her words. Pretending to be full of gratitude, he took his leave. On his way out, he unexpectedly thought of a great idea. He recollected Xiao Yueten faking his own death to escape from Lu Buwei. Who knows, maybe Xiao Yueten can create a similar potion as seen in Romeo and Juliet. It is the potion Juliet consumed to fake her own death, allowing her to escape from her family. Pondering about this, he can finally see the light at the end of the tunnel and can feel his steps becoming lighter and lighter. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 22 Chapter 5. Book 22 Chapter 05, Staying Against His Will. He had barely taken 2 steps when further up the corridor, a cabin door opened with a yink sound. In a graceful, dance-like disposition, Zhu Xiuzhen sashayed out and blocked his path. Her eyes glared at him with annoyance, but yet she pleaded, is Manager Shen available? Xiang Shaolong is not that dumb to take her appearance at face value. The reason is that all these courtesans are well-trained actresses. Although Dong Shuzhen and Zhu Xiuzhen did schemed against him in the past, he did not bear the slightest hatred against them now that he is more informed about the present circumstances. On the contrary, his sympathies lie with them. At the end of the day, they are simply fighting for survival in this male-dominated society. Though their methods are overbearing, they are left with no other choice. Most unfortunately, he himself is the number one wanted man by the eastern states. His own survival is at stake and he could not assist them even if he wanted to. His main priority right now is to slip away and not get further involved in this problematic turmoil. Before he can offer an answer, Zhu Xiuzhen is already pulling his sleeve, dragging him into her bedroom. Out of a sudden, Xiang Shaolong realized that he is the critical factor in this song and dance troupe internal struggle, the showdown between Team Feng Fei and Team Dong Shuzhen. Regardless of whether it is Feng Fei's retirement or Dong Shuzhen usurping Feng Fei's position, both ladies will have to collaborate with him and his men. In addition, he is their bridge to the outside world. His present role resembles a manager of an international superstar in the 21st century or, more accurately, the manager of a girl band. Without his cooperation, Feng Fei and Dong Shuzhen are like toothless, clawless tigresses, unable to achieve anything on their own. This explains why in the past, Zhang Quan and Sali are able to sleep with Dong Shuzhen and Zhu Xiuzhen. Unexpectedly, Feng Fei has made use of Zhang Quan and Sali's infighting to destroy Dong Shuzhen and Zhu Xiuzhen's backers, preventing them from gaining the upper hand. She then bestowed this key appointment onto him, Xiang Shaolong. He finally understood why did Feng Fei allow Zhang Quan to continue serving in the troop. In fact, it is a very strategic and advantageous decision. Due to the intimate relationship between Zhang Quan and Dong Shuzhen, it is very challenging for Dong Shuzhen to openly seduce Xiang Shaolong. The only way out is for the two of them to work together to chase Xiang Shaolong away, but that will only force Xiang Shaolong to look for Feng Fei herself for support. If Dong Shuzhen disregards Zhang Quan, the latter may submit to Feng Fei, betraying all her plans and secrets to Feng Fei. Sali is Zhu Xiuzhen's backer, and with him gone, she is now alone and defenseless. She has now chosen to side with Dong Shuzhen and has become her pawn. However, once she finds another backer, it is possible that she will fight with Dong Shuzhen once again over the succession plans of the song and dance troupe. On the side, Feng Fei, Dong Shuzhen and Zhu Xiuzhen may be oblivious to the knowledge that Zhang Quan has been bribed by an external party and is harboring evil intentions. Presently, Feng Fei has failed to bribe him with Little Pinger, Dong Shuzhen has failed in her beauty trap, and Zhang Quan cannot win him over with money, forming a stalemate. And to think that running away was all that he ever wanted. As all these complicated thoughts are running through his brain at the speed of light, Zhu Xiuzhen had closed the door, embraced him tightly and buried her delicate face in his bosom. She emotionally questioned, "How can you be so cold towards Xiuzhen, me?" Xiang Shaolong can clearly feel her curvaceous body sending him waves of temptations. In his mind, he felt like treating her with tenderness. Despite knowing that she is faking everything, he feels sorry for her. He did not hug her in return, nor did he push her away. Standing there without any reaction, he plainly advised, "Miss Xiuzhen, there is no need to do this. Just tell me what you need and I will do it for you." Zhu Xiuzhen raised her striking face and burst out in tears. She heart-wrenchingly cried, "I am so frightened." Xiang Shaolong did not expect her to use this tactic. His heart softened, "Miss Xiuzhen." Zhu Xiuzhen buried her face on his whiter-than-average chest and cried even harder, wetting the front of his shirt. Xiang Shaolong frantically comforted her, supporting her to her bed and seating her on the bed's edge. He allowed her to continue hugging his neck and being in his bosom while helping to dry her tears. Eventually, she stopped crying and wailing, but she still shudders occasionally, due to the heavy crying. He is confident that it is a fake show with true feelings. The feelings are obviously not feelings of love, but feelings of fear about her unknown future. Zhu Xiuzhen woefully commented, "You should know about Mistress Feng Fei, intention to disband the song and dance troupe and her plans to use us, courtesans, as gifts to secure her friendship with the rich and famous, allowing herself to leave unscathed." Xiang Shaolong was thunderstruck, "Are you sure?" Zhu Xiuzhen assured, "It is definitely the truth. In the past, there were some sisters in the troupe who left and got married into a rich family. Their lives took a turn for the worse. There were some who were beaten to death by the first wife and some who became prostitutes of the official brothels after their lords lost power. Those who are neglected considered themselves lucky to have not suffered a worse fate. Xiuzhen, I will rather choose to be dead than to live such a meaningless life." Xiang Shaolong frowned, "Were all of you, courtesans, bought, as a slave or servant, by Mistress Feng Fei?" Zhu Xiuzhen sorrowfully nodded, "She may appear to be treating us with kindness, but it is because we are of some usefulness to her, such as supporting her in winning the title of the world's best courtesan. In actual fact, she only makes plans for herself and we are just her tools." Xiang Shaolong can tell that she is getting desperate, causing her to confide her insecurities in him. He laments the detestable status of womenfolk in these ancient times and that he is unable to contribute to her situation. He wondered, "You are telling me all your secrets. Aren't you concerned that I may betray you to Mistress Feng Fei?" Zhu Xiuzhen bitterly smiled, "I have seen all kinds of men and you are the kind who is full of justice. I have judged you erroneously in the beginning, but I will not repeat this mistake. Now, I can only cast aside my pride and beg for your assistance, but..." She added, "We are sheltered women who knew nothing except our song and dance routines. When we leave the troupe, we will be at a disadvantage and would likely be bullied wherever we go." Xiang Shaolong proclaimed, "But you have to get married eventually." Zhu Xiuzhen raised her head, facing Xiang Shaolong with a tear-stained face. She gently mentioned, "It would be good if we need not get married. All of us, courtesans, have saved our money well and can live the rest of our lives without worrying about food or clothing. Nonetheless, we do require someone to make proper arrangements for us. Now that Sali has been dismissed by Mistress Feng Fei, I can only come to you." In an instant, she lowered her head and insisted, "Even if I must get married, I hope my partner will not know about my past as a courtesan. Xiuzhen, I would rather be a dedicated wife of a poor man than to become a concubine or mistress of a rich man." Xiang Shaolong had a sudden brainwave. This is the crux of the matter that he has been trying to comprehend. Within the song and dance troupe, there is the ambitious Dong Shuzhen whose aim is to take over Feng Fei's position, and the unambitious ones like Zhu Xiuzhen, who only wish to lead an ordinary life from the money that she has made by performing and sleeping with the rich. Regardless of their goals, everyone wants to be free, to be the master of their own destiny, to forge a life of happiness and independence. For the first time ever, he is weighing his options about leaving. Even if he can flee successfully, will he bear to leave them in the lurch? The best option is to arrange for them to settle down in Qin. On one hand, they will be spared the atrocities of war, and on the other hand, they will be safe under his protection. As long as they are willing, Xiang Shaolong would have no trouble finding them a good home, given their exceptional appearances. However, he is now fighting for his own survival, not to mention the troop internal bickering and Zhang Quan the traitor. With all these weighing down on him, will he still be able to make a difference in their lives? He decided to test Zhu Xiuzhen's sincerity and warmly inquired, "Sali was dismissed because of me. Did you ever think taking revenge for him?" Zhu Xiuzhen's body shivered. "No wonder you did not come to my room. You have uncovered my scheme. Xiuzhen, I earnestly offer you my apologies. I will accept any punishment from you." Of course, Xiang Shaolong did not punish her. He even made up his mind to not get involved with any girl from the song and dance troupe, preventing himself from being entangled in a relationship burden. In this moment, he pledges to do his best for these vulnerable girls of the song and dance troupe, allowing each of them to live a life of liberty. In a way, he hopes this gesture will help to redeem some of sins his fellow men have accumulated. He tactfully rejected Zhu Xiuzhen's advances and returned to his room, sharing his encounters with Xiao Yuatan. Xiao Yuatan nodded. Although some risks are involved, a man should overcome difficulties with courage and strength in whatever he does. Frankly speaking, I feel sorry for them as well, but my resources are limited. If we can arrange for them to migrate to Xianyang, capital city of Qin, you can use this opportunity to travel home, reuniting with your family, and they can find a safe abode. It will be two perfect endings. Xiang Shaolong thought hard and frowned, but Feng Fei has her own plans and she will not be sharing them with us. Xiao Yuatan assured, she is quite dependent on you and therefore, you must be playing a crucial role in her grand plan. You can simply follow her plan and gather clues in the meantime. Our main priority now is for you to start familiarizing yourself with different members of the troupe. When you are able to command them like commanding an army for war, you can accomplish your duties more easily. Xiang Shaolong groaned. Sali's supporters have now pledged their allegiance to Zhang Quan. Most of the troop members appear to be respectful, but in reality, they are hostile and cannot wait to witness my downfall. This is my biggest challenge now. It is impossible to win their trust in such a short space of time. Xiao Yuatan dismissed. Zhang Quan is just a clown and hardly a threat to us. All I need is to give the command and he will disappear from our lives forever. Nevertheless, we should find out who is the main perpetrator. Only when we understand our enemy fully can we have a chance at victory. Xiang Shaolong suggested, unless we resort to torturing him, he may not divulge his employer's identity. Xiao Yuatan dismissed. In terms of scheming, your elder brother, me, is way better than you. Using torture is an inferior strategy, potentially causing him to give us false names, which we have no way of verifying. Ha! I have a more sensational plan where we can get rid of Zhang Quan and win the hearts of the people at the same time. He leaned towards Xiang Shaolong's ear and began whispering. After listening to his suggestion, Xiang Shaolong praised, luckily we were best friends from the very beginning. Otherwise, I would have lost to Lu Buwei a long time ago. A heavy snow descended from the skies after lunch. The fleet of ships is about 20 sailing hours away from Linzi. They will arrive in this Qi melting pot of different arts and culture tomorrow morning. With his new mindset, Xiang Shaolong tried his best to understand the affairs of the song and dance troupe. Flipping through the past accounts, he came to realize that besides receiving substantial remunerations for their performances, the valuables presented by the rich and powerful are enough to fill more than 40 chests. Whoever marrying Feng Fei is equivalent to inheriting this astronomical amount of wealth and treasure. It is gaining both money and beauty in one swoop. He has his doubts about Zhang Quan's theory of Feng Fei and her secret admirer. Perhaps Zhang Quan hopes to be lucky man himself. When Feng Fei went to rehearse her song and dance routine after dinner, Xiang Shaolong used this opportunity to initiate a visit to Zhang Quan. Zhang Quan was elated to see him coming and exclaimed, "I was about to pay you a visit." After sitting down and receiving a cup of tea from Zhang Quan, Xiang Shaolong muttered, "Mistress, Feng Fei summoned me this morning, promising to reward me with 100 ingots of gold and an official appointment in Qi. Honestly speaking, everyone is after fame and fortune. Now that mistress is going to promote me in Qi, if brother Zhang is in my shoes, would you reject such an offer?" His face turning slightly pale, Zhang Quan guaranteed after some consideration, "The mastermind employing me is known for his wealth and his net worth is much more than Feng Fei's. Nonetheless, I must seek his permission before I can formally endorse a matching offer for you." I am confident I can secure at least 150 ingots of gold. From his words, Xiang Shaolong deduced that unless the person is from Qi, he would be one of the dignitaries visiting Linzi for the birthday celebrations of King of Qi. Otherwise, Zhang Quan will not be able to report to him with such convenience. Unsatisfied with just this intelligence, he shook his head. Brother Zhang need not go to the extent. Money may be important, but holding an official position has always been my dream. Mistress, Feng Fei, is on good terms with many influential individuals. Everyone will have to grant her some allowances. Zheng Quan interrupted. Brother Shen is a wise man. When we are discussing prominent characters, the topic will ultimately conclude that Qin has the most of such talents. My employer is a powerhouse in Qin. If Brother Shen wants to gain official appointment, you can join me in submitting to him. Otherwise, you may not enjoy your official appointment for long before you become the citizen of a conquered state. Xiang Shaolong can feel his heart thumping wildly, for this mastermind could well be Lu Buwei. Based on Lu Buwei's lustful and possessive personality, coupled with Feng Fei's previous visit to Xianyang, it is not unlikely that she has drawn his attention. With his wealth and authority, bribing someone like Zhang Quan is as easy as ABC. As Lu Buwei is on his way to Linzi and matching with Zhang Quan's description, Xiang Shaolong construed that his invisible opponent is none other than Lu Buwei. Treacherous and merciless are the two best words to describe him. But with Tian Dan's support, it will not be easy to trounce him. Faking disbelief, he pondered, who can it be? Zhang Quan sighed, I would tell you if I can. But if I, Zhang Quan, told you any lies, may I die a horrible death. Brother Shen can put your mind at ease. Xiang Shaolong probed, a cunning rabbit is killed, a traitor is beheaded. If he went back on his words after obtaining Mistress Feng Fei, Brother Zhang and I would not only fail to receive any benefits but may even have to forfeit our lives. Zhang Quan disagreed, your description is very heartrending, but you can rest assured that we will not be played out. This man is famous for the countless family warriors he hosts at his residence. He appreciates talent much more than your old employer Prince Wuji. There are numerous scholars and heroes he recruited all over the land. I am sure there is a place for you in his residence. Brother Shen can trust my judgment. Xiang Shaolong insisted, this is only based on Brother Zhang's opinion. How about this? Get him to pay me half of my reward as a deposit. I will only cooperate with Brother Zhang when I see my money. Zhang Quan was relieved, this should not be a problem. However, let me warn you in advance. In the event that Brother Shen took his money and yet failed to fulfill your obligations, you can forget about leaving Linzi alive. Xiang Shaolong laughed, a gentleman's word is his bond. Fortunately, I did not agree to Mistress Feng Fei terms immediately and used a delaying tactic. Zhang Quan was delighted, this is wonderful. Brother Shen should try to get closer to Mistress and find out who her allies are or who her mystery man is. When I report to my employer, at least I have some results to show him and it will be easier to ask for your deposit money. Xiang Shaolong firmly state, I will naturally tell you everything I know once I see my money. Brother Zhang should know me by now. This deal is cash on delivery. Zhang Quan could not negotiate further and nodded in agreement. Xiang Shaolong was humored. Having come all the way to Qi, he is still locking horns with Lu Buwei. Xiao Juetan will be overjoyed if he knows about this. Both of them are well versed with Lu Buwei character and schemes. They are in a superior position because they understand their enemy well, as mentioned in Sun Tzu's Art of War. Lu Buwei, on the other hand, knows nothing about them. Even with Tian Dan's partnership, he may not gain the upper hand. Moreover, Tian Dan himself is intertwined in a power tussle within his own state, the Crown Prince selection. With the prized Feng Fei at the center of another skirmish, Xiao Yuetan and he can make excellent use of the circumstances to create plenty of chaos, eventually beating Lu Buwei soundly for good measure. Relishing these thoughts, he cannot be bothered with Zhang Quan anymore and took his leave. Outside his room, he had barely taken a few steps when someone called out his name from behind. It turned out to be Little Pinger glaring coldly at him. Xiang Shaolong stopped walking. Little Pinger came to his front and interrogated in a harsh manner, did you just come out of Zhang Quan's room? Xiang Shaolong can only nod his head. Little Pinger blew her top, what tricks are you up to? Are you thinking of betraying Mistress Feng Fei? From her expression, Xiang Shaolong predicted that Feng Fei has told Little Pinger about his stand on not wanting to marry Little Pinger, causing her extensive suffering. It is better not to give her false hopes anyway, so Xiang Shaolong allowed her to vent her frustrations. He whispered, do I look like such a person? This is not a good place to talk. Is Sister Ping looking for me? Her two eyes reddening on the spot, Little Pinger stomped her feet, who wants to look for a heartless beast like you? It is Mistress Feng Fei looking for you. His heart softening, Xiang Shaolong explained in gentle tone, can you please listen to me? I. Covering her ears with both hands, little Pinger cried, I don't want to hear anything from you. Before her sentence is completed, tears of emotion are flowing out of her eyes. She left crying. Xiang Shaolong can only shake his head and give a bitter smile. Since he must be heartless to her, he might as well make it the first and only time. He really cannot afford the implications of love. Isn't Feng Fei busy rehearsing? Why is she looking for him? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 22 Chapter 6. Book 22 Chapter 06 A Fight to the End. There are several major changes to Feng Fei's The Immortal Phoenix Arising, showcasing a moving storyline with stages upon stages of spellbinding dances. Feng Fei had just composed an excellent opening song sang together by all the courtesans, singing about the immortals in the heaven realm and the humans having a celebration on the human realm. Feng Fei's talent in the song and dance industry is without a doubt, and her only concern is lack of inspiration. With Xiang Shaolong lighting a spark of creativity, the overflowing of ideas that followed resembles the bursting of a river dam. Presently, she has an abundance of materials to work on and there is no looking back. As Xiang Shaolong was cheering and clapping with the other serving maids, Feng Fei came to his side with her eyes glimmering. She joyfully inquired, Shen Liang, is it much better now? Xiang Shaolong sincerely praised, Mistress's performance is like a magical journey, with the main concept delicately inserted multiple times into the routine, just like a master weaving cotton. This results in a dazzling and attention-grabbing sequence. If Mistress were to add your singing to the finale, even the stubborn rocks will bow. An indescribable pleasure flashed across Feng Fei's lovely eyes. For the first time ever, she held the corner of his sleeve, pulling him to a corner far away from the crowd. She gestured to Dong Shuzhen and her fellow courtesans, instructing them to continue the rehearsal before emotionally sighing, Feng Fei, I has never heard such a moving portrayal about my production. AI. Will the stubborn rocks really bow when they are impressed? This is the greatest glory a singer can ever receive. Shen Liang ah. What should I do with you? Xiang Shaolong cursed himself for stealing the limelight again, repeating his past deed of using the phrase absolute power corrupts absolutely to win the affections of talented Lady Ji. He has inadvertently made inroads into Feng Fei's heart. However, this proves that Zhang Quan's theory is correct. If Feng Fei did not have a secret lover, she would not have sighed and fall into a dilemma. He naturally would not snatch her away from her lover and has no desire to get involved with this peerless beauty, despite having feelings for her. He humbly admitted, my own creative mood has been unleashed after watching Mistress's performance, causing me to come up with these proverbs, but... Feng Fei stared deeply into his eyes, her shoulder slightly touching his, and began chirping like a little girl, my main song is almost completed save for a few amendments. Heaven has really been kind to me, allowing me to meet a bosom friend like you before my retirement. Using this opening, Xiang Shaolong began, if Mistress can place all her trust and share all her secrets with me, I, Shen Liang, can guarantee with my life that Mistress will have all her dreams come true. Feng Fei was taken aback, are you implying that I am hiding information from you? If Xiang Shaolong do not display some might, it will be impossible to force her to succumb. His eyes shimmering with deathly cold rays, his stare pierced straight into her enthralling eyes as he hissed, does Mistress know who is the perpetrator behind Zhang Quan? Feng Fei cannot bear to look at him and lowered her eyes, replying, isn't it Suzhen? Xiang Shaolong icily laughed, second mistress is just another pathetic victim fighting for her own survival. Feng Fei is offended, what are you talking about? Facing Xiang Shaolong for a moment, she lowered her glance again and pleaded, can you stop staring at me? Xiang Shaolong is feeling wonderful, knowing that she will no longer be able to control him like before. He pressed on, Zhang Quan is now serving Lu Buwei. Her face losing color, Feng Fei exclaimed, what? Xiang Shaolong repeated, Mistress is now in grave danger. Lu Buwei is on intimate terms with the people of Qi, and with the power he wields in Qin, there is hardly anyone who would dare to offend him. If he wishes to obtain Mistress, it is not an unachievable task. Appearing to have lost her self-control after hearing the name of the man and his evil doings, Feng Fei grabbed Xiang Shaolong's shoulder and gasped, what should we do? Why don't I sack Zhang Quan immediately, Edot? With her petite hand pulling his own shoulder, Xiang Shaolong can feel his heart melting. Preventing other feelings from arising, he seriously articulated, Mistress needs to make a choice. 1. You put your complete trust in me. 2. You let me go. If you are indecisive, the consequences will be unimaginable. For example, Lu Buwei can send him men to take Mistress away by force and at the same time, announce to the world that you have decided to retire and marry into his family. I doubt there will be anyone who will contest his words or even raise an objection. Mistress should know better than me that once you have spent a single night in his custody, your future will be gone. Feng Fei was at a loss, do you have a plan to counter him? Xiang Shaolong smiled. I will make use of Zhang Quan to convey a false message to Lu Buwei that mistress's lover is someone that even he, Lu Buwei, cannot afford to antagonize. Thus, he can only wait for you to leave before launching a covert attack, buying us more time. Feng Fei heaved a sigh of relief and scrutinized him with suspicion before muttering, You are really formidable and do not fear Lu Buwei one bit. You even speak like you are very familiar with his methods. AI. Without you, there will be no one else I can depend on. Xiang Shaolong realized that she had gathered her wits and apparently decided, Mistress is only depending on me but has yet to trust me. Since I am unable to secure your confidence, I, Xin Liang, will depart tomorrow morning once we arrive in Linzi. I do not wish to die a meaningless death. Feng Fei glanced at him with confusion for some time before submitting, The more I get to know you, the more I realize that you are not as simple as you look. Fine. Let's talk in my room. Xiang Shaolong was jubilant. Using a combination of hard and soft tactics to keep up the pressure, this beauty has finally made concessions. Feng Fei sat down by his side with a kind expression. She gently inquired, What do you want me to tell you? Xiang Shaolong interrogated, Since mistress has the courage to go to Linzi, there must be someone guaranteeing your safety. Who is this person? Feng Fei delayed, There is indeed such a person. Can I reveal his identity at a more suitable time in the future? Xiang Shaolong does not want to push his luck and nodded, Fine. After the disbandment of the song and dance troupe, may I ask what are mistress's plans for the other courtesans and where is mistress intending to retire to? Showing signs of hesitation, Feng Fei lightly exhaled, I have made appropriate plans for them. Can Manager Shen not interfere in these matters? Xiang Shaolong was irritated, How can I ignore this matter? Right now, all the courtesans are feeling restless precisely because they are worried about their future. I, Xin Liang, may be down and out but my fighting spirit has not deserted me. I will not allow mistress to destroy their, courtesans, future. The captivating eyes of Feng Fei flashed with anger before calming down. She dolefully justified, We are all forced by circumstances and some things cannot be prevented. If that last Dong Shuzhen did not leak the news of my retirement, there would not be so many complicated matters right now. Xiang Shaolong clarified, I believed you have misunderstood second mistress. Based on my analysis, it is probably Zhang Quan who leaked this information to Lu Buwei and Lu Buwei intentionally broadcasted this news, thereby creating the conditions for him to openly seize you for his own gratification. Feng Fei appeared to be deep in thought. Subsequently, she insisted with determination, But I have already given my word to somebody about the future of Dong Shuzhen and the courtesans. This cannot be changed. Moreover, this person is someone I dare not offend, but Xiang Shaolong could not be bothered, there is nothing in the world that cannot be changed. Putting this aside for the time being, mistress has yet to answer my question. Feng Fei whined, Must I really answer you? As long as you bring me out of Linzi without anyone's knowledge, there will be a person to receive me and you can walk away a free man. On top of that, you will be handsomely rewarded and need not worry about money for the rest of your life. Flapping his sleeve, Xiang Shaolong stood up, At the end of the day, you are still unwilling to trust me. I know Tian Dan is someone involved and he must be the same person who was supposed to guarantee your safety. That explains your earlier anxiety and why you are treating me with such kindness. Forget it. From this moment on, we have nothing to do with each other. Feng Fei was utterly shocked and in a moment of fear, she hugged him and wailed, There is nothing I can hide from you. Heavens, what kind of person are you? Pray take your seat again and let us discuss this further. Xiang Shaolong scorned, This is just a simple assumption. Since you have someone in Linzi guaranteeing your safety, why do you need Xin Liang, me, around? Feng Fei placed her exquisite face against his wide chest and gave a flustered response, You were able to make a correct guess because you are aware of the friendship between Lu Buwei and Tian Dan. AI. If not for Lu Buwei personally telling me that Tian Dan will guarantee my safety, I would not have made this trip to Linzi. I did not expect Lu Buwei to harbor such hideous motives. Xiang Shaolong reminded, You must not forget that I have served both Great General Lian, Pa, and Prince Wuji. Of course I will know about Lu Buwei and Tian Dan's partnership. Both of them are lustful perverts while the ladies in the song and dance troupe are all rare beauties, how can they not bear malicious intentions? Even if your safety is guaranteed by someone else, unless he is your lover, it will probably be another trap. Feng Fei's world came crashing down and she is using all her strength to hug him tightly. She mourned, What should I do? Ever since she discovered that Zhang Quan is working for Lu Buwei, her normal confidence and calmness have vanished into thin air. Xiang Shaolong lent his support to her and simply questioned, First of all, you must tell me the truth. Besides Lu Buwei, is there anyone else who is interested in you? An embarrassed Feng Fei straightened her posture in front of him. With a complicated look in her eyes, she confessed, It is obviously someone with considerable standing. On this trip to Qi, the cause of my greatest worry is Zhong Xuanlong. He does not hold any official appointment, but his influence in Qi is not below Tian Dan. The talented men serving him are immeasurable, and he supports the second prince Tian Jian. He is at loggerheads with Tian Dan, who supports the first prince Tian Shang. When I was in Dalian, Wei capital, he came all the way to look for me but was harshly rebuffed by myself. Disillusioned, he took his leave and swore an oath that since he is unable to lay his hands on me, others can forget about doing the same. Xiang Shaolong frowned. Are you referring to that bloodthirsty loan shark? Feng Fei is no longer surprised at his wealth of knowledge. She nodded. That is the man. It is rumored that his net worth has exceeded that of Wu Shiji, and he has spies, followers and debtors in every state. Now you can understand the reason for my uneasiness. Xiang Shaolong quizzed. And who is the man unafraid of Zhong Xuanlong? Feng Fei whispered. He is Han Shuang. You should have heard of his name. Xiang Shaolong rolled his eyes. Han Shuang? Feng Fei was astonished. You know him personally? Xiang Shaolong lied. I have heard of this person but did not expect it to be him. This man is famous for his lust. How you can trust a man like that? Feng Fei divulged. He may hanker after pleasures of the flesh, but he is quite a nice person. Since we are talking about him, I might as well tell you everything. I have pledged to reward him with Dong Shuzhen and the courtesans, as a form of thanking him for his aid. There. I have told you everything. Xiang Shaolong prompted. There is just one more thing. Who is mistress's secret lover? Feng Fei contemplated for some time before she suddenly embraced him around his shoulder and waist, gently demanding, I can tell you who he is, but you must swear not to tell anyone else. Xiang Shaolong was stunned and forcefully held back his own desire to embrace her in return. He proceeded to give his word, and Feng Fei dreamily disclosed, this man is famous beyond words. Recently, he created plenty of trouble for the 6 eastern states. Xiang Shaolong can feel his head becoming numb. Could it be that Feng Fei is in love with himself? Is she heading to Qin to find him after disbanding the troop? Feng Fei announced, he is Xiang Shaolong, the most feared man amongst the 6 eastern states. Despite expecting her to mention his own name, Xiang Shaolong could not help but shuddered. Does he love you? Feng Fei raised her face and looked at him, astounded. What are you asking such a strange question? Xiang Shaolong suddenly realized that she is still keeping this secret from him and is just using another name to satisfy his curiosity. His mind evaluating her words like a supercomputer, he is confident that her secret lover cannot be himself. Otherwise, Dan Nini would have told him so. At the same time, he concluded that this person is from Qin. All he has to do is to escort her back to Xianyang and she can reunite with her lover. He joked, in this case, I will have to deliver you to Zhongmo. In his mind, he could understand her reason for keeping this an absolute secret. If the mystery man's identity is exposed, Lu Buwei will surely kill him. Recalling the time at Drunken Wind Brothel when she was supposed to assassinate himself but subsequently changed her mind, it could be due to her newfound love with this man. This man could be the same reason behind her desire to retire and settle down. As anticipated, Feng Fei objected, no. He has given instructions for me to wait for him in Xianyang. All you need to do is to send me to Xianyang. Enraged, Xiang Shaolong locked Feng Fei in a bear hug and wildly kissed her with a vengeance. Feng Fei put up a fierce struggle but eventually capitulated to his warm lips. There were signs of resistance, but she ultimately accepted this invasion. Breaking the kiss, he scanned her perfect complexion and well-defined features before elaborating, this is me punishing mistress for withholding information from me. You can hate me all you like, but presently, only I, Xin Liang, am able to prevent you from being Zhong Xuanlong's prisoner. Except for me, anybody else would have a hidden agenda for helping you. Feng Fei's shapely body turned into jelly and collapsed into his bosom. Don't you have a hidden agenda too? Since she did not deny lying to him, Xiang Shaolong retained his goodwill towards her. Putting his arms around her shoulder, he advised, if I had come to you with ill intentions, I can easily force myself on you, taking mistress's precious chastity right now. Think about it. Finishing his words, he strode off. Although he is unable to explain it, Xiang Shaolong can feel his heart brimming with happiness. Ever since Li Mu beat him to a pulp and causing him to lead a fugitive life, all his accumulated frustration has been released in that one long kiss. He can feel his fighting spirit soaring, reminding him of the time he disguised himself as Dong Horse fanatic and heading to Handan City to capture Jiaomu. The only difference is that besides Xiao Yuatan aiding him, he can only depend on the sword hanging around his waist. He may have to hide his sword as someone may identify him through it. In this moment, he made up his mind to indulge in another round with Lu Buwei and Tian Dan. No matter what, he must do his best to liberate these oppressed ladies. This is his way of giving back to society. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 22 Chapter 7. Book 22 Chapter 07 Ancient Capital of Linzi. The founding king of Qi is Liu Shang. After King Zhou annihilated the Zhou dynasty and set up Western Zhou, he assigned Liu Shang to Qi and bestowed him the position of protector Jiang. He built the capital named Yinqiu but was later renamed Linzi. Surviving through the periods of Western and Eastern Zhou dynasties, Qi remains a vast country with flourishing commerce, coupled with lucrative fishing and salt trade. It is a strong and prosperous nation. Qi has been a dominant force during the spring and autumn period, mainly due to the efforts of King Qi Hengdong and his premier Guanzhong. Together, they introduced a set of reforms that strengthened the country significantly. The wealth and growth of the nation is comparable to the golden age of Qin. The country is doing well by all accounts and can be considered a superpower. Another crucial factor is the conquest of the Lai tribe residing at its borders. As early as when the protector is conducting his nation building, the Lai tribe, which shares the sea border with Qi, began to launch aggressive attacks. The hostility continued on and off for several years until Qi officially routed them in 567 BC. Not only did Qi finally rid itself of a persistent thorn in its flesh, the country's land occupation increased by more than 50%. In addition, it now owns the entire sea border, compared to owning half of it previously. The people of Qi are known tyrants and constantly harassed the nearby state of Lu and conquer smaller surrounding states. Using the alliance of Xiaoling, it even managed to wrest control of the state of Zheng from the powerful Chu. Chu is located at the south of Qi. Due to the alliance and with Qi in the way, Chu was unable to expand northwards and focused their armies on expanding their territory southeast. Qi can only watch on helplessly. The alliance of Xiaoling signals the peak of Qi's military expeditions. In the same breath, it signifies the crowning glory of Qi Hengdong and Guanzhong's career. After their two deaths, the authority of Qi descended into a power tussle between 5 princes. Without a commanding figure, it is now the time for the other states to showcase their might. During the period of the warring states, Qi got General Sun Bin to attack Wei in an attempt to save Zhao from Wei's armies. The invasion was a success and soon, the Qi army has reached Daliang. The next year, the army of Wei was soundly defeated by the army of Qi at Meiling. From then on, Qi has replaced Wei as the leading state of eastern China, and the states of Wei, Zhao and Han pays tribute to Qi. With newfound ambition and taking advantage of Yan's internal strife, Qi invaded Yan and occupied the capital of Yan for 3 years before recalling their armies. King Qixian arrogantly proclaimed, one superpower against another, tasting victory in 5 days. It is truly a feat that even the powerful Qin has yet to accomplish. Chu declined in strength and Sanjing was broken up, resulting in Qi and Qin becoming the 2 strongest states in China. Qi is in the east and Qin is in the west. Just when Qi was tasting every success and occupying countless new territories, they realized that war had emptied their treasury. Bearing intense hatred for Qi, Yan made use of this golden opportunity to launch a joint attack with Qin, Shu, Wei, Zhao and Han. Yan General Yui overran Linzi and repeated the atrocities Qi inflicted in the capital of Yan 30 years ago. Every single piece of valuable, treasure, carriage or weapon is not spared from plundering. If not for Tiandan turning the tide and defeating the army of Yan, Linzi will be burnt to the ground. Nevertheless, much of Qi has been pillaged or destroyed, and the country is once again in decline. By the time Xiang Shaolong arrived in Linzi, another 30 years have come and gone. In a similar fashion, Tiandan has declined from the powerhouse he once was to his twilight years, where he faces challenges to his authority. The city of Linzi was built along the west shore of River Zi and is actually 2 cities linked together, namely Big City and Small City. The total surface area of the big city and the small city is approximately 60 square miles. Within the city, the buildings are grand and imposing. The Qi Palace is situated at the north of the small city and all major roads are constructed with the palace as a central guideline. The monasteries of Qi and residences of officials are within proximity of the palace. The 2 sides of the roads are lined with ancient tall trees, but their branches are covered with icicles due to the harsh weather. Although it had suffered the carnages of war, Linzi has recovered speedily to become a lively civilization. The city is well populated and the economy is thriving. As the fleet of ships docked at the east of the city, all the noteworthy officials and men of importance had gathered around, welcoming the world-famous courtesan Feng Fei. A waiting military band began to conjure a friendly tune as Feng Fei elegantly came ashore with little Pinger supporting her. Her curvaceous figure, graceful walking style and delicate features left the audience awestruck. Following behind Feng Fei are Dong Shuzhen and the 12 courtesans, causing everyone to stare at them without blinking. Xiang Shaolong had identified Tiandan among the welcoming party and quickly mingled among the family warriors, making it harder to be identified by Tiandan's sharp observation skills. In reality, the likelihood of being spotted is not high. As directed by Xiao Yuatan, he is wearing a worker's shirt with a woolen lamb fur jacket on the outside. Below his shirt, he is wearing a cloth belt in order to conceal his muscular waist and at the same time, create a fake potbelly. Standing on the pier, Tiandan, as well as the rich and powerful residents of Qi, was all dressed either in deer fur coats or fox fur coats. A shirt is worn outside the coat, covering the animal fur, enhancing the exquisiteness of their appearances. Humans are judged firstly by their external looks. By simply downplaying his dressing, Xiang Shaolong is not as prominent looking as before. Under Xiao Yuatan's skillful hands, his facial complexion has darkened and is easily mistaken for a man 10 years his senior. The effect is so startling that when looking at his own reflection in a bronze mirror, even Xiang Shaolong cannot believe the difference between his current look and his previously handsome looks. Xiao Yuatan and Feng Fei are the first batch of people to disembark the ship and were exchanging pleasantries with the welcoming party. As the sky is still snowing, Feng Fei climbed into her carriage immediately and entered the city under the escort of the Qi soldiers. Xiang Shaolong dared not ride a horse and sneaked into Xiao Yuatan's carriage, admiring, "You seem to be highly respected in Qi." Xiao Yuatan humbly begged his pardon before commenting, "We are the prepared ones, observing the unprepared ones." I paid extra attention to Tiandan and except for Feng Fei, he did not bother to look anyone else. AI. Comparing his looks from the last time I saw him, he seemed to have aged a lot. The carriage is moving in a huge convoy, entering the city in an unhurried manner. Xiao Yuatan educated, the big city has 8 city gates. The 2 horizontal roads going from the east to the west are named Great Eastern Way and Great Western Way, while the 2 vertical roads running from the north to the south are named Great Southern Way and Great Northern Way. It is rather easy to remember, but... Peering out of the carriage window, Xiang Shaolong thought to himself, like it or not, I am finally here in Linzi, let's pray I can leave here in one piece. With a strong wind and snow blowing through the city, there are only a handful of pedestrians. The pedestrians are walking briskly and gazed at the convoy with curiosity. Xiao Yuatan suggested, at the intersection of the 4 great ways, there is a district known as Little Linzi. It is the most vibrant and dynamic locality, a must-see for all travelers. I will bring you there tonight and join in the festivities. Xiang Shaolong objected, shouldn't I avoid taking on such a high profile? Xiao Yuatan counseled, the more you try to hide, the more attention you will draw to yourself. Even if you do not provoke the suspicions of outsiders, you will trigger the doubts of Zhang Quan and his men eventually. Xiang Shaolong can only agree, as per your guidance, that ever since he learnt that Lu Buwei is Zhang Quan's mastermind, Xiao Yuatan is on cloud 9. Currently, he is still basking with joy. Pointing to a gigantic mansion along the journey, he articulated, these are the residences of the wealthy citizens, with multiple courtyards, tiled roofs and whitewashed walls. Compared to the single courtyard houses along the streets for the common folks, it is a world of difference. Xiang Shaolong took a closer look at his surroundings, discovering that they are now traveling on Great Eastern Way. The road is 7 meters wide, allowing up to 4 carriages to travel side by side. Both sides of the road are lined with shops. There are lanes intersecting the main road where the ordinary locals reside. The lanes made of common materials and are only meant for walking. The network of roads in Linzi is well organized and the city is littered with high walls and huge mansions. The facade of the buildings are very well maintained, in order to live up to the reputation as the capital of Qi. Xiang Shaolong abruptly felt that this is a worthwhile trip. Xiao Yuatan pointed out, Little Linzi has the highest concentration of businesses and you can buy whatever your heart desires. The fortune tellers there are well known among all the states. Because of the description well known among all the states, Xiang Shaolong was reminded of Qixia Sword St. Chao Kadao. He inquired, where is Qixia College? I am changing from school to college. Xiao Yuatan gladly imparted, it is located at the west of the city, beyond Qi Gate. It is an impressive, lofty and spectacular structure. All the teachers who teaches there are specially titled, Qixia Tutor and the students are termed, Qixia Mates. They numbered a few thousand. Pausing, he continued, I have had the honor of being invited there to lecture on music and healing. Thus, I enjoy the respect equivalent of a marquis. Xiang Shaolong whispered, I wondered if Zhou Yan has arrived? Xiao Yuatan frowned, I am not sure about that. Recalling Shan Rou, Xiang Shaolong had the inclination to seek her. Xiao Yuatan added, being a Qixia tutor is quite a feat nevertheless, there are outstanding individuals who are conferred a professorship. They are the only ones who can debate politics besides the Qi court. Zhou Yan is one of them. I can easily inquire about his whereabouts. Xiang Shaolong inquired, what kind of man is Chao Kadao? His eyes emanating with respect, Xiao Yuatan whispered, his prestige in Qi unmatchable and he is the master mentor of the king of Qi. Members of the royal family and officials have to kowtow to him whenever they run into him. He resides alone in a small hut outside Qixia College, leading a simple life. He should be reaching 50 years of age but resembles a 30-year-old man instead. He does not grant audiences easily. Xiang Shaolong originally wanted to trace Shan Ro's dwellings from him, but after hearing these words, he gave up the idea. Xiao Yuatan continued, his sword skills have become legendary, and due to a lack of challengers, he only participated in a few duels in the recent years. Xiang Shaolong was curious, did he used to have many challengers? Xiao Yuatan responded, whoever defeats him will succeed him as the prestigious Jisho's sword saint, and his name will be known to the world. However, his sword shows no mercy and his challengers usually end up dead or seriously injured. As a result, at the present moment, no one dares to challenge him. If he still possesses his 100 battle saber and can reveal his true identity, Xiang Shaolong would love to pitch his skills against Chao Quido's sword, desiring to know the level of his accomplishment. He is naturally looking at a friendly competition and not a life and death duel. At this moment, the convoy has entered a VIP guesthouse along Great Eastern Way. They were assigned to Tingsong Villa, one of the 16 villas used to accommodate visiting dignitaries and distinguished guests. Conscious that it is time for him to get to work, he swiftly scampered off the carriage, and with Zhang Quan by his side, he liaised with the villa manager, allocating the rooms and storage of resources. By the time everything has been taken care of, half a day has gone by. It is now time for Feng Fei to enter the palace for a dinner banquet. Tian Dan personally came to escort Feng Fei, and Xiao Yuatan was Feng Fei's dining companion. Xiang Shaolong intentionally came out to supervise matters, opening facing Tian Dan as well as his two bodyguards, the brothers, Lu Zhongxia and Lu Zhongshi. None of them were interested in this lowly servant. After sending Feng Fei off, Xiang Shaolong is exhilarated. If even someone as sharp as Tian Dan has failed to see through his disguise, he is confident he can fool the rest of the crowd. After consuming their dinner, Dong Shuzhen and the courtesans began rehearsing their song and dance routine as instructed by Feng Fei, while Xiang Shaolong headed to the eastern wing to look for Zhang Quan. Once the door has been closed, he proclaimed, I have gained valuable intelligence about Feng Fei. If Brother Zhang can fork out the deposit now, I will report my findings to you. Zhang Quan was thrilled, well done. However, my employer hasn't arrived in Linzi. I can only pay you the deposit 2 days later. Can Brother Shen prematurely share with me some of your discoveries? Xiang Shaolong acted mysterious. She has someone in Qi who is guaranteeing her safety, and he is none other than Tian Dan. Earlier on, Tian Dan was the man escorting her to the banquet. This man wields great authority in Qi and is not someone to be trifled with. Zhang Quan knew the answer all along and is using this to test his allegiance. He wasn't affected by this revelation and simply replied, I have my ways of dealing with him. He is not a threat. Looking at his phony act of arrogance, Xiang Shaolong was amused and added, however, our employer's opponent is not limited to Tian Dan alone. We have another formidable foe, and his name is Zhongsuan Long. Has Brother Zhang heard of this man before? His face changing color, Zhang Quan stammered, what? Xiang Shaolong exaggerated, mistress confided in me personally about this man. Brother Zhang should know that in Daliang, Zhongsuan Long did approach her and asked for her hand in marriage. After he was rejected, he swore to use every means possible to seize her for himself. Zhang Quan obviously knew about this matter and will not question the authenticity of Xiang Shaolong's findings. He had a big frown and decided, this piece of information is extremely important and must be made known to my employer as early as possible. Otherwise, we may be caught by surprise. He exhaled a breath of cool air. This man is a bloodthirsty loan shark. His methods are devious and merciless, even the rich and the powerful dare not offend him. His greatest strength lies in the countless talented men serving him. He will be a force to reckon with. Xiang Shaolong was momentarily distracted as he recalled how he overcome Feng Fei's resistance and enjoyed a long kiss with her last night. He can feel his loins stirring and quickly corrected his emotions. Quietly contemplating for some time, Zhang Quan probed, Brother Shenliang, you are truly capable to gather all these critical information in such a short span of time. Have you determined who is mistress's secret lover? Xiang Shaolong smiled, I trust Brother Zhang and therefore, I have revealed a few discoveries to you. Regarding the other secrets, Brother Zhang should know what I want. Forgive me for withholding my tongue. There is nothing Zhang Quan can do to him. He sighed, we must cooperate fully with each other. Otherwise, not only will we fail in our mission, we will die without a complete corpse. I would rather offend the King of Qi than offend Zhongsuan Long. Suddenly, the sound of knocking can be heard. Opening his door for a look, Zhang Quan found himself facing more than 10 family warriors and drivers. They are asking to see Manager Shen. Their leader is Xiang Shaolong's ex-roommate, the primate-looking young chap Lei Yuner. To Xiang Shaolong, who has just come to the door, Lei Yuner pleaded, we are very bored here and would like to go for a walk outside. Would Manger please give his permission? Looking at their eager expressions, Xiang Shaolong knows that he will incur their wrath if he does not approve their requests. He smiled, "I will not stand in your way, but please remember to behave yourself and come back before dawn." The crowd went hysterical and cheerfully left. Beside him, Zhang Quan advised, "Why did you allow them to go out? Zhong Long is watching our every move. In a fit of anger, he may vent his frustrations on them." Xiang Shaolong disagreed, "It is unreasonable to live every second of our lives in fear of the unexpected. I believe Zhong Long will not create any trouble before Mistress Feng Fei has completed her 2 performances. No matter what, he has to give face to the Tian Dan and the King of Qi." Zhang Quan disagreed, "Qi Xiang King is getting muddle-headed in his old age. He has appointed his eldest son Tian Shang as the crown prince but stripped him of his title over an insignificant matter, causing everyone to feel uneasy. Currently, Zhong Long is going out all to promote second prince Tian Jian to become the crown prince, clashing head-on with Tian Dan. It is Tian Dan's idea to invite the 3 world-famous courtesans, which includes Mistress Feng Fei, to celebrate the birthday of the King of Qi, in order to get into his good books. For all you know, Zhong Long will deliberately spoil his plans because of this reason." This is the first time Xiang Shaolong is hearing about these developments. Feeling apprehensive on the spot, he bade farewell to Zhang Quan and left in a hurry. At the main door, he checked with the sentries, asking them what is the direction Lei Yuner and company had headed before giving chase. As the rain and snow fell around him and the street lamps are being lighted along the streets of Linzi, he knows that due to extraordinary circumstances, he will inevitably be severely implicated in the power struggle for the position of the King of Qi. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 22 Chapter 8. Book 22 Chapter 08 Local Villain. As Xiang Shaolong brisk walked along the road, proceeding towards the central Little Linzi, he noticed the increase in the number of pedestrians. Under the illumination of the lanterns, the falling snowflakes resembled the immortal sprinkling heavenly powder onto earth, giving his surroundings a dreamlike appearance. Most of his fellow foot travelers are walking in small groups and are speaking in different dialects. They are probably admirers of the 3 courtesans from the other 6 states or even the Qi people from the countryside. The locals only made up a handful of the crowd. According to Xiaoyuatan, Linzi is home to approximately 70,000 households and has a population of 300,000. Compared to Xianyang, it is far less populated. As he was beginning to panic in his search for Lei Yuner and company, he caught someone waving at him across the road. It turns out to be a family warrior. Fei Chun was wrongly named Fei Sun earlier, also a ex-roomie, and 5 other drivers. Waiting for 2 carriages to drive by before crossing the road, he came to the side of the 6 men and prodded, "Where are the others?" Fei Chun invited, "They are headed to the red light district. We are looking for a place to have a drink. Why don't Manger Shin join us?" Xiang Shaolong interrogated, "Do you know which brothel they are visiting?" One of the drivers joked, "They surely cannot afford the expensive ones. Manager Shin only has to look for the most rundown brothel and you will definitely find them there." Fei Chun and the other drivers burst out laughing. Witnessing their lively mood and making sure that there are no suspicious characters nearby, Xiang Shaolong could not bear to spoil their night. Pulling them aside to avoid blocking the road, he then revealed, "Something has cropped up. Assistant Manager Zhang just informed me Mistress Feng Fei has offended a local villain of considerable influence. Although he cannot lay a finger on Mistress, he can effortlessly create trouble for us. Please go and have your drink, and return to the villa as soon as possible." Their faces drained of color, Fei Chun and the drivers nodded in obedience. Xiang Shaolong speedily continued his search for Lei Yuner and the others. After walking for some time, all he could see were splendid buildings housing brothels or winehouses. He thought to himself that this is similar to Beijing's Wangfujing, in the 21st century. Unless you are a rich man, this place has nothing for you. The only places an average person can go are the small lanes and narrow streets, where the cheap thrills are situated. His heart is swelling with regret. At the end of the day, he lacks experience in managing people, simply because he does not believe in treating fellow humans as servants at his beck and call. His only wish is for them to be happy and free as much as the situation permits. With the present unfavorable scenario, he should not have let them run amok. His reservations are not without reason. A sore and incensed Zhong Long will use every opportunity to harass Feng Fei. If he lands himself in trouble when they had just arrived in Linzi, everyone will lose confidence in this newly appointed general manager. In addition, except for a dagger, he did not bring any weapons with him. If he gets into a fight, he will be at a serious disadvantage. Burning with anxiety, he happened to see a crowd gathering in front of a brothel. The people are whispering to one another and pointing fingers at the brothel. Xiang Shaolong can feel his heart sinking. Stepping forward, he squeezed into the pool of people and questioned, "What happened?" Bearing scorn in his tone, one man ridiculed, having the guts to visit prostitutes when he hasn't paid up his debt to Master Zongsuan. These people do not know the meaning of death. AI. Being dragged away like a pack of dogs, how shameful. Game over, Xiang Shaolong thought. He made inquiries about the appearances and dressings of the men being mugged, and after confirming their identities are those of the missing Lei Yuner and company, he announced, "Those men are my friends and I have brought the money to redeem their debts." Does anyone know where is Master Zongsuan staying? Unexpectedly, the faces of everyone in the crowd lost color. Not only did they fail to give him an answer, they ran off, disappearing without a trace, leaving him stunned on the spot. Coincidentally, a shifty and mysterious-looking man happened to sneak out of the brothel. Xiang Shaolong grabbed him, asking, "Brother, dut." The man was shocked out of his wits. "Please do not tell my wife." Xiang Shaolong is not in the mood to laugh at the man's blunder. He corrected, "Brother is mistaken. I am just asking for directions." The man took a closer look and realized Xiang Shaolong is not someone familiar to him. Putting his hand on his chest, he panted, "I was nearly frightened to death. Even if you are asking for directions, you need not pull my shirt." Scanning this man, Xiang Shaolong guessed he is about 25 or 26 years old. Dressed in flamboyant clothes, he is rather fine-looking and must be the offspring of some Qi official. Loathing his henpecked behavior, Xiang Shaolong grumbled, "I am anxious to locate Master Zongsuan's residence. Little brother, I, is his distant relative and is here to visit him." The man sighed with relief. "Zongsuan residence is along Great Southern Way, diagonally opposite my house. Let me give you a ride." AI. I also need to be home soon. Xiang Shaolong is secretly delighted to meet such a friendly person and is now having a favorable impression of him. Together, they crossed the road to the opposite side. There is a carriage parked outside a wine house, and as they approached it, a driver climbed out of the carriage and sat down in the driver's seat in front. The man proudly declared, "I intentionally parked the carriage here so that nobody will suspect I actually went to a brothel." Hey! I still do not know brother's name. Xiang Shaolong introduced, "I am Shun Liang." "What about brother?" The man cheered, "I am called Xie Ziyuan. Come. Get in the carriage." As the carriage began to move, Xie Ziyuan comfortably lounged in his seat, praising, "Lan Lan's skin is as smooth as silk and she knows exactly what I want. What a pity I cannot stay overnight." Xiang Shaolong has calmed down by now and is busily thinking of a plan to rescue his men back from Zongsuan Loan. He casually asked, "Is your wife ugly looking?" Like a wronged man, Xie Ziyuan protested, "Of course not. Lan may be rather good looking, but my wife is way prettier than her." Xiang Shaolong's curiosity is aroused. Then why is brother Xie looking for other women? Xie Ziyuan explained, "Please do not jump to the conclusion that I have grown sick of looking at her. Actually, the more I look at her, the more I love her, and also fear her. Whenever we start quarreling, my mom will side her and not me because she has given my mom 2 healthy grandsons." Xiang Shaolong sympathized, "Brother Xie is fooling around because your wife has failed to treat you in a kind and loving manner." Slapping his thigh, Xie Ziyuan exclaimed, "Brother Shen truly understands me. Ha! Can Brother Shen do me a favor?" Xiang Shaolong was amazed. "How can I help you?" Xie Ziyuan leaned towards his ear as if he is afraid of being eavesdropped. He whispered softly, "Can you pretend to be my long-lost friend, coming to visit me from a faraway place? Thus, I will have to play a good host to you, and this will allow me to spend more time outside the household. Hey! I will not treat you shabbily and will pay for all of Brother Shen's expenses." Xiang Shaolong did not know whether to be angry or amused at his proposal. He rejected, "I will be quite busy over the next 2 days. I am afraid I cannot visit you at your honorable residence." Xie Ziyuan begged, "I will only take up a bit of your time. Is tomorrow good for you? I will wait for your esteemed arrival anytime after 5 p.m. Xiang Shaolong helplessly agreed, "I will try my best to make time." Xie Ziyuan was thrilled. Brother Shen is a true friend. AI. You would not believe it even if I told you. I, Xie Ziyuan, am an imperial treasurer, but there is nobody who dares to accompany me to a brothel. Even when beauties surround me, there is not a single mate by my side. It is so depressing. Now, I am thankful for Brother Shen's company." Xiang Shaolong secretly kicked himself for not recognizing someone's true status. The man is a high-ranking official of Qi, and it is rare that he did not display any airs and speaks in a straightforward manner. He is starting to like this new friend of his. He joked, "I think all your friends are frightened of your wife's scolding." Xie Ziyuan muttered, "It is her beating." Just as Xiang Shaolong was reeling in shock, the burly driver turned around and announced, "Young master. We are reaching Master Zongsuan's residence. Xia Ziyuan whispered again, only Xiaquan is loyal to me. Finishing his sentence, he faced Xiaquan and commanded, we will send Master Shen in before going home. Holding Xiang Shaolong's hand, Xia Ziyuan apologized, please forgive little brother, me, for only sending you here but unable to stay and accompany you. I have a curfew and need to return immediately. If her anger is provoked, little brother, I will be in trouble. The carriage stopped in the front of an enormous property filled with multiple courtyards. Next, Xiaquan reported Xia Ziyuan's name to the sentries and the main door opened in an instant, allowing them to drive straight in. Xiang Shaolong was flabbergasted. He could not help but ask, Brother Xia seems to be on good terms with Master Zongsuan. Xia Ziyuan smiled, we have a few ongoing collaborations. He added, the relationship between people are partly decided by fate. Somehow, when I first met Brother Shen, I can feel a sense of delight and instinctively feel that Brother Shen is a friend worth having. Hey! Remember to come by tomorrow night. He pointed to the location of his residence. In this moment, the carriage grinded to a halt, stopping in front of a flight of steps of the main building within the residence. A few muscular men accosted the carriage and their leader opened the carriage door, respectfully introducing, your servant is named Bao Guang. Will official Xia please alight? Xia Ziyuan started, I am just sending Zong. Xiang Shaolong rapidly whispered into his ear, I am not his relative. Xia Ziyuan was stunned momentarily before continuing, I am sending my good friend Shen Liang to pay his respects to Master Zongsuan. Is Master Zongsuan at home? Bao Guang was slightly surprised, so it is Master Shen. Master Zongsuan is hosting an esteemed guest from Chu. Your servant, I, will notify him now. What does Master Shen want your servant, me, to report to Master Zongsuan? Not wanting to reveal too much about himself to Xia Ziyuan, Xiang Shaolong turned to him and promised, there is no need to hold back Brother Xia any longer. I will definitely see you tomorrow night. Concluding his sentence, he got down the carriage and watched Xia Ziyuan drove away. As Xia Ziyuan was leaving, he continued waving back, not taking Xiang Shaolong's lies to heart. The main building inside Zongsuan residence is a spectacular courtyard built entirely of white stone and is elevated above the ground. The main double doors and walls are lavishly sculptured. Above the double doors is a majestic signboard with 3 words written on it, Zongsuan residence, flaunting the wealth and status of its occupant. The main building is flanked by a left courtyard and right courtyard. Behind the building is a huge garden, housing many more courtyards that are further than what Xiang Shaolong is able to see. Sweeping his gaze across his surroundings, he observed that the entire cluster of courtyards is surrounded by another high wall. The layout of the residence is similar to a fortress and the first door that Xiang Shaolong entered is equivalent to a fortress gate. As the raindrops and snowflakes fly through the air, scores of 8-sided lanterns are shining brightly into the square in front of the main building, making it look as bright as day. There is a carriage parked by the side but the horse has been led away. It probably belongs to the distinguished visitor of Chu. Looking at his collected and awe-inspiring posture, Bao Guang dare not behave in a slipshod manner. He welcomed, Master Shen, please enter to avoid the wind and snow before speaking. Xiang Shaolong nodded and climbed the steps alongside Bao Guang. Zongsuan Long is truly a renowned tycoon. The building materials used to build the main building are meticulously selected, leaving a strong impression on anyone who passes by. The pillars and beams are all made up of high-quality nan wood and only complete logs are used. Cornices are carved in suitable corners and stone sculptures are exquisitely engraved. It is an exciting sight to behold. After sitting down, Xiang Shaolong then implored, Brother Bao, please inform Master Zongsuan that I am here regarding Fengfei's issue. With astonishment written all over his face, Bao Guang was in a fluster and hesitated for a while before entering the hall to make his report. Xiang Shaolong coolly waited. If Zongsuan Long chose not to see him, what can he do? Resorting to force is suicidal. He retains some confidence that Zongsuan Long will see him, for if he truly loves Fengfei, his curiosity will certainly get the better of him and he would want to find out what Xiang Shaolong is up to. After a short wait, Bao Guang summoned, Master invites Brother Shen to go in. Xiang Shaolong was incredulous that his plan is proceeding smoothly. He did not have time to delve further and quickly stood up and followed Bao Guang in. Bao Guang whispered, Master, Zongsuan, is willing to see Master Shen because Master Shen, you, is a friend of official Xia, but Xiang Shaolong knows that Bao Guang has intervened for him and hurriedly thanked him. They passed through a garden path made up of crushed rocks before arriving at the entrance of the main hall. 4 family warriors are standing guard on 2 sides. Bao Guang stopped in his tracks and announced in a loud voice, Master Shen is here. Witnessing the elaborate setup of the place, even Xiang Shaolong is feeling slightly uneasy. However, it is impossible to back out now. Taking a deep breath, he stepped over the door ledge. What entered his view was a well-maintained classy interior, with a touch of antique elegance. A wide and bright yarn screen served as a divider, partitioning the massive hall into a south portion and a north portion. Every piece of furniture is made of top-quality redwood. Beyond the screen, Xiang Shaolong can vaguely see two men sitting face to face, with serving maids on both sides. Behind each man stood a squad of family warriors, giving him the impression that the guest is not an ordinary person. Under the direction of Bao Guang, Xiang Shaolong crossed the divider. Staring fiercely at him is a tall man in his 40s and tastefully dressed in silk. For some reason, the man is as skinny as a chimpanzee. When Xiang Shaolong laid his eyes on the other man, he was frightened out of his wits. He nearly wanted to turn around and run for his life. It is Li Yuan, whom he hasn't seen for some time. His biggest regret now is not putting the fruit seed below his tongue, disguising his voice from Li Yuan. Just by looking at Li Yuan's expression, he knows that his cover is blown and his disguise is useless. When Li Yuan looked over, his body trembled slightly and surprise is written all over his handsome features in this face-to-face encounter as the four eyes meet. Firstly, in order to negotiate with Zhang Xuanlong, Xiang Shaolong did not bother to conceal his strides and heroic aura. Secondly, there is no one around that he can shy behind. Thirdly, Li Yuan knows Xiang Shaolong more intimately than Tian Dan. Thus, he could recognize Xiang Shaolong in one look. Just as Xiang Shaolong is secretly lamenting the end of his life, Li Yuan actually winked at him, giving him a ray of hope. In terms of integrity and character, Lord Longyang should be more innocent than Li Yuan. But life is always unpredictable. There are two charming ladies standing behind Zhang Xuanlong, massaging his skinny shoulder and back as he leaned against a cushion. This magnate who made his fortune through loan sharking looked at Xiang Shaolong through the corner of the eye and remarked, "Please have a seat." An absent-minded Xiang Shaolong paid his respects and sat down opposite the two men like a common criminal. In his mind, he was thinking, "Zhang Xuanlong, with your kind of looks, it is not surprising why the beautiful Swan Fengfei is not interested in you, the ugly toad." Zhang Xuanlong's bones supporting his eyebrows are exceptionally high and his gaze is sharp and piercing. Despite the lack of flesh on his face, his expressions are incredibly animated. Adorned by thick and long eyebrows, Zhang Xuanlong condescendingly mocked, "Does Chancellor Li know why did I bother to attend to this anonymous fellow without any delay and even allow him to be seated opposite me?" Initially, Xiang Shaolong thought Zhang Xuanlong is speaking to him but realized that he is speaking to Li Yuan. His words are immensely ill-mannered and carry an insulting tone. With a strange expression on his face, Li Yuan answered, "Master Long has always handled your affairs in an unorthodox manner. I do not have the slightest idea." Behaving as if Xiang Shaolong is invisible, Zhang Xuanlong continued talking to Li Yuan, "It is because this person is sent here by Xie Ziyuan, therefore, I need to be accountable to him. When Xie Ziyuan asks about this matter in the future, he cannot hold me for treating his friend shabbily." Turning his head over and staring at Xiang Shaolong with his squinty eyes, Zhang Xuanlong demanded, "Report your identity and purpose, as well as your relationship to Xie Ziyuan. If I detect any lies, I guarantee you will never be able to walk out of here with your two legs." Xiang Shaolong had barely calmed down and exchanged a look with the friend more trustworthy than Lord Longyang, Li Yuan, before turning his head up and burst out laughing. Behind Zhang Xuanlong, several family warriors are now glaring at Xiang Shaolong viciously with their hands on the hilt of their swords. Once Zhang Xuanlong gives the command, they will beat the daylights out of Xiang Shaolong. His eyes rotating wildly, Zhang Xuanlong roared, "What is so funny?" Xiang Shaolong stopped laughing in an instant. With his eyes shining ominously, he stared at Zhang Xuanlong and ridiculed, "I am laughing because the earth-shattering Zhang Xuanlong is actually a rich man using his resources to bully the weak. No wonder Miss Feng Fei chose to reject you." Before Zhang Xuanlong has the chance to speak out, the two family warriors standing behind Xiang Shaolong pounced on him from the left and right. From their body movements, they probably want to drag Xiang Shaolong up from his seat and force him down on his knees. Just when Li Yuan is grimacing at the potential onslaught, Xiang Shaolong has skillfully grabbed the two rough hands that have landed on his shoulders. Without moving his body, he deftly twisted their arms, using their momentum to slam the two family warriors in front of himself. Behind Zhang Xuanlong, the family warriors are protesting angrily. Drawing their swords, they advance towards Xiang Shaolong. When a fight looks inevitable, Li Yuan thundered, "Hold it." The warriors freeze in bewilderment. The two family warriors who were thrown to the floor are now getting back on their feet. Both were holding their hands with a pained expression on their faces. Xiang Shaolong had evidently twisted both their wrists. Zhang Xuanlong was in a daze and bellowed, "Back down." The squad of family warriors returned to their original positions while the two injured men left the hall. The hall is now as quiet as before, but the atmosphere is as tense as a fully drawn arrow on a bow. Xiang Shaolong acted as if nothing had happened, coldly exchanging glances with Zhang Xuanlong. Zhang Xuanlong suppressed his anger and faced Li Yuan. "Why did Chancellor Li prevent me from teaching this arrogant fellow a lesson?" Li Yuan swept his gaze across the warriors behind him and plainly state, "If I were Master Long, I will give these servants a beating for taking matters into their own hands." Before Master Long gave the order, they have lost control of their emotions and commence an attack. This move could potentially cause Master Long to lose your life. Zonsuan Long was taken aback. "Cause me to lose my life?" By now, Xiang Shaolong is certain that Li Yuan will not betray him. His spirit soaring and resuming his heroic aura, he laughed loudly. "Chancellor Li is really smart. Watch it." As fast as lightning, Xiang Shaolong pulled out the dagger tied to his foot and threw it towards a food-laden long table in front of Zonsuan Long. Pak! The men were staring speechlessly and the maids cried out as the dagger embedded itself deeply into the hard redwood. Looking at the dagger handle that is still quivering, Zonsuan Long's face is drained of color and he was dumbstruck for some time. The large hall is completely silent as everyone's attention is now on the dagger. Nobody dared to move, for it is possible that Xiang Shaolong may throw a second dagger at him. Moreover, Li Yuan had earlier chastised the family warriors for taking things into their own hands and deserves punishment. This time round, none of the earlier antics were repeated. A powerful and accurate attack like this will surely bring fear to anyone who hears of it, but what really subdued Zonsuan Long is Xiang Shaolong's display of confidence and heroic air. Xiang Shaolong plainly asked, "Can we have a good talk now?" This is the first time ever Zonsuan Long feels that his life is at stake. He took a deep breath and agreed, "Fine. Seeing that you possess such an extraordinary skill, speak your mind." Xiang Shaolong first turned to Li Yuan and smiled. "Chancellor Li is truly brilliant, guessing that I came prepared." Li Yuan smiled back. "Just by observing Brother Shen's icy demeanor, I instinctively knew you must be a top assassin." His gaze turning back to Zonsuan Long's face, Xiang Shaolong officially state, "I, Shen Liang, is Miss Feng Fei's general manager, assisting her in overseeing the operations of the troop. I also happen to be a very good friend of Xie Ziyuan, but if Master Long wishes to harm me, you need not worry about spoiling your friendship with Xie Ziyuan. Since I, Shen Liang, dare to come to you, I have cast my life aside. It is better to die with honor than to live in infamy." Li Yuan was agitated. "It is better to die with honor than to live in infamy." This is a very meaningful sentence. Zonsuan Long and everyone else were moved as they can clearly feel Xiang Shaolong's fearlessness, even towards death. This is an era where talented men are highly valued. Regardless of whether one is rich or poor, as long as one exhibits talent or is educated, one will be respected wherever one goes. Zonsuan Long has never met anyone of Xiang Shaolong's caliber. Faced with Xiang Shaolong and Li Yuan's continuous verbal assault, coupled with this life-threatening situation, his ferocity has greatly mellowed. Nevertheless, he is still a notorious triad boss who is not new to perilous environments and has overcome his fair share of trials and tribulations. Zonsuan Long bluntly pointed, "You have earned your right to speak, but if you are here to pit yourself against me, I am afraid you have overestimated yourself." Li Yuan interrupted, "Will Master Long allow Li Yuan, me, this neutral party, to say a few words in fairness?" Zonsuan Long would not dare to offend the highly ranked Li Yuan, who easily enjoys the entire backing of Chu. He politely acquiesced. "Chancellor Li, please speak." Attempting to ease the hostility, Li Yuan professed, "I wish to have Brother Shen's assurance that he will not release any more hidden weapons. Only then can we talk amicably." Xiang Shaolong knows that this strategy is to give Zonsuan Long an opportunity to back down. Moreover, he did not have any daggers left. He gladly agreed, "I, Shen Liang, dare not disobey Chancellor. In addition, I have always been an admirer of Master Long and was forced by circumstances to act against my own wishes. I pray that Master Long can be magnanimous and pardon me." Earlier on, Xiang Shaolong appears to be strong-willed and unyielding but is now using condescending words towards him. This flattery is extremely successful and Zonsuan Long's expression became warmer. In a deep voice, he remarked, "What does Chancellor Li propose?" Li Yuan harmoniously inquired, "What is Brother Shen's motive for coming here?" Xiang Shaolong simply answered, "I am here to ask a favor from Master Long, begging him to show mercy and release my comrades, and not make things difficult for Miss Feng Fei." Zonsuan Long secretly regretted summoning Shen Liang into the main hall. Feng Fei is highly respected by everyone all over the world. If he is openly making trouble for her, what will Li Yuan think of him? He is used to doing whatever he pleases and initially wanted to rough up Xiang Shaolong, demonstrating his might in front of Li Yuan. He is not someone who gives up easily, but if he refuses Xiang Shaolong's request, he will be digging a bigger hole for himself. His initial plan is to break Xiang Shaolong's legs and have someone to carry him back. Not only can he indirectly challenge Tian Dan's authority, it is also sending Feng Fei a message that he is unafraid of anyone, pressuring her to succumb to him. Given the current scenario when the man in front of his eyes can take his life in a flash, he obviously cannot carry out this plan. While he is contemplating, Li Yuan laughed, "I am sure this is a misunderstanding. Master Long will not bear grudges against these servants. As Xiang Shaolong and Li Yuan supported each other verbally, causing Zhang Xuanlong's face to lose color, both men are secretly amused. Being forced into a corner, Zhang Xuanlong had no choice but to snarl at his men, who was responsible for kidnapping Miss Feng's subordinates. Did it really happen? One of his brainier followers caught the hint and responded, there were some men creating a scene at a brothel earlier and they got into a scuffle with our guys. We seized them and were prepared to send them to the magistrate office tomorrow. We did not know they are Manager Shen's followers. Zhang Xuanlong pretended to be angry, in this case, release all of them immediately and send them back to Miss Feng. His subordinate left to execute his order. Li Yuan stood up and bade farewell. To Xiang Shaolong, he offered, Manager Shen is highly skilled and your bravery is unheard of. I, Li Yuan, admire men like you. Why don't I send Brother Shen back and use this occasion to have a little chat? Xiang Shaolong is deeply grateful because this arrangement will prevent Zhang Xuanlong from exacting revenge on him. Zhang Xuanlong's attitude underwent a huge change and suddenly became very hospitable, personally sending both men to the door. Only now did Xiang Shaolong realize Zhang Xuanlong is a very tall man, almost as tall as himself. This bloodsucker looks much more daunting when standing up. Until the carriage exited Zhongsuan residence did Xiang Shaolong finally heaved a sigh of relief, but his whole body is already covered with cold sweat. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 22 Chapter 9. Book 22 Chapter 09. Hard to distinguish between leader and follower. Slapping Xiang Shaolong's fake potbelly, Li Yuan chortled, if not for your equally shocked expression when you laid your eyes on me, as I first laid my eyes on you, I may be tricked by this fake potbelly. Your looks have indeed changed a lot. Xiang Shaolong confessed, of course I would be shocked, because there is a chance that you will betray me. Li Yuan was offended, I, Li Yuan, will never be such a despicable fellow. If we were fairly engaged in war, I would not be the least upset if I lose or die. But how can I sabotage you when you are obviously at a disadvantage? Xiang Shaolong sighed, recalling Lord Longyang's betrayal. But for some reason, he is unwilling to brand this friend as a despicable cad. Li Yuan was taken aback, looking at your expression, it seems you were once betrayed by an old friend. Glancing at the wide roads of the Qi capital outside the carriage window, Xiang Shaolong's heart is in turmoil and he did not know what to say. In the past, his trust in Li Yuan is way lower than his trust in Lord Longyang. But Li Yuan can maintain this camaraderie is partly because Li Yuan is from the state of Chu. He does not feel the pressure of a direct Qin invasion unlike the three states of Zhao, Han and Wei. Li Yuan stretched out his hand, hugging Xiang Shaolong's shoulder and revealed, I met Han Shuang this afternoon and he is still grateful to you for setting him free at the risk of your own life. He told me he had wanted to help you when you were on the run but his hands are tied and cannot defy his king. I believe he is bluffing. This fellow indulges in wine, 5x, money and ego, leading a repugnant lifestyle. He could be saying one thing and yet doing another. Seeing Xiang Shaolong's disillusioned appearance, he went on, Shaolong is exceedingly gifted. Even when you lose the battle, you lost beautifully and evaded the extensive manhunt by the states of Zhao, Wei and Han. Presently, everyone thinks that you are back at Zhongmo. Who could possibly imagine that you have miraculously become the manager of the top beauty Feng Fei and have made your way to Linzi? Picking himself up, Xiang Shaolong questioned, why did you make time to come all the way here? Li Yuan chuckled, you should be able to guess what is going on. She did not participate in the two allied attacks and even create trouble for us. As a result, the 5 states are now collaborating to support second Prince Tianjian to become the next king of Qi, using this opportunity to topple first Prince Tiansheng and Tiandan's syndicate. I visited Zhongsuanlong precisely for this purpose. Xiang Shaolong reasoned, based on your theory, Lu Buwei must have come here to support Tiandan. His eyes flashing with extreme coldness, Li Yuan coldly snorted, Lu Buwei still thinks he is living in his past glorious days. He must be dreaming. Everybody knows that the most influential man in Qin is you, Shaolong. Ha! Are you aware that you can soon travel wherever you want without concealing your true identity? Xiang Shaolong was astonished, what do you mean? Li Yuan exhaled a breath of air, the 5 states alliance has lost heavily to Shaolong's army and are unable to continue fighting. Thus, we are forced to seek truce and every state is secretly sending messengers to sign a peace treaty with Qin, hoping not be a target of an invasion. Regarding this matter, Shaolong must lend little brother, me, a helping hand. Xiang Shaolong declared, even without you bringing it up, I will still do my best to help you. Seriously speaking, even if they threaten to kill me, I will never lead an invading army. Li Yuan praised, Shaolong is Shaolong indeed. Otherwise, there is no way Han Shuang can be freed. Xiang Shaolong bitterly smiled, even if the treaty is signed, there are still many people after my life. Li Yuan guffawed. When the treaty is finalized, you can openly reveal your identity, telling everyone where you are. I guarantee no one will dare to touch you. Everyone knows you are Ing Zheng's most respected teacher, and anyone who offends you is asking for his country to be invaded. Pausing for a while, he added, during the period when nobody knows if you are dead or alive, Ing Zheng blew his top and gave the order to launch a full-scale invasion against Zhao. While Li Mu was busy engaging Zhengmo City, Huanxi, Yang Duanhe, Mengwu and Meng Tian attacked Zhao relentlessly, taking no prisoners, inflicting heavy damage and occupying a large piece of territory. With regards to this attack, Wei and Han chose not to offer any assistance. Empress, Hanjing, Guokai and their conspirators are now regretting their earlier support of Pahu, which has indirectly resulted in their predicament. Xiang Shaolong felt bad about causing so much trouble, but there is nothing he can do. Li Yuan suddenly cheered. From Xiaolong's point of view, should we cause Lu Buwei to never set foot again in Xianyang? The people of Qi may protect him, but we can always lay an ambush, killing him and every single one of his companions. Xiang Shaolong is greatly moved but recognizes the fact that Lu Buwei will surely survive. In a deep voice, he advocated, Lu Buwei's days are numbered. We need not bother ourselves with him. Moreover, no one will want Lu Buwei to die within his territory. We should focus our energies on toppling Tian Dan. When he heard Tian Dan's name, Li Yuan became boiling mad. He furiously swore, Tian Dan once collaborated with Lord Chunchen to harm me, I will definitely make him pay for what he did to me. But lowering his voice, he smugly divulged, the reason King Xiang stripped Tian Shang of his crown prince title is because his beloved concubine Lady Ning accused Tian Shang of harboring malicious intentions against her. Ha! Can Shaolong guess who is Lady Ning? She is Lady Qingxiu's sister. Xiang Shaolong finally saw the big picture and deduced it to be a scheme cooked up to discredit Tian Shang. Li Yuan is sharing such a piece of critical information with him, exhibiting his utmost trust in him, Xiang Shaolong. Li Yuan continued, I don't think you have forgotten who is Lady Qingxiu, right? She met you when she made a trip to Xianyang, and she specially made a trip here as well. She has moved into the palace while I am staying at the villa beside yours. Xiang Shaolong obviously will not forget this lady who has zero interest in all men, including himself. He did not foresee that all his acquaintances are unexpectedly gathered together in Linzi. Li Yuan joked, Shaolong should have tried Feng Fei by now. Xiang Shaolong waved him off, don't make wild guesses. There is nothing between the two of us. But I will require Brother Li's assistance on this matter. Besides Zhongsu and Long, Lu Buwei is harboring ulterior motives against her. Li Yuan is elated, that is easy. Once we return to Chu, we will be invulnerable. Xiang Shaolong seriously advised, Brother Li must not belittle our enemies. Lu Buwei and Tian Dan are not easy to deal with. For all you know, they will come up with a scheme and allow Tian Shang to instantly become the new king of Qi. His expression turning solemn, Li Yuan nodded, Shaolong is right. I am not giving enough credit to my enemies. Seeing that Tingsong Villa is within reach, Xiang Shaolong recommended, it is better to let me off the carriage here. I want to keep a low profile. Li Yuan unwillingly pleaded, can we fix another appointment where we can catch up? I would like to know how you happened to end up here and even became Feng Fei's manager in the process. Xiang Shaolong mused, tomorrow is out of the question. I will contact you again. After both men decided on a communication method, Xiang Shaolong got off the carriage. When Xiang Shaolong stepped into Tingsong Villa, the family warriors on sentry duty came to attention in a respectful manner. Their attitude towards him is completely different from before. Xiang Shaolong clearly knew the reason for the change. One of them reported, Lei Yuner and the others have just been sent here and they are only slightly bruised. Master Shin is really great to make Zhongsu and Long release them obediently. Xiang Shaolong questioned, is Mistress Feng Fei back? Another family warrior bowed, she has been back for half an hour. She had given instructions for you to see her immediately upon your return, but Xiang Shaolong took the chance to ask, did Mr. Tan come back as well? The family warrior replied, Mr. Tan has returned to his Tingmei villa. I think he will probably come over tomorrow. Xiang Shaolong is aware that Xiao Yuetan is gathering intelligence. Nodding his head in acknowledgement, he headed alone towards the inner courtyard in search of Feng Fei. He barely crossed over the door ledge to the inner courtyard where Feng Fei is staying when little Pinger came up to him. Her icy demeanor unable to conceal her delight, she welcomed, you are finally back. Xiang Shaolong wished he could give her a loving pat. He mumbled, thank you Sister Ping for your concern. Little Pinger purposely put on a solemn expression and lowered her head, uttering, I am not concerned about you but Mistress is anxiously awaiting your return. Xiang Shaolong really wanted to embrace her into his bosom and comfort her with sweet words, but he is unable to love another new woman. He maintained his silence and climbed up the stairs to the upper floor as she had directed. Feng Fei had removed all her makeup, accessories, and is dressed in simple clothes. Sitting at a corner of the small hall, her face reddened slightly when she saw him, likely due to her recalling Xiang Shaolong forcefully kissing her the night before. She was elated. "You are back. I am so worried for you. Come and have a sit." Xiang Shaolong subserviently sat down on the floor opposite her, joking, "I am certain mistress has mesmerized the entire court officials of Qi." Feng Fei viciously shot him a look, giving him a hint of excitement. The pretty lass was curious. "What trickery did you employ, allowing the malevolent Zhang Xuanlong to release our men?" Xiang Shaolong casually state, "Of course by using the gift of the gab, literal translation equals skillful tongue. Is mistress satisfied with my answer?" He was just spouting nonsense, but his words have an entirely different meaning in the ears of Feng Fei. Her face flushed with crimson red, she wailed, "I have yet to get even with you regarding what happened last night. How dare you?" Only now did Xiang Shaolong realize he had used an inappropriate description. He awkwardly defended, "That is not what I meant." "Hey." Feng Fei became so shy she did not know where to hide her face. Even the roots of her ear lobes are thoroughly red. She appears to be at a loss, and it was a very enticing look. Xiang Shaolong did not know how to handle such a situation. The lure of Feng Fei now is comparable to Ji Yanran in Qinshang. If not for the fact that she has someone else in mind, Xiang Shaolong doubts he can hold his ground any longer. Feng Fei recomposed herself after an extended period. She gloomily exhaled a breath of air. "I should not be with you alone in a room like this, but unfortunately, our conversation cannot be heard by a third person." Giving him another glare, she insisted, "You must behave yourself." Xiang Shaolong secretly groaned to himself. If she carried on speaking to him in such a manner, he cannot tell how long his willpower can last. Expelling a breath of air, he queried, "How is Tian Dan's attitude towards mistress?" Feng Fei is still recovering from her bashfulness, and she contemplated for some time before finding the words. "On the surface he is obviously very cordial, but I can sense that he is trying to trick me into revealing my plans. How can I ever trust him like before? I certainly would not tell him the truth. AI. Right now, Feng Fei, I can no longer distinguish the leader-follower relationship between you and I. It is all your fault." Finishing, she lowered her head again. Xiang Shaolong instantly regretted his moment of folly last night when he forcefully kissed her, causing their relationship to become ambiguous. The atmosphere is awkward but yet filled with attraction. If she did not use his name as a cover-up for her secret lover, no matter whose name she used, he will not be stimulated to perform such an unusual act. For the time being, both parties did not know to say, resulting in a quiet impasse. Feng Fei finally broke the silence and gently chided, "You are simply extraordinary beyond comprehension. Based on Zhang Xuanlong's fearlessness and recklessness in Lin Zi, why should he do you a favor? However, you chose not to tell me what had transpired. Should Feng Fei, I, have the right to suspect that you have betrayed Feng Fei, me, and have made a secret pact with him?" Xiang Shaolong was peeved. "You are doubting me again." Feng Fei gave him a meaningful look and softly lowered her eyelids halfway. In a remarkably warm voice, she mentioned, "While attending the banquet earlier, I sincerely inquired from Mr. Tan about your character after having spent the past few days with you. Mr. Tan is an expert judge of character and his analysis is consistently accurate. It was he who advised me that Lu Buwei is completely unreliable, which is why Feng Fei, I, has a high regard for his opinions." Xiang Shaolong was greatly amused. He is uncertain regarding Xiao Yuetan's fortune-telling abilities, but his views of Lu Buwei are unquestionable. He simply inquired, "What did he say?" Her eyes flashing with a strange look, Feng Fei whispered, "He told me 2 sentences, of which I do not agree to the first one and felt really bizarre about the second one." Unlike before, Xiang Shaolong is no longer afraid of anyone exposing his identity. Worse come to worse, he will go over and depend on Li Yuan. This is the territory of Qi and nobody will have the guts to attack him, Xiang Shaolong, offending the 2 powerful states of Qin and Chu simultaneously. Even Lu Buwei has to protect him, otherwise Xiao Pan will put the blame on him. After hearing this, his curiosity is significantly aroused and he asked, "May I know the details?" Feng Fei unhappily shot him a glare. "Mr. Tan says you are a steadfast, perfect gentleman and I can place absolute trust in you." Xiang Shaolong exclaimed, "A perfect gentleman is not allowed to kiss a beauty? If I am a gentleman, you can place all your trust in me without any reservations. Why would you feel bizarre about it?" Pu ci. Feng Fei's originally stern face could not help but break out into a shrill giggle. Glaring at him once, blaming him for making her laugh, she faintly wailed, "Of course a gentleman can kiss a lady's lips, but someone forcing a kiss on a lady is not a gentleman. Since you are not a gentleman, why shouldn't I suspect there is something going on between you and Zhang Xuanlong?" Feasting his eyes on her curvaceous body and protruding chest, Xiang Shaolong mischievously laughed. If I am not a gentleman, Miss Feng would have lost your virginity last night. Initially, Feng Fei had resumed her serenity, but her face is flushed with red streaks all over again. She loudly protested, "You are getting out of hand." Xiang Shaolong acted as if nothing had happened. He offered, "It is precisely so that I ran out of options in life. In my opinion, every human being is equal and should enjoy the same rights. The differences between a king and his subordinates or an employer and his employees are just a matter of appointments and responsibilities. If it is not to mistress's liking, your servant, I, can always behave as if the kiss never happened." Feng Fei whined, "Can you stop bringing up this issue?" Xiang Shaolong can thoroughly experience this complicated relationship the two of them are sharing. Opening up his palms, he reminded, "You are the one who mentioned it first. Don't come and blame me now." Feng Fei could not win the debate. She sighed, "Take it that I, your superior, is afraid of you, the evil manager. Take it that I am begging you. Please quickly tell me what made Xiang agree to release our men. Otherwise, Feng Fei, I, will surely be unable to sleep well tonight." Xiang Shaolong then related the whole encounter accordingly, only withholding the fact that Li Yuan recognized his true identity. To Feng Fei, the story clearly demonstrates Xiang Shaolong's chivalry, bravery and eagerness to help the less fortunate. Her eyes wide open, Feng Fei stammered, "Do you know what is Xie Ziyuan's background?" Xiang Shaolong could not be bothered. "Of course I know. He is a high-ranking official." Feng Fei rebuked, "It is much more than that. Not only is he at the peak of official ranks, he possesses many other talents. Most of Lan Gongyuan's song and dance routines are composed by him. Moreover, he is the reading partner for second Prince Tianjian, which is why Xiang has to make allowances for him." With an understanding expression on his face, Xiang Shaolong finally learnt about the relationship between Xiang and Xie Ziyuan, but he did not find it surprising at all. Feng Fei glanced at him with astonishment. "Why are you behaving in such an unaffected manner? Aren't you eyeing for wealth and an official appointment? Either Li Yuan or Xie Ziyuan can effortlessly make your dreams come true, but you acted like you are not the least bit interested." Xiang Shaolong secretly knew he had slipped up, exposing an undeniable loophole. He dryly coughed, "At that point in time, I was focused on saving our men and did not think about my own prospects." Resuming her normal, icy poise and with her eyes glowing, Feng Fei pressured, "Manager Shen, do you know why I felt peculiar when Mr. Tan told me I can place my absolute trust in you?" Xiang Shaolong knows that her suspicions regarding him are like the gushing torrents of the Yellow River, there is just no turning back. He bitterly laughed, "Mistress had better keep it to yourself." Feng Fei maintained, "I insist on saying it. You are the most insolent man I have ever met. Let me tell you." When Mr. Tan was saying those words, I can tell from his body language that he is speaking as if he has known you for 10 over years. He can give such a strong testimony about you without a moment's contemplation and without the slightest hesitation. Xiang Shaolong can only sigh in his heart. At the end of the day, men are not as meticulous as women. While men are reliable in settling the big stuff, they are often unable to manage all the small details. Even the seasoned player Xiao Yuatan is of no exception. Glaring nastily at him, Feng Fei interrogated, "Last night, Feng Fei, I personally experienced your unforgivable kissing skills, deducing that you are not someone who is not stirred by women. However, you are not the least tempted by Pinger, Shuzhen or Xiuzhen. What is going on?" In a state of panic, Xiang Shaolong defended, "I believe that it is due to mistress's lack of 5 actual experience, mistaking my lousy kissing method to be a supreme kissing technique." Overcome by shyness, Feng Fei dared not raise her head. She griped, "How dare you continue to spout nonsense?" Xiang Shaolong raised his hands in mock surrender. "We had a gentleman's agreement to not bring up the kissing episode, but it was you who brought it up again." Feng Fei's face is so red it looked as if she is drunk. With a mixture of love and hate written on her incomparably pretty expression, she pretended to be angry. "No more messing around. Tell me, when did you suddenly grow a potbelly and why do you have so much white hair?" Xiang Shaolong gave it all he's got. He faked a surprised tone. "I have had this potbelly for a few years. Didn't you feel it last night? And after I found out that mistress has a secret lover, I am gravely disappointed, causing my hair to turn white overnight." Feng Fei suddenly lowered her head in silence. Xiang Shaolong did not know how to react and meekly waited in silence. It felt like a century when Feng Fei recomposed herself once again and gently remarked, "Why didn't Feng Fei, I, meet you earlier? For the past 21 years of my life, just now was the first time I can feel that all my worries have disappeared." Not knowing how to answer her, Xiang Shaolong blew out a mouthful of air. Earlier on, he, too, had momentarily forgotten about his wives and child in Xianyang. Feng Fei respired a breath of air too and plainly concluded, "You are a true gentleman." Otherwise, you can easily make use of my vulnerability now to obtain my body. Presently, my fate is intertwined with yours. Can you honestly tell me who are you trying to evade with your disguise? Xiang Shaolong heaved a sigh of relief, acknowledging that she had not guessed his true identity. He articulated, of course it is to prevent the people of Zhao from recognizing me. If they know that I am here, they will do whatever it takes to bring misfortune to me. Mr. Tan and I know each other many years back when he came to visit Handan. Mistress should understand my grievances now. Feng Fei nagged, can you stop acting like a servant in front of me? Feng Fei has seen all kinds of men, but there is no one who has as much self-control as you, being able to resist 5 actual temptations. AI. It is late. You have had a busy day, please go back and rest. Feeling like the king had just pardoned him from a death sentence, Xiang Shaolong hurriedly paid his respect and is about to take his leave. Feng Fei groused, you look like you cannot wait to get away. The lure of Feng Fei's lovely appearance is making it difficult for Xiang Shaolong to live up to her expectation of a gentleman with excellent self-control. Knowing that she is still stuck in a dilemma, he shifted towards her and half squatted down. He reached his hand out below her chin, slowly lifting her gorgeous head up to face himself, provoking, does mistress know what are the consequences of your words? Feng Fei seemed to have lost all resistance and self-conscious, allowing him to make this suggestive move. Her bright eyes closing halfway, she whispered, you won't. Right. Xiang Shaolong kissed her deeply, thoroughly enjoying it as she kissed passionately in return before he summoned all his willpower to break the kiss and quietly left. When he reached the lower level, little Pinger is sitting at a corner with her back facing him. He sighed with a breath, hardened his resolve and walked away. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 22 Chapter 10. Book 22 Chapter 10, Surrounded by Women. Tingsong Villa employs a courtyard design. The front area is used for miscellaneous activities and the rear area is used for living quarters. All courtyards are symmetrical in design. Walking in from the main door, one will pass by a small square, followed by a sitting room, the main hall and a rear living room. The rooms on the left and right are used for various purposes, such as a study room, a playroom, etc. Beyond that is a huge garden and a Sanjing-styled residence. The residence is a cluster of 8 courtyards, clearly allocated to different people based on their status and importance. Another well-decorated garden filled with various plants and trees surrounds the residence. Feng Fei's block in right in the center of the 8 courtyards, with a backdrop of fake mountains, fountains, ponds, bushes, trees and even potted plants. It is a view to die for. It happened to stop snowing as Xiang Shaolong is leaving the main block. Behind the clouds, the moon is showing half its face. As the golden yellow rays shine down on the silvery white garden, it creates a soothing effect, allowing Xiang Shaolong to relax his tense sensations. It will be heaven on earth if he is able to spend the night with Feng Fei in the upper floor of the main block. Pondering on this thought, Xiang Shaolong had a shock as he stopped at the edge of the garden. If they proceeded with several more encounters in a similar fashion, he will eventually succumb to temptation and have a 5 actual relationship with Feng Fei. Letting his eyes take in the exotic and therapeutic garden sightings, he becomes even more aware of the cloak and dagger politics and evil darkness at work. As he was brimming with emotions, a glib and sweet voice sounded out behind him, why is Manager Shen standing there for such a long time? Xiang Shaolong turned around. Like an angel appearing in the night, this beauty gracefully sashayed to him. Just one step away before the 2 bodies collide, she halted her advance and raised her delicate and exquisite face, looking at him meaningfully, awaiting his reply. He obviously could not tell her what he is truly thinking. He spluttered, I am immersing myself in the wonderful landscaping of the garden. Whoever designed this garden must be a top horticulturist, being able to blend man-made structures and Mother Nature into one body, creating infinite possibilities in such a limited space. In the same instant, he detected a quick flashing of candlelight from Feng Fei's room on the upper floor. He deduced that there is someone who moved to the window before hiding at a side, blocking the candlelight and causing the alleged flashing of the candlelight. Needless to say, she is eavesdropping on their conversation. Hearing his description, Zhu Xiuzhen became intoxicated in his words. She praised, that is an excellent description by Manager Shen. I know nature can represent certain moods and feelings. For example, a banana tree reminds me of the falling raining, a fruit tree reminds me of the autumn harvest, a wall reminds me of a row of bamboo. But never did I think of nature as thoroughly and as penetrating as Manager Shen, but... Xiang Shaolong smiled, why hasn't Miss Xiuzhen retired for the night? Pulling the corner of his shirt, Zhu Xiuzhen walked into the side of a pond far away from the main block before whispering, Sally came to see me today. Xiang Shaolong frowned, why wasn't I aware of it? Zhu Xiuzhen explained, Gu Ming let him in secretly through the back door. Xiaojun, I and him were lovers before. I cannot harden my heart to not see him. In his mind, Xiang Shaolong can recall the venomous look in Sali's eyes as he was being dismissed. He questioned in a deep voice, "What did he say?" Zhu Xiaojun sighed, "I should not be telling you this, but he sounded so serious there is no way I can hide it from you. He swore he would hack you and Zhang Quan to pieces. Judging from his tone, I am sure he has someone backing him up." As Xiang Shaolong thought of Guming, Fu Yan, and the rest of the gang who used to follow Sali's leadership, he can feel his own fighting spirit soaring. If he does not make the first move to rid the troop of these internal spies, in the future, a careless move could see him at a disadvantage in sustaining heavy losses. He icily quizzed, "Did you try to find out who are his backers?" Zhu Xiaojun was stunned. He is not willing to reveal his employer. AI. Can you please give him a way out? He is a man who has lost everything. Xiang Shaolong frankly state, if you are dumb enough, he will still get to own you and your riches. The fact that he is working with a powerful mastermind clearly shows that he is just making use of you. Guilt-ridden, Zhu Xiaojun lowered her head. Patting her shoulder, Xiang Shaolong comforted, "Please go back to bed, I will take care of this matter. In the future, do not ever meet him alone and do come to me if you have any problems." Tugging the corner of his sleeve, Zhu Xiaojun offered, "Will you allow me to accompany you tonight? You are now the hero of the troop." Stretching out his hand, Xiang Shaolong pinched her cheek, laughing, "I am dead tired and had several frightening encounters today. All I want to do is to lie down and have a good rest. I will have to defer Mrs. Generous' offer." Catching up to his departing figure, Zhu Xiaojun charmingly suggested, "I am an expert masseuse. Shall I serve you a round of massage? I guarantee you will fall asleep before you know it." Xiang Shaolong is highly aroused, but he remembered Feng Fei has activated his flames of passion earlier. If he allows himself to be further actually aggravated by Zhu Xiaojun's massage, the small fire can burn down an entire forest. He would lose control and violate his own commandment. Thinking about this, he reached out his hand and embraced her towards himself, giving her a light peck on her lips, gently professing, "With such a fine female specimen on my bed, how can I remain unmoved and how can I fall asleep easily, but..." Zhu Xiaojun breathed heavily, "You do not love me. That is why you do not allow me to serve you." Trying his best to pacify and kiss her, Xiang Shaolong finally slipped away after much difficulty. Before he reached his room, he was intercepted by Zhang Quan and was dragged into his room. Zhang Quan probed, "How did you persuade Long to release our men? Did you promise him certain benefits?" He certainly could not be as open with Zhang Quan as compared to Feng Fei. Pretending to break out in cold sweat, Xiang Shaolong whispered, "Fortunately, the Chancellor of Chu, Li Yuan, is at the scene. He knows I represent Mistress, Feng Fei, and put in a good word for me. Long is afraid of offending him and agreed to release our men as a result." Zhang Quan frowned, "Do you think Li Yuan has designs on Mistress too? Today's troubles are all because you did not consult me regarding human resource management. Do not make the same mistake in the future." While he agreed with Zhang Quan on this point, he was glad to make the mistake. Otherwise, he would not know the extent of Li Yuan's friendship. Inspired, he inquired, "Do you know who Sali's employer is?" Zhang Quan apparently did not know about Sali's secret meeting with Zhu Xiaojun and was astounded at this comment. He implored, "What happened?" Xiang Shaolong mumbled-jumbled, "Mistress, Feng Fei, told me someone has seen Sali loitering around." After a short contemplation, Zhang Quan shook his head, "I am not very sure. Sali is a citizen of Zhao and he could be working for someone influential in Zhao." Xiang Shaolong found this information to be greatly helpful. He bade his farewell and returned to his own room. Stepping into his room, a vague fragrance entered his nostrils. Xiang Shaolong is afraid of being poisoned by sleep-inducing incense or something related and instantly held his breath. When he was about to light his lamp, Dong Shizhen's gentle voice can be heard from his bed, "I do not want the lights on." Xiang Shaolong can feel a big headache approaching. Earlier tonight, he had been actually tempted first by Feng Fei, followed by Zhu Xiaojun. He can feel his willpower decreasing with each new encounter. Moreover, Dong Shuzhen is a high-class escort and even if he later, he need not feel accountable for this love debt. Momentarily, his mind is filled with the possibility of this one-night stand. Dong Shuzhen naughtily cooed, "Why aren't you coming over?" With a bitter smile, Xiang Shaolong walked over to her. Under the faint illumination of the moonlight through the window, coupled with his familiarity of the room and darkness, he is able to vaguely see his way. Pulling the bed curtains to one side, he saw Dong Shuzhen sitting on his bed with a blanket wrapped around her body. She coquettishly smiled, "Please do not be mistaken. I am only here because I have some secrets to tell you." Xiang Shaolong secretly thought to himself, what if underneath that blanket is her naked body? He can feel a sense of disappointment. Xiang Shaolong took off his shoes and readily dumped his overcoat on a chair. Climbing onto his bed, he sat down cross-legged facing her and examined, what kind of secrets is it that has to be revealed on the bed? Dong Shuzhen's aura of exquisiteness may be inferior to Feng Fei's, but she is not too far off. Her beauty is comparable to Dan Nini. In addition, she is at the prime of her youth, fresh and at an ideal age. Regardless of how you look at it, she is certainly an erection-inducing beauty, a person who will make you lose your self-control. Moreover, Xiang Shaolong is filled with perverse thoughts and he would be lying to himself if he said he is not tempted at all. Dong Shuzhen released her grip and allowed the cotton blanket to slip off, revealing her perfect hourglass naked upper body. Under the hazy moonlight, her prominent and high nose became more outstanding, as did her firm and protruding breasts, evoking countless mesmerizing sensations. The killing point is due to her fast breathing, her supple flesh are quivering minutely, causing Xiang Shaolong to lose his soul in this seducing rhythm. As Xiang Shaolong was highly agitated, Dong Shuzhen's smooth and warm body snaked into his bosom, letting him enjoy the slick, fragrant, and soft female body sticking onto his own, creating intense excitement. Although Xiang Shaolong unconsciously hugged her tightly in return, his mind remains clear and sharp. He whispered, "Can you first state your intentions?" Dong Shuzhen unwilling wriggled, causing Xiang Shaolong to become even more disconcerted. Gritting his teeth in endurance, he refocused his mind and warned, "If you are using your body to bribe me, you will earn nothing but my disdain." It is not often that he employs such cruel words to a female, but if not for this, he will unquestionably fall into this flesh trap. As anticipated, Dong Shuzhen's body trembled and she withdrew herself from him. Xiang Shaolong's mind is still filled with connotations of himself cuddling her tender and slim waist. He could not help but advance his lips towards her, enjoying the taste of her ruby lips. Soon, Dong Shuzhen has entangled herself around his thick and muscular neck, but after they stopped kissing, she did not try to seduce him with any suggestive actions. Seeing that he was silent, Dong Shuzhen slowly asked, "You do not love Shuzhen?" Even if he did not love her, Xiang Shaolong could not bear to say it out, for this is against his own conscience. He bitterly laughed, "A man who does not love you is not an ordinary man. But we are now in an unusually dangerous situation and surrounded by enemies crying for our blood. If we enter into a relationship without making sure of each other's agenda, it will only complicate matters and worsen the situation." Dong Shuzhen sat up straight. She apologized, "I did not think about this point. I only wish that after giving my body to you, I would be able to enjoy some of your love and attention in the future. You are truly exceptional, even Zhongsuan Long has to make allowances for you." Xiang Shaolong was curious, "Unlike the others, why didn't you suspect Zhongsuan Long and I came to a secret understanding?" Dong Shuzhen sweetly chirped, "Because I know you are more than that." Xiang Shaolong immediately felt that she is a friend whom he can confide in, but is also concerned that she is just trying to sweet-talk him. He proposed, "If I am able to let Mistress Feng Fei retire peacefully and allow you to inherit her business, forming your own troupe, how would you feel about that?" But Dong Shuzhen's body greatly quavered, but she recovered as quickly and shook her head, "That is impossible. I have just received news that Mistress Feng Fei is giving us away as presents, and our new owner is someone influential within the 6 eastern states. Right now, I only pray for someone to take me and my savings away from this place. It does not matter where I end up." Xiang Shaolong smiled, "You should have known this matter much earlier and did not just receive the news." Dong Shuzhen nodded, "Your deduction is correct. But it is only today that I am able to accurately conclude that we will be presented to the influential Duke Han Shuang from the state of Han. This man has an incredible network of friends from high places and is on excellent terms with Second Prince Tianjian. We cannot hope to defeat him nor escape his evil clutches." Xiang Shaolong was stupefied, "How did you conclude he is the one?" Dong Shuzhen coldly laughed, "Han Shuang paid Feng Fei a secret visit today and you are probably the only one who is unaware of it. If not for some sort of agreement between Feng Fei and him, why would she meet this pervert privately? His repulsive acts in bed make me want to puke whenever I think about it." Only now did Xiang Shaolong know that Han Shuang had slept with Dong Shuzhen in the past. No wonder he had such a deep impression of her. He gently coaxed, "You can put your mind at ease. I naturally have my ways of resolving this issue." Dong Shuzhen gingerly stared at him for some time before sighing, "This is not a small matter and I will not blindly believe your empty words. Unless there is some way you can prove to me otherwise, I can only depend on myself to find a way out." Concerned that she may catch a cold, Xiang Shaolong embraced her and lay down underneath the blanket with her. Biting her ear, he declared, "If you are banking your hopes on Zhang Quan, you are only befriending a man-eating tiger. This man has no integrity and his heart is evil. Regarding the details of my methods, unless you bare your soul to me, there will be things I cannot reveal to you." Misunderstanding his intention, Dong Shuzhen hugged him zealously and kissed, "I can do whatever your heart desires." At the same time, she reached out her hand and began stroking his back. Xiang Shaolong almost exhausted his willpower and halted. That is not what I meant. I want you to tell me all the vested relationships you have with Zhang Quan or any other individuals, as well as all related events. Dong Shuzhen stopped teasing him and made a big frown. But how should I know if you are a die-hard loyalist of Mistress Feng Fei? Frankly speaking, my wealth is secondary to hers. In terms of looks, I lose out by an even greater margin. And you are not the least interested in my body. How can I have the confidence to align your interests with mine? Xiang Shaolong challenged. I thought you said you know what kind of person I am. Dong Shuzhen bitterly laughed, but you have always been very aloof towards me. Xiang Shaolong sincerely pledged, things have changed. In actual fact, I never had the intention to deceive you. For a long time I already knew about Zhang Quan's relationship with you, but I want you to personally confess to me about it to prove your authenticity. Dong Shuzhen divulged, fine. I did spend a few nights with him before. He is a fairly resourceful man and even Mistress is afraid of him to some extent. He wanted me to make a copy of Mistress's, Feng Fei, latest 2 songs and he would arrange for me to stay in Qi instead of being sent to Han. Xiang Shaolong was flabbergasted. What? He instantaneously inferred that the song sheets would eventually fall into the hands of Tian Dan because Lan Gongyuan is working for him. If Lan Gongyuan gets to perform before Feng Fei and uses a similar tune, it would severely disrupt Feng Fei's performance. This is a truly nefarious plan. Rewarding him with another kiss, Dong Shuzhen proudly announced, you never saw it coming, did you? As long as I can bring harm to Feng Fei, there is nothing I will not do. I will slip away before the performance, teaching her a painful lesson that not all the credits belong to her alone. Xiang Shaolong got worked up. Have you given it to Zhang Quan? Dong Shuzhen commented, I would not have mentioned it if I had given it to him. There, I have confessed everything to you. Master Shen, what are you giving back in return to appease me? Xiang Shaolong finally grasped the devilish methods of these famous courtesans. Their forte lies in their understanding of the psychology of men. Pretending to be helpless creatures to evoke sympathy and protection, they do not mind using their bodies and their glib tongues to negotiate for assistance. Regardless of whether it is Dong Shuzhen or Zhu Xiuzhen, they are masters of their own game. Dong Shuzhen is currently using the tactic of indirect confrontation. She has assumed that Xiang Shaolong is working for Feng Fei and is delivering a message to Feng Fei through him. If Feng Fei refuses to let her go, Feng Fei will have to face undeniable defeat at the song and dance showdown between her and the other 2 famous courtesans. Due to her unique talent, she is unafraid of Feng Fei pressuring her into submission. Zhu Xiuzhen is positively the source of her knowledge regarding Han Shuang's involvement. And Zhu Xiuzhen probably got this piece of news from Sali. However, Zhu Xiuzhen chose not to tell him, Xiang Shaolong, about this critical piece of information. Xiang Shaolong is able to come to these conclusions because he knows about the special relationship between these 2 ladies. They are still working together, perfectly matching each other and doing their best to execute the plan from different angles. In the eyes of Dong Shuzhen and Zhu Xiuzhen, they have already assumed that Zhongsuan Long has successfully bribed Xiang Shaolong, explaining the eventual freeing of their troop members. They could not be bothered with Feng Fei's destiny. Zhu Xiuzhen did not ask him about it and Dong Shuzhen used it to indirectly praise him, making him feel good about himself and herself. Even Feng Fei, who is behaving like she totally trusts him, did not reveal about her meeting with Han Shuang. The most suited phrase to describe her is, unpredictable with hidden agenda. With all these thoughts running through his mind, Xiang Shaolong felt that his head is about to explode. He surrendered, your candid admission is chilling to my bones. AI. Second mistress, do you know that your words make me feel like leaving here and forgetting about everything for the very first time? Dong Shuzhen passionately served him another warm kiss and smiled. Shuzhen knows Master Shen is not someone who does not finish what he started. Xiang Shaolong secretly admitted to her precise judgment. Unexpectedly, he strongly grabbed her waist, nearly spraining it, and icily snorted into her refined ear, Dong Shuzhen, if you continue assuming that I am blindly helping Mistress Feng Fei, and using these tactics against me, I guarantee that you will regret it for the rest of your life. Do you believe me? A frightened Dong Shuzhen softly wailed and protested, I am only pulling a fast one on Mistress. With regards to you, I am only hoping that you will pay more attention to me. Xiang Shaolong can feel her body rubbing all over his body like a water snake. He almost lost it and pushed her slightly away before gently challenging, if I were Feng Fei and I found out that you have an extra copy of the song and lyrics, I would arrest you in Xiuzhen and conduct a search for the song sheet. The song sheet will surely be found in either of your possession. Do you dare to bet on it? Like a startled bird, Dong Shuzhen shuddered violently, signaling to Xiang Shaolong that his words have struck her vulnerable spot, which is the secret alliance between her and Zhu Xiuzhen. All along, Zhu Xiuzhen is using the soft approach while Dong Shuzhen is using the tough within soft approach. These approaches are specially formulated to attack Xiang Shaolong's weakness. If Xiang Shaolong is lacking in willpower, he would have immersed himself in their fantasies and become one of their pawns. By then, it will be beyond redemption. Fortunately, he had made up his mind earlier to not succumb to their 5x traps, allowing him to maintain his present clarity. It might be possible that the two ladies are working together with Sali against Feng Fei and himself. From the standpoint of Dong Shuzhen and Zhu Xiuzhen, they will cooperate with whoever that they can derive the most benefits from. If Xiang Shaolong had assumed that the ladies genuinely appreciate him, then he will be the greatest fool on earth. Both of them exchange looks with each other under the dark and dimly lighted surroundings. After some time, Dong Shuzhen sadly asked, "What makes you think in such a manner?" Xiang Shaolong sighed, "Why don't you go back and think about it? I will not say anything about the song sheet to mistress. If you want to threaten her directly. One day, when you can place your complete trust in me and stop working together with despicable cads like Zhang Quan, Sali, please come and talk to me. Only then will I do my best to help you and I ask for nothing in return." Dong Shuzhen tried to dispute further but Xiang Shaolong angrily bellowed, "Get out!" 2 rows of teardrops began to roll down the corner of Dong Shuzhen's eyes. She noiselessly left his bed. Beyond the bed curtains, Xiang Shaolong saw her covering her milky, jade-white body with her clothes and nearly wanted to call her back to his side. Ultimately, he hardened his heart and watched her take her leave. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 22 Chapter 11. Book 22 Chapter 11 Clearing All Misunderstanding. When Xiang Shaolong woke up, it was already well into the day. In fact, it was Xiao Yuatan who extracted him from his slumber. By now, Xiang Shaolong enjoys special privileges within the troupe. After ordering his breakfast to be served to his room, both men sat down to talk and eat intermittently. After Xiang Shaolong told Xiao Yuatan his story, Xiao Yuatan could not help but wipe off his own sweat, affirming, "It is a blessing that Li Yuan is a man who values your friendship. Otherwise, it will be curtains for you last night. With Li Yuan's support, the circumstances are now highly favorable. Even if you reveal your identity, the people of Qi dare not offend you and moreover, Li Yuan will not allow it to happen." Xiang Shaolong quizzed, "Did you gain any new information?" Xiao Yuatan divulged, "Compared to yours, my job is relatively easy. Grandmaster Zhou Yan is still alive and is currently residing at Qixia College. The people of Qi worship him like a living deity and if you ever choose to reveal your identity, you should reveal it with his blessings. If Grandmaster Zhou informs the King of Qi about the unbearable consequences of your demise, I guarantee that even if someone points a sword at his, King of Qi, throat, he would not dare to harm you." Xiang Shaolong was overjoyed. "Let me first meet up with him before we decide what to do next. Can Brother Xiao make the necessary arrangements?" Xiao Yuatan swore, "You can count on me. I will act on it by today. Lu Buwei is due to arrive this afternoon. I will send my men to put Zhang Quan under strict surveillance. The moment he gets the money will also be his unlucky moment." Xiang Shaolong reminded, "Do not inflict serious injuries on him. I still need him to indirectly gain knowledge about Lu Buwei's plans." Xiao Yuatan coldly hissed, "Killing someone like him will only dirty my hands. Shaolong can put your mind at ease." He laughed, "Do you remember my colleague Zongsuan Heji? He happened to be Zongsuan Long's nephew and I will seek his assistance in spying on Zongsuan Long's strategies. Since young, he has been disgruntled with this uncle of his. Moreover, he is a great admirer of Feng Fei and we can appeal to his sense of justice to help us out. But if Shaolong is willing to come out into the open with your original identity, I am certain that even the powerful and reckless Zongsuan Long would not dare to do anything rash. AI. Now that you are alive and can return to Qin, there is no one who will risk antagonizing you, especially the 3 states of Han, Zhao and Wei. Each state wishes for the other states to make a move against you and bear the crime of killing you. What wishful thinking!" Xiang Shaolong nodded in agreement. Ever since he was on the run, the 3 states have combined efforts to hunt and kill himself. Now that the window of opportunity is over and they are seeking peace with Xiao Pan, who, in their right mind, would want to cause trouble for him, Xiang Shaolong. The best thing about this is on the surface, the people of Qi have to put up a show of doing their best to safeguard him, in order to maintain the cordial relationship between Qi and Qin. In the eyes of the people of Qi, their primary target is their long-standing nemesis Yan, not Qin nor Xiang Shaolong. With the support of the influential Li Yuan, Xiang Shaolong felt that he can become himself again whenever he chooses to and not live life in constant fear of being discovered. Xiang Shaolong can gingerly feel his natural outstanding aura revitalizing his body but is slightly reluctant to give up the present role he is playing. He laughed. Li Yuan is representing Chu, from Han we have Han Chuang and Qin is of course Lu Buwei. Who are the other 3 representatives from the other 3 states? Xiao Yuatan updated, coming from Wei is obviously your old friend Lord Longyang. From Zhao comes Guo Kai. For Yan, Prince Dan dare not make the trip in person but sent his chief general Suizha. This man has been promoted and awarded the title of Lord Yunla by the king of Yan. Xiang Shaolong bitterly laughed, it is truly a congregation of old friends. Which is the most famous brothel around here? We should reserve 2 tables there and hold a gathering for old time's sake. Xiao Yuatan is elated, Shaolong is finally in the mood to crack jokes. In this instance, the sound of knocking can be heard. A maid reported, Shi Sufang's boss Jean is here and wishes to see manager Shen. Xiang Shaolong was caught by surprise but Xiao Yuatan assured, he is a bit of a hero to some extent and is definitely not a scum. Shaolong, there is no harm in seeing what he wants. After putting the fruit seed underneath his tongue, he proceeded to the front hall to meet Boss Jean. Boss Jean may have met Xiang Shaolong and Xianyang before but he obviously failed to recognize him. In addition, Xiang Shaolong's speech is now littered with occasional odd stuttering, erasing any potential doubts. Once the usual pleasantries have been exchanged, both men sat down according to their status as host and guest while serving maids offered hot tea. Using his fruit seed voice, Xiang Shaolong stuttered in phases, I wonder what instructions does Boss Jean have for little brother? Boss Jean boisterously laughed, of course I am here to congratulate Brother Shen on your promotion to manager. If that fella Zhang Quan is still manager, you will never catch me alive in this place. Xiang Shaolong is not the least bit surprised because Zhang Quan is indeed a detestable. But Boss Jean is someone who was exposed to worldly affairs and by right, he would not speak badly of someone in such a straightforward manner. For him to make this comment, his real intention is to test Xiang Shaolong. Xiang Shaolong laughed in return, I pray that in the future, Shen Liang, will not be the reason for Boss Jean to ignore us. Boss Jean leaned over slightly and whispered, there are rumors flying all over, prophesizing that Miss Feng will retire back to her hometown after her Lindsay tour. I wonder if the rumor is true, Xiang Shaolong bitterly laughed, how do you expect me to answer you? Are you forcing me to lie to you? Boss Jean is greatly pleased, I got it. I specially paid you a visit because I wanted to arrange a meeting between Sufang and Miss Feng. Sufang has always admired Miss Feng's talent. Xiang Shaolong accepted, although I cannot decide for my mistress, I do not foresee any problems with the appointment. Can boss tell me what is a good time to meet? Boss Jean proposed, let's meet again this afternoon. It would be better if we are both around during the meeting. In his mind, Xiang Shaolong raised a red flag, knowing that it will not be an ordinary conversation. Otherwise, Boss Jean need not be around. Although Boss Jean shares the same status as him, which is the post of a troop general manager, in reality, their standing is worlds apart. After all, he is the owner of the troop. Although Shi Sufang enjoys more prestige than him, she is legally just the leading female actress under his banner. On the other hand, he, Xiang Shaolong, is just a highly ranked runner. Boss Jean is only being polite when he asks for Xiang Shaolong to be present as well. Xiang Shaolong acknowledged, I got your point. However, can boss reveal some traces of the discussion topic? It will be easier for me to talk to my mistress. Boss Jean nodded, I will have to trouble you to tell Miss Feng that somebody is plotting to win the song and dance competition at all costs. Recalling the soft-boned beauty Lan Gongyuan, Xiang Shaolong immediately understood his point, I got it. I will inform mistress right away. Boss Jean cheerfully bade farewell and took his leave. Xiang Shaolong wanted to look for Xiao Yuatan first but he has already left his room. Zhang Quan intercepted him once again and began badgering him with questions but Xiang Shaolong dismissed him with vague answers before excusing himself and headed to Feng Fei's building. Feng Fei and her fellow performers are busy rehearsing in the inner hall and Dong Shuzhen, Zhu Xiuzhen appeared to be slightly haggard. Xiang Shaolong believed that after leaving his room, Dong Shuzhen probably went to look for Zhu Xiuzhen to discuss the latest developments. It is likely that they even engaged in lesbian 5x, explaining their present lethargy. Noticing his arrival, little Pinger intentionally hid at a corner, refusing to face him. Alternatively, Xin Yue is batting her eyes at him seductively, as if she is hinting him to make love to her. The attitude of the other courtesans has improved significantly, signifying the newfound respect he has gained after last night's episode. Feng Fei happened to be giving instructions to Yun Yang and her musicians. Noting Xiang Shaolong's presence, she gracefully sashayed to his side, questioning in a low voice, what does Boss Jean wants with you? After Xiang Shaolong told her the details, he plainly asked in return, what does Han Xuan wants with you? From the corner of his eye, he observed that everyone, especially Dong Shuzhen, is secretly paying attention to the two of them. Feng Fei unhappily complained, the things that you are interfering with seems to be increasing every time I talk to you. Annoyed, Xiang Shaolong coldly retaliated, my ability to interfere lies in the hands of mistress, you. If you would kindly give the order, I will pack my belongings and sleep in the streets tonight. Giving him an icy stare, Feng Fei scorned, with the likes of Xie Ziyuan and Li Yuan looking after your well-being, does Master Shin need to resort to sleeping in the streets? Xiang Shaolong knows that in her heart, she is actually afraid that he will desert her. Softening his tone, he apologized. It is my fault for using such strong language, but it is natural for me to be upset after realizing that you are hiding things from me. Dazed, Feng Fei wailed, you are behaving as if you are my husband. Why should I report everything to you? It is Xiang Shaolong's turn to feel bad for his overbearing behavior. Logically, Feng Fei does not need to notify him about her meetings. The problem lies with the fact that this meeting with Han Shuang has implications on the future of Dong Shuzhen and the courtesans, attracting his attention. It is basically a matter of perception. Xiang Shaolong helplessly surrendered, all right. In the future, I will not poke my nose into your businesses. After a short spell of silence, Feng Fei lamented, why are the two of us quarreling the first thing in the morning? Xiang Shaolong replied without thinking, it is because we care a lot about each other. Just as Xiang Shaolong can feel his head numbing, Feng Fei gladly commanded, invite the Lord in at once. Observing Feng Fei's outlook, Xiang Shaolong is certain that she is on intimate terms with Lord Longyang. Lord Longyang is probably the only man Feng Fei need not worry about that is lusting after herself. There is no way Xiang Shaolong can hide as Lord Longyang stepped into the inner hall under a heavy escort of family warriors. Everybody including Feng Fei, her courtesans, musicians and serving maids half kneel, half bow to welcome this influential person from Wei. Only Xiang Shaolong is unwilling to kneel or bow down. When Lord Longyang first laid his eyes on him, he trembled violently and was stunned on the spot, unable to believe his very own eyes. Feng Fei and the rest of the crowd were flabbergasted. Letting out a long laugh, Xiang Shaolong put his fists together and greeted, how are you doing, my lord? I can still remember the times when I, Shen Liang, was serving Prince Wuji as a family warrior, and I have had the honor of drinking and chatting with your lordship until the wee hours. Time really flies, evoking countless emotions. Those who are meant to depart have departed. Those who are meant to die are dead. Shen Liang has nearly forgotten about the past, when you betrayed me. With a flash of embarrassment across his face, Lord Longyang respectfully returned his greetings. Even though Brother Shen is willing to let go of the past, lordship, I will never forget what happened. Regarding Prince Wuji's demise, lordship, I is forced by circumstances to act. After the deed is done, I even contemplated suicide. I do not know what to say next. Making use of Prince Xinling, Wei Wuji's episode, both men have resolved this mental burden, with one party expressing forgiveness and the other party admitting to the mistake and begging for pardon. Except for Lord Longyang's expert swordsman cum bodyguard Jiaoxi, who is familiar with Xiang Shaolong, everyone else is in a state of confusion, not knowing if they had inferred their conversation correctly or incorrectly. Feng Fei and her troop members are still greatly astonished, finally realizing that Shen Liang is such a reputable and prominent person. On the other hand, Lord Longyang's subordinates are still feeling perplexed, unable to comprehend Lord Longyang's contradiction. When their master got rid of Prince Xinling, he even threw a banquet to celebrate the event, but right now, he is expressing deep regrets over the same incident. It is amazing how things eventually work out. Feng Fei straightened her body and merrily smiled, your lordship and my manager Mr. Shen are old friends. How wonderful! Xiang Shaolong did a quick scan of the crowd. From Feng Fei to Little Pinger, everyone is wearing a funny expression on his or her face. He instantaneously felt awkward and wronged, conscious that everyone is suspecting that Lord Longyang shares a gay relationship with him. The crucial point is that he has never proven to any of the ladies that he is a normal man, but has proven himself on several occasions to be abnormal, leading to such an ambiguous scenario. The most conspicuous look of astonishment is exhibited on the face of Little Pinger, as if she had suddenly found the answer to her problems, causing Xiang Shaolong further embarrassment. He could never imagine himself being caught in a situation such as this. His demeanor significantly relaxed, Lord Longyang came forward and announced to the courtesans, dear ladies, do not allow lordships, my presence to affect your rehearsal. Please treat me like an ordinary spectator. Dong Shuzhen viciously shot Xiang Shaolong a glare before resuming the dance practice with the other courtesans. Coming to Xiang Shaolong's front, Lord Longyang firstly reached out his hand to grip Xiang Shaolong's hand tightly before releasing his grasp and faced Feng Fei, assuring, with Brother Shen assisting Miss Feng, all your problems will certainly be solved. Xiang Shaolong was shaken, finally realizing that Lord Longyang is Feng Fei's actual protector. Han Shuang is just another pawn of hers. If he were in Feng Fei's shoes, he too would rather place his trust in Lord Longyang than the lustful Han Shuang. Moreover, if Feng Fei wishes to travel to Xianyang to rendezvous with her mystery lover, it would be ideal to seek protection from influential people from Wei and Han. Besides, Lord Longyang has the authority to keep an eye on Han Shuang. Feng Fei shivered slightly, gazing at Xiang Shaolong first, followed by Lord Longyang, behaving as if she did not understand the meaning of Lord Longyang's words. She whispered, has your lordship seen Duke Han? Xiang Shaolong recognizes that she is implicitly asking Lord Longyang if he has been updated about the latest developments, Lu Buwei's involvement. As anticipated, Lord Longyang guaranteed, "Of course I have and I am aware of Mrs. Concerns." With this bright strategist brother Shin guiding you, Lu Buwei will surely be biting off more than he can chew. Feng Fei's initial state of puzzlement turned into a state of shock and virtually fell into a daze. Lord Longyang realizes that he was overly excited after receiving Xiang Shaolong's pardon, and as a result, his words are too honest for Feng Fei to stomach. He explained, as an ex-opponent, "I have nothing but respect for Brother Shen's talent and wisdom." Jiaxi, who had accompanied Lord Longyang to step forward, grabbed Xiang Shaolong's shoulder in a brotherly manner, highlighting his admiration of Xiang Shaolong's capabilities and heroic deeds. After experiencing numerous trials and tribulations, Xiang Shaolong can feel his old emotions surging. Once again, he visualizes the scene when the Eagle King sacrificed itself for its owner. Noticing the extreme anguish glowing from his piercing eyes, Feng Fei thought that he is grieving for his ex-owner and her own heart is filled with an indescribable feeling. Taking a look at the rehearsing courtesans, Lord Longyang asked of Feng Fei, "Lordship, I wish to speak with Brother Shin privately before I come back to you." Feng Fei could not reject his request and acquiesced. Moving to a side room and dismissing all their men, his eyes welled up with hot tears as Lord Longyang pitifully cried, "I am worse than a beast. Shaolong treated me so well and yet I..." Xiang Shaolong did his best to comfort him, and after Lord Longyang recomposed himself slightly, he faced Xiang Shaolong with a pair of red and swollen eyes, recounting, "I told Han Shuang about this matter and he gave me a piece of his mind. He scolded me, saying that on the battlefield, there is no right or wrong, but how can I not help you when you are obviously in trouble?" Xiang Shaolong was mystified. "Why did you tell Han Shuang this secret? You believe he can be trusted?" Lord Longyang was guilt-ridden. "Keeping the secret to myself is unbearable. I would rather someone scold and blame me as a way of atoning for my sin. For me, besides Shaolong, he is the only person I can confide in. He cannot do without me just yet, as I am assisting him with several matters." Never in his dreams would he imagine Han Shuang to be such a loyal friend, but he dared not voice it out, fearing that it would hurt Lord Longyang's feelings. He requested, "In this case, can you kindly inform him about my present status, because I will need to ask him to show mercy in releasing Dong Shuzhen and the other girls from his control." Lord Longyang seems to know about the agreement between Feng Fei and Han Shuang. He nodded in agreement. "Besides guarding yourself against Tian Dan and Lu Buwei, you must not neglect Guo Kai. This cunning brought your strange weapon here to Qi, intending to present it to King Xiang as a birthday gift, scheming to drag Qi down with them. King Xiang is now in a dilemma. If he accepts the gift, he will offend Yingzhang. If he rejects the gift, tongues will wag, saying that he is afraid of Qin." Xiang Shaolong gnashed his teeth, savagely swearing, "Can you find out the location of my 100 battle saber? No matter what it takes, I have got to get it back." Lord Longyang sighed. "Your king, Xiaopan, has just sent a special emissary warning us, the three states, Han Jiawei, that whoever lays a finger on you will suffer his wrath and revenge at all costs. All of us are frightened into ceasing all efforts in hunting you down. The people of Zhao are the worst hit, losing 5 cities in succession. Limu dared not abandon his camp at Zhengmo while we have suffered a fresh defeat. Thus, we are unable to come to Zhao's aid even if we wanted to. As a result, Guo Kai hates us to the core, and during Feng Fei's welcoming banquet last night, he kept making snide remarks, jeering and insulting Han Shuang and I. His attitude is simply intolerable." Xiang Shaolong questioned, "What is Tian Dan's current standing?" Lord Longyang summarized, "He still wields considerable influence in Qi, and his weakest link is the lousy bum Tian Shang, whom he is supporting to become the crown prince of Qi. Tian Shang is lagging far behind Prince Tian Jian, who is well loved by the people of Qi. This Tian Jian cannot be considered a man of talent, but he is adept at using schemes to gather support for himself, unlike the arrogant and self-serving Tian Shang. Until today, the successor to the throne of Qi remains a mystery." Pausing, he awkwardly inquired, "How did Xiaolong have the foresight to leave my residence and ended up as Feng Fei's manager?" Xiang Shaolong originally did not want to reveal the truth, but does not want Lord Longyang to misunderstand him, thinking that he is still bearing grudges. He used a simple reason to satisfy Lord Longyang's curiosity and obviously did not mention about his trip to the Palace of Wei. After hearing his explanation and feeling remorseful for some time, Lord Longyang quizzed, "When does Xiaolong plan to declare your true identity and openly ask for the return of your precious weapon?" Xiang Shaolong contemplated, "It may be inappropriate to reveal my true identity for the time being. Let's observe the situation further." Lord Longyang warned, "If revealing the truth is not a necessity, I would advise you to keep your identity a secret all the way. There is a local saying here, the extremists of Qixia, meaning that Qixia students are generally very egoistic, doing whatever they please and looking at others with contempt. It is the same regardless whether they are scholars or warriors. Moreover, Zhao Kadao will defend some of his top students against persecution. There are indeed a few of his students who have learnt the essence of his skills and go about creating chaos in Linzi. Presently, Xiaolong has the reputation of being the top swordsman, only second to Cao Kadao. If word goes out about your presence, it will only invite endless trouble. The King of Qi cannot intervene in private duels, and if you happen to be killed in a fair fight, even Yingjing do not have the right to hold Qi to it. Xiang Shaolong is definitely not interested in using his fighting abilities to gain fame for himself. He nodded. Your lordship is right. Tian Dan, Lu Buwei and even Guo Kai will use this opportunity to incite more chaos. If I get involved with Chao Cuidao, I will be just like Lu Buwei, biting off more than I can chew. That will be disastrous. With a pu-ci sound, Lord Longyang could not help but break out into a girly giggle. He contentedly voiced, I can finally sleep well tonight. Ever since that fateful night, my heart is so painful it seemed to have broken into pieces. Xiang Shaolong saw that he has indeed lost a fair bit of weight over the incident. Showing concern, he vouched, from the beginning until the end, I have never forgotten about you, my friend. Lord Longyang is still reluctant to take his leave, and Xiang Shaolong persuaded, it is not ideal for us to spend too much time talking in private. You should visit Feng Fei on your own while I have to attend to a few of my men who were injured by Zhong Xuanlong. Lord Longyang was appalled. Zhong Xuanlong already made a move? Xiang Shaolong went to the extent of repeating the entire story to him. An embarrassed Lord Longyang lamented, even Li Yuan is a better friend than me. I am not fit to be human. After Xiang Shaolong coaxed him with many kind words, did Lord Longyang finally left in an unwilling manner. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 22 Chapter 12. Book 22 Chapter 12, Meeting of the Two Courtesans. Amazingly, Feng Fei did not look for Xiang Shaolong after the departure of Lord Longyang. It was only until lunchtime was over before little Pinger received her command to summon Xiang Shaolong for a talk. As he walked behind her towards the inner hall, little Pinger, who has been ignoring him for the past few days, suddenly remarked with a friendly disposition, so you prefer males instead of females? Little Pinger can finally give you up. Not knowing whether to laugh or cry, Xiang Shaolong knows that he should not deny it, but he cannot don't deny as well. Exhaling a breath, he predicted, Sister Ping will know the truth one day. But there is something I do not understand. Shouldn't Sister Ping be following Mistress all the way? Why does it seem like... Hey! Covering her mouth, little Pinger giggled, are you implying that I appeared to be looking for someone to settle down with? Frankly speaking, it has never crossed my mind to marry you. I am only annoyed at your condescending behavior. Mistress has advised me that my first time is the most important, and must be given to someone who truly loves me. I naturally do not wish to leave Mistress's service, but she had given me the freedom to leave if I choose to. Suddenly, he was struck by a thought and quizzed, what if you got yourself pregnant? Her face reddening slightly, little Pinger chided, it is none of your business. Furthermore, all troop members would know how to prevent fertilization. Oh, are you still interested in women? Why are you asking these embarrassing questions? Seeing that in the opinion of little Pinger, it is a foregone conclusion that he is gay, so he kept quiet instead. The side of the inner hall is still occupied by various instruments, but there is nobody else except for Feng Fei. After little Pinger excused herself, Xiang Shaolong sat down alongside Feng Fei, inquiring, has Mistress met your Sufang before? Feng Fei shook her head in an uninterested way, lamenting, Boss, Jin Chang is a real talent, managing the operations, courtesans and clients in an admirable fashion, gaining the respect of one and all. Unfortunately, I am unable to recruit someone as capable as him, otherwise, I need not bear with your nonsense. Xiang Shaolong prompted, Mistress is still mad at me? Feng Fei lowered her head, chuckling, who dares to be angry at you? Even Lord Longyang is full of admiration and respect for you. Moreover, you would hug and kiss me whenever you are in a good mood, but will turn around and give me a piece of your mind when you are in a bad mood. Luckily, Feng Fei no longer needs to worry about you needing a companion for the night. Otherwise, it will be a source of insomnia for me. Deflated like a balloon, Xiang Shaolong mused, even you believe that I am gay. Feng Fei shook her head, nope, but this is what everyone else is thinking. Xin Yue was so heartbroken she went back to her room in tears. But I am certain you are not adverse to females, because I am speaking from personal experience. I am intentionally teasing you, dying to wipe that silly smile off your face. Xiang Shaolong bitterly laughed, you are really good to me. Feng Fei admitted, I can no longer fathom what kind of person you are, but since Lord Longyang guarantees your absolute reliability, singing the same tune as Mr. Tan, I am willing to conclude that you are a man of your word. Feng Fei will no longer doubt you and wishes to listen to your plans. Xiang Shaolong plainly advised, we must resolve our internal issues before we can confront external parties, there is no better way. If Mistress is prepared to delegate complete authority to me, I will firstly commit to getting rid of Zhang Quan, Sali, and their conspirators. Once we reached Xianyang safely, it will be mission accomplished, but... Feng Fei was slightly upset. You seem to have forgotten that Lu Buwei wields considerable influence in Xianyang. Acting surprised, Xiang Shaolong wondered, Mistress is going for Xiang Shaolong, isn't? What can Lu Buwei do to him? Feng Fei knows that she had spilled the wrong beans and shyly lied, but he is currently engaged in war. I am afraid that Lu Buwei will hunt me down before I get to see him. Amused, Xiang Shaolong purposely teased her, that is not an issue. All we need to do is to notify the Wu family. They will surely offer Mistress protection. Feng Fei's face has turned completely red. We must never do that. Nobody knows about our special relationship. Can we talk about this later? Xiang Shaolong decided to let her off this time. Checking the sky, he reminded, Shi Sufang should be here any minute. I will receive her at the main gate. Does Mistress have other instructions? Feng Fei questioned, do you have any appointments tonight? Xiang Shaolong shook his head, I have to pay a visit to Xie Ziyuan tonight. What do you have in mind? Feng Fei responded, it is nothing much. I initially wanted you to accompany me to attend a banquet hosted by the king of Qi and Tian Dan. It is a welcoming feast for Lu Buwei and I wanted you to observe him from the side. Forget it. Xiang Shaolong was secretly grateful for this close shave. Ever since Lord Longyang and Li Yuan saw through his masquerade, he does not have the confidence to face Lu Buwei. When Xiao Wutan offered to disguise his appearance, they were not prepared for face-to-face encounters, so Xiang Shaolong could not blame him. Feng Fei meaningfully batted her eyes at him, imploring, can you come to my room tonight? I have several matters to consult you. Knowing that she is finally trusting him, Xiang Shaolong cheerfully left. Striding out of the main gate, Shi Sufang's convoy of carriages was just arriving. Xiang Shaolong hastily hunched his back and slipped the fruit seed under his tongue before advancing forward to welcome her. As charming as ever, Shi Sufang dismounted from her carriage in an unhurried manner. Xiang Shaolong and his fellow colleagues from Feng Fei's troop were in a daze over her worldly beauty. He bowed down to pay his respects to her, not daring to meet her at eye level. After two maids adjusted her cape, Shi Sufang came up to Xiang Shaolong with Boss Jean by her side. This beauty did not put on any makeup and her hair is bundled to the top of her head before forming a short braid at the back. It is a somewhat casual style, unique to her and matching her aura perfectly. Under the windbreaking cape, she wore a coat with a singlet on top. There were shoulder pads on her two shoulders, tied prettily with ribbons. In addition, 3 thin belts are coiled around her waist, showing off its slenderness and causing her breasts to become more noticeable, enhancing her beauty by several notches. Xiang Shaolong could not help but secretly praise her intelligence. In terms of beauty, only Ji Yanran, Qin Chang or Li Yanyan is able to match Feng Fei. But since Shi Sufang is fully utilizing her strength, which is her individuality, she only appears to be slightly inferior to Feng Fei. On the surface, it is a friendly meeting between the two ladies, but comparisons will inevitably be made. Shi Sufang appears to be unable to see through Xiang Shaolong's disguise. When Boss Jean introduced the two of them, she only nodded her head as a show of courtesy. Xiang Shaolong swiftly moved ahead to lead the way. Boss Jean took 2 quick steps, walking shoulder to shoulder with him before querying, I just received news, saying that Brother Shen barged into Zongsuan residence all by yourself, asking for your captured men to be released. Is it really true? Xiang Shaolong realized that news really travels fast in Linzi and answered, it is just a lucky break. Boss Jean instantly had a better opinion of Xiang Shaolong, raising a thumb up and cautioned, now I know why Miss Feng assigned Brother Shen such a heavy responsibility. However, Zongsuan Long has always been a domineering man. Now that he has lost face, he will certainly get even with you one day. I noticed that Brother Shen did not even have a sword with you. I will get someone to deliver one to you later. Whenever necessary, you can use it to defend yourself. If you do not accept, you are disregarding Jin Chang, me, as a friend. Xiang Shaolong laughed, I guess my only choice is to thank you from the bottom of my heart, but... Shi Sufang's pleasant-sounding voice advised from behind, Zongsuan Long's son Zongsuan Shanhua is one of the top 4 disciples of Mr. Wang Yu, Chao Chiudao. Mr. Shen must be careful. Boss Jean painstakingly guided, I am not aware of Brother Shen's sword skills, but this man has yet to meet his match in Linzi and shares equal fame with Tian Dan's #1 swordsman Dan Chu. When Brother Shen face him and is not confident about winning, you can throw down your sword and admit defeat. The swordsmen of Qixia value their reputation and will never attack a declared loser. Hey! Although we are newly acquainted, I am already using such a heavy tone. Brother Shen, please do not hold it against me. Xiang Shaolong can only feel goodwill for this man. He nodded, I have yet to express my gratitude for your concern. Why would I hold anything against you? Behind him, Shi Sufang was astounded. I did not expect Mr. Shin to be so broad-minded, not taking to heart when Master Jin asserted that you are inferior to Zongsu and Xianhua. Slightly tensed, Xiang Shaolong changed the topic. Xixia is famous for their swordsmen. I am sure there are many outstanding characters besides the two of them. Boss Jin articulated, the sword practitioners are immeasurable, but the cream of the cream are only a handful. Ma Qinjia and Min Tingjiang are two of them, and they love to participate in duels. After Brother Shen's encounter last night, you may have invited more trouble for yourself. Shi Sufang gently reasoned, no matter how reckless they are, they would not dare cause trouble here. But if Mr. Shen leaves this place, you may be open to their provocation. Xiang Shaolong appreciated, many thanks for Mistress's pointers. By now, they have arrived at the stairs of the main block where Feng Fei is residing. Feng Fei came out of the door to welcome them, and both ladies exchanged a knowing look, wasting no time in scrutinizing each other, capturing every little detail. Feng Fei sweetly smiled, I have heard of junior sister Shi's fame a long time ago. Today we finally get the chance to meet each other. After Shi Sufang paid her respects as a junior, she went forward and held Feng Fei's hands, exclaiming, Senior Sister Feng is giving me too much credit. When I first laid my eyes on Senior Sister Feng, I almost thought you were an angel from heaven. With a melodious and ringing titter, Feng Fei hooked arms with Shi Sufang as they stepped into the hall. Seeing that Boss Jin is still dazzled on the spot like a wooden chicken due to his first encounter with Feng Fei's ultimate magnificence, Xiang Shaolong gave him a slight push, bringing him to his senses and following Xiang Shaolong into the hall. Feng Fei and Xiang Shaolong sat down on one side while Shi Sufang and Boss Jin sat on the other side as little Pinger served tea. Out of the blue, Xiang Shaolong thought of a crazy theory. To a certain extent, Lu Buwei's desperate attempts to obtain Feng Fei are due to a hidden competitive nature against Xiang Shaolong specifically. Ji Yanran is Xiang Shaolong's wife, and Lu Buwei's pursuit of Qin Qing has ended in failure. Unless he gets his hands on Feng Fei, he will be inferior to Xiang Shaolong in this aspect. To be honest, even Lu Buwei himself may not be able to perpetuate this reality. After a round of pleasantries, Shi Sufang humbly seeked, Master Jin has his own point to make, but Sufang, is sincerely here to learn from Senior Sister Feng, curious to find out what is Senior Sister Feng's secret to making everyone fall head over heels over your performances. Feng Fei knows that she is just being modest because Shi Sufang herself is another captivating courtesan. Nonetheless, there is some truth in her words. Feng Fei warmly articulated, Junior sister need not put me on the high pedestal. We are simply entertainers, and everything we do follow this 16-word motto, great song and dance, white teeth and pretty eyes, performing according to segment, finding one's niche. Although we are just a display of song and dance, at the same time, we are spreading culture and aesthetic appreciation. Shi Sufang was overjoyed. Sufang would like to hear about the details of the 16-word motto. Feng Fei's lovely eyes turned to Xiang Shaolong and plainly invited, why don't Manager Shen explain on my behalf? Shi Sufang and Boss Jin cannot conceal the surprise on their faces. Feng Fei is known to be proud and aloof. Why would she allow a lowly manager to represent her views? Xiang Shaolong obviously knew that Feng Fei is testing him and can only groan inwardly. Currently, the fruit seed is underneath his tongue, so the minute he starts talking, the meticulous Feng Fei will start suspecting that he is afraid of Shi Sufang for certain reasons. He could only stutter, I just bit my tongue accidentally and it is not convenient for me to speak at length. It is better for mistress. Hey! Seeing that the three persons are staring at him with their eyes wide open, he had to stop talking and awkwardly opened his palms skywards. Looking at him shrugging his shoulders and opening his palms skywards, Shi Sufang was reminded of a similar cheeky body language by someone she had met before, but at that point in time, she could not relate it to Xiang Shaolong. She intriguingly remarked, I did not know that Mr. Shen is a fellow connoisseur. I will seek your guidance next time. Boss Jin guffawed, even my curiosity is stirred by Mistress Feng Fei. Feng Fei nastily stared at Xiang Shaolong for a moment before explaining, great song and dance, white teeth and pretty eyes refers to the combination of performing talent and a beautiful appearance. They make up the star power of the performer, and by utilizing a pleasant and inviting setup, you will attract the audience's attention and subsequently leave them bedazzled. Junior sister need not feel inferior to me. You are a success in your own right. Shi Sufang shook her head, Senior Sister Feng is being too polite. Among the three famous courtesans, with regards to beauty, talent, song composition or choreography, anyone you ask will absolutely nominate Senior Sister Feng to be the best. Thus, it is widely acknowledged that you are the leading courtesan. After learning that Senior Sister Feng is planning to retire to your hometown, no matter how difficult it is, I will have to pay Senior Sister Feng a visit and respectfully seek your advice. Boss Jin inquired, may I ask Mistress Feng Fei, what is the meaning behind performing according to segment, finding one's niche? Xiang Shaolong first scanned Feng Fei before moving his gaze to Shi Sufang, feasting his eyes on their beauty. He did not feel tired at all and wished that this exchange can go on for much longer. He did not expect the difficult-to-get-along lady of three perfections Shi Sufang to behave in a subservient manner in front of Feng Fei. If she is not here to learn a few tricks on the sly, she would be harboring a hidden agenda. Nevertheless, Feng Fei is exceptionally quick-witted and it will not be easy for Shi Sufang to benefit from her sharing. Feng Fei simply rationalized, people on different social levels will exhibit different interests and appreciation. If we are performing in the royal palace, the main concept has to be an auspicious celebration. Before an audience of learned scholars, a less boisterous performance is preferred. It would be ideal to have a performance with deep content, invoking one's afterthoughts. If you are performing to the mass public, you must create a lively atmosphere, emphasizing concepts of love, separation, joy and sorrow, stimulating the viewer's emotions. Boss Jean slapped the table, sighing, with these few words, Sufang will benefit to no ends. Shi Sufang was exhilarated, an example of finding one's niche is senior sister Feng who created her own brand and unique performing style. Even if someone wishes to copy, one can only copy the context but never the content. Recalling that Feng Fei challenged the singing norms with her novel singing method, Xiang Shaolong could not help but agree in unison. Feng Fei was not the least flattered by their praises but plainly queried, now that you have heard it all, I wonder what instructions does Boss Jean and junior sister have for Feng Fei? Boss Jean replied in a serious manner, I wonder if mistress has heard of this playboy named Qiyu? Feng Fei frowned, yes, I have heard of his name. He is said to be the descendant of an official. Blessed with good looks and the gift of the gab, he has deflowered numerous pitiful girls. Why did Boss Jean bring him up? Hearing the name Qiyu, Xiang Shaolong recalled that this is the man whom Zhao Mu used to seduce Xiaoya. Now that Xiaoya has passed on, his heart was firstly struck with grief, but Feng Fei used his proverb, gift of the gab, and her face turned slightly red momentarily, indicating that she is thinking of him, causing his heart to be struck by longing. The two irreconcilable feelings arise at the same time, causing him to experience an indescribable sensation. Boss Jean continued, this man is now an active companion of soft-boned beauty Lan Gongyuan. 2 nights ago, he was extremely drunk at Ya Brothel, the biggest local brothel, and started to speak in an absurd manner. He predicted that this time round, Lan Gongyuan would be able to outshine mistress's brilliance, causing mistress to retire with regrets and hatred. It is a bizarre statement indeed. This is a good example to highlight Feng Fei's refinement. Despite the threat, her face remains calm and peaceful, only revealing simple signs of deep contemplation. Shi Sufang softly surmised, we could not help but feel worried for senior sister Feng. He only mentioned senior sister Feng's name and not Sufang's, my name, indicating the possibility of a scheme and the high likelihood of success, inciting our bewilderment. Hearing these words, Xiang Shaolong was greatly alarmed, deducing that this matter must be linked to the leaking of the song sheet. But logically, the song sheet is still in the possession of Dong Shuzhen, why is Qiyu acting so confident? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something is not right. Not in the mood to carry on the conversation, he stood up. The other 3 individuals looked at him questioningly. Xiang Shaolong excused himself and left alone in search of Dong Shuzhen. The gorgeous beauty was resting in her room when Xiang Shaolong barged right in, dismissed her maids and immediately interrogated, where is the song sheet which you secretly copied? Dong Shuzhen was irritated, are you going to force a confession out of me? Suppressing his anger, Xiang Shaolong sat down and illustrated, Qiyu openly declared that he has a way to make mistress, Feng Fei, retire with regrets and hatred. If he did not have the song sheet, why would he make such a wild prophecy? Dong Shuzhen's face lost some color but she firmly shook her head, the song sheet is still here. I just got it back from Xiozhen and was prepared to have you burn it. Xiang Shaolong demanded, then give it to me now. Dong Shuzhen furiously glared at him for some time before moving to a chest in the corner, retrieving a bamboo tube and throwing it to him in an angry manner. Xiang Shaolong easily caught the tube and pried the cover off, obtaining a roll of parchment. Opening the parchment, his face lost all color. In a horrified tone, he questioned, why is it blank? This time round, it is Dong Shuzhen's face that underwent a drastic change. Petrified and coming to his side, she fearfully shrieked, heavens! Who made a switch? Xiang Shaolong can feel his heart sinking in. Unless Feng Fei can create a new song within the next 10 days before the performance, she will have to resort to singing her old songs. It will be a great letdown as the new song is specially composed to commemorate the birthday of the King of Qi. Her face deathly gray in color, Dong Shuzhen stammered in a trembling voice, this is impossible. Xiozhen and I have been extremely careful. Xiang Shaolong sighed, the only solution now is to be honest with mistress, Feng Fei, and pray for some form of salvation. Leaping into his arms, Dong Shuzhen was shaking uncontrollably, Xinliang, please save me. Dong Shuzhen and Zhu Xiozhen are kneeling in front of Feng Fei, completely crestfallen like inmates on a death row. Until now, They could not comprehend who made the switch and stole the copy of the song sheet. There is no sign of blood on Feng Fei's delicate face now that her painstaking creation has landed in the hands of Lan Gongyuan. Needless to say, it was a devastating blow to her and she was not in the mood to punish the two ladies. Xiang Shaolong was depressed too. He suggested, if mistress can be the first to perform, it does not matter even if Lan Gongyuan has the song sheet, but... Feng Fei shook her head. It has been agreed that we will be performing the finale item. Moreover, Tian Dan is the organizer and they are out to make things difficult for us. They will not permit the change in order of the performances. Xiang Shaolong wondered, is mistress able to come up with a new song? Feng Fei bitterly laughed, unless I can come up with a song within a day, we would not even have the time to rehearse for the song, leading to a lackluster presentation. It is hard to guard against internal spies, but I guess Feng Fei, is partly to be blamed too. Hearing her words, Dong Shuzhen and Zhu Xiuzhen cried inconsolably and collapsed on the floor. Xiang Shaolong could not help but feel respect for Feng Fei. Although this beauty has been selfish to some extent, she possesses the magnitude to reflect on her own behavior given the present circumstances. It demonstrates her broad-mindedness and empathetic personality. Feng Fei looked over to Xiang Shaolong with her eyes filled with disappointment. In an amazingly harmonious tone, she lamented, I would rather refrain from performing than to put up a substandard show. I have committed to using a new song for the birthday celebration and it is inappropriate to recycle an old tune with new lyrics. Looks like I have to fake an illness to excuse myself from this competition. Out of a sudden, Xiang Shaolong's muscular body shook vigorously as his eyes glowed with newfound energy. He proposed in a solemn voice, I once composed a song and if I try to hum the tune, would it stimulate mistress's thinking cap, allowing you to alter it into a new song? In actual fact, he is hardly a songwriter but he did frequent karaoke lounges back in the 21st century and there are 10-odd songs that he is familiar with. Faced with a desperate situation like this, he wishes to contribute as much as possible. The tunes of these songs are totally different from ancient tunes but under Feng Fei, this ancient musical talent, it may be convertible to suit the music of this era. Feng Fei consented, let's hear you sing it. Xiang Shaolong bitterly laughed, I cannot sing. I can only hum. Feng Fei appears to pay little regards to his composition and snapped, then let's hear you hum. You said you have hurt your tongue and yet you are speaking in such a flawless manner now. Xiang Shaolong is not interested to rebut her and picked the most popular song back in the 21st century, I Cannot Leave Him, and began humming. His humming skill is deplorable but his rhythm and accuracy of the beats is rather precise. When he first began humming, Feng Fei thought nothing of it but after Xiang Shaolong awkwardly hummed halfway through the song, her emotions went from keen interest to shock and awe. Even Dong Shuzhen and Zhu Xiuzhen have stopped crying, staring at him with disbelief. After humming the entire song, Xiang Shaolong pathetically asked Feng Fei as his face turned red, how is it? Dazed like a wooden chicken, Feng Fei stared at him for quite a while before exhaling a breath, you never fail to surprise me. This is the first time I ever heard such a strange tone. It is pleasing to the ears but the tone is sorrowful and unsuitable for a festive atmosphere. Xiang Shaolong panicked, I have another song. Feng Fei was astounded, I thought you only composed one song? Xiang Shaolong had to confess, I was uttering rubbish. To be honest, I have composed several songs. Touched, Feng Fei nodded as if she suddenly recalled something. Turning to the two ladies, she hissed, get out of my sight. The two ladies hurriedly took their leave. As they were leaving, the look on their faces for Xiang Shaolong is enough to mesmerize any man for years to come. Xiang Shaolong chose a fast and upbeat Navy anthem and began humming. Feng Fei stood up after the second song has ended and threw herself into his arms, embracing him tightly in a bear hug, swearing, even if you want Feng Fei's, my body, Feng Fei will gladly give it to you. I only ask that you hum all the songs that you have composed. This time round, I will make that thieving Lan Gongyuan suffer a crushing defeat. By the time Xiang Shaolong left Feng Fei's block, he felt like he just woke up from a dream. He obviously would not take advantage of the situation and make love to Feng Fei. However, he is certain that based on his 10-odd songs, he has won her heart. It is not as if Feng Fei has fallen in love with him but rather Feng Fei is viewing him in the same way he views Li Mu, nothing but admiration. Xiang Shaolong may be feeling guilty but his endeavor to assist Feng Fei to defeat Lan Gongyuan is more important than anything else. He barely left the garden of the main block when he was intercepted by Dong Shuzhen and Zhu Xiuzhen. Xiang Shaolong had to fulfill his appointment with Xie Ziyuan and comforted them as much as he can with kind words. At the same time, he reminded them not to disturb Feng Fei who was working hard at composing a new song. He instructed, the two of you should think about who is the third party who knows about the hiding place of the song sheet. We must find out who is the culprit. Zhu Xiuzhen replied, only Zhang Quan knows about it besides us but it is impossible for him to enter my room without my knowledge. Xiang Shaolong reasoned, he can easily overcome this obstacle by bribing your serving maids. As Zhu Xiuzhen was feeling guilt-ridden, Xiang Shaolong took this opportunity to take his leave. Arriving at the main hall, the sword as promised by Boss Jean happened to be delivered at the same time. Pulling out the sword for a look, he can tell that it is a high-quality weapon although it is inferior to Bloodwave. The sword felt heavy, which matches his needs, and he can feel an increase in goodwill towards Boss Jean as a result. Xiao Yuatan is right. Boss Jean is a hero in his own ways. After making arrangements for Feng Fei's dinner appointment to be cancelled, Xiang Shaolong piled on additional clothes and a cap before he left Tingsong Villa. As the rain and snow fell around him, he noticed that the roads were largely deserted. Recalling his earlier encounters, he was amused that everyone had the notion that he was unfathomable. His infinite pool of ideas, methods and resources is due to 2,000 years of human advancement, paving a way out for him in countless situations. If he wanted to make love to Feng Fei tonight, she will surely succumb despite some initial resistance, but this is something beyond his integrity. Having some fun with her is one thing, but if he goes overboard, he would be a third party breaking up her relationship, which is something he wants to avoid at all costs. Right now, he is on close terms with several beauties and yet maintains a non-actual relationship is surprisingly another source of delight. When he initially lost the battle and was on the run, he would never imagine himself leading his current lifestyle. When Feng Fei holds her rehearsals again, it would be necessary to keep it confidential, preventing her valuable intellectual property rights from being pirated. Although he was a pirate too for violating the copyrights of other songwriters, there is no conflict of interest. Because in the 21st century, all records of ancient music have been lost. Thinking on a deeper level, even if Lan Gongyuan gets hold of the new song, she would not have sufficient time to practice. Moreover, Feng Fei can insert other lyrics into the new song and there is nothing Lan Gongyuan can do. As he thought up till this point, hoof beats sounded behind him. He did not think too much about it until the hoof beats stopped about 10 steps behind him. He instantly increased his sense of alertness. Next, the quivering sound of a spear can be heard. His hand grasping the handle of the new sword Boss Jean presented to him, he calmed himself down. His attacker is a single man on a single horse. By observing the rhythm of the hoofbeats, he can tell that his opponent is a seasoned fighter. The corners of his mouth curving up to form a grin, Xiang Shaolong did not bother to look back. He slowed down his pace and leisurely walked amidst the rain and snow. As forewarned by Boss Jean, his challenger has finally appeared. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 23 Chapter 1. Book 23 Chapter 01 She's Married. Xiang Shaolong's mind entered a psychic realm and became as still as water. His footsteps developed into a regular momentum, as if he is marching to an invisible rhythm. Concurrently, he can accurately sense the speed and distance of his approaching attacker. Ever since he traveled to this period of the warring states via the time machine, not a single day goes by without him using a weapon to some extent. As a result, he is acutely familiar with the different types of weapons in this era. Focusing on his hearing abilities, he instantly rejected his earlier hypothesis that his assailant is using a spear. Instead, he concluded that the enemy is wielding a long halberd. A halberd is a combination weapon, as it can be used to stab like a spear or slash like a saber. It is a piercing weapon that also allows for a hook attack. Thus, the swishing sound of the weapon is obviously unlike that of a spear. Xiang Shaolong is dying to turn around and have a look but acknowledges that if he does that, he would fail to deploy his strategy of unpredictability. Moreover, it will only irk his opponent to increase his speed in a fierce assault. A strong gust of wind came blowing and Xiang Shaolong nearly had to close his eyes because of the snow and rain peppering his face. The resonating of the halberd became muffled against the noisy wind. Presently, the rider is about 7 meters behind him. If the assassin chooses to utilize his full strength, his crushing blow will land on Xiang Shaolong in the blink of an eye. Out of the blue, like the sound of lightning striking the ground from behind, a voice reverberated, "Xinliang, prepare to meet your maker." Xiang Shaolong instantaneously closed his eyes and took a step to his right, standing in the lane meant for horses and carriages. His right hand released its grip on the sword handle as his left hand simultaneously drew out his sword. All along, he has been walking slowly on the pavement to the left and was clutching his sword with his right hand. Any potential aggressor attacking from the back would expect him to shift to the left side, increasing the distance between the two of them and using his right hand to draw out his sword to parry any incoming blows. Unexpectedly, Xiang Shaolong chose to do the exact opposite, stepping to his right onto the vehicle lane, resulting in the enemy's long halberd stabbing in the wrong direction. A miss is as good as a mile. Furthermore, this is a life and death situation. The man cried out in surprise and tried to alter the direction of the attack, but it was too late. Without turning his head back, Xiang Shaolong used a backhand move and stabbed the backside of the horse as it dashed past him. The warhorse whinnied in pain and wildly sprinted ahead, nearly throwing the rider off. Watching the single assailant disappear into the snow and rain as if he is running for his life, Xiang Shaolong was greatly humored. Winning this battle appears to be easy on the surface, but it requires courage, critical timing, and perfect coordination between body movement and footwork. The sudden gust of wind and snow is a blessing in disguise. Although Xiang Shaolong himself is slightly blinded, his opponent who is riding against the wind would feel a much greater impact. Otherwise, it would be much more challenging for Xiang Shaolong to execute this strategy. Returning his sword to its sheath, Xiang Shaolong tunneled through a horizontal alley and walked briskly for quite a distance in the direction towards Xia residence. He got to his destination within an hour. Reporting his name to the family warriors guarding the front gate, he was led into the property and told to wait at the external sitting room. The serving maids were bearing strange expressions on their faces as they scrutinized him and whispered among themselves as if he is an eccentric creature who came out of nowhere. Under their direct stares, Xiang Shaolong was feeling out of place when Xia Ziyuan suddenly appeared with an ashen face. After dismissing the servants, he sat down beside him and uttered in a soft voice, "This time round, we have picked a bad timing. Someone has reported to my wife about my visit to the brothel last night. She just threw a tantrum and nearly laid her hand on me. Brother Shin, you must leave while you can. She would not believe our words right now." Xiang Shaolong was sympathetic. "In this case, I will look for Brother Xia 2 days later." Pulling him to his feet, Xia Ziyuan hurried, quickly. As the two men hastily walked towards the main gate, a shrill voice screeched from behind, "Where do you think you are going?" Xia Ziyuan's entire body shook once and he froze on the spot as if his acupoints has been blocked. Filled with disbelief, Xiang Shaolong was badly shaken as well and was stunned on the spot. Accompanied by the sound of her tinkering accessories, Xia Ziyuan's shrew wife came to the back of both men and coldly laughed. "Where are you going? Do you think I am in the dark about the conspiracy between the two of you?" She shrieked, "Xia Quan, come here, you undiet. I want you to tell me everything that happened last night. Everything. I guarantee that nothing will happen to you." Xia Ziyuan felt like he was struck by lightning, for even the last servant loyal to himself has switched sides. Xia Quan suddenly appeared and kneeled down, confessing in a quivering voice, "Young master, your servant was forced to betray you." Turning around like robot, Xia Ziyuan looked as if he is going to burst out crying. He declared, "This is wholly my idea and has nothing to do with Brother Shen." With his back still facing Xia Ziyuan's wife, Xiang Shaolong's heart is intertwined in countless knots, for he recognized the voice of Xia Ziyuan's wife to be Shan Ro, whom he once deeply loved. She has finally given up her dream of leading a wandering lifestyle, returning back to her roots, becoming the mistress of the Xia household and even giving birth to 2 sons. His only wish right now is to leave the Xia residence without looking back so that Shan Ro would never know that he did came by. He could instinctively understand why Xia Ziyuan loved her and feared her simultaneously. Frankly speaking, that is the kick Shan Ro gives to men. Until today, he has fond memories of his dalliances with Shan Ro. He is touched at Xia Ziyuan's gesture of brotherhood loyalty for shouldering all the blame upon himself. His mind wanted to leave, but he could not lift his foot to take a single step. Turning his attention to Xiang Shaolong, Shan Ro scolded, "You are named Xin Liang, right? You look so tall and muscular, but you are acting like a coward. Do you lack the guts to turn around and face me?" The crowd of servants began giggling among themselves. Xiang Shaolong calmly pleaded, "Would Mistress Xia please invite everyone else to leave the hall? Shen Liang, I would like to talk to you privately on behalf of Brother Xia." Xia Ziyuan swiftly interrupted, "This matter does not concern Brother Shen. Dear wifey, can you let Brother Shen go? If you want to punish someone, let me be the one." To everyone's astonishment, Shan Ro turned speechless and was fixated on the spot as if her acupoints are blocked. Xiang Shaolong can feel Shan Ro's piercing gaze on his back and his heart is filled with an indescribable feeling. As everyone present is in a state of bewilderment, Shan Ro commanded, "Everyone get the He-11 out of here." Xia Ziyuan was traumatized. "Does hubby, I, have to leave too?" Shan Ro shouted, "Hubby my RSA, you better be the first to scram." In a split second, everyone has cleanly left, leaving only the two of them in the spacious hall. Shan Ro's excited and fast breathing can be heard from behind as Xiang Shaolong gradually turned his body around. As the 4 eyes exchanged glances, both parties shuddered as if they were being electrocuted. Shan Ro has put on some weight but is far more enchanting than before. Shan Ro took 2 steps towards him and stopped, excruciatingly trying to suppress the urge to throw herself into Xiang Shaolong's arms. Xiang Shaolong felt as if his throat is entangled. He has so many things to tell her but did not know where to start. Ultimately, he let out a long sigh, shaking his head with a bitter smile and strode towards the main door. Shan tried to catch up by taking 2 steps forward, softly calling, Shaolong. Over 10 pairs of eyes are now focused at him. Regardless whether they are servants or family warriors, every single person's mouth is wide open with surprise that Xiang Shaolong managed to come out of the hall unscathed and with his clothes in a tidy manner. Xia Ziyuan extracted himself from the crowd and put his hand around Xiang Shaolong's shoulder as he led him towards the main gate. What did Brother Shen tell her? He asked excitedly. Xiang Shaolong spouted nonsense. Sister-in-law, polite way to address, is domineering to some extent, but she can be quite understanding if you talk to her nicely. I explained to her the simile: the more she oppresses you, the more resistance she can expect in return. For example, if she allows Brother Xia to fool around, I guarantee Brother Xia will grow tired of it after some time. Xia Ziyuan wondered, why would I grow tired of fooling around? What is her reaction? Xiang Shaolong lied, she says she wants to think it over. Xia Ziyuan was overjoyed. It is a miraculous 180 degrees turn. Can Brother Shen stay and accompany me for a chat? Right now, Xiang Shaolong is feeling depressed as if his intestines are all entangled together. Therefore he is certainly not in the mood for idle chatter. He intentionally threatened, the first thing you should do now is to obediently spend more time accompanying sister-in-law. Otherwise, she may have the impression that you are still up to no good and would not even consider letting you fool around. Xia Ziyuan was thunderstruck and hastily withdrew his hand from Xiang Shaolong's arm. His expression is priceless. Waving his goodbye, Xiang Shaolong walked to the main road. The sky is filled with falling rain and snow. He felt lost. Ever since he came to Linzi, he has been trying ways and means to locate Shan Ro. He did not anticipate meeting her under such circumstances, and moreover, she is the wife of another man. Xia Ziyuan should be a good husband. In the past, when Mate San Yang got married to another man, he did not undergo any emotional turmoil, as their love has no depth. But he did love Shan Ro intensely. He respects Shan Ro's decision. Furthermore, he himself has a fulfilling marriage and a complete family. The only issue is he is now far away in Qi, a foreign territory, and it is easy for feelings of loneliness and the desire for companionship to arise. As a result, he is feeling disheartened as he could not continue his previous relationship with Shan Ro. As the wind and snow assault his face in a cold and hurting manner, he felt as if he had just woken up from a dream. After heaving another breath, Xiang Shaolong started making his way back to his accommodation. Let bygones be bygones. He sincerely wished Shan Ro happiness and is relieved that she has given up her plan for revenge. Back at the guest house, Xiao Yueten has been waiting for him for some time. Observing his early return, he was astonished. I heard your men saying that you would be back late in the night and was about to take my leave. Eat? Why are you wearing such an ugly expression on your face? Pulling Xiao Yueten into his room, and after they both sat down, Xiang Shaolong began, you should have heard of Shan Ro, right? She is Zhao Jiji's blood sister and we used to be lovers. She is presently married to Xia Ziyuan. Xiao Yueten was stupefied, another coincidence. Not wishing to dwell on this matter, Xiang Shaolong changed the topic and inquired about Zhou Yan. With a puzzled expression, Xiao Yueten revealed, Grandmaster Zhou has wandered off looking for a suitable burial plot for himself. He hasn't been home for several days. Xiang Shaolong can feel his heart throbbing with pain and did not know what to reply to that. Xiao Yueten lowered his voice, Lu Buwei has arrived this afternoon by ship. He is accompanied by Han Jia and Su Shang. Xiang Shaolong was mystified, isn't Han Jia working for Lao Ai? Xiao Yueten articulated, from this gesture, we can conclude that Lu Buwei and Lao Ai are in cahoots with each other. Han Jia is one of the 4 top disciples of Qixia Sword Saint. With him paving the way, the swordsmen of Qixia may align themselves with Lu Buwei and Tian Dan. This could potentially tip the balance in power. Pausing for a while, he continued, based on Lu Buwei's method of scheming, he would definitely try to give the king of Qi the impression that appointing Tian Jian as the next crown prince will be detrimental to the relationship between Qin and Qi. If Zhao Zuidao were to side with first Prince Tian Shang and Tian Dan, it would not be unexpected if Tian Jian is the loser in this power tussle. Xiang Shaolong could not be bothered, whoever wins or loses Qi's internal affairs. My utmost concern is how to assist these beauties of the song and dance troupe to realize their dreams. Lu Buwei can do whatever he wants to. Xiao Yueten was taken aback. It is indeed rare to see Shaolong so despondent. Don't you find any meaning in tripping Lu Buwei up? Please have a good night's rest, for you may change your mindset when you wake up tomorrow. Xiang Shaolong bitterly laughed, unless I can reappear as Xiang Shaolong, otherwise, it would be impossible to exert influence over the king of Qi. But if I do so, it would be openly inviting Lu Buwei to scheme against myself. Oh. I forgot to tell you. Both Li Yuan and Lord Longyang have seen through my disguise. Xiao Yuetian speedily pressed for details, and after Xiang Shaolong finished telling his story, Xiao Yuetian gleefully cheered. In this case, the situation is far from bleak. For the time being, the greatest fear of Qi is an alliance between Chu and the three states, Han Jiaowei, suppressing their ambitions towards Yen. As long as Tian Dan do not directly confront you, our job would be much easier. Xiang Shaolong was in a dilemma. Whenever there are gains, some losses would inevitably be incurred. As Xiang Shaolong, Lu Buwei, Tian Dan, or even Guo Kai would start to plot against me. If I continue to masquerade as Shen Liang, I would have to contend against the likes of Zhong Suanlong as well as the swordsman of Qi. I am stuck between a rock and a hard place. The sound of knocking can be heard. It turned out to be little Pinger, who was here on Feng Fei's orders, inviting Xiang Shaolong for a meeting. After Xiao Yuetian whispered "see you tomorrow" and took his leave, Xiang Shaolong followed little Pinger to see Feng Fei. Feng Fei is playing a zither on the second story of the main block with full concentration, filling the air with subtle, divine music as if it came from the nine heavens itself. Until Xiang Shaolong sat down opposite her, she did not show any signs of knowing that he has arrived. After little Pinger excused herself to the lower floor, Xiang Shaolong half-slouched, half-sat on a soft cushion, feasting his eyes on this beauty's attractiveness and immersing himself in the celestial music. His disenchantment over Shan Rou decreased by about 30%. Strumming the zither strings, Feng Fei let loose another series of melodies before stopping in an instant. Lifting her pretty head to meet his gaze, she quizzed with her eyes shining, "Does Mr. Shen recognize this part?" Xiang Shaolong was in a daze and shook his head in a flabbergasted manner. Feng Fei sweetly chirped, "This is a combination of melodies I extracted and edited from snippets of your songs. You how can you miss it?" Xiang Shaolong awkwardly scratched his head. "I really cannot distinguish my songs from your melodies. Why is this so?" Feng Fei gently cooed, "I obviously cannot religiously follow your original tune. After several modifications, this is the final outcome. Do you like it? This is the first time Feng Fei is cajoling Xiang Shaolong, surprising him. He praised, "Mistress is truly talented. Have you assigned new song tunes for the birthday routine?" Her lovely eyes gazing at the snowy night outside her window, Feng Fei sighed, "Do you know I just realized that it has been snowing heavily outside? After listening to your bizarre tunes, Feng Fei, I felt as if I am possessed, churning out one new song after another. It is unbelievably easy." Xiang Shaolong was ecstatic. "My heartiest congratulations to mistress." Shifting her gaze back his face, she sharpened her stare and mused, "What kind of man are you, seriously?" Xiang Shaolong snorted, "I have arms, legs, eyes, ears, a mouth and a nose, just like everybody else." Feng Fei observed, "But in my eyes, you are like an immortal from heaven, coming down to earth to help those in need." If immortals truly exist, that would be so wonderful. There are too many frustrating issues plaguing humans. Sometimes, I would even hate myself. After some contemplation, Xiang Shaolong nodded. "It is true that certain things in life are rather annoying, but in the eyes of many others, mistress is regarded as an unreachable sacred being, light years away from themselves. Being able to fall beneath your skirt is already an unmatchable honor." Feng Fei shifted her body to lean on a cushion, giggling, "Your descriptive proverbs are really weird. What is unreachable sacred being, light years, fall beneath my skirt? Feng Fei is only an ordinary person too. I only feel superior to others when it comes to creating music and performing." Following her statement, she glanced at him with her starry eyes and pleaded, "Would you please stay for the night and accompany me for a night of chit-chatting? Every time I have a new composition, I would have difficulty sleeping, and moreover, I usually lack a friend I can confide in." Xiang Shaolong had quite a scare at her suggestion, and he warily cautioned, "Ultimately, I am a lowly servant. Wouldn't it invite rumors if I spend the night in mistress's bedroom?" Feng Fei grumbled, "Where was the same display of courage 2 nights ago? If it was another man in your shoes under the present circumstances, he would not leave even if I try to chase him out." Xiang Shaolong bitterly laughed, "Ever since I know that mistress's secret admirer is Xiang Shaolong, I have become more and more jittery. In the near future, when we arrive at Xianyang, and if he learns that I did spend a night in mistress's bedroom, even if nothing happened between us, my life would be in jeopardy. Mistress, do you agree with me?" Feng Fei was speechless and did not know how to reply to that. Xiang Shaolong was amused. "This is called using your words against yourself. It is indeed preposterous to use her Xiang Shaolong to suppress himself, the authentic Xiang Shaolong." After some time, Feng Fei lamented, "All along, I have the impression that men are fearless when it concerns matters of the fairer sex. Why are you such a bold character on other issues but is acting like a coward in this field?" Pretending to be surprised, Xiang Shaolong wondered, "Judging from the tone of mistress, it seems like we would be doing much more than idle chatter by the candlelight." With a girly chortle pussy eye, Feng Fei enticingly batted her eyes at him, cheerfully stating, "Talking to you is so meaningful." For the longest time, only I, Feng Fei, get to tease other men. To think that now, you are the one teasing me instead. Bring it on. Xiang Shaolong was astounded. Bring what on? Feng Fei's mouth curled up seductively and suggested, my dear manager, please help me take off my shoes first? Xiang Shaolong glanced at her for a short spell and whispered, Mistress, are you serious about this? Once we start the ball rolling it would be difficult to stop. By then, it would be impossible even if Mistress wants to back out. He is not kidding. With a beautiful disposition to match Ji Yanran and Qin Xing, together with her strong intention to seduce, even a meditating monk would be tempted by her, not to mention him, Xiang Shaolong. Out of the blue, the wind and snow outside, coupled with the lantern-covered candlelight, on top of the warm feeling from the burning firepot strengthened the already romantic and inviting atmosphere in the room by several times. Scanning her blossoming beauty, refined brows, seducing aura, protruding breasts and slender waists, the temptation is simply irresistible. Feng Fei shot him a look, clarifying, Manager Shen is thinking too much. Before climbing onto my bed and going to sleep, I would need to take off my shoes first. Since little Pinger is not around, I shall have to trouble you instead. Xiang Shaolong was so angry he nearly burst his arteries. Gnashing his teeth, he shifted forward, using his hand to support her right foot. Feng Fei let out a surprise wail, frowning, Manager Shen, can you please be more gentle? Xiang Shaolong can feel his own breathing quickening. Using his left hand to support her foot, his right hand slithered north, softly caressing her flawless calf, sighing, a shining example of, as smooth and white as jade. Feng Fei's body shuddered in response to his touch. Closing her eyes halfway, she lightly approved, as long as your hand do not move any further up, I don't mind letting you take advantage of me like this. Take it that I am rewarding you for helping me solve this problem. Xiang Shaolong was infuriated, judging from Mistress's words, are you instigating me to progress further? As he spoke, he vulgarly shifted his hand further up her leg. As Feng Fei felt Xiang Shaolong's hand slide past her kneecaps, exploring her out-of-bounds thigh, she let out a squeal and pressed down his hand underneath the fabric of her dress. Xiang Shaolong withdrew his hand in a flash and gingerly took off her 2 cotton shoes with an official expression. He then proceeded to massage her feet, causing Feng Fei's body to turn into jelly and her pupils began to dilate. In one swift movement, Xiang Shaolong lifted her in his arms and strode towards her bedroom. Feng Fei tightly embraced his neck, fragrantly puffing beside his ear, hissing, you are going to land Feng Fei in hot soup. Xiang Shaolong was confused, how is that possible? Feng Fei protested, if you make me fall in love with you, wouldn't that land me in hot soup? Xiang Shaolong came to his senses and secretly gave thanks for this close shave. He should not have a physical relationship with this beauty whose heart belonged to another man. Otherwise, it would only complicate matters and result in unbearable consequences. After tucking her in, Xiang Shaolong lowered his head and gave her a kiss on the lips before warmly reassuring, Mistress can put your mind at ease. Whenever I remind myself you are Xiang Shaolong's woman, even if I have 10 times more guts, I would not dare to lay a finger on you. After speaking, he quickly left as if he is running for his life. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 23 Chapter 2. Book 23 Chapter 02 Unfinished Love. Just as he left Feng Fei's bedroom, he was intercepted by a subordinate who made the following report, Zhang Quan was ambushed outside the villa, suffering heavy injuries and is barely alive. Although Xiang Shaolong knows that Xiao Yueten is behind this incident, he cannot choose not to attend to him. Outside Zhang Quan's room, he ran into his, Zhang Quan, trusted follower Koan Shan. This scoundrel was enraged, it must be the doing of Zhongsu and Long Lin Zi is a lawless place, full of outrageous hooligans calling the shots. Xiang Shaolong is secretly glad that they are mistaken, saving him the trouble to mislead them. He questioned in a low voice, how are his injuries? Koan Shan responded, he received a few punches to his head and face. Now, his eyes are puffy and he can barely see while the corner of his lips is bruised and bleeding. It is upsetting to see him in such a condition. Completing his answer, he walked away, sighing. Stepping into the room, Xiang Shaolong was amazed to see Dong Shuzhen and 2 maids tending to Zhang Quan's wounds. As per Koan Shan's description, Zhang Quan's head is swollen like a pig's head. It would be impossible for him to face the public in the near future. This is the vicious strategy employed by Xiao Yueten, intentionally causing Zhang Quan to lose his usefulness to Lu Buwei, indirectly forcing Lu Buwei to rely on Xiang Shaolong instead. Sitting by Zhang Quan's bedside, Dong Shuzhen gave Xiang Shaolong a sad look and sighed, these people are really ruthless. Look! They have beaten assistant manager to such a sorry state. Zhang Quan groaned, is it Brother Shin? Recalling the fact that this gorgeous Dong Shuzhen did spend a few nights with this ruffian, Xiang Shaolong's heart is brimming with hatred. He faced Dong Shuzhen and demanded in an uncouth manner, all of you need to leave the room for a while. I need to talk to Brother Zhang. An annoyed Dong Shuzhen frowned with her brows knitted together. After dismissing her two maids, she firmly insisted, what secrets are there that Shuzhen has to be kept in the dark about? With much difficulty, Zhang Quan begged, second mistress, please excuse yourself for a short while, but Dong Shuzhen was taken aback and left unhappily. It is now Xiang Shaolong's turn to take Dong Shuzhen's seat. Lowering his head, he asked in a soft voice, Brother Zhang, how are you doing? His mouth swollen like a pig's lips, Zhang Quan can only mumble his words vaguely, my body is fine as they only hit my head, forcing me to tell them why did I visit my employer. Of course I refused to tell them anything. My biggest loss is the sum of money from my employer, which they robbed. The money is actually meant for you. This clearly demonstrates the brilliance of Xiao Yuetan's stratagem. Not only did Zhang Quan fail to come up with the money to bribe Xiang Shaolong, he cannot go back to see Lu Bue. Xiang Shaolong probed, who did Brother Zhang want to visit? Zhang Quan cautioned, I cannot tell you yet. I did not anticipate Zhongsu and Long's involvement. Presently, every one of our troop member is placed under close supervision by his cronies, but Xiang Shaolong is not in mood to chat further and stood up, advising, Brother Zhang, please have a good rest. Pulling his sleeve to restrain him, Zhang Quan anxiously beseeched, no matter what, you must help me. I will definitely get the money for you as soon as possible. Xiang Shaolong questioned, what can I do for Brother Zhang? Zhang Quan briefed, try to become Feng Fei's confidant and find out what is the relationship between Lord Longyang and herself. Xiang Shaolong bitterly laughed, if you were Feng Fei and I am now your confidant, would you tell me your life-changing secrets? Zhang Quan replied after much agony, Feng Fei trusts no one but herself, and that includes Lord Longyang. Moreover, the King of Wei harbors designs on Feng Fei, so at the end of the day, she can only rely on you. Do you understand? Xiang Shaolong was momentarily shaken before he nodded, fine. I shall see what I can do about it. But until I receive my money, Brother Zhang can forget about my collaboration. Pushing his hand away, he walked out of the room all by himself. Dong Shuzhen was waiting by the door and saw him leaving the room. Dragging him to a pavilion in the garden, she lamented, are you still upset with me? Xiang Shaolong denied, your lowly servant dare not. No matter how second mistress tries to scam me or distrusts me, I, a lowly manager, can only submissively follow your commands. With a pussy eye, Dong Shuzhen giggled, look at your angry countenance. Shuzhen begs your pardon, okay? I really do not know how to gain your affections. Are you someone who prefer males and not females? Xiang Shaolong bitterly laughed, is every acquaintance of Lord Longyang considered a gay man? Pressing her entire body onto Xiang Shaolong and using her exquisite hands to entangle his neck, Dong Shuzhen smiled, there is no use hiding it. Witnessing his coquettish expression when he stares at you and the excitement in his eyes, I am certain that you are his male lover. Unless you are not his partner, he would not react in such a fashion. Now, Shuzhen's only hope is that besides men, you are also into women. Xiang Shaolong was stupefied, thinking that he has reached a dead end and he could never redeem himself from this wrongful grievance. Exerting some strength to give her but a playful slap, he helplessly pleaded, you can continue to evaluate me along those lines. Second mistress, can you please release me back to my room for a rest? Dong Shuzhen exaggeratedly cried out in pain and gave him a bear hug. Biting his ear, she hinted, if you are into other forms of deviant 5x, Shuzhen is willing to play along. Xiang Shaolong grabbed her aromatic shoulders and pushed her slightly away before declaring in an official tone, your lowly servant has to pass up second mistress's kind intentions. Nonetheless, there is something you still do not comprehend, even if you and Shozhen do not sleep with me, I, Xin Liang, would make suitable arrangements for you two and no one will have to end up as a concubine or mistress of the rich and powerful. If there is any falsehood in my words, may I, Xin Liang, die a horrible death. Dong Shuzhen calmed down and hazily eyed him with suspicion for a while. She softly quizzed, what is in it for you? Are you aware that one wrong move can result in death and disaster? If Feng Fei gets to know that you are out to spoil her plans, she will be the first to come after you. Xiang Shaolong swore, you can label me a fool, an ID10T or whatever you desire, but I have committed myself to make this a reality. All I need is your full obedience and I will definitely come to a solution. Wriggling her body sensually, Dong Shuzhen cajoled, are we not obedient? Xiang Shaolong counseled, your obedience has gone overboard and your obedience is not only limited to me but also towards Zhang Quan, Sali, and whoever that is useful to you. This is not the obedience I am looking for. Please go back and give it some thought, but time is not on your side. We must make our move immediately after the performance. If you miss the boat, do not blame me for not offering you salvation. Her entire body trembling, Dong Shuzhen leaned into his bosom, flustering, Xin Liang ah. I am at a complete loss after hearing your words. Can you please tell me clearly what plans do you have for Shuzhen? Xiang Shaolong lovingly kissed her charming face and sincerely revealed, if the two of you are still unwilling to place complete trust and share all your information with me, there is a limit to how much I can assist you. My plan is to promote you to become another famous courtesan to continue Feng Fei's legacy, allowing her to retire peacefully and living the life she wants to live. A frightened Dong Shuzhen pitifully reminded, this would be an ideal arrangement, but how is it possible? Feng Fei regards me as her enemy and would never give her consent. Even if she somehow agrees, it would require the approval of everyone in the troupe. This is an impossible task. Xiang Shaolong was full of conviction, I will settle Feng Fei's side. But whether can you eventually become another famous courtesan comparable to Feng Fei will have to depend on your own abilities. Dong Shuzhen was shocked, what abilities? Xiang Shaolong articulated, I will convince Feng Fei to allow you to play the role of the main character in one of the song and dance routines. As long as you do a good job, I can sing your praises in front of Lord Longyang and other influential figures, persuading them to invite you to perform at their official banquets. Ha! What do you think will happen next? Dong Shuzhen jolted once and suddenly moved away from him. With a pair of lovely eyes shining with never-seen-before brilliance, she pondered in a throbbing voice, can you really convince Feng Fei? Stretching his hand out and lifting her pretty head, Xiang Shaolong unconsciously gave her a deep kiss on her lips. Only until she started panting did he release her, promising, give me 3 days and I will get Feng Fei to give you her consent personally. However, Xiuzhen, and you must give up all your devious plans. Right now, I need you to go to bed obediently. Her body turning limp from his kissing and her pupils dilated, Dong Shuzhen pestered, can I spend the night with you? Shuzhen is feeling so H0RNY from your provocation. Xiang Shaolong is feeling desperate too, secretly cursing himself for stirring her flames of passion. Strengthening his will, he turned her 5xy body around and pushed her for 10 over steps, reaching the corridor leading to her bedroom, laughing, didn't you mention I am into males? Go and look for Xiuzhen and tell her about this good news. You must remember not to let a third person know about this plan, otherwise, it will not come true. Finishing, he quickly fled back to his room. Before he could have his breakfast the next morning, a subordinate came to report that Xie Ziyuan is looking for him. Xiang Shaolong was alarmed, for his greatest fear is Shan Ro telling him about their relationship. If this was the case, it would be really awkward to see him. Fortunately, Xie Ziyuan is still as friendly as ever when Xiang Shaolong came to meet him in the front sitting hall. After getting him to dismiss the serving maids, Xie Ziyuan excitedly expounded, Brother Shan is superb. Not only did wifey not give me a hard time last night, she gave me permission to befriend you. She mentioned that with you looking after me, it is all right even if I go out and have a bit of fun. Ah! Brother Shan is truly my best friend and savior. Xiang Shaolong groaned inwardly, knowing that Shan Ro still harbor feelings for himself, resulting in this decision which made Xie Ziyuan deliriously happy. Brother Xie need not attend morning court today? Xiang Shaolong was curious. Xie Ziyuan answered, our great king caught a cold last night, so today's court session has been adjourned. Hey! Is Brother Shan available tonight? Noticing that he is as joyful as a dog without a leash, Xiang Shaolong cautioned, you better be careful, for your significant other could be testing you. Slapping his chest as a sign of guarantee, Xie Ziyuan swore, my wifey is a woman of her words and will not lie to me. She wants to invite Brother Shan to our humble abode tonight for dinner before allowing us to go out and have fun, giving little brother, me, an opportunity to play a good host. Ha! Xiang Shaolong bitterly laughed, you looked as if you can't wait for tonight. Without the slightest trace of guilt, Xie Ziyuan validated, of course. Only when lying in the arms of an unknown lady and breathing in her womanly scent can my creative brain juices start flowing. You have no idea how much pressure the great king is exerting on me. If I do not come up with the lyrics for Soft-Boned Beauty's congratulatory birthday song, I will be in hot soup. Realizing the genuine motivation behind it all, Xiang Shaolong became agitated. Over the past 2 days, did you attend Lan Gongyuan's rehearsal? With a pained expression, Xie Ziyuan grieved, without an excellent composition, I do not dare to face her. I ran into her lover Qiyu in the palace yesterday and was at the receiving end of his sarcasms and insults. Fortunately, I was in a good mood, or else I would teach him a lesson or two. As if he suddenly recalled the matter, he rapidly inquired, what is going on between you and Zhongsuan Long? After Xiang Shaolong cut the story short and explained the chain of events, Xie Ziyuan groaned, this is bad. Yesterday, he sent someone to probe about our relationship. Not suspecting anything amiss, I truthfully mentioned that we are newly acquainted. Oh. I better speak with him personally. If he is still adamant, I will get the second prince to intervene. That will surely force him to yield. Wanting to keep things simple, Xiang Shaolong assured, it is not wise to blow up the matter and Brother Xie need not intercede. Even if things go out of hand, I will be able to handle it. Xie Ziyuan was suspicious. Does Brother Shin knows about Zhong Xuanlong's incredible influence in Linzi? He is more powerful than a marquis, and now that he has suffered at the hands of Brother Shin, he would not give up his quest for revenge so easily. Xiang Shaolong promised, relax. If I do require Brother Xie's assistance, I would not refrain from asking for it. Xie Ziyuan affirmed, in the future, feel free to confide your problems in me. I have to rush back to my official ministry for work, shall I pick you up tonight? Xiang Shaolong has nothing to say about that and nodded his head in agreement. As Xie Ziyuan rose with delight, out of a sudden, the sentry announced, First Mistress is here. Xie Ziyuan had a big shock and welcomed her respectfully with Xiang Shaolong. Clothed in an ordinary yellow dress adorned with white flowers and decked with a cotton singlet on the outside, Feng Fei lightly stepped into the hall, escorted by a bevy of maids. Xie Ziyuan's eyes started to glow at the sight of her elegance and captivating beauty. After giving Xiang Shaolong a vicious glare, Feng Fei knitted her brows and frowned at Xie Ziyuan. What is the matter with official Xie? It is normal for someone to pass by without entering, but now that official Xie has passed by and entered, you did not even say hi to Feng Fei? Is Feng Fei someone unworthy of officials' attention? Xie Ziyuan is justly worth his weight in gold. Prostrating himself to the floor without a moment's hesitation, he narrated, Miss Feng has wronged me. Ever since I first laid my eyes on Mistress during the palace banquet, my soul has been hooked away by Mistress's charisma. Only today did I finally reclaim my soul and thus, dare not pay another visit to Mistress. Feng Fei and the maids could not hold back their laughter. Feeling like a child playing games, Xiang Shaolong put an arm over Xie Ziyuan's shoulder and used the other hand to cover his eyes, pushing him towards the main gate. Towards Feng Fei, he laughed, your servant, I had better escort official Xie out. Feng Fei was laughing vigorously, causing Xiang Shaolong to quickly look away, afraid that he would lose his soul like Xie Ziyuan. Pushing Xie Ziyuan out of the villa, he removed his hand covering his eyes. Xie Ziyuan exhaled a breath, such a pristine treasure, such a rare encounter. No wonder Zhong Xuanlong is going all out to obtain her. Xiang Shaolong mused, Brother Xie is interested as well? Xie Ziyuan solemnly state, you may not believe my words, but every time I reached home, I would cleanly forget about all my external liaisons. Xiang Shaolong was gratified and commended, how wonderful. I finally got it. Brother Xie chose to fool around because it is your unique way of getting inspiration to compose music and write lyrics. Xie Ziyuan sighed, only Brother Shin knows me. After sending Xie Ziyuan off, Xiang Shaolong found Feng Fei waiting in the hall for him to have breakfast together, resembling a wife anticipating to serve her husband, sending chills down his spine. Dismissing Xiaopinger, the beauty interrogated, when you are around, Xie Ziyuan seems like a totally different person and appears to be in great spirits. Why is he looking for you? Xiang Shaolong intentionally hid the truth from her, it is boy stuff. It is better for Mistress to be unaware of it. Feng Fei loudly wailed, you are becoming more and more insolent. Don't you forget that I can be nasty too. Xiang Shaolong smiled, please be appeased my mistress. We are simply going to have some fun at a brothel tonight, Feng Fei was astounded, are all men born cheap and low class? We have top-rated beauties right here and yet you are paying money for those normal-looking girls. Xiang Shaolong was startled, is Mistress implying that your servant, I, can kiss you any old how? Feng Fei was annoyed, how dare you speak like this? Xiang Shaolong was greatly amused, Mistress must not forget that it was you who said that you were being forced. Feng Fei was so angry she nearly wanted to box him but instead calmed herself down, sighing, looks like I am the one who has lost my soul to you. Whenever you want me to be happy, Feng Fei must be happy. When you want me to be angry, Feng Fei must be angry. Can you please tell Feng Fei once and for all, what do you want me to do? Xiang Shaolong gently remarked, of course I want you obediently listen to my instructions, allowing me to accomplish my dream. Resuming her icy demeanor, Feng Fei stared at him for a second before softly asking, speak, In an official tone, Xiang Shaolong enunciated, my dream is to allow everyone in this troupe to realize their wishes and ambitions. Feng Fei sighed, I am beginning to believe your sincerity but my question is, what makes you think that you, Shen Liang, has the ability to achieve all these? It is not as simple as getting my consent for this issue involves several other parties. Xiang Shaolong plainly state, the most crucial factor lies with Mistress's approval. I will take care of the other matters. Feng Fei challenged, all right. Take it that you have my consent. How are you going to deal with the likes of Han Shuang, Zhong Xuanlong, Lu Buwei and Tian Dan? Xiang Shaolong was about to give his reply when a servant came to report that Han Shuang is here. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 23 Chapter 3 Book 23 Chapter 03 Rectifying Misjudgments From afar, Han Shuang paid his respects to both of them. My greetings to Miss Feng and Xin Liang. Xiang Shaolong instantly loosened up, knowing that Han Shuang came over after learning his whereabouts from Lord Long Yang. Thus, he would be mentally prepared to see Xiang Shaolong here and not arouse further doubts about his identity. Feng Fei was stupefied. Marquis is an acquaintance of Xin Liang? Striding over in huge steps, Han Shuang chuckled. Years ago in Handan City, Brother Xin assisted me greatly regarding several matters. How can I not recognize him? Feng Fei did not show any signs of suspicion, and it appears that Xiang Shaolong's standing in her heart has been enormously elevated due to Han Shuang's testimony. She joyfully offered, "Shall Feng Fei, excuse herself so that Marquis can have a good catching up with this old friend?" Of course she is just being polite, but to her dismay, Han Shuang vigorously nodded his head. Miss Feng is truly considerate and hospitable to our needs. Feng Fei was taken aback because this signifies that Xiang Shaolong is more revered by Han Shuang than herself. But since she had made the offer and could not withdraw her suggestion, Feng Fei retreated from the hall together with her serving maid little Pinger. Sitting down beside Xiang Shaolong, Han Shuang gleefully remarked, "Knowing that Shaolong is safe, I was so happy I could not sleep at all." Xiang Shaolong was in a daze after hearing his declaration. All along, he wasn't a fan of Han Shuang and never expected him to place their friendship above his loyalty to his country. He bitterly laughed. "Do not forget that little brother, is still the most wanted man of your esteemed country, Han." Han Shuang sighed with a breath of air. "That is something beyond our control, as we all strive to serve our own kings. For all you know, we may meet in the battlefield once again. However, our countries are not at war now, so it is friendship above everything else." After a bitter smile, his eyes began to glow with deep gratitude before Han Shuang softly revealed, "In that battle which I lost and was eventually captured, I thought I was destined to die there and then. Unpredictably, Shaolong set me free without the least hesitation. I, Han Shuang, have never been so touched all my life. Right now, even if someone points a sword to threaten me, I would never do anything against Shaolong's interest." Xiang Shaolong swore in a low voice, "The day of the official coronation of the crown prince is the same day I will depart Qin for the wild plains beyond the borders. Therefore, Marquis need not worry about facing me in battle." Han Shuang was shocked. "Why would Ingzhen release you? Without you, Qin is as good as a body which has lost a limb." Xiang Shaolong reminded, "This is a pact between me and the crown prince. However, you must not be complacent because of my departure. Qin possesses countless valiant generals. Wang Jian, Huan Qi, Meng Wu and Meng Tian are not to be trifled with." Han Shuang disagreed. "I do not believe there is any general who is as good as you." Xiang Shaolong recapped, "Lest you forget, Li Mu gave me a thorough trashing and reduced me to a state of desolation." Han Shuang articulated, "Winning and losing is part and parcel of a military life. Moreover, you were defeated in the most splendid fashion and maintained the strength of your core army. So it can hardly be considered a genuine defeat. After the skirmish, Li Mu and I had a good discussion over it, and he expressed his admiration for your war strategies. He originally intended to annihilate your entire army since it is deep in foreign territory, but did not expect your faction to put up a fierce resistance and sacrifice. With this dragging him down, he is unable to pursue Tang Yi's main army body before they return to Zhongmo City, missing this golden opportunity. If he had been successful, we may organize another allied campaign and attack all the way to Xianyang capital. The difference between a win and a loss is often determined by a single stratagem." Xiang Shaolong laughed. "Going by your reasoning, you should hate me to the core." Han Shuang awkwardly countered, "Shaolong need not tease me. After all, whatever happened has happened. The fact that I can still stay alive and have a good time now is all due to Shaolong's kindness." Xiang Shaolong nodded. "Since we are all comrades, we can dispense with the pleasantries and formalities. I suppose there is more than meets the eye concerning your current trip to Linzi." Han Shuang smiled. "Shaolong knows me best. I personally cannot be bothered with the birthday of the King of Qi. However, I would never object to a trip to Linzi. Have you tried the local Qi girls? They will give you a night to remember." Xiang Shaolong was not the least surprised. "You are incorrigible, womanizing wherever you go." His face turning red, Han Shuang corrected, "Do not mock me, for this is called living life to the fullest. In the future, when the great Qin army marches east, the first to be eliminated is our state of Han. When that happens, it will be impossible for me to womanize even if I wanted to." Xiang Shaolong joked, "I am just kidding." Han Shuang heaved a sigh of relief. "Frankly speaking, I am fearful of you to a certain extent, but in a respectful manner. As a result, you must speak to me in a lenient tone. Otherwise, it would be disastrous if I develop a phobia of womanizing." Both men exchanged a look and could not hold it any longer, bursting out in wild laughter, reveling in the sensation of barrierless brotherhood. Recalling an issue, Han Shuang brought up, did you know that the ED-0 Tiguokai presented your strange weapon to the King of Qi as a birthday gift, causing a huge dilemma over whether he should accept it or not? Ultimately, somebody suggested a counter-strategy where the King of Qi would bestow the weapon upon Chao Kadao and enshrined it in the main hall of Qixia College. Xiang Shaolong is itching all over with agony. I shall steal my 100 battle saber tonight. Han Shuang was aghast. You must never do that. With his maturing years, Chao Tsuedao, that old fellow, has made tremendous advancements upon his already godly sword skills. Shaolong may be an adept sword wielder, but it would be inadequate against him. Xiang Shaolong laughingly jested, I am going to steal, not going to rob. What is there to fear? Still worried as ever, Han Shuang advocated, after Shaolong make your way back to Qin, you can request Ding Zheng to write a letter demanding Qi to return your weapon. I guarantee Qi would obediently follow his instructions. Why should you risk your life at this juncture? Xiang Shaolong inquired, let me think about it. Hey, it may be good to flex my muscles and see some action. Oh yes, did you have a secret agreement with Feng Fei? Han Shuang was awkward, so you knew about it too. Is there a problem? Focusing his gaze on him for a while, Xiang Shaolong smiled, you really do fear me, don't you? Han Shuang bitterly laughed, even Li Mu is terrified of you, not to mention me. Just tell me what you have in mind. I can never envisage your motives. Xiang Shaolong probed, on this occasion when Feng Fei requested for your assistance, what benefits did she promise you? Han Shuang sighed, originally, it is a fair deal, but since Shaolong is intervening, I shall have to painfully surrender my only opportunity to kiss Feng Fei on her lips. Xiang Shaolong was astounded, what? Han Shuang was surprised, you did not know about it? If I knew you have no idea, I would not have told you about it. Inside his mind, Xiang Shaolong is experiencing a rising tsunami. Since the beginning, regardless of Dong Shuzhen or himself, everyone has been utterly deceived by Feng Fei into believing that Feng Fei will present Dong Shun and her fellow courtesans to Han Shuang in return for his assistance. As this arrangement appears logical from all angles, even Xiang Shaolong did not have any doubts about its existence. Only now did he realize that it was a smokescreen by Feng Fei. Why is she lying? What is the head of the three famous courtesans really cooking up? When they first met, Feng Fei disclosed that she has accepted an assassination contract to poison him but decided to give up her attempt. The mastermind behind this assassination could be her secret lover. He, Xiang Shaolong, has enemies all over the land. He is unable to make a guess from the countless possibilities. After a long while, Xiang Shaolong inhaled a deep breath to clear his mind before whispering, what does Feng Fei ask of you? Han Shuang divulged, she needs to hide in one of my villas in Han for about 3 months. When the public has lost interest in her affairs, she will take her leave. Xiang Shaolong questioned, does that mean she will leave Lin Zi under your escort? Han Shuang confirmed, of course. Who would dare to undermine my authority? Xiang Shaolong has unearthed another lie of Feng Fei, for she did mention she would require Xiang Shaolong to assist her in leaving Lin Zi before meeting up with Han Shuang. What is she trying to accomplish with all these schemes? Han Shuang sighed, we never expected Shaolong to be involved. I guess Lord Longyang and I can only watch helplessly as our missions end in failure, but... Xiang Shaolong had a big shock, the two of you are assisting her while harboring selfish motives? Han Shuang replied in a grieving tone, she is a rare and exceedingly attractive beauty. Who, in their right minds, would allow her to enter a reclusive life? In actual fact, Lord Longyang and I had a deal, letting me enjoy her for some time before allowing Lord Longyang to present her to the King of Wei. Presently, this deal is as good as gone, landing Lord Longyang in a predicament. Xiang Shaolong instead breathed in a mouthful of cool air before inquiring, do you know who is Feng Fei's secret lover? Han Shuang was mystified, her heart has finally found a home? No wonder she became much more appealing and dazzling. Xiang Shaolong had a brainwave, when did you first notice this change in her? After some contemplation, Han Shuang slowly announced, it should be after her trip to Xianyang, but... Xiang Shaolong slapped the table and exclaimed, in this case, her lover must be someone she met in Xianyang, paving the path for her retiring and marrying mindset. But why did she have to come all the way here before slipping away? Based on her intellect, she should know that no one is reliable, even the two of you. Han Shuang bitterly laughed, after hearing your deductions, I am only more confounded than before. How should I proceed from here? Xiang Shaolong pondered, pretend that you are still in the dark and continue to liaise with her just like before. You must take care not to leak any information. We shall discuss further at a later date. Han Shuang agreed, all right. I will now speak briefly with her before leaving. Are you aware of my current lodgings? I am residing at Tingmei Villa just 2 blocks away. Feel free to come to me if you need any help. When Han Shuang left for the inner courtyard to look for Feng Fei, Xiang Shaolong remained in the hall deep in thought. Assuming that Feng Fei's lover is from Xiangyang and it is the same guy who instigated her to kill himself, Xiang Shaolong, therefore, it is highly probable that her lover is someone who belongs to Lu Buwei's organization. But who can it be? For someone to gain the affections of Feng Fei, he cannot be an ordinary folk. Can it be Guan Zhongxie or even Su Shang? On a more insightful level, it doesn't make sense because if her lover is working for Lu Buwei need not go to the extent of bribing Zhang Quan to investigate the identity of her lover. Additionally, regardless of whether it is Guan Zhongxi or Su Shang, neither man would abandon his glorious career for Feng Fei. If her lover is not related to Lu family, then who can he be? In the middle of his intense, troubling speculation, little Pinger came and invited him to see Feng Fei. He easily concluded that Han Shuang has left before entering Feng Fei's room on the second story of the main block. Once little Pinger excused herself to the lower floor, the conniving beauty glared unwavering at him with her lovely eyes, interrogating, "It seems like the powerful and influential men from various states are all your old buddies. This is really baffling, isn't it? Based on your impeccable connections, why were you living in desolation for 2 years in Dalian and eventually lowering yourself to become an ordinary carriage driver?" In his mind, Xiang Shaolong was as steady as a rock, for Zhang Quan genuinely recruited him from the official stables of Dalian. He plainly stated, "It is because they are indeed my friends that I do not wish to implicate them." Bewildered, Feng Fei pressed on, "What do you mean by that?" Xiang Shaolong explained in a serious tone, "Guo Kai, the premier of Zhao, and I are on irreconcilable terms. Moreover, if not for my intricate maneuvers, Great General Lian may have difficulty leaving Zhao in one piece. Thus, whoever that takes me in is akin to making himself an enemy of Guo Kai." Stunned for a short spell, Feng Fei slowly remarked, "You are well acquainted with several influential men all over the land, but your relationship with them is not clear to me. How do I know I can trust you?" Xiang Shaolong snapped, "Is there a difference? You had never trusted me." Her charming face turning frosty, Feng Fei unhappily disputed, "Except for the early stages of knowing you, when did I display any signs of misgiving?" Hardening his resolve, Xiang Shaolong coldly hissed, "Who is mistress's secret lover?" Feng Fei was thunderstruck, "Didn't I tell you already?" His face wearing a cool smirk as his eyes glowed like an icy blizzard, Xiang Shaolong very slowly shook his head, exposing, "That is just a delay tactic you used on me. Otherwise, mistress would want to go to Zhengmo and not Xiangyang." Upset, Feng Fei rebutted, "Is manager Shen being too reckless when you assumed my distrust based on this singular point?" With thoughts running through his mind at the speed of electricity, Xiang Shaolong simply proposed, "Why don't your servant try to guess the identity of mistress's secret lover, the man whom you are willing to live together with for the rest of your life?" With a composed demeanor, Feng Fei serenely dared, "Your mouth belongs to you. Guess all you want." Xiang Shaolong is aware that she thinks he would never make the correct guess, and to be honest, he had no idea too, but is just employing a scare tactic. He laughed, "Does mistress think it would be a difficult guess?" Feng Fei shot him a look, "Any more rubbish from you and I will chase you out of my room." Brimming with confidence, Xiang Shaolong challenged, "Mistress would not bear to do so, for you love to play the scheming game. With a worthy opponent like myself, you are secretly overjoyed at my presence." Feng Fei howled, "How dare you pass this judgment on me?" Xiang Shaolong was steadfast, like spotting glowworms among chicken feed, "Mistress need not conceal the obvious. You should know better than anyone whether my words are true or false." Feng Fei was in a stupor. Glowworms in chicken feed? Are there really worms that glow? How clever of you to think of that. She continued in a worried tone, "Say it. Do not beat around the bush." Xiang Shaolong was thrilled, "The best laid plans of mice and men often go astray. Based on your words, it is obvious that mistress's secret lover is not Xiang Shaolong." Her mouth curling up with disdain, Feng Fei remarked in an ordinary tone, "I am only curious at your crazy ideas. At no time did I acknowledge or deny anything." Moving to her back, Xiang Shaolong stretched out his hand, caressing her tender, zero-fat abdomen with a small amount of strength, causing Feng Fei to moan in her sweet voice as she collapsed into his arms. Nibbling her cute earlobe and deeply inhaling her womanly fragrance, Xiang Shaolong gently revealed, "Your lover is from Qin, and not only is he not Xiang Shaolong, he happens to be Xiang Shaolong's nemesis." Feng Fei's petite frame trembled, but she insisted, "You have gone over the top. Where is the logic in all these predictions?" Sticking his own face to her smooth face, Xiang Shaolong laughed, "It is very simple logic. You believe Zhang Quan is in cahoots with me and is using me to relay a message via Zhang Quan to Lu Buwei, causing him to mistakenly assume Xiang Shaolong is your lover." Feng Fei wondered, "But how did you infer that he is at loggerheads with Xiang Shaolong?" Only now did Xiang Shaolong realize he has exposed his own shortcoming. In his eagerness to succeed, he has inadvertently disclosed too much of his own knowledge. Only he himself knew about the incident when Feng Fei tried to assassinate him, and he obviously could not divulge this piece of information. Frowning his brows, he spouted gibberish. This news would serve to increase the enmity between Lu Buwei and Xiang Shaolong. If not for the fact that your lover is Xiang Shaolong's enemy, why would you sabotage him in such a manner? Feng Fei whined, do not utter nonsense. Firstly, I did not suspect you and Zhang Quan were partners, and secondly, my lover is indeed Xiang Shaolong. I am confused after hearing your analysis. Can we take a break and will you please give me a kiss? Xiang Shaolong plainly state, is mistress afraid of what I am going to say next? Feng Fei viciously struggled and extracted herself from his embrace. Turning her slender body around to face him, she confronted, bring it on. I want to hear what other outrageous thoughts that you may have. Using a finger to prop up her chin, Xiang Shaolong lightly pecked her lips before smiling. What remains is an easy guess. In Xianyang, Xiang Shaolong's mortal enemies are Lu Buwei and Lao Ai's organizations. Whoever that can gain the affections of mistress must hold some standing in society and is likely someone with both brains and brawn. It is neither Lu Buwei nor Lao Ai themselves, because otherwise, mistress need not scheme and lie your way through. Thus, it is as clear as day who our mystery figure is. With a mixture of fear and shock initially printed on her face, Feng Fei instantaneously recomposed herself. Lowering her head, she conceded, please stop your meaningless charade. Feng Fei will definitely do your bidding in the future. Xiang Shaolong pressured on, finally showing your true colors? Or else you would not be singing a different tune now. Feng Fei angrily threatened, these are my heartfelt words, if you don't believe me, get lost. Out of the blue, Xiang Shaolong stood up and served another scare, I know who he is. Feng Fei tranquilly commented, I am very tired and I don't care if you know or do not know. I only wish for some peace and quiet right now. As Xiang Shaolong made his way towards the stairs, he suddenly turned back with his body shaking. Glaring ferociously at Feng Fei, he declared, he is Han Jia. Feng Fei was visibly shaken and there was no trace of blood on her face anymore. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 23 Chapter 4. Book 23 Chapter 04 Evil Upon One's Door. Despite Feng Fei's lack of admission, Xiang Shaolong is unwaveringly assured that her lover is Han Jia. He can visualize Feng Fei getting to know Han Jia and Xianyang, and both parties begin to rendezvous with full awareness that Lu Buwei or Lao Ai would surely object to their relationship. The critical factor is Lu Buwei is in cahoots with Lao Ai, so even if Lao Ai approves of their relationship, it would still be in jeopardy. As a result, the couple has decided to reunite in Qi before eloping or executing a similar plan. Since Han Jia is one of Chao Tsueda's top disciples, he can openly travel with Lu Buwei to Qi with good reason. In this aspect, Xiang Shaolong's role as a troop manager is absolutely crucial, as Feng Fei requires someone to see to her travel arrangements and an appropriate cover-up, allowing her to leave Qi unmolested. Supposing Han Jia is Feng Fei's Prince Charming, the perpetrators behind his assassination must be a joint scheme between Lao Ai and Lu Buwei. For Feng Fei to change her mind, it must be due to her intention to elope with Han Jia. It would be unwise to bear the risk of this murder charge. Delving deeper, Feng Fei could be acting on Tian Dan's instructions and was given the poisonous ring by Lu Buwei. With a slow-acting venom taking his life several days later, or a venom that causes blindness, she can safely depart once she completed her assignment. He may not possess all the fine details, but Xiang Shaolong is confident that he has a good grasp of the big picture. Before he could step out of the front hall, he collided with Xiao Yueten, who had came looking for him. The two men isolated themselves in the quiet eastern chamber. Xiang Shaolong began, is there a way for you to obtain a blueprint of Qixia College? Xiao Yueten was incredulous, what do you want it for? Chao Tsuedo is not to be trifled with. Xiang Shaolong explained, I am only going to steal something that rightfully belongs to me. The king of Qi has bestowed my 100 battle saber to Chao Tsuedo, and it is now hanging in the main hall of Qixia College. Xiao Yueten questioned, I was about to tell you about it. Who did you get this information from? Xiang Shaolong told him everything about Han Shuang's morning visit. Knitting his brows in a giant frown, Xiao Yueten thought long and hard in complete silence. He finally warned, Shaolong must not blame me for being a nag, but I know Han Shuang's character very well. He is a greedy pervert and is extremely selfish. To achieve his goals, he can forsake his integrity and morals. Although he owes you a huge debt of gratitude, it makes no difference when it comes to fulfilling his agenda. Recalling Han Shuang's sincere outlook this morning, Xiang Shaolong found it arduous to agree with Xiao Yuetan's point of view. Nevertheless, Xiao Yuetan meant well, and momentarily, Xiang Shaolong did not know what to reply. Doing his best to persuade Xiang Shaolong, Xiao Yuetan advised, Shaolong cannot afford to let your guard down. Presently, you are jumping out of the frying pan into the fire. You are not out of the woods yet. If I were you, I would never trust anyone from the 3 states, Han Wei Zhao. Inversely, Li Yuan is much more reliable because at the end of the day, Shu was not under direct threat from Yingzheng's aggressiveness. Xiang Shaolong bitterly smiled, I am alone by myself. It would be awfully easy for Han Shuang or Lord Longyang to take my life. Xiao Yuatan shook his head, you are too gullible. Firstly, Han Shuang and company knows that they must remain confidential about your presence. If Qi knows the truth, the king of Qi may welcome you as a VIP and honorably escort you back to Xianyang. Pausing, he added, or he may simply use this opportunity to get rid of you for good and no one will be the wiser. Xiang Shaolong kept silent. Xiao Yuatan continued, currently, no one would dare to shoulder the responsibility of being your murderer. He who kills you today can expect the great army of Qin descending on his city gates the next morning. I can assure you this is hardly amusing. Xiang Shaolong wondered, if they killed me in secret, who would know about it? Xiao Yuatan replied, at least Li Yuan would know. Han Shuang and Lord Longyang cannot choose to sit idle too. He added in laughter, our Shaolong is not a sitting duck and your sword skills are top-notched. If you manage to escape a murderous attempt and coupled with the fact that this is not the territory of the three states, who would have the guts to try and take your life a second time round? If I were in their shoes, I would do my best to reduce your suspicions and defenses, thereafter steadily luring you into an inescapable dead end before making my move. Even with your consummate abilities, strength and tricks, it would all be useless as you are ambushed and butchered. Though his entire body is breaking out in cold sweat, Xiang Shaolong is still doubtful and gave a cursory assurance, I will be careful. The objective Xiao Yuatan nodded, maybe I have been thinking too much. But it is better to be safe than sorry. Theoretically, Lord Longyang has tried to harm you before and it would be more challenging for him to harden his resolve to repeat this crime. However, a man's heart is unfathomable. Furthermore, this implicates the survival of one's country and clan. Shaolong had better give it some serious thought. Patting Xiao Yuatan's shoulder, Xiang Shaolong gratefully thanked, now, senior brother you is the only man I can place all my trust without any reservations. Feng Fei's issue has grown in complexity, but... Xiao Yuatan hastily inquired and after Xiang Shaolong revealed his conclusions, Xiao Yuatan mused with his brows locked in a frown, I do not know Han Jie personally but seeing that he came all the way to Xianyang to seek his fortune, would he be willing to give up his career over a lady? Xiang Shaolong agreed, it is said that Han Jie is a member of the Han royalty and got acquainted with Lao Ai in Han a long time ago. For someone to be a close friend of Lao Ai, one can hardly expect him to be a man of integrity. If he is out to deceive Feng Fei and does not truly love her, the problem will be bigger than what I imagined. Xiao Yuatan chuckled, as outsiders, it is tough for us to comprehend the truth. Feng Fei is definitely a beauty who can cause a man to sacrifice everything for her. Why don't Shaolong have a go at her, at least it is better than letting Han Jie obtain her. Xiang Shaolong shook his head, knowing that her lover is Han Jie, I would be less inclined to get involved with her. Slamming the table, Xiao Yuatan exclaimed, I've got it. Feng Fei must have decided to elope to Xianyang and become Han Jie's secret mistress. This matter has been approved by Lao Ai and all they need to do is keep Lu Buwei in the dark. Xiang Shaolong sighed, Feng Fei is really a cunning fox. Back on the ship when I confessed to her that Lu Buwei is the mastermind behind Zhang Quan, she pretended to be surprised and desperate, thoroughly misleading me and implicating me in her devious scheme. Xiao Yuatan disclosed, I have discovered a piece of information that will only add to your worries. Are you keen to hear about it? Xiang Shaolong bitterly laughed, I am already numb to all these upheavals. It would not affect me much even if I know about it. Xiao Yuatan went on, upon my instructions, Zhongsuan Heji went looking for Zhongsuan Long to gather intelligence and he found out that this bloodsucker secretly spread rumors among the wayward students of Qixia, professing that you were proud of your capable swordsmanship and regarded the swordsman of Qi with contempt. What a despicable cad. He is afraid of offending Li Yuan or Xie Ziyuan to resort to this underhand, indirect attack. Xiang Shaolong shrugged his shoulders, remarking, someone already tried to assault me but he failed miserably. If they wish to attack me in an open manner, there is nothing to be afraid of. Don't tell me Chao Zuidao will personally come for me. Xiao Yuatan cautioned, you must be extra vigilant against Ma Qinjia and Nin Tingzhang. These two men enjoy creating trouble wherever they go and they simply thrive in chaos. In addition, their sword skills are truly amazing, but... Before he could complete his sentence, family warrior Fei Chun came to report in a flustered manner, Manager, bad news, a gang of hostile swordsmen have come barging in, demanding to see nobody but you. Both men exchanged a look of astonishment, secretly startled at the coincidence. Xiang Shaolong do not wish for Xiao Yuatan to be embroiled in this troublesome affair and expose their intimate friendship. He insisted on facing this rowdy crowd all by himself. Since he uncovered Feng Fei's lies from his conversation with Han Shuang this morning, his act of chivalry is being replaced by feelings of disillusionment. With regards to Han Jia, which sword skills are comparable with his own, Xiang Shaolong neither adore nor detest him, but if he were to label this man, Han Jia is unquestionably a man with dubious morals. Still, Feng Fei has fallen in love with his handsome look, so Feng Fei's standing in his heart has fallen drastically. He may not be interested in Feng Fei, but in the end, he would want her to dedicate the rest of her life to someone of good character. With his new change of heart, he dreams of arranging the future paths of Dong Shuzhen and her fellow courtesans, thereby accomplishing his mission and retiring from the scene. He would head back to Xianyang to reunite with his pretty wives and lovely son, and wait patiently for Xiao Pan's coronation in his showdown between Lu Buwei and Lao Ai's organization. Xiao Yuatan may have pointed out Han Shuang's unreliability, but he still holds faith that Han Shuang places their friendship beyond the reach of the dark side. Until today, he still has the naive mindset that there is goodness in everyone's heart because he himself is one shining example. There is no one who abhors war and violence like himself, but in these ancient times, it is as common as breathing. In the midst of his thoughts, Xiang Shaolong crossed the door ledge and took his first step into the main hall of the front courtyard. 5 young Qi swordsmen of uneven height were standing in a single file in the center of the hall. In the instant he treaded into the hall, he became the single focus of the 10 eyeballs. They were dressed in lavish warrior uniforms, and by simply observing their ornate swords, one could tell that they are either the descendants of high-ranking officials or the sons of rich businessmen. Zhang Quan's trusted follower Koan Shan, together with family warriors Feng Liang and Lei Yuner, were wearing an angry expression on their faces as they stood at a side. It is obvious that they are annoyed at these arrogant and overbearing ruffians. To be honest, Xiang Shaolong is not in the best of moods and would not mind venting his frustration on these men who had volunteered to be his punching bag. He is fully aware that acting out his emotions would only serve to blow the matter out of proportion and eventually lead to confrontations with the likes of Zhongxuan Shenhua, Dan Shu, Ma Qinjia, and Min Tingzheng, all the best fighters of Qi. From their composure and aura, the 5 men in front of him are many notches below these accomplished swordsmen. Nonetheless, he could not appear too subservient. Otherwise, these opponents would take advantage of the situation, causing him to lose his standing in Linzi. Finding a balance among these factors is the true test of his competency. Among them, the tallest and most burly youngster coldly grunted, "Are you the self-proclaimed sword without equal, dog-slave Xin Liang?" Xiang Shaolong icily snorted and advanced quickly towards them. The 5 men were shocked and all their hands moved to press down on the hilt of their swords. Halting suddenly about 5 feet away from the 5 men, his keen eyes speedily scanned and memorized the reactions of every one of them before Xiang Shaolong guffawed, "Who is this gentleman here, and why did you make 2 mistakes in a single sentence?" The lanky and stout youth seems to be the leader of the 5-men pack. Staring back, he answered in a sharp voice, "Throughout my life, my name is the owner of all my actions and will never change. Fast Sword Nian Chang is the gentleman you are referring to. What mistakes did I make?" From his tone, Xiang Shaolong knew that he, Nian Chang, has been stifled by his XSL own awe-inspiring aura. Secretly tickled, he plainly retorted, "Firstly, I do not think very much of my sword skills, and secondly, I am not a dog slave." Another shorter and stocky youth jested, "As a servant to the courtesans, who are you but a dog slave, dut?" As the other 4 men began to jeer and howl with laughter, somebody added, "Get your master to come out and apologize and we will consider letting you off." The expressions of Koan Shan, the 2 family warriors, as well as Fei Chun who came in with Xiang Shaolong, started turning ugly at the insults. In the same breath, they acknowledged that these men cannot be trifled with and were dejected with helplessness. With an air of unaffectedness, Xiang Shaolong acted surprised and yelled, "So anyone who is working for somebody else is classified as a dog slave. Therefore, in Qi, everyone besides the king is a dog slave too?" The 5 men are all brawn and no brains. Dumbfounded, they did not know how to verbally counter him. His voice turning gentle, Xiang Shaolong saluted, "May I boldly ask the 5 gentlemen here, who personally told you I boasted about my swordsmanship as being without equal? Can we find this man to corroborate his statement with me? If it turns out to be true, I, Xin Liang, would kowtow to make amends." The 5 men glanced at one another speechlessly. Using this break, Koan Shan interrupted, "Your servant had already told you it must be somebody slandering Manager Shen." With an irritated expression, Nian Chang dared, "Since we came all the way here, we cannot leave empty-handed. Why don't Manager Shen show us a move or two?" Xiang Shaolong cackled, "This is easy. My sword skills may not be as good as the 5 gentlemen, but I have some other tricks of my own. Watch it." In the middle of his roar, he lifted his left and right arm concurrently, allowing 2 concealed daggers to smoothly slide into his hands from his sleeves. In the same momentum, he shot out both daggers horizontally to his front, flawlessly and accurately embedding them into the frame of a window. There is no difference in height between the positions of the 2 daggers. The faces of everyone present became void of color, including Koan Shan. The most challenging part is a simultaneous attack from both hands with deadly speed and accuracy. Conscious that he has displayed enough prowess to satisfy these clowns, he bowed and paid his respects. I have errands to run and will not send gentlemen off. He solemnly turned his back to them and left the hall. Under the cover of Xia Yuatan's carriage, Xiang Shaolong left Tingsong Villa and proceeded in search of the most reliable Li Yuan. Xia Yuatan praised, Shaolong understood the psychology of Qi citizens very well, mindful that they value their reputation above all else. After your excellent display, the 5 kids would surely hide the truth and lied that you apologized to them, causing other troublemakers to lose interest in you. Xiang Shaolong shook his head and sighed. Zhong Xuanlong is a Qi national too who values his reputation more than anyone else. He will not give up easily. Xiao Yuatan grinned. Now that you are getting Li Yuan to intercede, Zhong Xuanlong will have to let you go no matter what happens. Pausing, he questioned in a low voice, do you know that just a while ago, Feng Fei and Little Pinger were escorted by several of her trusted subordinates out of the villa through the back door? Xiang Shaolong was astounded. How did you know? Xiao Yuatan responded, it was Yun Yang who saw it and told me about it. Xiang Shaolong frowned. Are they going to rendezvous with Han Jie? How I wish I can stalk her. Xiao Yuatan advised, you are not familiar with Lin Zi and it would be a miracle if no one discovers you. In this moment, the sound of hoofbeats can be heard as several horses tried to catch up to the carriage from the back. Sticking his head out for a look, Xiang Shaolong saw that it was Boss Jin Shinjiu chasing him with several of his troop members. Boss Jin called out, Manager Shin, please wait up, but Xiao Yuatan commanded the driver to stop the carriage. Cantering to the side of the carriage window, Boss Jin professed, is Manager Shin available for a quick chat? Xiang Shaolong would never reject him and nodded his head in consent. To Xiao Yuatan, he whispered, Senior brother must remember to get me a map of Qixia College. I will make my way to Li Yuan's residence on my own. As Xiang Shaolong disembarked from the horse carriage, Boss Jin dismounted from his horse and led him to a nearby winehouse. After locating a secluded and quiet corner, he sat down and cautioned, Brother Shin. Trouble awaits you. Xiang Shaolong bitterly laughed, my troubles are endless as of now. An extra one would not make any difference. Gesturing a thumbs up, Boss Jin praised, Brother Shin is a true hero indeed. I, Boss Jin, did not befriend the wrong person. Xiang Shaolong can feel his heart warming up. Boss Jin is the better buddy between the two of us. What is it about? Boss Jin explained, Tiandan hosted a welcoming banquet for Lu Buwei last night and both Su Fang and I were present. Incidentally, I was seated at the same table with a subordinate of Zhong Xuanlong. As we chatted idly, he asked if I knew who you are. Of course I did not tell him the truth about our friendship. Xiang Shaolong chortled, are they issuing a reward for my precious head? Laughing raucously, Boss Jin commended, Brother Shin is really open-minded. Things are not so serious yet though. Have you heard of Qixia sword meet? Xiang Shaolong shook his head to indicate his ignorance. Boss Jin articulated, on the first day of every month, Qixia College would host a riding and archery jamboree, providing newcomers a platform to showcase their abilities. Today is the 27th. The next sword meet is 3 days later. As usual, they would invite some guests to participate. Hey! It is just a polite way of saying it. In actual fact, they are looking for dueling opponents. Xiang Shaolong snickered, if they try to invite me, I would fake an illness to reject the invitation. Don't tell me they can make me attend the sword meet by force. Boss Jin sighed, the invitation cards are sent out by the King of Qi. Does Brother Shin have the guts to reject the King's invitation? I heard that Zongsuan Xianhua, the son of Zhong Xuanlong, is infuriated with Brother Shin and has decided to personally teach you a lesson on the dueling ground. He would not dare to take your life and only wooden swords are used, but due to his sword strength, he can easily break one of Brother Shin's legs. His brows immediately creased into a huge frown. Xiang Shaolong is not concerned about the unbeatable fighter of Lin Zi, Zongsuan Xianhua. He is more concerned that Tiandan and Lu Buwei may be spectators at the meet and it would be a miracle if they failed to single him out. Boss Jin assured in a low voice, Brother Shin should leave Lin Zi under the cover of the night. I am positive Miss Feng would not bear grudges against you. Xiang Shaolong is highly motivated for this as a brilliant plan, but what about Dong Shuzhen and the other ladies? If he left without a care, this episode would surely become a knot in his heart and he will never find peace for the rest of his life. Boss Jin continued to egg him on. Zhong Xuanlong's influence is overwhelming such that even high-ranking officials and men of influence and stature are terrified of him. Brother Shin can never hope to overcome him. Xiang Shaolong sighed with a breath of air, my utmost appreciation for Boss's reminder. I may just have a way to manage this situation. Finishing his sentence, he patted Boss Jin on his shoulder and went in search of Li Yuan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 23 Chapter 5. Book 23 Chapter 05, Touring Cow Mountain. Li Yuan is a guest resident at Tingzhu Villa, which is located just 2 streets away from Tingsong Villa. From this arrangement, one can infer that Feng Fei's status is equivalent to that of a state chancellor Li Yuan. Arriving at the villa entrance, he reported his name Shen Liang to the sentry. Upon hearing his name, the guard came to attention and respectfully saluted. "Good day to you, Master Shen. Chancellor has left instructions about your possible visit." "However, Chancellor has just left the villa. Would Master Shen like to leave a message?" Xiang Shaolong initially wanted to leave a note asking Li Yuan to come and look for him but rationalized that it is inappropriate given his lowly status. He simply remarked, "I have to trouble Mr. to inform Chancellor that I did came by. That's all." At this juncture, the central gate swung wide open and an elaborate carriage escorted by several riders in the front and back drove out of the residence. As the carriage window curtains are not drawn up, the passenger could not be seen. As the carriage drew further and further away, Xiang Shaolong suppressed the urge to inquire about its occupant and began trekking his way home. The weather was excellent, it was cold but it was a comfortable kind of cool. As Xiang Shaolong strode along the congested and lively streets among other pedestrians and vehicles, his heart, on the other hand, was feeling lonely and solitary. While he was on the run, all his energy and time is dedicated towards avoiding enemy search teams and related considerations. Although he has entered Linzi and is now surrounded by both old and new friends, he was feeling lonesome instead. He glanced about his surroundings, soaking in the magnificent views of the Qi capital, deeply experiencing the meaning of the proverb surrounded by luxury, feeling sad and lonely. Besides Xiao Yuatan, there is no one he could trust. The most maddening fact is that he did not have any warriors at his personal disposal. Otherwise, he could simply send someone to keep Han Shuang under surveillance and easily determine if Han Shuang would betray him or not. For example, if Han Shuang visits Guokai on a regular basis, it would indicate his disloyalty. The 3 states have always been on intimate terms with one another and Guokai's lady boss is Han Shuang's clanswoman Han Jing. If he wants to do something against Xiang Shaolong's interests, both men would definitely form a partnership. Under those circumstances, even Lord Long Yang could not voice his objection. Their only stumbling block is Li Yuan, but whether Li Yuan would risk offending the 3 states to protect him is still an unknown fact. As his mind weighed down with these issues, his senses suddenly tingled with alarm. A single horseman is seen riding towards him from the front and as he got nearer, the rider gazed downwards at him, checking, "How do I address brother?" Xiang Shaolong stared at him with astonishment and after confirming that he has never seen this man before in his life, he raised his alertness and quizzed, "What is going on?" The rider was reasonably polite and smiled, "My mistress is Lady Qingxiu and I was commanded by her to invite Mr. to meet her. As mistress did not tell me the honorable name of Mr., I had to trouble you for it." Realizing that the convoy which departed earlier from Tingzhu Villa belongs to Lady Qingxiu, Xiang Shaolong secretly thought either Li Yuan has told her about his presence in Linzi or his disguise is really terrible. Thus, he gave his name as Shen Liang and accompanied the horseman to meet this beauty who has had an unhappy marriage. Boarding Lady Qingxiu's carriage that was waiting by the roadside, the beauty who has concealed her gorgeous face behind a few layers of veil greeted in her usual wintry voice, "How are you doing, great general? Please sit beside Qingxiu." Xiang Shaolong is feeling disappointed that he did not get to see her face. Additionally, he is conscious that her invitation for him to sit down beside her is not because of intimacy but rather a more convenient way to hold a secret conversation. He hurriedly stabilized his emotions and sat down. A whiff of womanly fragrance began invading his nose and mind as the carriage moved slowly along the busy highway of the ancient capital. All of a sudden, his loneliness has completely evaporated. As the carriage shook occasionally, causing their shoulders to knock against each other, he could not help but recall the wonderful and moving time in Dalian when Ji Yanran shared a similar episode with him. Lady Qingxiu plainly state, "Great General's masquerade is truly brilliant. If not for Qingxiu hearing about Great General's arrival in Linzi from Chancellor Li Yuan, I would not have recognized you." A relieved Xiang Shaolong bitterly smiled, "I certainly hope Chancellor Li would not tell everyone he met that I am here in the state of Qi." Lady Qingxiu was displeased. "Chancellor Li is not someone who does not know what he is doing. He did not hide the truth from me because after all, Qingxiu is the best friend of Grand Tutor Qin." Xiang Shaolong shot his mouth off, "I thought your ladyship is not on good terms with Chancellor Li." Looking out of the window through the curtain, Lady Qingxiu kept silent for some time before softly suggesting, "It is snowing again. I wonder what scenery Cow Mountain will offer. Is Great General interested to accompany Qingxiu for a tour of Cow Mountain?" Xiang Shaolong did not expect her to propose a tour out of the blue and even invited him to accompany her. He stammered, "Cow Mountain?" At the same time, his heart was filled with surprise and shock at her warm hospitality. The sky began to darken as flakes of snows gently and feebly descended on earth. Appearing to be in deep contemplation, Lady Qingxiu stared out of the window and gently articulated, touring Cow Mountain during the rainy spring season is widely regarded as the top attraction among the 8 top touring locations of Linzi. Due to recent deforestation, Cow Mountain is wastefully degenerating into a barren highland. Fortunately, after a bout of tree planting, it is overheard that it has regained its spread of bountiful forestry and seas of greenery. Of course, this cannot be seen as it is still winter. Xiang Shaolong finally discovered the origin of the saying, as barren as Cow Mountain. He nodded, since your ladyship is feeling adventurous, I dare not reject your offer. After instructing the convoy to proceed towards Cow Mountain, Lady Qingxiu enthused with anticipation. When Qingxiu was young, I did visit Cow Mountain with my late father. It was in March during spring. There were gushing streams formed by spring water seeping out of crevices of Cow Mountain, materializing into a descending body of water. With mass evaporation, it resembles a combination of rain and mist, giving the impression of a smoky downpour. Till today, the scene is deeply ingrained in my memory. Listening to her eloquent description and witnessing her graceful aura, Xiang Shaolong was immensely mesmerized. Secretly picturing her face veils to be the smoky rain of Cow Mountain, he was bedazzled at her attractive though blurry face. Lady Qingxiu continued, Qingxiu is always perturbed when revisiting past sites of beautiful sceneries. I am deeply fearful that it may become different from what I previously remembered. Xiang Shaolong was taken aback. Then why are we revisiting this attraction? Lady Qingxiu shook her head slowly. I do not understand too. Maybe it is because I am presently accompanied by the earth-shattering figure Xiang Shaolong. Xiang Shaolong noted, it appears that I hold certain weightage in the heart of your ladyship. Glancing at him, Lady Qingxiu whispered, earlier, when I noticed Great General standing alone outside the villa gates and comparing it to Great General being at the top of the command chain in Xianyang, I can clearly experience a world of difference between the two and the intense sensation of how things have changed with the times. Finally, I could not bear it and had to stop my carriage to see Great General. Does Great General find me ridiculous? Xiang Shaolong was startled. So your ladyship is feeling sympathetic towards me, but... Shaking her head, Lady Qingxiu clarified, it is not sympathy but adoration. Does Great General know that you are in grave danger? At this moment, the carriage drove through the city gates and headed towards the south. Xiang Shaolong bitterly smiled, I am sure there is a logical explanation behind your ladyship's words. Shaolong is all ears. Lady Qingxiu simply admired, in my entire life, it is once in a blue moon for Qingxiu to experience anything that matches Great General's nonchalance and indifference about his safety. Even if it is not on the account of senior sister Qin, Qingxiu would assist you all the same. Suppressing his voice to a lower volume, Xiang Shaolong questioned, can your bodyguards be trusted? Lady Qingxiu assured, Great General can put your mind at ease. These family warriors have been in my service for over 10 years, in addition, they would never have guessed that you are Xiang Shaolong. After a pause, she leaned in closer and spoke with her breath landing on his ear and her veil occasionally rubbing against his face. Chancellor Li entered the palace yesterday to look for my sister, Lady Ning, and was wearing a depressed and pained expression. Only upon my interrogation did he reveal your affairs. Xiang Shaolong was thunderstruck, this is bad. Did he say anything else? Lady Qingxiu lamented, he would never confide the truth to me but I am certain that he truly appreciates and views Great General as his bosom buddy. However, he is the Chancellor and it is more often than not where he has to put aside his personal feelings and put the state's interests above his own. Otherwise, he would not be so troubled. As if she does not want to get too close to him, Lady Qingxiu suddenly turned her face away, sighing a breath as she gazed out of the window. Sighing along with her, Xiang Shaolong was speechless for some time. He concluded that when Li Yuan initially saw him, that was his genuine and authentic behavior but in afterthought, reality and practicability would set in. His troubled mind could also be due to Han Chuang giving pressure. Except for Xiao Yuatan, who else can he trust now? A word at a time, Lady Qingxiu slowly advised, if not for the terrible weather, I would recommend Great General to simply depart now that we are outside the city. It will be a good and clean getaway. Recalling the days when he was critically ill and staggering along the unfamiliar roads of Dalian, Xiang Shaolong was filled with apprehension. He sighed, I still have some unfinished business. Besides, I would certainly not be a sitting duck even if someone tries to come after me. Before your ladyship's warning, I did anticipate this development. Lady Qingxiu nodded, history has long proven Xiang Shaolong to be someone who was able to overcome danger and difficulties. Until now, no one has a clear picture of what is going. Maybe I am just overly worried. Abruptly, she joyfully pointed to a faraway hill beyond the window and exclaimed, look. That is the tomb of Guanzhong, the famed premier who assisted Hangong to acclaim success and dominance. Naturally leaning forward and trailing her far gaze, Xiang Shaolong can only see the mountainous wilderness blanketed with a layer of silver snow and every tree branch laden with snowflakes. It was an absolutely spotless, breathstopping white wonderland. The snowy landscape seems to have merged with the sky, resulting in no difference between the two. Not far away a huge mountain stood erected as River Z and River NV, the two rivers meandered from east to west. Lined along the river shores were towering, centuries-old pine and birch trees. The backdrop was unbelievable. Several mountains were connected to the first along the southern direction, forming a series of peaking mountain range. It was a breathtaking sight. Lady Qingxiu lowered her head, softly remarking, "Great General, you." Only now did Xiang Shaolong realize his own chest is tightly pressed against the side of her shoulder. He awkwardly shifted away, and after observing the environment, he perceived, without a ship to cross the river, we cannot ascend the mountain and enjoy the fantastic view from above. Lady Qingxiu simply decided, it is time to go back. If I wanted to look for Great General in the future, what should I do? Noticing her tone turning chilly, Xiang Shaolong can feel his pride swelling and replied in a low voice, "Your ladyship has better not get involved in this matter. Life and death is predetermined. If heaven does not bless me, Xiang Shaolong, what can I do? Man cannot go against the will of heaven." Lady Qingxiu lightly shuddered. Man cannot go against the will of heaven. Great General is indeed open-minded. I shall not interfere any further. Back at Tingsong Villa, Xiang Shaolong's mind is still persistently filled with images of Lady Qingxiu. He could not understand the strong influence she exerts over him. It could be due to her indifferent and cold attitude towards life or her graceful style of cool arrogance that has moved his heart. Fortunately, he is bristling with alertness at the slightest sign of danger. Using his spare time, he analyzed the layout of Tingsong Villa down to the smallest details in readiness of a swift evacuation in times of peril. Only after retrieving his grappling hooks and ropes and securely fastening them around his waist did he finally steady his frayed nerves. Once he settled some routine troop responsibilities and visited the bedridden but recovering Zhang Quan, he retreated to his own room for a break. Just as he was about to fall asleep, Dong Shuzhen came a-knocking. Hugging his blanket, Xiang Shaolong sat up as Dong Shuzhen nestled herself on the side of his bed. She was astonished. Has Manager Shen caught a cold? Xiang Shaolong laughed. I am as fit as a fiddle and can kill 2 tigers right now. What is the purpose behind second mistress's visit? Calming down from her shock, Dong Shuzhen patted her perky bosom, exclaiming, You gave me a fright. Shooting him a look, she admonished, Must I visit you only when I have a purpose? Come. Let me give you a massage. I guarantee you will have a good nap thereafter. Flipping his body and lying prostrate on his bed, Xiang Shaolong was pleased. Let me experience the excellent massage skills of second mistress. Dong Shuzhen took off her outer coat and conveniently kicked her cotton shoes away. Sitting on his back, she reached out and grinded his shoulder muscles, revealing in a low voice, I have discovered the culprit who switched the song sheet. Without thinking at all, Xiang Shaolong remarked, It is Little Ning. Little Ning is Zhu Xiuzhen's personal serving maid. Dong Shuzhen was thrilled. This time round, Manager Shen is wrong. The criminal is Zhang Quan himself. Little Ning did catch him acting sneakily near her room and found the room to be slightly untidy upon entering but did not think too much about it. She only confessed to this after Xiuzhen's interrogation. Xiang Shaolong shook his head, I do not believe a word of it. It is Little Ning framing Zhang Quan for her own wrongdoing. Ow. This spot is really comfortable. I am going to doze off. Dong Shuzhen panicked, do not doze off yet. Do you have any news regarding the promise you committed to me? Xiang Shaolong knows she is asking about the issue of Feng Fei allowing her to sing solo for one of the routines. Distressed, he honestly admitted, I have not had the opportunity to talk to her about it. Shall I update you tomorrow instead? Dong Shuzhen proned down and embraced him in a bear hug, biting his ear as she questioned, I heard that you and Han Chuan go way back and are old buddies. Would you assist him in harming me? Xiang Shaolong is not as confident about Han Chuan as before. He bitterly smiled, we are just acquaintances. And definitely not old buddies as you mentioned. Second mistress can put your mind at ease. As long as I am still breathing, I would do my best for second mistress. Dong Shuzhen shivered once and wondered, Shen Liang, why are you sounding so negative today? Where has your confidence and willpower disappeared to? Xiang Shaolong did a big body flip, pressing her below his body and greedily kissing her tender lips. It was only when she began to moan did he release her, explaining, life is unpredictable, no man can be confident about everything in the future. We can only strive to do our best, which is why I require full trust and cooperation from both of you. Her pupils dilating as she stared at him, Dong Shuzhen's eyes began to shine with searing flames of passion as she whispered, You are not only into men, but women as well. Xiang Shaolong bitterly laughed, when did I ever admit I am into men? At the same time, he was becoming highly aroused. Ever since he reckoned the possibility of betrayal by Han Shuang or the others, his spirits have sunk to unfathomable depths and are at an all-time low. He was desperate to indulge in some excitement to distract himself, and Dong Shuzhen has volunteered to provide the excitement he needs. Maybe it is only through her 5xe figure can he forget about all the unhappy events. Hooking his neck with her arms, Dong Shuzhen softly dared, "Words are just empty talk. I need to see some real action to prove that you are into women." As his wall of determination came crashing down, Xiang Shaolong lowered his head and was about to taste the lipstick on her lips when someone called out beyond his door, "Master Shin, official Xie Ziyuan is here and is waiting for you in the main hall." Xiang Shaolong can feel a sense of uneasiness. There are several hours till sunset. Why is Xie Ziyuan so early? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 23 Chapter 6. Book 23 Chapter 06 Expired Love. Xie Ziyuan had a ghastly expression on his face and appears to be in distress. The moment he saw Xiang Shaolong, he began dragging him towards the main entrance, explaining, "Little brother unexpectedly has something urgent to attend to and may not be able to fetch Brother Shin at the predetermined time. Therefore, I chose to come by much earlier." Xiang Shaolong suggested, "Since Brother Xie has an important task at hand, we can simply postpone our activities." Xie Ziyuan shook his head and apologized, "That would land me in hot soup. Originally, I thought of sending someone to fetch you but felt that was inappropriate after reconsideration. Moreover, it is more convenient this way, as I will be passing by. Once I delivered Brother Shin back to my residence, you'll have to make do without little brother for some time." As the two men stepped out of the main gate, they entered the square where 30-odd family warriors were awaiting their esteemed presence with horses and a carriage. This is the first time Xiang Shaolong witnessed Xie Ziyuan in such a grand and imposing procession. He was amazed. Brother Xie is truly awe-inspiring. Shaking his head, Xie Ziyuan sighed, "It is not my style to take on a high profile, but Zongsuan Long demanded I do so. Let's speak further in the carriage." An attendant opened the carriage door and the two men climbed aboard, taking their respective seats. As the carriage drove out of the villa, Xie Ziyuan sighed with a breath, "Don't be misled by the lively and prosperous appearance of Lin Zi. Behind the scenes, every person can barely fend for themselves and one will never know when trouble will come knocking." Xiang Shaolong probed in a low voice, "Is Brother Xie referring to the two princes fighting for the throne of Qi?" Xie Ziyuan was astounded. "I did not expect Brother Shin to know about these insider information." Xiang Shaolong wondered, "I just have a rough idea about what is going on." Looking at Brother Xie's heavy frown, has something abrupt happened, causing Brother Xie so much anxiety? Sighing again, Xie Ziyuan insisted in a deep voice, "For Brother Shin, some things are better left unknown. I shall send Brother Shin to my residence first for a talk with my wife. After meeting Zongsuan Long, I shall return back to see Brother Shin. Hey! No matter what, we must definitely have a good time tonight. Brother Shin should be capable of negotiating with my wife, right?" Xiang Shaolong had a good laugh. "I thought Brother Xie has forgotten all about it." Xie Ziyuan bitterly laughed. "Compared to all previous occasions, little brother is most wanting now for a visit to a brothel to de-stress." Xiang Shaolong is concerned about Shan Ro and his love covers her family, which includes Xie Ziyuan as well. Nonetheless, he is conscious that Xie Ziyuan would not easily reveal the intricacies of the palace infighting to an outsider like himself. His mind thinking at the speed of electricity and grasping the genuine reason, he tested his theory. Is it Lu Buwei deploying some devious scheme? Xie Ziyuan was thunderstruck. How did Brother Shin know about this? Lowering his voice, Xiang Shaolong clarified, "I did stay in Xianyang for a period of time and was on extremely good terms with the movers and shakers of the Qin court, leading to my familiarity with Lu Buwei's evil methods, resulting in my calculated guess." Xie Ziyuan was caught in a daze for a while before reflecting, movers and shakers. This is the first time little brother has heard this phrase, and after thinking thoroughly, it is such an apt description. Who are the people that Brother Shin is familiar with? Xiang Shaolong mentioned the names Li Si, the Lord Chongping brothers, and naturally included his own name. Upon hearing, Xie Ziyuan was left gaping with his mouth wide open and tongue-tied. Exhaling a breath, he observed, "That means Brother Shin is well acquainted with the loyal subjects of Yingzheng? The best of the lot is Xiang Shaolong. Despite using every trick in the book, Lu Buwei is still unable to trip him up. By the way, Brother Shin, is Yingjing the son of Lu Buwei and Zhu Ji?" Xiang Shaolong resolutely affirmed, "Of course not. Otherwise, their relationship would not be so strained. What did Lu Buwei do exactly that has caused Brother Xie so much agony? Did he make some remarks to your great king? Xie Ziyuan is truly a kind soul." Shaking his head, he enlightened, "The affairs which I am involved in are of such importance that any illusions would result in the extermination of one's clan. Little brother is afraid of implicating Brother Shen. It is better for Brother Shen to stay out of this." Xiang Shaolong knows that it would be unkind to press on any further, and he secretly swore to prevent anyone from exterminating the household of Shan Rou. However, he is unable to come up with a suitable solution, for he is unaware of the whole picture. Xia Ziyuan changed the topic. It seems like Feng Fei holds brother Shen in high regard. Remembering the ever-complex relationship between Feng Fei and himself, he plainly muttered a reply. Focusing his attention back to the succession dispute of Qi, he realized that he could not longer ignore this event, for it has a direct impact on Shan Rou's household. Tian Dan and Lu Buwei are professionals when it comes to the scheming game. Faced with opponents like Zhang Xuanlong, Xia Ziyuan, and supported by the other states, it is still unclear who will be the final victor. It would be wonderful if Zhou Yan is still around. All this world-famous fortune-telling grandmaster has to do is to point to the stars and say a few words to overpower all the persuasion and debating strategies thrown at the king of Qi. By this time, the carriage has arrived at Xia residence and Xiang Shaolong disembarked. Without dismounting at all, Xia Ziyuan rode the same carriage to Zhang Xuanlong's villa for a secret meeting with their allies. A maid led Xiang Shaolong into the inner residence to see Shan Rou. Along the way, Xiang Shaolong repeatedly warned himself mentally, reminding himself that Shan Rou has become the wife of another man and there must not be any rekindling of past love. Otherwise, he would be acting against his own conscience. Shan Rou, without a doubt, is still Shan Rou. Without the slightest display of womanly vulnerability, she expectedly chased all her servants to the side hall before going straight to the point. Have I become a man-eating tiger after getting married? How dare you flee for your life at the first sight of me? Have you developed a habit of running for your life? Continuing with a puci giggle, she shot him a look with the aura of a MILF, laughing as she panted, and will be in wherever he goes. How dare you collaborate with Ziyuan to deceive me? If not for Gigi's, Zhao account, I would have broken both your dog legs. Witnessing Shan Rou's ferociousness, Xiang Shaolong was instead relieved. Vulgarly taking a seat, he smiled. Why aren't you bringing me your two white and chubby sons for a look? Little brother is extremely fond of anyone who resembles Madame Rou. Are they born inherently with fist-fighting and leg-kicking skills? Shan Rou laughed heartily, like the shaking of flowers on branches, collapsing onto the floor. She wailed, how I wish I can give you a beating right now. After become the mistress of the Xia household, it is not easy to find someone who would retaliate physically or verbally. With master unwilling to duel and coupled with his batch of useless disciples, my hands are really itching. Xiang Shaolong finally understood. No wonder brother Xia is terrified of you, but... Glaring viciously at him, Shan Rou hissed, don't make me sound so frightening. Shall we have a friendly duel using wooden swords? Xiang Shaolong had a brainwave. Your master has 4 top disciples and I know 2 of them are Han Jie and Zhongsuan Xianhua. Who are the other 2? With a look of contempt on her face, Shan Rou disparaged, what 4 top disciples? I have no idea. I only know master is most fond of me, Shan Rou. That turtle-egg Zhongsuan Xianhua is just a cowardly good for nothing. Every time I suggested a friendly exchange, he would make up all sorts of excuses. How I wish I could cut his balls off. Hearing that, Xiang Shaolong could not help but hold his tummy and burst out into laughter. Even though this obstinate beauty has become a mother of 2 children, she did not lose a single bit of her unique style, satisfying him to a great extent. He took the opportunity to ask, does Tian Dan know you have become Madame Xia? Shan Rou coldly grunted, so what if he knows about it? That old crook should prepare a huge prayer session to thank his ancestors and heaven that I did not pursue the matter any further. It is really bizarre. After killing the fake dummy, all the hatred and anger in my heart has dissipated. Although that villain is still alive and kicking, I have long regarded him as a dead man. Xiang Shaolong grew solemn. Shall we talk about something more serious? Are you familiar with Han Jie? What kind of person is he? What is his character like? Pouting her cute little mouth, Shan Rou scorned, what kind of good man would end up as Lao Ai's partner in crime? He has earned neither my admiration nor respect. However, his sword skills do hold water. She suddenly frowned, why are you not on your way back to Xianyang? Gigi must be worried sick. Xiang Shaolong bitterly smiled, I ended up here because there was no other way out. Do you think I am here to tour the local sites? Shan Rou nodded, I heard both the roads and the river has been blockaded due to several days of continuous snowstorm. One cannot survive without a decent fire stove. When the weather gets better, I will get Ziyuan to send you away. Xiang Shaolong had a big shock, you must never do that. Brother Xia must not know about my real identity. If this matter leaks out, he would be found guilty of deceiving the king. Shan Rou proudly declared, based on the reputation of the Xia family, worse come to worse, he would only lose his official post. What's so good about being an official? Xiang Shaolong is aware that her hatred and opposition is due to her father holding an official post and eventually facing a clan extermination order. He agreed, Brother Xia is too kind and gullible. It is not very suitable for someone of his character to thrive in officialdom. Shan Rou chuckled, neither you nor him are good people anyway, forever thinking of having a good time outside with other women. You nearly became an accomplice. Xiang Shaolong simply reasoned, the less he gets, the more he wants. You can try forcing him to visit brothels for 10 straight nights. I guarantee he would be so sick of them he would avoid them like plague in the future. Besides, he visits brothels for inspiration for his music composition and is not really sleeping around. Her almond-shaped eyes staring at him, Shan Rou interrogated, did he plead with you to negotiate with me on his behalf? In actual fact, like Xie Ziyuan, Xiang Shaolong is terrified of Shan Rou. He raised his arms, surrendering, Big Sister Rou should know whose side I am on. Thawing, Shan Rou sweetly smiled, of course I know la. It is wonderful that you are here. How about this? While Ziyuan is having a good time outside, you shall accompany me. Xiang Shaolong stammered, what? Shan Rou justified, it is only fair. Xiang Shaolong bitterly smiled, to be honest, I am spending every day thinking of how to preserve my life. Shan Rou scolded, forget it. You think you are so desirable? Who needs your company? Both of you better scram as far as you can, otherwise, do not blame me for being merciless. Xiang Shaolong was dumbfounded at her words. Shan Rou instead shot him a look and cackled with a puci, I'm just scaring you. How would I bear to chase you away? Master Xiang is little girl's first lover. If I cannot even grant such a small request, how can you face up to Ziyuan's expectations? How about this? I shall permit the two of you to have all the fun you want tonight, but you must return by 11 o'clock, otherwise, Ziyuan will have to sleep at your place. Rubbing her tummy, she wailed, we shall not wait for Ziyuan any longer. I'm hungry. When dinner is over and there is still no sight of Xie Ziyuan, Xiang Shaolong took the opportunity to bid farewell and made his way back to Tingsong Villa. Just as he stepped into the villa, the sentry reported, Chancellor Li from Chu sent someone to look for Master Shin, but Master Shin is not around, so he left. Hey! Master Shin is truly well connected. Our band of brothers will follow you in the future. In his mind, Xiang Shaolong was thinking, I can barely fend for myself, how am I supposed to take care of so many of you? As he gave a token response, this young family warrior named Shi Zichuan lowered his voice and disclosed, your servant has something to report to Master Shin. It is something for Master Shin to be aware of, and it mustn't be known to others that it was I who leaked this information to you. Xiang Shaolong was surprised, what is it? Shi Zichuan began, earlier today, I saw Gu Ming and Fang Sheng behaving in a suspicious manner and the two men slipped out into the streets. I decided to stalk them and witnessed them conversing with Sali. I believe they are up to no good and I am worried that they are plotting something against you, Master Shin. Xiang Shaolong thought, I have my limitations and cannot cope with so many issues cropping up at the same time. The best solution is to make another pair of ice skis, and while the snow outside the city is waist deep, it is the perfect timing to skate away. Even if all the soldiers of the 6 states were to jointly pursue him, it would still be fruitless. This plan is indeed appealing, but the problem lies with him being unable to convince himself. Moreover, Xie Ziyuan's problem is unresolved and he can never leave with a peace of mind. Patting Qi Zichuan's shoulder and dispatching some words of encouragement, he ambled towards the inner courtyard. Qi Zichuan instead caught up to him and pulled him to a corner before adding, "This is something more I need to tell Master Shin." Upon Gu Ming's return, he went to look for second mistress. Following that, second mistress and Miss Xiaojun left the villa too. Xiang Shaolong was burning with rage. Up till today, Dong Shuzhen and Zhu Xiaojun don't know what's good for them and have remained in cahoots with Sali. To think he is still risking his life by staying behind for their sake. Back at the inner residence, Xiao Yueten is waiting for him in a small side hall in the same courtyard where his bedroom is located. He gleefully exclaimed, "Big brother has fulfilled your request. Look." As he spoke, he produced a roll of parchment from his bosom and opened it up for Xiang Shaolong's perusal. It was indeed a blueprint of Qixia College that Xiang Shaolong desired. Xiang Shaolong was overjoyed, "That's fast." Xiao Yueten enlightened, "It took me 4 long hours to finish drawing it, but..." Pointing to the city gate drawn on the right side of the map, he gushed, "This gate is named Beisho Gate and is situated at the west of Big City. It is also known as Qi Gate and the college is beyond it. Qixia College is built near the river, increasing transportation conveniences. With the river flowing partially around it, the college becomes even more mesmerizing to look at and is among the top 8 touring sites of Linzi. It is a must-see attraction." Scrutinizing the parchment map, Xiang Shaolong sighed, "Qixia College is like a small city outside the city. It even has its own city wall and roads. If I were to abruptly barge in looking for my saber, it would be like finding a needle in a haystack. Drawing attention to a cluster of magnificent buildings, Xiao Yuatan indicated, "This is Qixia Hall, serving as the assembly grounds for the college as well as the place where all ceremonies and prayers would be held. Your 100 battle saber is hanging on the south wall of the big hall." Xiang Shaolong was fiercely determined. "Tonight is the night I will get my saber back." Xiao Yuatan was stunned. "This is not the best time, right? Why don't Shaolong steal the saber when you are about to leave Qi?" Xiang Shaolong swore, "After I steal the saber tonight, I will leave Linzi first time tomorrow morning, saving Han Chuang and his conspirators plenty of headache and consideration." Xiao Yuatan was mystified. "The heavy snow has paralyzed all forms of transportation beyond Linzi City. How are you going to leave?" Xiang Shaolong confidently assured, "I have my ways of traveling across heavy snow, otherwise, I would not have landed up here." "Big brother can put your mind at ease." Xiao Yuatan frowned. "It would be best if you can leave here immediately, but didn't you commit to assisting Feng Fei, Dong Shuzhen, and the other courtesans? Xiang Shaolong coldly hissed, "That is purely my one-sided and naive thinking. In fact, I am merely one of their pawns. Presently, I am feeling disheartened and will only make plans for myself." His words are filled with strong emotions. Right now, his only worry is Shan Ro. However, the internal strife of Qi is beyond his jurisdiction and he cannot help much even if he stays. The minute he decides to leave the next morning, he can feel his entire body relaxing tremendously. Whatever that is about to happen is totally none of his business. Since Feng Fei, Dong Shuzhen, and the others are treating him like an ID10T, why should he occupy himself with their affairs? Xiao Yuatan supported, "I will prepare clothing and provisions for you at once. Tomorrow morning, I shall smuggle you out of the city. Suddenly recalling something, he frowned. "How are you going to steal your saber tonight? Unless you have a special travel pass, nobody is going to open the city gates for you in the middle of the night." Slapping his forehead, Xiang Shaolong cursed, "I forgot the city gates would be closed." He began to feel anxious as he can foresee snow accumulating on the walls of the city, causing them to be impossible to climb. But he continued brainstorming at the speed of light, rationalizing that if even Mount Everest can be scaled, what is a measly city wall? Inspired, he wondered, is there any way elder brother can get his hands on a dozen iron chisels? Seemingly understanding his intentions, Xiao Yuatan was pleased. "Tomorrow, I will buy them for you from the blacksmith along the neighboring street." "Do you need a hammer too?" Xiang Shaolong chuckled. "Since I am going to steal, I might as well steal the hammer and chisels tonight. It would shield elder brother from any future implications too." Xiao Yuatan agreed. "Since you are planning on leaving, it is always better to leave earlier than later." Reaching out and holding Xiang Shaolong's hand, he hinted, "After Lu Bui's downfall, I may accompany you to the borderlands. I am really sick of the central plains." When Xiao Yuatan left, Xiang Shaolong retrieved Bloodwave and inspected the climbing equipment on his body. Upon completion, he is still feeling agitated, so he concealed a dagger on each calf and had a short rest before putting on his clothes and heading to the rear entrance of the villa. With heavy snow continuously landing from above, everybody within the villa is keeping to his or her respective bedrooms. When the rear entrance came into sight, Xiang Shaolong's senses suddenly picked up something and he hastily scrambled behind a large tree. The rear entrance door sprung open and 3 silhouettes slipped in. Borrowing whatever blurred illumination the faraway lanterns could offer, Xiang Shaolong recognized 2 of them to be Feng Fei and Little Pinger. The third person is a tall and imposing man whose face remains hidden. After a reluctant Feng Fei conversed briefly with the man, he reminded in a deep voice, "You must not let your heart soften. This Xin Liang is only after your money and body." Xiang Shaolong was shaken, for he could pinpoint the voice to be that of Han Jie's. There is a difference between knowing something and affirming something. All of a sudden, he is beginning to resent Feng Fei. Based on her intelligence, she could not tell that beyond Han Jie's handsome outlook, he is basically a wolf in sheep's clothing. Feng Fei had wanted to say something but held herself back and sighed with a breath. When Han Jie left, both owner and servant returned back to their building. Hit by a brainwave, Xiang Shaolong ran out in pursuit. In the dark alley, the carriage Han Jie was using to send Feng Fei home was about to drive off. As the alley is narrow and slippery, the carriage is moving at a slow pace. Xiang Shaolong darted over and scaled the back of the carriage, noiselessly landing on the roof and prostrating down. He did not think about the purpose of this tactic and is just trying his luck. If the carriage is not heading towards his ideal direction, he can leave any time he wants. With this kind of weather, it is a perfect setting for crime. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 23 Chapter 7. Book 23 Chapter 07, The Sword Saint of Qixia. The carriage made a turn onto the highway and began picking speed. Glancing around and trying to make sense of his surroundings, Xiang Shaolong concluded that the carriage is not moving in the direction of the Chancellor residence where Lu Buwei is supposedly residing. Where is Han Jie heading to? He wondered. He initially wanted to make use of Han Jie's carriage to discreetly leave the villa, avoiding the detection of spies who are keeping Tingsong Villa under surveillance. However, his curiosity is significantly aroused and he might as well enjoy his free ride and investigate further. A long night looms ahead and there is more than sufficient time for him to execute his original grand scheme. Pulling up his hood from his windbreaker, he was feeling at ease. Ever since Xiao Yuetan's morning warning, the fear of betrayal by his buddies has formed an indistinguishable source of stress, making him bitter and despondent. The moment he vowed to leave with great determination, the horror has completely disappeared without a trace. His only concern is Shan Rou. If Xie Ziyuan turned out to be the loser in this conflict, based on Tian Dan's cruel methods, Shan Rou could face another calamity of clan extermination. Regarding this, he is at his wit's end and can only look on helplessly. As the carriage swerved left and right occasionally, it finally entered the highway leading to Xia residence. Xiang Shaolong was astounded. Who is Han Jie rendezvousing? The carriage came to a stop at the main gate of Zhongsuan Long's residence. The next second, a side door swung open as a tall and remarkable fellow dashed out and swiftly boarded the carriage. Once again, the carriage began to move forward slowly. Xiang Shaolong is incredibly puzzled. Han Jie came to Linzi along with Lu Buwei and should therefore align himself with Tian Dan, who was at loggerheads with Zhongsuan Long. Why did Han Jie meet up with someone from Zhongsuan Long's residence and is behaving furtively as if they are afraid of being spotted by someone? Contemplating to this point, he would not hesitate any longer. Shifting to the edge of the carriage, he leaned over and placed his ear against the wall of the carriage and focused all his attention into eavesdropping. A voice as deep as a bass instrument sounded from within the carriage. Xianhua pays his respects to elder martial brother. I miss you a lot. The man turned out to be the holder of the title, Lin Zi's #1 swordsman. It is Zhongsuan Long's capable son, Zhongsuan Xianhua. Han Jie's voice rang out, you are much more awe-inspiring compared to before. I am sure you have made significant improvements in your sword skills. After Zhongsuan Xianhua gave a modest reply, he praised, elder martial brother is giving me too much credit. What is the situation in Xianyang now? I heard elder martial brother is doing very well. Han Jie guffawed, Lao Ai is in urgent need of talented men and is naturally hospitable towards me. However, this man is extremely narrow-minded and cannot accommodate others better than himself. He can never amount to anything great. On the other hand, Lu Buwei is indeed a hero who can see the big picture. If not for Xiang Shaolong, he would have gained absolute control of Qin. Zhongsuan Xianhua coldly grunted, is Xiang Shaolong's swordsmanship as formidable as what the rumors say? Han Jie sighed, he is as unfathomable as a ghost. No one has ever comprehended what he is genuinely up to. You should have seen his 100 battle saber right. Who could imagine and create such a unique weapon that can both hack and slash? Zhongsuan Xianhua agreed. After esteemed teacher received the saber from the great king, he toyed with it for some time. Although he did not say anything, I can tell that he is moved. I rarely witnessed this expression on his face over the past 10 years. Han Jie warned, back to business. You should take precautions in case Tianjin and Tian Dan form a partnership. On the carriage roof, Xiang Shaolong was immensely stunned, finally understanding why Xie Ziyuan is behaving like it is the end of the world. Expectedly, Zhongsuan Xianhua sighed with a breath, we already knew about this and never anticipated Tian Dan to use this trick. Does elder martial brother have a good counter-strategy? Han Jie articulated, Lu Buwei is the mastermind behind this scheme, using his connections to pull Tian Dan and Tianjin to the same side of the fence. Ultimately, Tian Dan is the most powerful official of Qi. If he is willing to sacrifice Tianshang, it is with absolute certainty that Tianjin would be the next king of Qi. This is unlike the past where the winner remains unpredictable. Thus, the circumstances are highly unfavorable for you and your allies. Zhongsuan Xianhua was infuriated, both father and myself have done so much for Tianjin, how can he simply switch sides to rely on our nemesis? Han Jie sighed, power tussles within the court are simply the way it is. From Tianjin's point of view, whoever that can assist him in becoming king is a useful official. Moreover, I do not know how to continue. Lu Buwei gave Tianjin his assurance that as long as Tian Dan stays in power, Qin would never invade Qi and would even harass the 3 states, Han Jiawei, permitting him to invade Yen without any reservations. You can see for yourself how tempting the conditions are. Zhongsuan Xianhua icily snorted, only a fool would be taken in by these lies. At the end of the day, this is just Qin's strategy of befriending afar, conquering near. The eavesdropping Xiang Shaolong is even more confused than before. Whose side is Han Jia on? Han Jia suddenly suppressed his voice and speaks even softer than before. Xiang Shaolong could not catch a single word and was about to curse him when Zhongsu and Xianhua dismissed. This is preposterous. My father and Tiandan cannot see eye to eye and would never reconcile. In addition, given Tiandan's unscrupulous reputation, it would be a matter of time before we become cannon fodder. Han Jia reasoned, this is merely using their strategy to your advantage. Tianjian has unwavering trust in Xie Ziyuan. If you can offer the same terms to Tianjian, I guarantee Tianjian would still lean towards your side. Up till this point, Xiang Shaolong has lost all interest in the conversation. He carefully and gingerly somersaulted off the carriage and vanished into the gloomy lanes. Locating a shadowy and secluded corner along the west city wall, Xiang Shaolong tore off a part of his shirt and wrapped it around the head of the hammer. He incessantly hammered one chisel after another, one higher than the other, into the city wall, which had accumulated a large amount of snow. He then began to step on the iron chisels and ascended the city wall just like mountain climbers. To avoid the wind and snow, the patrolling soldiers have fortified themselves within a battlement. Using the grappling hook and ropes, Xiang Shaolong easily flipped himself out of the city and treaded on the snow towards Qixia College. Despite the flying snowflakes and dim illumination of lanterns, he caught sight of the tall surrounding wall around the courtyard where Qixia College is situated. The college sits atop a small hill beyond the west gate and is formed by countless conjoined buildings, emitting an impressive sensation. Currently, Xiang Shaolong is no longer concerned about Xie Ziyuan's fate in the power tussle for the throne of Qi. Since Xie Ziyuan is Tianjian's most trusted subordinate, even if Tianjian switched sides and relied on Tiandan, Xie Ziyuan would retain his usefulness. The sacrificial lambs would be limited to Zhongsu and Long and First Prince Tian Shang. Once he obtained his 100 battle saber, he could instantly run as far away as he likes, filling him with infinite joy. With the aid of snow skis, he would be back in the warm comfort of his own home in Xianyang within 30 days. In this world, is there anything more delightful than this? Utilizing the cover of snowy forest on the left of Qixia College, he slithered towards the east wall, fully displaying this forte of the special forces. As the wall is only a third as high as Linzi's city wall, he simply somersaulted over the college's outer wall. Identifying the main cluster of buildings, Xiang Shaolong raised his alertness to a maximum as he snuck towards his goal. From the lantern's glow, the corridors linking the various courtyards were void of pedestrians and noise. From afar, the sound of a flute and a zither is audible. It was a scene of tranquility. The time is nearly 11 o'clock and most of the population should be fast asleep in bed, granting Xiang Shaolong much convenience. Arriving at the garden of the main hall, he finally observed 3 men who were dressed in scholarly uniforms walking by. Promptly concealing himself behind a clump of trees, he did not anticipate the 3 men to suddenly halt and began admiring the snow. Stuck, Xiang Shaolong could neither advance nor retreat and was forced to listen to their exchange. Out of the blue, one of the men started to ponder about heaven. He professed, a ruler must first familiarize himself with heaven. Not knowing the workings of heaven and the laws of nature, the ruler will be like scratching an itchy feet without taking off the shoe. Tutorshan, what is your opinion on this? The man named Tutorshan wondered, is lecturer Lao feeling the effects of the relentless snowstorm and becoming pessimistic, thereby allowing these thoughts to arise? The third man laughed, nobody understands lecturer Lao better than Tutorshan, but I would connect his present thinking to his recent research of Sun Kuang's system of heaven. The camouflaged Xiang Shaolong is first-hand experiencing for himself the culture of hollow discussion by Qixia scholars. He prayed they would leave as soon as possible. Lecturer Lao solemnly explained, this time round, Lecturer Zhou is mistaken. I am in full disagreement with Sun Kuang's system of heaven. Sun Kuang's non-intervention is only good in theory but is non-executable. It is a wide departure from reality despite the wide topics that have been debated. Compared to Guanzhong's Man King Heaven Earth, they are poles apart. The latter book relates a necessary and practical approach to recognizing the correlation between heaven and man. Tutorshan bellowed with laughter, Lecturer Lao has stirred my interests. Come. Let us return to our rooms before cooking some wine and chatting into the night. After the 3 men have wandered off, Xiang Shaolong thanked heaven and earth. Scooting out, he furtively made a wide detour around a frozen pond outside the main hall. Coming to a west-facing window of the main hall, he pried open a window shutter and opened it slightly. Upon peeping in, he observed a tall, spacious and wide inner structure that could easily accommodate 100 men. Towards the south wall, a portion of it stands an elevated platform that is usually reserved for prayers. Right above the stage is a giant signboard, which the 4 words Qixia Hall were sculptured. What left Xiang Shaolong the deepest impression were the carved flowers on the beams situated at the top of the hall. Coupled with huge, red-painted pillars, they give the hall an authoritative and formal ambience while appearing intimidating at the same time. In this moment, the other doors and windows are securely fastened. The only source of light is two oil lamps positioned on the platform, bathing the main hall in dim red illumination and from bright to dark depending on the distance between lamps and the section of the hall. Scanning the hall a few times, he finally pinpointed his 100 battle saber hanging high up in the middle of the east wall. If he tried jumping, he should be able to touch the end of the saber. Exhilarated, Xiang Shaolong crossed the window ledge and somersaulted into the hall, briskly walking towards the 100 battle saber. The interior of the great hall is still void of noise and human, but in his heart, Xiang Shaolong was instead experiencing an indescribable feeling, causing him extreme discomfort. His hand wrapping around the hilt of Bloodwave, Xiang Shaolong stopped walking. With an eek sound, the door leading to the front portion began to swing open despite the lack of wind or action. Xiang Shaolong groaned inwardly. He was about to make a run for it, but it is already too late. What followed was a cold snigger as a man dressed in white arrogantly entered the hall. Every time his step lands on the ground, it would create a sound, seemingly playing a melody that resembles a death knell. The bizarre thing is, although he was not walking very quickly, Xiang Shaolong could sense that this man could intercept himself if he had tried to retreat through the window. What was truly disheartening and frightening was, although this man has yet to draw his sword, he is already emitting an overpowering and domineering aura, making Xiang Shaolong feel that he would lose without a doubt. An encounter with such a fearsome swordsman is a first for Xiang Shaolong. Xiang Shaolong bravely turned around to meet his opponent face to face. The man leisurely stopped about 10 odd feet away from Xiang Shaolong. With charcoal black hair that laid spread over his wide and muscular shoulders, he possessed a nose hook like an eagle's beak and a pair of deep-set, penetrating eyes, giving the impression that he is a man without mercy. Hanging by the side of his body, his two hands are longer than the average man and the skin of his face and hands are as white as snow. In terms of appearance and body build, it is something even Xiang Shaolong considers rare. He is even taller and ferocious looking than Guan Zhongxie, giving others a ruthless vibe. His eyes are profound and unfathomable, glowing with focus and a sense of fearlessness, and felt like they never need to blink. The sharp contrast of black hair and white skin portrays him to be like a warrior chief from hell who has broken through the earth to enter the human realm. Xiang Shaolong gasped with a surprised breath, "Chao Tsuedao?" The man assessed him swiftly and nodded, "That is right. I did not expect the saber thief tonight when I just received news this very afternoon. Report your name. I wish to see who is it that has the guts to create trouble at my, Chao Tsuedao's, place." Xiang Shaolong's heart sank all the way to the bottom. Only two men, Han Xuan and Xiao Yuetan, know about his intention to commit theft. The latter obviously would not betray him. Only Han Xuan remains. Despite saving his life on multiple occasions, Han Xuan has resorted to using this despicable scheme of borrowing someone else's knife to kill himself, causing Xiang Shaolong to feel depressed and hurt. From the standpoint of the three states, Han Jiawei, it would be excellent if Xiang Shaolong was killed by a Qi native. When Qin and Qi wage war on each other, the three states will stand to benefit without paying any price. Casting aside all desires to retrieve his saber as well as all irrelevant thoughts, he fixated his attention on surviving this encounter. Once he composed his emotions, he drew Bloodwave out with a jiang and hollered in a low voice, awaiting instructions from the saint. He is aware he cannot get off the hook easily and a quick battle is the best way out. In the meantime, he will look for a window of opportunity to make a getaway. If more people are alerted and rushed over in assistance, he would not be able to escape even if he grew wings. Chao Tsuedao plainly state, "You have got guts. For the past 10 years, nobody has dared to draw his sword in front of me. You have come with pure defiance as I have given strict orders, forbidding anyone to enter the Great Hall at night. I will personally deal with all offenders and you happen to be the first, but..." Witnessing that with his sword still sheathed, this man is already eyeing the world with contempt and behaved as if he is unstoppable, he dared not be complacent and shifted slightly forward and pointed his sword at him, generating his own fighting aura that can barely withstand the invisible pressure coming from his opponent. Only the best fighters are able to produce such an astounding effect. His eyebrow twitched as Chao Tsuedao revealed a small sign of surprise on his face. He demanded, "Show me what you have." How glad was Xiang Shaolong when he heard these words. Fighting against this widely acknowledged #1 swordsman whose sword skills have attained a saintly level, he was actually filled with horror. Looking at his posture as if he need not use his sword, Xiang Shaolong cannot afford to hold back and unleashed Mozi's most powerful attack from the 3 killing stances, attacking while defending. Coupled with his striding footwork, Bloodwave whizzed towards Chao Tsuedao. Xiang Shaolong could not think of another swordplay that was more suited for this kind of situation. Even if Chao Tsuedao has 3 heads and 6 arms, this would be his first encounter with such an amazing sword style. No matter what, he would have to adopt a defensive position for a few moves before counterattacking. When that happens, he could use this advantage to run for his life. With a E sound, the front of Chao Tsuedao abruptly exploded into a mass of sword flashes. Xiang Shaolong has never seen such a fast sword in his whole life. The moment he saw his opponent's hand move, the sword flashes instantly advanced towards himself. Not only is there no sign of a defensive position, it is a hardcore style of facing an attack head-on with his own attack. His mind processing at the speed of electricity, he concludes that beside a fast sword, his opponent's sword strength and sword skills are beyond comparison, achieving an amazing and fascinating level. Based on past formidable opponents such as Guan Zhongxie, Zhao Cuidao's fighting ability is at least 2 levels higher up. Simply put, Xiang Shaolong is definitely not his match. As the thoughts sink in, his fighting spirit decreased by half and he no longer possessed the courage to attack forcefully, deciding to concentrate on defending instead. He swung his sword out. Dang! Using all his innate abilities, Xiang Shaolong shifted horizontally by 3 feet. Coupled with his footwork, he barely parried the incoming sword Zhao Cuidao has sent flying towards his chest. He could instantly feel the strength of his opponent crushing down on him like a mountain and could not help but take half a step back. Retrieving his sword and standing still, his eyes shone with delight as Zhao Cuidao cheerfully laughed. "You actually managed to block an attack that I have launched with full strength. This is wonderful. It is hard to find a worthy opponent nowadays. If you can withstand another 9 strokes from me, I will let you leave." Xiang Shaolong's right hand is turning numb as he realized his opponent is born with the strength of an ox, easily surpassing his own. No wonder he has yet to meet with defeat. Just by forcefully slashing with a sword, he could easily overwhelm most swordsmen. Moreover, he is trained to become an outstanding and invincible swordsman, inducing fear wherever he goes. In front of this master swordsman, even though they are about the same height, Xiang Shaolong would somehow view himself as being the shorter one. Don't even talk about 9 strokes of his sword. He would be glad if he could successfully block the next strike. Xiang Shaolong knows that without confidence and hope, he would certainly and regrettably meet his demise in this hall tonight. However, his opponent's stifling effect has never left the scene, giving him the sensation of futility as if his every effort would surely be thwarted. At his level of accomplishment, he is already undergoing such pressure. If it were a less skillful swordsman in his shoes, his heart and gall would have imploded, ending his life without the sword necessarily piercing his body. Zhao Cuidao is able to surpass all other swordsmen because his cultivation of the sword has reached a godly state. Zhao Cuidao coldly rumbled, "The second stroke." With a SWA sound, the opponent's long sword came slashing down. Xiang Shaolong has gathered all his energy in preparation for this blow, but this attack of Zhao Cuidao has somewhat given him the illusion that it is unblockable. This strike is neither a fast strike nor a slow strike. Zhao Cuidao is in full control of the speed of the attack, but Xiang Shaolong could inherently sense that Zhao Cuidao is putting all his strength into this blow. Logically, the more strength one puts into the attack, the faster the weapon would move and vice versa. However, Zhao Cuidao's strike is neither fast nor slow but is able to create the perception that it carries his full strength behind it. Xiang Shaolong is exceedingly depressed. What strongly bugged him was this strange and unexplainable sword move and the conflicting speed. His conviction is beginning to waver and he could not fix the point where he wishes to parry the attack, causing tremendous anxiety. In all his duels and battles, this is the first time he felt so powerless despite his abilities. His fear may consume him, but the inbounding sword needs to be parried nonetheless. Fortunately, his mental energy has always been steady. Notwithstanding this disadvantageous scenario, he is able to swiftly recollect his emotions and resumed his calm demeanor. His intuition tells him if he were to step back, the opponent's sword would attack with the force of a bursting dam and death will be a likelihood. Running out of choices, Xiang Shaolong adopted a horse stance and twirled his sword, trailing a crescent of sword brilliance before piercing towards Zhao Cuidao's abdomen. Theoretically, his attack is faster than Zhao Cuidao's by a tiny bit. Therefore, unless Zhao Cuidao increases his attacking speed, he would have to block Xiang Shaolong's blow instead. Otherwise, by the time Xiang Shaolong's sword impaled his abdomen, Zhao Cuidao's sword would still be about 6 inches away from Xiang Shaolong's face. As cool as ever, Zhao Cuidao snorted once and twisted his wrist downwards, flawlessly and accurately chopping down on the sword tip of the advancing bloodwave. It is as if Xiang Shaolong had purposely prepared the sword for him to chop down on. Xiang Shaolong secretly cursed. With a ding sound, the top section of bloodwave, around an inch long, has been sliced off. With the vibrating hilt causing much pain to his hand, he has no choice but to take a step back. Zhao Cuidao let out a string of laughter. His sword stance becoming strong again, he roared, "The third stroke." In a flash, his sword is about to reach Xiang Shaolong's chest. Xiang Shaolong finally and thoroughly experienced the worldly sword skills of this world-famous grandmaster swordsman. His sword skills are simply extraordinary, and behind a seemingly ordinary move are countless hidden variations and tricks, which one can never expect or guard against. For example, this is an ordinary attack, but it would somehow give the impression that he has devoted every muscle in his body, all his feelings and spiritual energy concentrated into one single blow. As a result, even a plain move like this is filled with a devastating power that one cannot hope to resist against. In the past, no matter what types of marvelous sword moves Xiang Shaolong encounters, he could easily launch a counterattack. On the contrary, confronted with Chao Tsuedao's simple-looking but complicated sword style, he felt as if his hands and legs are tied and could not put up a successful defense. To make it worse, Xiang Shaolong was in the middle of taking the step back while Chao Tsuedao's sword is fast approaching him like a lightning strike, causing him to be in a dilemma whether to step back or forward. From this episode, it demonstrates Chao Tsuedao's excellent grasp of timing. Since the beginning of the duel, Xiang Shaolong has been encountering restrictions in all his sword moves. If this goes on, it would be a miracle if he did not end up dead. Xiang Shaolong viciously gnashed his teeth and turned his body while attacking with his sword. He simultaneously kicked out from below at the speed of light, aiming at Chao Tsuedao's right calf, which happened to be taking a forward stride. Chao Tsuedao bellowed in a low voice, "How dare you!" But hacking his sword against Chao Tsuedao's sword, Xiang Shaolong was surprised when he did not hear the sound of weapons clashing. It turned out that when both swords came into contact, Chao Tsuedao displayed an uncanny move by twisting his sword around Xiang Shaolong's, forcing him to stumble forward with the same momentum and naturally negating his kick from below. In his mind, Xiang Shaolong knows he is in deep trouble. As the whistling of the sword rang out in the air, an ominous atmosphere descended on him from all directions, making him feel like he is caught in the middle of a tsunami. In this life-and-death situation, Xiang Shaolong casted off every single notion about escaping away that has been occupying his mind. With regards to Chao Tsuedao's aggressive sword stances, he treated them with emptiness and gathered all his vigor to launch a blow towards Chao Tsuedao's head. Under the present circumstances, he could only rely on the fastest speed in selecting the shortest route, forcing his opponent to parry this attack no matter what. Otherwise, even the powerful Chao Tsuedao would end up in a scenario where both men would be severely injured. Nevertheless, he has underestimated Chao Tsuedao once again. Out of a sudden, he can feel a cold sensation emanating from an area near his left ribcage. Chao Tsuedao's sword had stabbed his body before flipping upward, breaking his killing move. Although the opponent's sword only penetrated about an inch into his flesh, Xiang Shaolong can feel fresh blood gushing out of the wound. If this loss of blood were to go on, it would not be long before he would lose the ability to fight. Chao Tsuedao's sword is so quick that up till this point in time, he has yet to feel the pain from the injury. Chao Tsuedao laughed boisterously, the fourth stroke. Rapidly formulating a plan, Xiang Shaolong pretended to collapse, discarding Bloodwave onto the ground and at the same time, staggered a few steps backwards. Just as Chao Tsuedao was still reeling with astonishment, Xiang Shaolong retreated to the spot below the 100 battle saber. He hurriedly leapt up, grabbing the end of the saber sheath, finally obtaining his beloved treasure weapon. Chao Tsuedao furiously thundered, "You are asking for death." Conjuring a multitude of sword flashes with the sword in his hand, he darted forward with steady footwork, propelling another attack at Xiang Shaolong. Xiang Shaolong drew out the saber from its sheath, something that he hasn't done for quite some time. With his left hand clutching the sheath and his right hand gripping the saber, his confidence increased by several folds. Dang! Unanticipated by Chao Tsuedao, Xiang Shaolong vehemently parried his sword with the sheath and with a wave of his wrist, SUA. He made 3 continuous chops at his opponent, resembling 3 lightning strikes. The chops were indomitable and overbearing to the max. Chao Tsuedao's is vulnerable as this is the first time he is fighting against a saber which forte lies in chopping moves. To make it worse, Xiang Shaolong is using the sheath to block his sword and simultaneously counterattacking with the saber. Nevertheless, he did not exhibit the slightest display of fluster and for the first time, adopted a defensive position. Without taking a single step backwards, he resisted torrent after torrent of saber chops. The sound of clashing of the sword and the saber rang out non-stop. Xiang Shaolong senses that his opponent is like a fortress which cannot be conquered. Regardless of the angle he struck with his saber, Chao Tsuedao is always able to negate his attack. This consciousness is beginning to weigh down on his mind, resulting in a form of stress. Nonetheless, being able to force him into a defensive position within a short space of time is something he can be proud of. Letting out a long laugh, Xiang Shaolong delivered another earth-smattering strike before retreating and calling out, "How many strokes is it now?" Chao Tsuedao halted in bewilderment, realizing that they have long exceeded the agreed 10 strokes. Picking up Bloodwave along the way, Xiang Shaolong made good his escape through the window. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 23 Chapter 8. Book 23 Chapter 08 Edge of Death. After 10 odd steps, both his legs softened and Xiang Shaolong collapsed in the snowy garden. The area around his sword wound was splattered with blood, soaking through his clothes. He is beginning to feel a heart-wrenching pain. His head spinning, he forced himself to get up. It could be due to his earlier overexertion or the substantial loss of blood. Either way, it is impossible for him to leave this place. But if he chose to stay in this freezing weather, it would be a miracle if he did not end up as a stiff, frozen corpse tomorrow morning. He could detect some voices from afar. It appears that the noise generated from their fight has caused some alarm among the college residents. However, nobody dared to investigate due to Chao Tsuedao's strict orders. Digging out his dagger, Xiang Shaolong tore off a section of his clothes and brought out the external wound medicine Xiao Yuetan had prepared for him to bring on his journey. After applying the medicine, he bandaged the wound and recomposed his emotions before getting back on his feet. The voices he heard earlier have dissipated and are replaced by complete silence. Discarding Bloodwave among a clump of tall grass, he tied 100 battle saber securely on his back. Enduring the heart-throbbing pain, he limped towards the outlying area one step at a time. Passing by several houses, Xiang Shaolong could not take it any longer and had to stop for a break. He thought to himself, it would be great to have a horse carriage right now. Regardless of where it is heading, he would not mind at all. In his current condition, skiing back to Xianyang is but a crazy dream. Inspired, he quickly and furtively proceeded towards the square in the front courtyard. It is the usual practice to leave the carriage body in the square after the horses have been led away. If he can sneak into an empty carriage box and last till tomorrow morning, he may be able to find a way to leave this place. In a short while, he had made his way to the driveway leading to the square. All around him, most of the houses have extinguished their lanterns and are filled with darkness. Only 2 or 3 windows are still illuminated, likely belonging to students who are defying the cold to continue their studies. Because of overexertion and loss of blood, Xiang Shaolong's body temperature is decreasing rapidly and he is shivering non-stop. Right now, even taking a single step is an arduous task for him. Right at this second, the sound of carriage wheels rotating can be heard from behind. Xiang Shaolong was greatly amazed. It is deep into the night. Who is riding a carriage and leaving the college at this hour? He hurriedly shied to a side. The carriage came closer and closer. It turned out to be Han Jie's carriage and Xiang Shaolong could recognize the clothes of the driver. Xiang Shaolong thanked the heaven and earth. As the carriage drove past him, he used his last ounce of energy to climb onto the carriage roof, allowing the carriage to deliver him back into the ancient city of Linzi. After additional difficulties and hardships, he finally found his way back to Tingsong Villa. The moment he tumbled into bed, he was knocked out immediately. He pretty much laid there without moving an inch until midday when Xiao Yuetan roused him awake, wondering, "Why is your face so dreadful looking?" Xiang Shaolong bitterly laughed. After being pierced by Chao Tsuedao's sword, who can maintain a healthy appearance? Xiao Yuetan was aghast. What? Xiang Shaolong updated him about everything that happened last night before adding, "We are able to prove 2 things from this episode. Firstly, Feng Fei's lover is none other than Han Jie, and secondly, Han Chuang has betrayed me." Xiao Yuetan was upset. "Based on your current condition, you are not ready to travel." Xiang Shaolong swore, "I will make a full recovery in 3 days' time. By then, I can go as far as I wish and ignore everything at hand." Xiao Yuetan advised, "I will spread the word that you have fallen ill. For the next 3 days, you should try to stay within the boundaries of Tingsong Villa. No matter what, it is safer here." Xiang Shaolong bitterly smiled, "Let's hope so." After Xiao Yuetan's departure, Xiang Shaolong pretended to be asleep to avoid entertaining well-wishers. Xiao Yuetan came over to change his dressing and medication when it was late in the afternoon. He whispered, "It is truly puzzling. There were simply no signs of excitement or news from Qixia College. It is as if nothing has happened last night. They should at least inform the public about the theft of 100 battle saber." Xiang Shaolong mused, "From your understanding, would Chao Tsuedao correctly deduce the thief he encountered last night was me, Xiang Shaolong?" Slapping his thigh, Xiao Yuetan nodded, "Of course he would. Only someone familiar with the qualities of 100 battle saber is able to showcase the full abilities of the weapon. And only Xiang Shaolong has the potential to match Chao Tsuedao in terms of swordsmanship." He then frowned, "But if Chao Tsuedao exposes your presence to the Qi court, future problems would only increase in complexity." Xiang Shaolong disparaged, "No matter what, I am going to leave soon. So it is no big deal. Most crucially, nobody dares to deal with me in an open and above-board manner. Even Han Chuang has to make use of someone else's hand to take my life." Recalling this matter, he could not help but sigh with a breath. Being betrayed by a good friend really hurts. Comprehending his pain, Xiao Yuetan patted him, quizzing, "Did Li Yuan send anyone to ask about you?" Xiang Shaolong shook his head. "Logically, since Li Yuan knows that I am looking for him, he should come over and visit me." After a short contemplation, Xiao Yuetan suggested, "Maybe he is feeling guilt-ridden and is too embarrassed to face you." Is Chao Tsuedao really that good, Adat? Still retaining some horror from last night, Xiang Shaolong described, his swordsmanship has exceeded all physical limits, surpassing the capabilities of human and entered a godly state. Against him, I am totally powerless and is basically a punching bag for him. Xiao Yuatan informed, do you know that when he duels with other challengers, most of them could not even stand properly? Without him making a move, they would have discarded their sword and admit defeat. Xiang Shaolong had a similar experience and he confessed, I know how that feels like. Xiao Yuatan analyzed, if you were equipped with 100 battle saber at the start of the fight, what would be the outcome? Xiang Shaolong bitterly smiled, the outcome would be my demise. Xiao Yuatan was surprised, you are really a modest person and do not place too much emphasis on victory or defeat. From my point of view, the main reason he has the upper hand is because you just discovered that a good friend had betrayed you. Thus, your mind is too distracted to summon your full fighting spirit. Moreover, your mind is also clouded with thoughts of wanting to escape, resulting in you harnessing less than half of your full potential. In a different setting and equipped with 100 battle saber, I am certain you would be a worthy adversary to Cao Cuidao. Xiang Shaolong's confidence has been shattered by Cao Cuidao the night before. He sighed, right now, I just want to run away as far as possible and never come back. In the past, regardless of how terrifying or perilous the situation is, death would never cross my mind. However, Cao Cuidao's sword is like a weapon constantly reminding me about my fear of death. With such extraordinary sword skills, he is someone I both fear and admire. Xiao Yuatan sighed with a breath and changed the topic, has Feng Fei been here? Xiang Shaolong answered, almost everyone has been here except for her who has been keeping away from me. With regards to her, I have given up all hopes. Learning that he was awake, Dong Shuzhen came to visit. Xiao Yuatan took the opportunity to excuse himself. Taking small steps, the beauty sashayed to his bedside and sat down. Reaching out with her hand and stroking his face, her eyes glowed with intense emotions as she soothingly asked, are you feeling better? You do not appear to be a feeble man. How did you suddenly fall sick? Xiang Shaolong wished he could interrogate her about her continuing liaison with the despicable cad Sali but eventually suppressed the urge. He weakly replied, regarding this, you have to seek the answer from heaven. Dong Shuzhen threw herself on his chest and began crying wretchedly. Xiang Shaolong could feel her agony and stretched out his uninjured left hand, caressing her fragrant shoulder. In a loving and sympathetic tone, he consoled, this is not the time to grieve. For your future, second mistress must learn to be strong. Dong Shuzhen pitifully mourned, all my hopes for the future can only be decided by men. Now that you are down with a strange illness, what should I do? Xiang Shaolong can feel his anger stirring. He lamented, I am not the only person you can rely on. Why is second mistress so distraught? Her petite frame trembled once before Dong Shuzhen straightened her back. With tear-filled eyes, she questioned in a surprised tone, what do you mean by that? Currently, Xiozhen and I have placed all our hopes on you. We do not have other arrangements. Xiang Shaolong was filled with disdain, if this is true, why did you secretly communicate with Sali yesterday? Dong Shuzhen panicked, that is a baseless allegation. If Xiozhen or myself is still in cahoots with Sali, may we die a horrible death, but... Scrutinizing her body language, Xiang Shaolong can tell that she is not putting on an act. Concurrently, he was enlightened about the fact that Qi Zichuan is a follower of Sali. He had intentionally made these comments to frame the two ladies, Dong Shuzhen and Zhu Xiozhen, and at the same time, he could gain the trust of Xiang Shaolong in preparation of laying another trap. He was nearly tricked. However, another problematic issue has arisen. With the two ladies placing their faith in him and him alone, he can no longer leave without a care in the world. Presently, he is barely able to fend for himself. How can he afford to extend his protection to them? Tears began welling up in the pretty eyes of Dong Shuzhen and two large tears the size of a bean soon rolled down her face. She bitterly sighed, Xiozhen and I are now trusting you without any reservations, you. Xiang Shaolong used a finger to press on her full, red lips, breaking off her sentence. He whispered, is there any way for you to notify Lord Longyang, asking him to come and see me? Dong Shuzhen nodded, I understand. Shuzhen will see to this straight away and it will be accomplished without anyone's knowledge. After Dong Shuzhen left, the seemingly unperturbed Feng Fei finally came to visit him. For some reason, Xiang Shaolong can sense that her attitude is somewhat different from before. Her eyes appear to be hiding some sort of secret. In her usual graceful and elegant fashion, she sat down by his side and stretched out her right hand to touch his forehead before gently speaking, fortunately, your fever is not very high. I heard Mr. is attending to your healing. You should make a full recovery in a short while. Relating her presence to Han Jie, Xiang Shaolong sighed with a breath, my sincere thanks to mistress for your concern. How is the ongoing rehearsal? The birthday banquet for the King of Qi is in 5 days' time, but... Feng Fei bitterly wondered, from your tone, it sounded like we are complete strangers. Since when did our relationship degenerate to such a state? In this instance, Xiang Shaolong noticed the side of her hair is a little messy, as if she cannot be bothered to groom herself. Raising his hand to arrange her hair, he inquired along the line, didn't little Pinger help to comb your hair and apply your makeup today? Feng Fei bitterly smiled, after learning that such a healthy man like you has become unwell, she has lost focus in her duties. As she talked, Feng Fei naturally raised her pair of dainty hands to tidy her own hair. Xiang Shaolong's gaze firstly landed on her chest. Due to Feng Fei raising her arms, her curvy and protruding breasts are much more highlighted than before, and Xiang Shaolong could trace their outline. Shifting his gaze upward, his attention was immediately captured by an exquisite silver ring on her slender finger. His heart was instantly filled with shock. Feng Fei stopped arranging her hair and questioned with astonishment, "Why is your face so ghastly looking?" In his mind, Xiang Shaolong is experiencing a tsunami. That silver ring, as he remembered correctly, was a secret killing weapon with a concealed poison needle. Back at Xianyang Drunken Wind Brothel when they first met, Feng Fei frankly admitted to him that someone has instructed her to use this ring to murder him, Xiang Shaolong. Eventually, she discarded the ring on the floor, demonstrating her abortion of the assassination plan. Presently, this dangerous ring has suddenly appeared on her lovely finger. Needless to say, it must be Han Jie egging her to kill himself in order to demonstrate her loyalty towards Han Jie. No wonder her bearing is so much different compared to before. Of course Feng Fei did not know he has seen through her scam. She whined, "Why are you not answering me?" Suppressing his surging emotions, Xiang Shaolong is deeply troubled. If Feng Fei tries to prick him with the poison needle in the ring, what should he do? He naturally could not allow himself to be pricked, but if he exposed her right now, it would be as good as telling her he is Xiang Shaolong. He was stuck in a dilemma. While he was as dazed as a piece of wood, Feng Fei threw herself across his chest, grieving, "Why does Feng Fei have to meet a man like you under such circumstances?" Xiang Shaolong knows that she is having an emotional outburst, but his main concern is still centered around the killing weapon on her jade finger. Swiftly grabbing her poisonous hand, which is trying to hug him around the neck, he simultaneously distracted her. Why would Mistress fall in love with a man who happens to be Lao Ai's partner in crime? Guilt-ridden, Feng Fei's hourglass figure shuddered violently, and as she sat upright, retracting her poisonous hand, pretending to be angry, she furiously derided, "Can you stop making wild guesses? I do not know this Han Jie at all." Still occupying himself with the poisonous ring and anticipating an attack any time, Xiang Shaolong tempted, "You are still trying to hide the truth from me. Does Mistress wish to know who did Han Jie visit after sending you home last night?" He was simply saying the first thing that came to his mind, but as the words left his lips, he was shaken by a new realization. Isn't Zhongsuan Long desperate to obtain Feng Fei for himself? Now that Han Jie is on close terms with his son, wouldn't it appear controversial? Feng Fei made an sound and turned speechless. Xiang Shaolong began to calm down, knowing that she would not ambush him without first finding out who did Han Jie went to see. He cheekily smiled, "If Mistress continues to deny the truth, there is no point in discussing this any further." Lowering her face, Feng Fei questioned in a low voice, "Who did he went to see?" Xiang Shaolong plainly state, "Zhongsuan Xianhua." Feng Fei gasped, "What?" Reaching out and patting her face with his hand, Xiang Shaolong mumbled incoherently, "Mistress had better think carefully over it. I am dead tired and need a rest. Only in my dreams can I avoid this scheming and deceitful world that is filled with hatred and violence, and visit paradise." Feng Fei was taken aback. "What is paradise?" Xiang Shaolong began telling her the story from Tales of Paradise, authored by Tao Yanming. He altered the characters and the timing of the story according. Out of the blue, Feng Fei's face was all covered with tears and she cannot even speak properly from her crying. Leaping into his arms once again, she bemoaned, "What should I do?" Xiang Shaolong honestly advocated, "Regarding this matter, patience and further observation is required. Although Han Jie did went to see Zhongsuan Xianhua, it does not amount to anything yet. Will Mistress grant your servant some time to investigate further?" Feng Fei shook her head, "At least he should tell me he is going to meet Zhongsuan Xianhua." On behalf of all men, Xiang Shaolong apologized, "It is a habit of men to withhold knowledge of his activities from women." After some thought, Feng Fei slowly revealed, if it were someone else, given the present circumstances, he would surely speak badly of Han Jie. "I. Shunliang. What kind of person are you?" Xiang Shaolong bitterly smiled, "Till now, you have no idea? I am an authentic, real-life dummy, which nobody can deny. Despite knowing Mistress lying and plotting against me, I could not bear to see you crying and in pain." Feng Fei sat upright and allowed Xiang Shaolong to wipe away her tears while maintaining a wooden expression. Xiang Shaolong did not know what to say next. Luckily, Lord Longyang happened to come by and prevented an awkward scenario. After Lord Longyang took over Feng Fei's seat, Xiang Shaolong nonchalantly remarked, "I nearly died at the hands of Han Shuang and I thought I will never see your lordship again." Lord Longyang was thunderstruck. "What do you mean?" Xiang Shaolong is conscious that Lord Longyang has feelings for him and would be truthful. Therefore, he concluded that he is in the dark about this matter and told him about everything that happened last night. His face continuously drained of color, Lord Longyang contemplated for a short period of time before deciding, "The snowing has finally stopped. When the weather improves over the next 2 days, I will immediately escort you out of Linzi." Xiang Shaolong cautioned, "We must never do that, otherwise, your lordship would be found guilty of committing treason. Right now, I only want to find out if Han Shuang had informed Guo Kai about my affairs." Lord Longyang affirmed, "You can count on me. Now that you have mentioned it, Han Shuang did verbally test my loyalty towards you. This is always saying one thing but doing another. How contemptible." Xiang Shaolong reassured, "I would not pin all the blame on him. I am sure he has resorted to this because he had no other choice. Based on our friendship, it is not difficult to guard against him, but if he had informed Guo Kai, then the situation would be much more dangerous." Standing up, Lord Longyang swore, "I will launch my investigations immediately. All I need to do is to pretend to scheme against you in front of Han Shuang. I guarantee he will divulge all his plans." After Lord Longyang's departure, Xiang Shaolong can feel his mood improving, aiding in his recovery and healing by more than half. This time round, he made the correct bet. Based on the friendship between Lord Longyang and himself, it would be challenging for Lord Longyang to plot against him for a second time. In the midst of his thoughts, he unknowingly drifted into slumber. By the time he woke up again, it was already evening time. Xia Ziyuan is here. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 23 Chapter 9. Book 23 Chapter 09. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Settling down on a cushion beside Xiang Shaolong's bed, Xia Ziyuan scratched his head, wondering, "How did you end up in such a terrible state?" "Little brother was thinking of asking you out for some fun." Xiang Shaolong was stunned. "Have you resolved your problem?" Xia Ziyuan lamented, "Even if it cannot be solved, little brother is still required to compose a finale song for Langong Yuan. This time, I am in trouble and I am afraid the great king would hold me responsible." Feeling anxious for him, Xiang Shaolong panicked, "There are only 5 days left. What should we do? Can't you go on your own?" Xia Ziyuan bitterly smiled, "Wifey only trusts you and you alone. If I do not bring you home for her approval, I would be stuck at home." Xiang Shaolong suggested, "Why don't you say you are going over to Zongsuan Long's place for an important discussion?" Xia Ziyuan sighed, "Zongsuan Xianhua is terrified of her. She will know that I am lying by just simply questioning him." Pushing his blanket aside and rising from his bed, Xiang Shaolong gave in, "Then little brother has to put my health at risk and accompany you despite my illness." In actual fact, other than his face turning ashen white due to substantial loss of blood, Xiang Shaolong is not as bad as he looks. After half a night and a full day of rest, he has recovered his physical strength. All that remains is an occasional pain from his wound. Arriving at Xia residence, Shan Ro was equally shocked at his appearance. Sending Xia Ziyuan away for an errand, she privately inquired, "What happened to you?" Xiang Shaolong bitterly laughed, "I was injured by your master's sword." Shan Ro was confounded, "What?" In a brief manner, Xiang Shaolong highlighted the important points to her. Before Shan Ro could say anything in reply, Xia Ziyuan had returned and they are forced to change topics. The minute they stepped outside Xia residence, Xia Ziyuan seemed to transform into a rope-playing monkey. He enthusiastically gushed, "We are going over to Lan Gongyuan's Jade Orchid brothel tonight. That girl has expressed some interest in me." Compared to Shi Sufang and Feng Fei, Lan Gongyuan barely knows about himself, so Xiang Shaolong nodded, "I shall follow brother Xia's arrangement." Xia Ziyuan joyfully chirped, "If I inform this soft-boned beauty we are there for the purpose of composing a new song, she would surely pay us a visit regardless of her busy schedule." Xiang Shaolong reminded, "Do not forget we must be home by 11 o'clock. Otherwise, even the king of Qi cannot save you." Xia Ziyuan solemnly promised, "Whenever little brother visits the brothel, it is only to soak in the ambience of the red light district, evoking inspiration for my songs. I do not bear any ulterior motives and 4 hours is more than sufficient for me." Xiang Shaolong laughed, "I see. In this case, I can put my mind at ease." Xia Ziyuan suddenly sighed with a breath and stared out of the carriage window at the pure white landscape formed after the snowfall. Xiang Shaolong understandingly inquired, "Are you still bothered about work?" Xia Ziyuan resentfully smiled, "I would be lying through my teeth if I say I am not bothered. I just met the second prince this morning. I should not tell you about my affairs. Following that, his spirits rose as he exclaimed, "We are here." Under a bevy of escorts at the front and back, the carriage drove into the compound of Lin Zi's most famous Jade Orchid brothel. With great fanfare, both men were ushered into the brothel. The sky is turning dark and the lamps are being lighted at this point in time. Jade Orchid brothel is already filled with guests and the atmosphere is extremely lively. The two men have been assigned to a luxuriously furnished lounge and the maids naturally provided excellent service. Xiang Shaolong was curious, why does everybody in the brothel seem to be familiar with and going all out to flatter brother Xie? Xie Ziyuan proudly explained, "You must not forget that it is compulsory to play little brother's compositions here. Moreover, I specially implored Zongsuan Long to book this lounge for me last night. In Lin Zi, everyone has to give face to him, but..." At this instance, the supervisor of the brothel, Madame Orchid, entered the room. Smiling widely before uttering a word, she batted her eyelashes seductively and informed, "When Yuan knows official Xie is coming to visit her, she is so excited she forgot about everything else. Right now, she is having a shower and applying makeup and will be here shortly. Does official Xie or Master Shen wish to ask for another two ladies to add to the festivities?" Although she is approaching middle age, her pleasant grooming, coupled with a good sense of fashion and on top of her well-maintained figure, Madame Orchid is still rather appealing to the eyes. With her mind-blowing eloquence, she exudes a captivating and wanton bearing, arousing excitement in men and provoking dirty thoughts. Scrutinizing her, Xiang Shaolong is full of praise for the Qi lady. Regardless of their age, they truly possess a unique character. Shan Rou and Zhao Ji are two shining examples. Taking in her praise, Xie Ziyuan was laughing with his mouth wide open. He swiftly decided, "No need. We came specially for Miss Yuan." Carrying a womanly fragrance, Madame Orchid came to Xie Ziyuan's side, sitting between the two men. With half her body leaning onto Xie Ziyuan's body, she placed her lips beside his ear and began whispering secretively. Observing Xie Ziyuan's intoxicated look, Xiang Shaolong easily deduced that Madame Orchid is sweet-talking him and is telling him things that are pleasing to the ears. Following that, Xie Ziyuan and Madame Orchid suddenly burst out laughing simultaneously. Only then did she bother to shift her mesmerizing gaze to Xiang Shaolong. She cheerfully offered, "Tonight, Yuan shall accompany official Xie. Does Master Shen want me to help you to select a good female companion?" Xiang Shaolong hurriedly rejected, "I am just accompanying official Xie." Madame Orchid did not press on and coquettishly sashayed away. As foretold, Xie Ziyuan indeed became highly invigorated. Producing a roll of parchment from his bosom, he ordered the maid to deliver some ink and brushes and began composing on the spot. Xiang Shaolong dared not disturb him and half prone on a soft cushion, pretending to be asleep. The two young and pretty maids are very attentive and well trained. Without any prompting, they started to massage the back and shoulders of the two men. Xiang Shaolong, on the other hand, gained a new insight. He is beginning to comprehend the importance of one's status. Now that he is masquerading as Shen Liang, he is obviously at a different status level compared to Xiang Shaolong. In the past, wherever he went, he would, without a doubt, gain the attention of the crowd and end up as the center of attraction. Presently, even Madame Orchid cannot be bothered with him. In the midst of his thoughts, he actually fell asleep. In a blurry state, he imagined hearing a soft, gentle as cotton singing of a lady. It was heavenly to his ears. He could not make out the lyrics of the song but can relish the wonderful sweet sensation in between the words she spouted. He felt as if he is high up floating among the mists and clouds as the tune swayed continuously in a melancholic water ripple and yet feeling light and soothing as if it was a gentle breeze blowing across a grass field. Xiang Shaolong thought that he was dreaming, but when he opened his eyes, he discovered that Lan Gongyuan had arrived and was presently prostrated against Xie Ziyuan's back and lightly singing the song he newly composed. On a table opposite him sat a sturdy and tall youth. Noticing Xiang Shaolong stirring from his slumber, he gestured a greeting before refocusing his attention to Lan Gongyuan and Xie Ziyuan. At the end of the song, the young man began clapping. "The song is exhilarating and Miss Yuan is a superb songstress. Xianhua, take my hat off the both of you." Xiang Shaolong was taken aback, finally realizing the man in front of him is Zongsuan Long's son, Lin Zi's famed swordsman Zongsuan Xianhua. Leaning back into the bosom of Lan Gongyuan, Xie Ziyuan threw a side glance at Xiang Shaolong, cheerfully exclaiming, "Brother Shen is awake. Let's drink. No one shall go home sober tonight." Her lovely eyes shifting to Xiang Shaolong, Lan Gongyuan's eyes rotated 2 rounds before shifting back to Xie Ziyuan. She unyielding protested, "I hereby ban official Xie from mentioning the word home. Allow me do my best to serve you tonight." Xie Ziyuan and Zongsuan Xianhua exchanged glances and burst out laughing. Embarrassed, Xiang Shaolong sat upright and wondered, how long did little brother slept? Zongsuan Xianhua laughed, "I have been here for 2 hours and brother Shen has been asleep throughout my stay." If not for Miss Yuan's delightful singing, Brother Shen may have continued dozing, but Lan Gongyuan personally poured wine for all three men. With the presence of the soft-boned beauty, the ambience of the room is much more lively, as if spring had arrived. After 3 rounds of toasting, Lan Gongyuan leaned back into Xie Ziyuan's bosom. Witnessing their intimacy and Lan Gongyuan's clinging, any man would definitely feel jealous. To Xie Ziyuan, Zongsu and Xianhua sighed, a beauty paired with a talented gentleman. This is the first time little brother has seen Miss Yuan behaving so submissively. Little brother has yet to experience Miss Yuan's tender loving care. Xie Ziyuan is fully intoxicated like a flying immortal, and his soul seemed to have left his body. Inheriting his father's long and narrow face, Zongsu and Xianhua turned to Xiang Shaolong. His chilling eyes flashing, Zongsu and Xianhua insinuated, Brother Shen's flying dagger skill has left a lasting impression on my father. Little brother wonders if he has the good fortune to witness it with his own eyes, but... Groaning to himself, Xiang Shaolong smiled, you would have to wait till little brother recover from my sickness. He then secretly laughed, for he would have slipped away by then. Zongsu and Xianhua nodded his head and replied with sarcasm, of course. Ha! Brother Shen is truly lucky to have befriended official Xie. Lan Gongyuan was stunned. Flying dagger skill? Young Master Zongsuan, can you stop beating around the bush? Xie Ziyuan laughed, it is only a misunderstanding. Miss Yuan, this Brother Shen here is currently the troop manager for Mistress Feng. Taken aback, Lan Gongyuan glanced towards Xiang Shaolong. Her eyes glowing with additional signs of contempt and arrogance, she acknowledged with a sound but did not pass any comment. Just as Xiang Shaolong was feeling extremely uncomfortable and was planning to use his illness as an excuse to leave early, Madame Orchid came into the lounge. Passionately sitting down beside Zongsu and Xianhua, she cajoled, your servant wishes to borrow Yuan for 30 minutes. I hope 3 masters can give me some leeway and don't take it to heart. Lan Gongyuan wailed, they may not mind, but I do mind. But since Auntie Orchid takes such good care of Yuan cannot bear to object, so I will definitely oblige. In his heart, Xiang Shaolong was full of praise. Every single one of these famous courtesans is an expert when it comes to eloquence and mind games. With the flawless coordination between the two of them, how can they voice any objections? Zongsu and Xianhua is no pushover too. He plainly inquired, is it because of Brother Chiyu? Madame Orchid giggled, young Master Zongsuan has hit the jackpot. He is accompanied by the Qin heavyweight, Great Chancellor Lu. His eyes flashing with electricity and ice, Zongsu and Xianhua coldly snorted, if we are talking about Qin heavyweight, the most befitting is Xiang Shaolong. Lu Buwei? Humph. Reacting emotionally, Lan Gongyuan sighed with a breath and stood up from Xie Ziyuan's bosom. She gently swore, I will just pay my respects and be back before you know it. Xie Ziyuan hurriedly stood up to send her off and winked at Xiang Shaolong, reassuring, Miss Yuan need not hold it to heart. It is also time for me to go home. It is unclear if she is being genuine or just putting on a show when Lan Gongyuan stubbornly remonstrated, no matter what, I will not let young Master XZY leave. If this is the case, I will remain here. Turning to Madame Orchid, she questioned, who else is accompanying Imperial Uncle, Lu Buwei? This time round, it is Xiang Shaolong who had a big shock. He quickly suggested, it would not be nice if Miss Yuan refuses to pay your respects. Madame Orchid smiled, after learning that official Xie and young Master Zongsuan are here, Imperial Uncle is coming over to exchange greetings. She left after finishing her sentence. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiang Shaolong apologized, little brother is feeling dizzy and my legs are giving way. Please excuse my early departure. My heartfelt thanks to all 3 of you for tonight's session. Ignoring the strange looks from the 3 of them, Xiang Shaolong strode towards the door in huge steps. The instant he opened the door, he came face to face with Madame Orchid, who was escorting a high-spirited Lu Buwei. Behind him are 3 men, namely Chiyu, Dan Chu, and Han Jia. As the 2 men exchanged looks, Lu Buwei's giant frame shook excessively and he halted his footsteps in astonishment, unable to believe that he is staring at his old nemesis Xiang Shaolong. Han Jia, Chiyu, and Dan Chu have yet to identify Xiang Shaolong. They stared at the 2 men with surprise. An ignorant Madame Orchid giggled, what a coincidence. I happened to run into Imperial Uncle and these fellow masters making their way over here. Stuck in a dilemma, Xiang Shaolong groaned to himself. Forcing himself to face the music head-on, he smiled and greeted, Shen Liang pays his respects to Imperial Uncle. With a complicated look flashing across his eyes, Lu Buwei swiftly resumed his demeanor and loudly chuckled, Mr. Shen resembles an old friend of Lu Buwei, giving me a fright. Hearing the name Shen Liang, Han Jie's eyes blazed with a murderous aura. Xiang Shaolong is aware that Lu Buwei has identified himself but has decided not to expose him. He retreated back into the lounge to avoid blocking the entrance. Out of the blue, he can feel his fighting spirits surging to new heights and casting aside all his reservations. Frankly speaking, he is sick of always pretending to be someone else. Lu Buwei took the lead to enter the room and everyone including Zhongsu and Xianhua hastily stood up to pay their respects. A minute ago, Zhongsu and Xianhua had indicated his disrespect for Lu Buwei, but right now, he is behaving in an uptight manner. Thus, he was likely stifled by Lu Buwei's reputation and bearing. Giving up the best seat in the lounge, Xia Ziyuan shifted to Xiang Shaolong's table. As there are only 4 tables in this room, Xiang Shaolong and Xia Ziyuan had to share a table. Observing Lan Gongyuan clinging onto Xia Ziyuan, Madame Orchid personally served Lu Buwei. Squeezing between Xiang Shaolong and Xia Ziyuan, Lan Gongyuan suddenly leaned towards Xiang Shaolong and queried in a low voice, "Why is Master Shen still here?" Xiang Shaolong bitterly smiled, "It would be considered rude if I were to leave now." Lu Buwei firstly raised his cup to toast everyone, and with his second cup, he faced Xiang Shaolong and professed, "Miss Feng is indeed lucky to have brother Shen Liang managing the troop for her, but..." Xiang Shaolong is conscious that Lu Buwei has seen through his ruse, sabotaging his efforts to obtain Feng Fei from within the song and dance troupe. Raising his cup in a return toast, he smiled, "It is nothing. Little brother is just doing my best." Besides the two of them, everybody else was astounded. In terms of status, these two men are worlds apart, but ever since Lu Buwei entered the room, all his attention seemed to be centered around Xiang Shaolong. Shi Yu, Han Jia, and Dan Chu's interaction with Xiang Shaolong is minimal, and therefore, they are unable to pinpoint Xiang Shaolong as quickly and as efficiently compared to Lu Buwei. All 3 men are awfully confused. Why is Lu Buwei behaving as if he knows this insignificant character and is placing so much emphasis on him? Pouring wine for Lu Buwei, Madame Orchid inquired from the side, "Have Imperial Uncle and Mr. Shen met before?" His eyes shining with a deathly killing aura, Lu Buwei plainly state, "We know each other previously and it was truly unexpected to meet under such different circumstances." Listening to the intense emotion in Lu Buwei's tone, the crowd can sense his high valuation of the Shen Liang and began to reassess their previous judgment of him. Fully aware that Lu Buwei's brain is filled with thoughts of how to get rid of himself, Xiang Shaolong's mind speedily churned a reply, "I did not expect to meet so many old friends during my Linzi trip." Taking in his words, Lu Buwei was flabbergasted and sank into silence. Xiang Shaolong obviously understood his predicament. Even if he is 10 times braver, he would not dare to plot against him, a great general of Qin. If Xiao Pan eventually learns that Lu Buwei did meet him here and subsequently, Xiang Shaolong was murdered, Lu Buwei can forget about disassociating himself with the crime. The only way that Lu Buwei can carry out his nefarious plot is when nobody knows Shen Liang is actually Xiang Shaolong. He would certainly not reveal this secret to anyone to prevent the news from leaking out, especially to Qi. It would be a disaster for Qi if they are found guilty of harming Xiang Shaolong. Zhongsu and Xianhua is now treating Xiang Shaolong very differently from before. He tested, "I did not realize Brother Shen has such a wide network of friends all over the land. No wonder even Marquis Han and Lord Longyang are considered your acquaintances." From his comment, Xiang Shaolong instantly concluded that Zhongsu and Long has planted a spy within the troop. For all you know, it could be Sa Li's gang. Lu Buwei's huge body frame shuddered lightly, appearing to realize that he has lost the opportunity to assassinate Xiang Shaolong. In fact, he even had to resort to protecting him from harm. Otherwise, in the future, he could end up as a target of suspicion or be found guilty of Xiang Shaolong's death. He is at a great disadvantage. Everybody was staring at Xiang Shaolong, unable to comprehend how did this newly appointed manager of Feng Fei's song and dance troupe manage to gain the friendship and high regards from the heavyweights of various states. Xiang Shaolong raised his cup and toasted, "It is all due to their kindness. Little brother toasts every one of you." Nobody could understand the meaning of his words and returned the toast with a puzzled expression. Only Lu Buwei realized that Xiang Shaolong is warning him not to act rashly. Finishing his drink, he officially proposed, "Is Brother Shen available over the next 2 days? Can we schedule a time to meet, or I can personally pay you a visit?" When the words left his mouth, everyone present was left with their mouths wide open with astonishment. What is going on? Based on Lu Buwei's status and his usual condescending attitude towards the world as well as his arrogant and self-serving behavior, why would he lower himself to pay a visit to this Shen Liang? Xiang Shaolong smiled, "Not meeting is better than meeting. Imperial Uncle, please reconsider." Everyone's expression went from shocked to speechless, guessing that the relationship between the two of them is not as simple as it meets the eye. Even Madame Orchid, who was pressing her bountiful breasts against Lu Buwei's arm, forgot about everything and was sitting with her back straight. From the side, Lan Gongyuan's captivating eyes stared unblinkingly at Xiang Shaolong, scanning him at a speed that is neither fast nor slow. His eyes glowing with anger, Lu Buwei lowered his head and glared at the empty cup in his hand. He replied in a deep voice, "Shen Liang is truly Shen Liang. When I heard Mr. Shen barging into Zhongsuan residence all by himself, I should have guessed that it was this old acquaintance." Zhongsu and Xianhua immediately became uneasy and dryly coughed once. Cursing inside, Xiang Shaolong knows that Lu Buwei is purposely revisiting the old enmity between himself and the Zhongsuan family, even covertly hinting his fake identity to the others. The best outcome would logically be a famed swordsman like Zhongsuan Xianhua issuing a challenge to Xiang Shaolong. If Xiang Shaolong perished in an open and fair duel, even Xiao Pan cannot hold Qi responsible. However, Lu Buwei cannot directly expose his true identity and intentionally constructed this confusing statement. Right now, the lounge is so quiet you can hear a pin drop. From far, the sound of a flute and zither playing can be heard, adding to the awkward atmosphere. Xiang Shaolong simply articulated, regarding that incident, it was all due to Brother Zhongsuan's esteemed father who showed great mercy, coupled with Chancellor Li putting in a good word for me. Otherwise, it would be impossible for little brother to be here drinking wine and listening to Miss Yuan's heavenly singing. Hearing Xiang Shaolong's modest words and giving praise to Zhongsuan Long, Zhongsuan Xuanhua's stiff face became relaxed. Raising his cup, he respectfully clarified that was only a small misunderstanding. Xia Ziyuan finally had the chance to speak up. He laughed, it is genuinely a small misunderstanding. Let's drink up. Dan Chu and the others were all feeling doubtful and reluctantly raised their cups and drank the wine while remaining deep in thought. Lan Gongyuan poured wine for Xiang Shaolong first before pouring for the others. With Lan Gongyuan away from her seat and no more obstruction between the two of them, Xiang Shaolong moved to Xia Ziyuan's side and whispered, "Do not forget about sister-in-law's instructions." Stupefied, Xia Ziyuan exclaimed, "I beg everybody's pardon. Little brother needs to rush home now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Volume 23 Chapter 10. Book 23 Chapter 10, No More Hiding. When Xiang Shaolong returned to Tingsong Villa, Shi Zichuan, who was bearing a malicious agenda, welcomed him in front of the main courtyard. "Your servant has something to report to manager." Feeling doubtful, Xiang Shaolong checked, "What is it?" Peering to his left and right, Shi Zichuan whispered, "Why don't we proceed to the garden before we speak further? At the garden, it is less likely to be spotted by the others." Xiang Shaolong frowned, "It is so late, who would spot us?" Behaving as if he has something serious to reveal, Shi Zichuan disclosed, "Actually, I wanted to bring manager to the garden to witness a rendezvous between two shameless individuals." Xiang Shaolong was momentarily stunned and wondered if Dong Shuzhen was lying earlier despite swearing that she is loyal only to himself. Suppressing his voice, he quizzed, "Is it second mistress?" Shi Zichuan nodded his head, "And Sali too. It is all due to me paying extra attention to the movement of Gu Ming and company, discovering that they have smuggled Sali into the villa." His anger rising, Xiang Shaolong icily hissed, "Lead the way." A surge of delight flashed past Shi Zichuan's face and was gone the next instant. He led Xiang Shaolong to a wide detour around the buildings, following a small path towards the rear garden. Stepping into the garden, it was all quiet and serene. The moon is shining brightly high up in the sky and there were no signs of human activity. Growing suspicious, Xiang Shaolong interrogated, "Where are they?" Pointing to a storage hut located far away in the corner of the rear courtyard, Shi Zichuan warned, "Right there where we store our firewood. We must take precautions for Gu Ming or someone else could be stationed nearby to act as a lookout. Manager, please follow me." Without waiting for Xiang Shaolong's acknowledgement, Shi Zichuan went around a bush of flowers that was planted on the left side of a pavilion within the rear garden. He is apparently trying to take a small path along the rear wall. Xiang Shaolong can smell a rat. While it is not surprising if Dong Shuzhen and Sali are still in cahoots, but given the present circumstances, coupled with him voicing his misgivings about Sali and herself earlier today, it would be illogical for them to rendezvous under these constraints. As he thought further, an image of Shi Zichuan's earlier delight surfaced in his brain. It is as if he cannot hide his exhilaration at successfully luring Xiang Shaolong into a trap. 10 odd steps later, Shi Zichuan noticed Xiang Shaolong still standing at the same spot and shooed, "Manager, come quickly." Xiang Shaolong gestured for him to come back and brought him to the back of a clump of small trees, explaining, "There is something I do not understand." Shi Zichuan asked, "What is it?" Pointing to something behind him, Xiang Shaolong questioned, "Who is that?" As Shi Zichuan turned around in astonishment, Xiang Shaolong grabbed him from behind and whisked out his dagger, pointing it at Shi Zichuan's throat. He bellowed in a chilling voice, "Why are you lying to me? I saw second mistress in her bedroom with my own eyes." Shi Zichuan begged in a quivering voice, "Master Shen, please spare my life. Your servant is not aware that second mistress has returned to her room, but..." From these words, Xiang Shaolong knows that Shi Zichuan is in a state of panic and could not tell that Xiang Shaolong is simply fabricating a lie. Using a merciless tone, Xiang Shaolong frostily interrogated, "Who is laying an ambush for me? If you dare to say you have no idea, I will instantly cut a section of your throat and let you slowly bleed till death." Shi Zichuan is much more timid than what Xiang Shaolong expected. His entire body trembling, he stammered, "Master Shin, please spare my life. It is Sali who forced me to do this." Recalling that Zongsuan Xianhua is extremely familiar with the troop affairs, he had a brainwave and demanded, "How many men did Zongsuan Long send to assist Sali?" By now, Qi Zichuan is a broken man. He quavered, "So Master Shin knows about everything. Your servant recognizes his mistakes." Finally discovering the perpetuator behind Sali, Xiang Shaolong can feel his body loosening up. Without someone backing him up, Zhu Xiuzhen and Dong Shuzhen would not give it about Sali. In the same context, those bootlickers Gu Ming, Fu Yan, etc., would not obey his instructions. If not for his injury, he would teach Sali and the other swordsmen a lesson they would never forget. But if he does not use this opportunity to punish them, it would be letting these despicable cads off too easily. Pulling out Qi Zichuan's belt, Xiang Shaolong used it to tie him up securely. Tearing a portion off Qi Zichuan's shirt, he made it into a ball of cloth and stuffed his big mouth with it. He then snuck out and headed towards the firewood hut in a different direction. Moving without detection and camouflaging his tracks is a daily routine he practices as a member of the Special Forces. He managed to arrive at the vicinity of the firewood hut and the enemies are none the wiser. Surveying his surrounding, Xiang Shaolong observed that the two door panels facing the garden are slightly ajar. There were another two men laying in ambush on the roof and were armed with bows and arrows. If he had trotted down the path Qi Zichuan had recommended, it would be a miracle if he did not end up with countless arrows sticking from his body. After more scrutiny, he discovered that there were men hiding in the trees as well. It is an accurate depiction of danger lurking at every corner. Xiang Shaolong was amused and darted towards the back of the firewood hut. Using a dagger, he stealthily pried open a window at the back. Pushing the window marginally open, he stared into the hut. In a short period of time, his eyes grew accustomed to the darkness within the firewood hut. Borrowing some light from the moon, he could barely make out two men hiding in ambush behind every window, ready and waiting in anticipation. Sali's voice happened to sound out, "What is that dog slave Qi Zichuan doing? Why is he hiding there with that, dot?" Another man replied in a deep voice, "Something is not right." Xiang Shaolong is not interested in the rest of the conversation. Concealing himself at a side, he lighted his fire stick and very quickly dashed to the side of the window, throwing the fire stick towards a pile of dry grass and whatnots. Cries of help can be heard from within the hut and it was a state of mayhem. The wooden doors are thrown open as several strongmen pathetically staggered out and began running towards the rear courtyard exit. Xiang Shaolong leapt out from behind the hut and fiercely roared, "Where do you think you are going?" Identifying Sali, his dagger left his hand. Letting out a tragic howl, Sali crumbled to the ground with an injured calf. The men on the trees were all jumping down and joining the men from the hut in making their swift escape via the rear exit. Xiang Shaolong casually strolled over and came to Sali who was still lying flat on his face. Using his leg, Xiang Shaolong flipped his body over. Sali wretchedly begged, "Don't kill me." As the firewood hut dissolved into a huge ball of fire, it clearly illuminates Sali's cowardly expression. It was as ugly as a toad. Feng Fei blew her top and immediately fired all troop members who are in cahoots with Sali or are spying for him. Tying Sali securely like a giant mummy, Feng Fei is going to deliver him to the King of Qi tomorrow morning and demand justice to be served. By the time Sali was escorted away, it is already past midnight. Feng Fei requested Xiang Shaolong to accompany her back to the main building. When they are alone in the small sitting room of the upper floor, Feng Fei retorted with sarcasm, "I thought Manager Shin is so sick he was confined to his bed?" In the blink of an eye, he had slipped out with Xie Ziyuan to have a good time and even showcased his mighty prowess in capturing a villain and delivering justice. Xiang Shaolong is completely drained of energy and is leaning against his chair. He simply remarked, "I saw your lover just now." With her back to him as Feng Fei glanced out of the window, she calmly replied, "From tonight onwards, Feng Fei no longer has a lover and will never have one in the future." Xiang Shaolong can detect the sensations of grief and pain in her tone. He sighed, "Aren't you overreacting?" Feng Fei shook her head and denied, "You would not understand. I did bring up Zongsuan Long's issue to him and implored him to intercede for me since he is the elder martial brother of Zongsuan Xianhua, but he flatly rejected me. At the same time, he swore to me he would never meet Zongsuan Xianhua privately. She melancholically added, "Feng Fei's heart is dead and only wishes to find a secluded place and live the rest of my life in tranquility. I want nothing to do with all the fame and glamour." Xiang Shaolong bitterly smiled, "That is my ideal dream as well. I have grown sick of all the wars and revenge killings." Feng Fei turned her petite frame around and stared at him viciously, declaring, "Finally willing to tell the truth? Feng Fei already guessed you are such a man." Xiang Shaolong cannot be bothered and offered, "Whatever. If mistress is agreeable to letting second mistress become your successor, I can guarantee that mistress will realize your dream. Feng Fei challenged, on what basis are you offering this guarantee? Xiang Shaolong smiled, based on the 3 words, Xiang Shaolong. Is it sufficient? As Feng Fei's fragrant body shuddered uncontrollably, her eyes are shining with utter disbelief. Bewildered, she gazed at Xiang Shaolong for a long time before collapsing onto a chair, exclaiming, "You have got to be kidding me, but..." Xiang Shaolong bitterly smiled, if it is anyone but me, little brother would not be petrified upon seeing the poisonous ring when mistress came to ask about my illness and was forced to reveal the secret meeting between Han Jie and Zongsu Xianhua. With considerable embarrassment, Feng Fei lowered her head. Lost and confused, she muttered, Feng Fei did not treat you kindly, why are you still helping me? Xiang Shaolong reasoned, mistress originally is not evil in nature. It is just due to constant interaction with people who are harboring evil designs on mistress. Thus, you do not trust anyone easily. Feng Fei dejectedly wondered, what should I do now? Xiang Shaolong highlighted, earlier tonight, Lu Buwei has learnt that Qin Liang is in fact Xiang Shaolong's disguise. Therefore, continuing this masquerade is not beneficial but harmful instead. Tomorrow, I might as well seek an audience with the king of Qi as Xiang Shaolong. By then, anyone who wishes to lay their hands on you would have to reconsider the consequences. Feng Fei was taken aback, aren't you afraid of being assassinated? Xiang Shaolong boisterously laughed, if anything were to happen to me here, Qi cannot claim ignorance. I have grown to detest a life of lies and deceit. Right now, I miss my home terribly and my only wish is to return home as soon as possible to reunite with my wives and son. If mistress wishes to settle down in Qin, I can guarantee it will be done. With hot tears flowing down her cheeks, Feng Fei softly grieved, Feng Fei's heart is dead. I shall adhere to Great General's arrangements. Before Xiang Shaolong could accumulate enough sleep the next morning, someone roused him from his slumber, saying that Zongsu Xianhua is waiting for him in the main hall. Recalling Sa Li's issue, he had a good grasp of the situation and proceeded to the hall to meet Zongsu Xianhua. As anticipated, after a round of pleasantries, Zongsu Xianhua immediately went straight to the point, little brother has an inappropriate request and prayed that brother Shen will grant this allowance to my Zongsuan family. Xiang Shaolong knows what he is up to. After observing Lu Buwei's attitude towards himself last night, Zongsu Xianhua is now having a better opinion of him. Moreover, Xie Ziyuan is a good friend of him as well and has decided to back down from the flying dagger issue. Now that Xiang Shaolong has a chance to do Zongsu Xianhua a big favor, he smiled, with brother Zongsuan's words, I, Qin Liang, would never disagree. Sa Li will be handed over to brother Zongsuan and no further words are necessary. Meaning that there is no need to say thanks. Zongsu Xianhua did not expect Xiang Shaolong to be so easygoing and reached out with a hand of friendship, brother Shen is now my buddy. Stretching out his own hand to grab Zongsu Xianhua's hand, Xiang Shaolong affirmed, little brother has always regarded brother Zongsuan as a friend. Before Zongsu Xianhua could reply, Fei Chun barged in with a flustered expression and reported, Qin's imperial uncle Lu Buwei is here to look for manager. Zongsu Xianhua did not expect Lu Buwei to really come looking for Xiang Shaolong. Moreover, Xiang Shaolong had openly hinted he did not wish to see him. Utterly shocked, he stared at Xiang Shaolong in a daze. Patting his shoulder, Xiang Shaolong assured, brother Zongsuan should have guessed that Qin Liang is just an alias of little brother. Let's have a detailed discussion in the future. With skepticism written all over his face, Zongsu Xianhua slipped out from the rear exit. Lu Buwei's grand arrival has every single troop member buzzing with excitement. Except for Feng Fei who has seen it coming, the rest are still feeling puzzled. The moment this world-famous Qin imperial uncle stepped in, he requested to speak with Xiang Shaolong privately. Once everybody else has retreated from the hall, Lu Buwei let out a long sigh, Shaolong is truly amazing to disguise yourself as Qin Liang and hide yourself in Lin Zi. Xiang Shaolong plainly questioned, have I caused imperial uncle a great deal of disappointment? His 2 eyes flashing a chilly aura, Lu Buwei stared at him and promised, Shaolong, why are you speaking like this? The crown prince is worried sick over your survival. Now that I have ran into Shaolong, I will definitely do my best to protect and escort Shaolong back to Xianyang. I am here today to ask about your plans. Xiang Shaolong concluded, we shall discuss about it later. Now that I do not have a valid reason to continue my disguise, I hope Imperial Uncle could officially notify the King of Qi about my presence and allow me to seek an audience with him. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Buwei sighed again, why did our relationship degenerate to such a terrible state? Xiang Shaolong sarcastically replied, it doesn't seem like I am the correct person to blame. Lu Buwei conceded, it is my fault and I only wish to know if there is a way to redeem our relationship. As long as we work hand in hand to assist Crown Prince Zheng, all the lands would eventually end up as Qin territory. Xiang Shaolong had a big shock. He knows Lu Bui's character extremely well, a strong-willed man who always rises to the occasion and would never admit defeat or his wrongdoings in any situation. For him to behave in such a submissive manner, it only indicates that he has gotten a trump card and is temporarily making peace with himself. What formidable scheme has he formulated? Xiang Shaolong plainly state, from the beginning till the end, I, Xiang Shaolong, have always been a peace-loving man and was forced by circumstances to retaliate. The differences between the two of us can no longer be resolved by just bare words. Putting on an earnest face, Lu Bui clarified, Imperial Uncle would not hold it against Xiaolong for having such thoughts. Back then, Imperial Uncle had wanted to marry Niangrong to Xiaolong, expressing my sincerity to repair the ties between us. That obstinate daughter refused to obey me and ruined my plan. Pausing, he glared at Xiang Shaolong and slowly avowed, right now, Imperial Uncle will inform the King of Qi about Xiaolong's presence. Xiaolong, please give some thought about Imperial Uncle's words. Even if Xiaolong is unwilling to forgive me, Imperial Uncle has made up my mind to forget about all the disputes I have with Xiaolong. Time shall be my witness. After Lu Bui took his leave, Xiang Shaolong is still sitting in a daze. He is 100% certain that Lu Bui has come up with a plan to kill himself, explaining his pretense at making amends. If he is unable to expose the murderous plot, he could incur a terrible defeat. Even if Xiang Shaolong is dead, as long as Xiao Pan is still alive, Lu Bui cannot consider his victory to be a complete triumphant. Thinking about this point, his entire body suddenly broke out in cold sweat. He believes he has discovered Lu Bui's trump card. It is the only but deadly loophole that can cause immediate and total devastation to Xiao Pan and him, Xiang Shaolong, the truth behind Xiao Pan's birth. Via Zhuji, Lao AI could learn about the process and could also retrieve the address of the couple who had raised the real Yingzhang. After bringing the couple back to Xianyang and spilling the beans, not only would Xiao Pan lose the throne, Xiang Shaolong himself would be found guilty of treason. But looking at it from another direction, if this had indeed happened, Qin Shi Huan would not have appeared in the records of history. Despite guessing correctly about Lu Bui's trump card, there is nothing he can do to stop it due to time constraints. He can only live according to fate and pray that history cannot be altered. Although he is adopting this mindset, his heart is still filled with anxiety, causing him much irritation. He nearly wanted to beat his own chest and shout out loud to vent the frustration amassing in his heart. At this juncture, Feng Fei came into the hall and gracefully sat down beside him. She suggested in a low voice, "Shall we make clear our intentions to Xu Zhen and the others?" Xiang Shaolong suppressed his turbulent emotions and nodded in agreement. After several trials and tribulations, the affairs plaguing the song and dance troupe are more or less resolved. However, regarding his personal troubles, this is just the beginning. Presently, he has lost all interest to stay in Linzi and only wishes to return to Xianyang as early as possible and join hands with Xiao Pan to manage his identity crisis. How long must he wait before he can enjoy days of peace? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 23 Chapter 11. Book 23 Chapter 11 Meeting the King of Qi. With a serious expression, Xiao Yueten is helping to restore Xiang Shaolong's original appearance while the latter is weighed down by troubling thoughts, causing the tension in the room to be very heavy. Finally noticing Xiao Yuetan's serious demeanor, Xiang Shaolong was thunderstruck. What is bothering elder brother? Xiao Yueten sighed with a breath, I am only too familiar with Lu Bui's methods. He would never allow you to return to Xianyang alive. The more pleasant his words are, the more brutal the methods he will employ. Xiang Shaolong was instead worried about Xiao Pan's identity crisis, secretly blaming himself for being too slow to realize that the moment Lu Bui and Lao AI joined forces, this would be a loophole they would exploit sooner or later. To make it worse, he could not get other people to help out and get them involved in this matter. Xiao Yueten continued, given the current situation, it is difficult for me to lend a hand. On one side, we have Li Yuan, Han Shuang and Guokai who are scheming to get rid of you, and on the other side, we have Lu Bui and Tian Dan who wants to murder you. Your situation is 100 times more perilous than before. If they can stage an accident, for example, a house collapsing or a ship sunk by huge waves and strong wind, it would be impossible for Crown Prince to hold anyone responsible. But Xiang Shaolong thought of Lord Longyang, concluding that he could be the only person who can save him now. However, he did not understand why is he not back with any news yet. Logically, after he has tested Han Shuang, he should make his way back to give his report. Is there more than meets the eye? Contrary to his thoughts, he assured Xiao Yueten, at least I will be safe in Linzi because no one would dare to openly assassinate me. Xiao Yueten reasoned, that is hard to say. If Tian Dan arranged for someone to challenge you to a duel and kill you in the process, it would be an uphill task for Crown Prince Zheng to avenge you. How is your injury? Peering into the bronze mirror at his familiar and yet unfamiliar original appearance, Xiang Shaolong flexed his shoulder muscles and determined, I should make a full recovery in a maximum of 3 days, but... Xiao Yuatan reminded, it is no longer convenient for me to visit you on such a regular basis, for it may arouse Han Chuan's suspicions. With these new developments, I am really worried. A subordinate came in at this time to report that Lord Longyang is here. Receiving Lord Longyang in the East Hall and sharing with him the intention to end his masquerade, Lord Longyang was badly shocked and he professed in a troubled tone, this has greatly complicated matters. Xiang Shaolong do not wish to expend further energy on this bothersome issue and questioned him about Han Chuan's reaction. Lord Longyang firstly lowered his head and contemplated for a short while before raising his head and gazed at him, suggesting, is it possible that Chao Zuidao coincidentally happened to be there when you were about to steal your saber? Xiang Shaolong resolutely shook his head and affirmed, impossible. He personally informed me that someone has tipped him off. What did Han Chuan say? With his eyes glowing with distress, Lord Longyang replied in a low voice, I proceeded accordingly to the plan and suggested to Han Chuan about hatching a plot against you but received an earful from him instead. It seems like he was not the one who betrayed Shaolong. Could Shaolong have forgotten somebody else he may have revealed this matter to? Xiang Shaolong could only think of Xiao Yuatan and immediately strike out this possibility. He quizzed further, is it possible for Han Chuan to see through your lordship's ruse to test him? Lord Longyang attested, I can feel that he is not putting on an act. We have been friends for so many years and it would be rather tough for him to successfully deceive me. This affair is indeed baffling. Xiang Shaolong grew hopeful. If Li Yuan, Han Chuan and Lord Longyang are on the same side of the fence as him, it would be a walk in the park for him to arrive safely in Xianyang. Lord Longyang reassured, Shaolong need not fret. No matter what happens, I will always be on your side. Why don't we make plans to leave tonight? Once we have reached Wei, I will have a way to send you back to Qin. Xiang Shaolong was visibly tempted. He mused, but what about Feng Fei and the others? Lord Longyang recommended, if you can leave a letter to Han Chuan or Li Yuan, imploring him to watch over them on your behalf, I am sure they will follow your instructions despite whatever plans they already have in mind. Xiang Shaolong is even more motivated than before and asked about the road conditions. Lord Longyang swore, for the past 2 days, the weather has become significantly warmer and absent of snow. The river should have thawed by now. I will use an excuse to deploy a ship to send you off and I guarantee that even if someone wishes to pursue you after your departure, it will only be a futile attempt. Firstly, Xiang Shaolong is desperate to go home and secondly, Linzi is not an ideal place to continue loitering. He ultimately agreed to Lord Longyang's offer and finalized the details of his escape tonight. At this point in time, Han Jie and Dan Chu arrived together and announced that it is time to enter the palace and meet the King of Qi. This is the first time Xiang Shaolong is entering small city from big city as he headed north towards the palace on a carriage. Along the way, he observed that the buildings are much more imposing compared to the largely residential big city. Lined along both sides of the highway are enormous mansions of the rich and powerful or high-ranking officials, coupled with numerous state buildings, all radiating with a luxurious and grand aura, majestic and magnificently designed. The two men Dan Chu and Han Jie are behaving very respectfully on the surface, courteous and accommodating. Dan Chu even provided a travel commentary and introduced the various sites and buildings along the way. Arriving at the palace, Lu Buwei and Tian Dan came up together and welcomed him as per standard diplomatic courtesy. Concluding the usual pleasantries, Tian Dan, who still retained his heroic air, let out a chuckle, regardless of great general's ally or enemy, everyone is full of admiration for great general. The world would be a much more boring place without someone as earth-shattering as great general. Regaining his past grandeur, Xiang Shaolong smiled, life is but a game. Witnessing Chancellor Tian's open-mindedness, Shaolong should be the one expressing admiration. At the same time, he observed that Tian Dan is already displaying signs of aging and vulnerability, a far cry from his young and valiant days. Putting on an act of sincerity and intimacy, Lu Buwei suggested, we are all old friends and since the great king is anxious to speak to Shaolong, let's talk further at the welcoming banquet Chancellor Tian will host for Shaolong. King Qi Xiang will be meeting Xiang Shaolong at the most outstanding structure within the palace, Hungdong Pavilion. It is also the same place where Feng Fei will be performing and the birthday banquet will be held 3 days later. Hungdong Pavilion is the most remarkable cluster of buildings within the royal grounds. It is situated at the northwest area of Small City and is only 800 feet away from the Small City West Wall. It can be considered tall and overwhelming. The rectangular-shaped pavilion measures 250 feet in length from south to north and about 200 feet in width from east to west. It stands at a height of about 50 feet and its brilliance is unimaginable. From the top of the pavilion, one could view the colossal parade square located between Hangdong Pavilion and Golden Imperial Palace that could accommodate 10,000 soldiers executing their drills. Hungong Pavilion itself is quite unique and resembles a pyramid with a flat top. There are 2 stories at the tip of the pavilion, and the 3 corners of east, west and north is inclined at a sharp angle, while the south side is less steep. From the bottom to the top of the pavilion are 100 stone steps, and on the pavilion top, grey bricks are stacked in a certain manner to create a distinctive pattern. In the middle of the pavilion top is a squarish stage about 5 feet tall, and the flooring of the stage is lined with mosaic tiles, exuding an impressive and elegant sensation. The King of Qi is waiting at the lower deck of Hangdong Pavilion, which is also known as Dianjian Hall, to meet Xiang Shaolong. Accompanying him are first Prince Tian Shang and second Prince Tian Jian. King Qi Xiang is around 70 years of age, short and overweight. With a lethargic expression, he looks as if he will breathe his last any time. Both Princes Tian Shang and Tian Jian are of medium build and share limited resemblance. Despite their royal heritage, they are ordinary looking and do not possess the bearing of a king. If held in comparison, Tian Shang has the typical playboy look who had overindulged in alcohol and women, while Tian Jian is much more energetic looking. The ambience is unexpectedly relaxing and friendly. After paying their respects, Xiang Shaolong and Lu Buwei sat down in front of the King of Qi, but at a lower level, while Tian Shang, Tian Jian and Tian Dan sat at the side. Using his blurred eyesight to scrutinize and assess Xiang Shaolong, the King of Qi then began to laugh and articulate from his elevated throne. In the past, when Zhang Yi visited Chu as a guest, he attended a banquet where they are showcasing the national treasure of Chu, a jade disc. The jade disc was passed around and was abruptly stolen. Someone suspected Zhang Yi to be the culprit and gave him a beating. When Zhang Yi got home, he asked his wife if his tongue is still there. He declared that as long as he still has his tongue, there is nothing he would fear. Ha! Jade disc. Everyone laughed along in a flustered manner, although they do not have a clue why he is sharing this story. The King of Qi gladly added, based on his tongue, eloquence, which was not severed in the beating, he was made a marquis and eventually became the chancellor. Based on the sword in your hand, Great General Xiang was promoted to Great General. A tongue in the past, a sword in the present. Both have been used to achieve greatness. This is the first time Xiang Shaolong is confronted with the weird imagination of the Qi populace. He responded, the great king has made an excellent comparison. Tian Shang laughed. However, Great General has switched to using the long dagger he created and has abandoned his sword. The King of Qi shot Tian Shang a glare and countered with annoyance, are you hinting that I am ignorant? I have already sent someone to retrieve Great General's precious weapon. This time round, it is Xiang Shaolong's turn to feel extremely awkward. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something but did not know how to express himself. He cannot possibly reveal that he himself has already stolen his saber and even received a stab from Chao Tsuedao's sword. Concurrently, he could see for himself the hostile relationship between the King of Qi and First Prince Tian Shang. No wonder Tian Dan made a last-minute turnaround and switched to Tian Jian instead. But judging from Tian Dan's feeble appearance, he would not outlive King Qi Xiang for long. King Qi Xiang is in the mood to chat and began talking non-stop. Ever since the late king launched the campaign, dominate barbarians and be their king, we, Great Qi, bear the ambition to surround the world, living peacefully regardless of whether one is civilized or uncivilized. When Qin underwent reform to introduce the rule of law, the 2 countries Qi and Qin have become the 2 large states with one in the east and one in the west. It is obvious that cooperation is mutually beneficial and estrangement will only bring about harm. This time round, with Imperial Uncle making a personal trip and Great General as a guest, it serves to reinforce the close ties between the 2 states. This is the best present I could ever ask for. Within the hall, every person has a different expression written on his face. Tian Shang, who had just been reprimanded by his king father, kept his head low and was fearfully quiet. Tian Jian's eyes are shining with passion as he stared at Xiang Shaolong. Lu Buwei may be laughing along, but his body language is very unnatural. Tian Dan is still maintaining his deep and unfathomable outlook, possibly concealing a hidden agenda. At this moment, a nearby official walked up to the throne. Kneeling down, he passed a letter to the King of Qi and whispered a few words to him. Surprised at the words he heard, the King of Qi looked over to Xiang Shaolong and revealed, Grandmaster Chao says he has already returned the precious weapon to Great General. He has also a letter here that he wishes me to pass it to Great General. Tian Dan was taken aback. What is going on? Has Great General met up with Grandmaster Chao? Feeling exceedingly uncomfortable, Xiang Shaolong gingerly nodded his head. The King of Qi got the inner official to pass the letter to Xiang Shaolong. After opening and reading the letter, Xiang Shaolong smiled. Since Grandmaster Chao has a favorable opinion of Great General, he has invited Great General to Qixia College's Stargazing Pavilion on the day after the birthday banquet to exchange pointers. It is truly an honor for Great General. While the faces of Tian Dan and Lu Buwei flashed quickly with delight, the King of Qi trembled excessively and his face turned ashen white. Xiang Shaolong was secretly humored. 3 days later he would be safely in the territory of Wei. Even if others jeer at him for being afraid of Chao Cuidao, he would not give a hoot. There are only two men he dreaded meeting. One of them is Li Mu and the other one is the fear-inducing Chao Cuidao. The minute Xiang Shaolong left Hungdong Pavilion, he was intercepted by Xie Ziyuan. Dragging him to one side, Xie Ziyuan gasped, "Great General has deceived little brother thoroughly, so you, dot." Firstly winking at Xie Ziyuan, to hint that it is inconvenient, Xiang Shaolong then paid his respects to Tian Dan and Lu Bui. "Great General dare not bother the two of you any further and will leave the palace by myself." Tian Dan nodded, "Let's find some time to catch up over the new few days." Finishing, he left with Lu Bui. Scrutinizing Xiang Shaolong's chiseled features, Xie Ziyuan sighed, "Brother Xiang is indeed handsome looking and outstanding." Shoulder to shoulder, the two men strolled out of the palace gate. Xiang Shaolong plainly state, "Brother Xie is certainly well informed." Xie Ziyuan proudly affirmed, "Nothing in the palace can escape my detection." Xiang Shaolong guffawed, "In this case, are you aware that Chao Cuidao has just issued a challenge to little brother, fixing the duel at Chisha's stargazing pavilion 4 days later? In addition, no one is allowed to witness the battle." His face losing color, Xie Ziyuan was petrified. "What should we do?" To think you can still smile at a time like this." Xiang Shaolong of course knows that he can still smile because he is going to slip away tonight and it would be a different outcome 4 days later. He consoled, "Worse to worse, I will just discard my sword and admit defeat." "Will he still kill me after that?" Xie Ziyuan was horrified. Wouldn't Ningzhang be upset if Brother Xiang really abandoned the fight? Only now did Xiang Shaolong realize that he is representing the glory of Qin and forsaking the fight is certainly not an option. However, escaping for his life is a totally different perspective. After all, anything is better than dying under the merciless blade of Chao Cuidao. Suppressing his voice, he assured, "Brother naturally has a way to resolve the problem. Brother Xie need not worry for me." Xie Ziyuan bitterly laughed, "I would be lying if I say I am not worried. Grandmaster Chao's sword skills have reached an immeasurable level and countless well-known master swordsmen are like children challenging adults when dueling him, they can barely defend themselves." Xiang Shaolong deeply understood that sensation. Arriving at the carriage parking lot, an attendant pulled the carriage door open for the two men to board. After they sat down, the horse carriage started to move. Xiang Shaolong inquired, "Where are we heading?" Xie Ziyuan disclosed, "To see Zongsuanlong. He wishes to apologize to Brother Xiang in person." In his heart, Xiang Shaolong can feel his emotions stirring. Life has its ups and downs, human feelings have its warmth and coldness. What an apt description. Ever since he has resumed his Xiang Shaolong persona, the entire environment seems to have changed. Within the song and dance troupe, everyone is worshipping him like a deity and going all out to get into his good books. On the other hand, as Xinliang, he can witness the more genuine side of their characters. Xie Ziyuan added, "Once the Zongsuan father and son knows that you are Xiang Shaolong, they are exhilarated and quickly beg me to plead with Brother Xiang, inviting you to join hands with them to oppose Lu Bui. With Brother Xiang on our side, the second prince may change his mind once again." Xiang Shaolong suggested, "Can Brother Xie arrange for me to meet the second prince today? I am doing this not for the Zongsuan father and son but for Brother Xie." Xie Ziyuan was visibly touched and decided, "Brother Xiang is a true friend indeed. I shall fix the appointment to be tonight." Looking at the streets through the window, Xiang Shaolong observed the people of Qi busy sweeping snow off the roads and property. The harsh winter is nearly over. Contradicting their usual habits, Zongsuanlong and his son are waiting for them at the door with overwhelming friendliness. Xiang Shaolong has become their only savior. To the people of Qi, there is nothing more critical than maintaining good relations with Qin. Only then can Qi occupy the lands of their nemesis Yan without any distractions and slowly expand their territory and eventually uniting the lands. The reason why Tian Dan can wrest control of Tianjin from the hands of Zongsuanlong is purely because he has Lu Bui, this ace card. If Xiang Shaolong, who wields greater influence over Yingzheng compared to Lu Bui, decides to stand on Zongsuanlong's side, Tianjin need not switch sides to Tian Dan, who had previously supported his own brother. With this given circumstances, Zongsuanlong is naturally treating Xiang Shaolong with utmost hospitality. Seating themselves in the main hall, Zongsuanlong firstly apologized to Xiang Shaolong. Before he could say anything more, Xiang Shaolong declared ahead of him, whether privately or officially, "I, Xiang Shaolong, will do my best for Brother Xie and Master Long." There is no need for any pleasantries. Zongsuanlong father and son were deliriously happy. Xie Ziyuan wondered, little brother will enter the palace immediately and seek an audience with second prince to make the necessary arrangements for tonight's banquet. Where is a good place to hold it? Zongsuanlong decided after a quick analysis, why don't we have it at Jade Orchid Brothel? Over there, the ambience is more relaxing. Xie Ziyuan was ecstatic, yes. That is a very good place. To Xiang Shaolong, Zongsu and Xianhua presented. Xianhua has specially selected a batch of top-rated swordsmen and will assign them to Great General to use at your disposal. Their integrity and character are above suspicion. While Great General is in Linzi, they will only take orders from Great General. Xiang Shaolong thanked. Brother Zongsuan is really considerate. However, can this arrangement be postponed until tomorrow? In his mind, he was thinking that he'll be long gone by tomorrow. Zongsu and Xianhua respectfully consented. We shall adhere to Great General's instructions. He then frowned. I heard my master has issued a challenge to Great General. This is indeed troubling. Xianhua will pay his respects to master later and will try to persuade him to retract his challenge. Xiang Shaolong shook his head and dismissed. There is no need to go to such an extent. Your master's decision is something even your great king is unable to influence. Moreover, little brother is interested to try out Grandmaster's Chao ultimate swordplay. Zongsu and Long anxiously stammered. Grandmaster Chao may be a nice and approachable person, but once his sword leaves its sheath, he becomes a heartless fighter. If Great General happens to meet with some misfortune, that will. If he had not tasted Chao Tsueda's prowess before and someone like Zongsu and Long is speaking as if he would surely lose, Xiang Shaolong would be greatly offended. Presently, he obviously would not react the same way. He laughed. I have my ways of keeping myself safe. Master Long need not fret. Zongsu and Xianhua had a brainwave and exclaimed, why don't Martial's sister and myself visit Master together? He is most fond of Martial's sister and may make an exception, altering the duel to a friendly match just to exchange pointers. Xiang Shaolong has his own plans and smiled. I really do not require any help from you. Brother Zongsuan is a fellow swordsman and should understand how a swordsman think. Deflated, Zongsu and Xianhua nodded. Great General is truly one of a kind. Master has lost interest in dueling a long time ago and only Great General is able to stir his fighting spirit. It must be partly due to Great General's precious saber. Zongsu and Long reminded, Brother Xiang is remarkably famous. In my opinion, I think Xianhua had better warn the two troublemakers Ma Qinjia and Min Tingzhang. It would be hard to resist if they come forward and challenge Brother Xiang too. His eyes blazing with a chilling aura, Zongsu and Xianhua coldly grunted. If they are thinking of dueling with Great General, they will have to contend with me, Zongsu and Xianhua, first. Since he is running away tonight, Xiang Shaolong leisurely proclaimed, it is all right as I could use some practice with my saber. Brother Zongsuan is too kind. With a mixture of hero worship and admiration, Zongsu and Xianhua respectfully and solemnly suggested, now wonder the whole of Xianyang is in awe of Great General. Just be simply observing Great General's open-mindedness and indomitable aura, one can deduce that Great General's saber skills have attained a godly state. Xianhua can only admit defeat. Nevertheless, if there is an opportunity, Xianhua hopes Great General can give Xianhua some pointers. Xiang Shaolong exposed, Brother Zongsuan is really itching for a fight, or is he trying to gauge little brother's skills in order to decide to beg your master to let me off or not? With Xiang Shaolong seeing through his ruse, Zongsu and Xianhua's face turned red and he awkwardly insisted, Great General must be kidding. Xianhua is sincere in learning from Great General. Zongsu and Long abruptly apologized. I, Zongsu and Long, would like to use this opportunity to bare my soul to Great General, hereby swearing that I no longer bear any ulterior motives towards Miss Feng Fei. If I break my word, may I, Zongsu and Long, die in the wilderness with an exposed corpse. Will Great General please relay this message to her and tell Mistress I, Zongsu and Long, is truly sorry. Xiang Shaolong had an idea and checked, little brother may have to leave Linzi before Mistress. I may have to trouble Master Long to protect Mistress on little brother's behalf. Thumping his chest, Zongsu and Long swore, you can count on me, Zongsu and Long. Great General can put your mind at ease. The aggressor is now the protector. Life is indeed unpredictable. Xia Ziyuan's body shuddered once and he recommended, why don't Brother Xiang find an excuse to return to Qin before the duel with Grandmaster Chao? That would solve everything without a hitch. Zongsu and Xianhua was the first to praise, you can lie that your father-in-law is sick. With this justification, no one would blame Great General for missing the appointment. In his mind, Xiang Shaolong could not agree more. In this scenario best depicts, only a hero will recognize another hero. Pleased, he ended, we shall decide further after discussing with Second Prince tonight. Noting that he did not reject this idea, the other three men could finally calm down. Xiang Shaolong stood up and bid farewell. Zongsu and Long reluctantly sent him all the way to the main entrance before the other two men. Zongsu and Xianhua and Xia Ziyuan accompanied him back to Tingsong Villa. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 23 Chapter 12. Book 23 Chapter 12, Dilemma. Back at Tingsong Villa, Fei Chun came up to welcome him, reporting Master Xiang, the two men, Zhang Quan and Koan Shan have left. Xiang Shaolong has forgotten about these two men and was stunned upon hearing this news. He interrogated, did they take any luggage with them? His hands relaxed by the side, Fei Chun respectfully replied, their belongings took up 2 carriages. Mistress knows about it too. Secretly acknowledging that the cleanup is now completed, Xiang Shaolong is about to return to his room when Fei Chun awkwardly questioned, Master Xiang, after the disbandment of the song and dance troupe, can our band of brothers throw in our lot with you? Patting his shoulder, Xiang Shaolong advised, the song and dance troupe would not be disbanded. You guys should do your best and support second mistress. Touring the various states is much better than cooping yourself in one place. Finishing his sentence, he began to climb the stairs leading to the main hall. Fei Chun caught up to him and added, first mistress and second mistress are looking for you. And there is Miss Xin Yue too. Oh, it nearly slipped my mind, Mr. Tan is here as well and is waiting for Master Xiang in the East Hall. He says it is a matter of life and death. Although he is now more popular than before, Xiang Shaolong is feeling more troublesome instead. He naturally went to look for Xiao Yuetan first. Standing in front of the window, a dazed Xiao Yuetan was staring at the garden scenery beyond the window with his arms akimbo. Until Xiang Shaolong arrived at his back did he calmly divulge, Shaolong, I have a piece of terrible news for you. Xiang Shaolong had a big shock and inquired, what terrible news? Xiao Yuetan described, today, I disguised myself and stalked Han Shuang. This ingrate actually went to visit Guo Kai in secret. They had a 2-hour discussion before he finally left. His heart swelling with a sour feeling, Xiang Shaolong thought to himself, I do not offend others, yet others try to offend me. What more can I say? This fella is getting better and better. Even Lord Longyang has been deceived by him. He cannot be bothered and replied, it doesn't matter anymore. I will be leaving tonight. Lord Longyang has arranged everything for me. Turning his body around, Xiao Yuetan used his hands and grabbed both of Xiang Shaolong's shoulders. He seriously remarked, how do you expect to leave? Both the river and roads have been blockaded by heavy snow. Lord Longyang and Han Shuang are in it together. Both of them are after your life. He continued, the reason for my suspicion is because Lord Longyang came to visit Han Shuang. After a short discussion, Han Shuang then left to look for Guo Kai. What do you think they are up to? His face drained of color, Xiang Shaolong stammered, what? Xiao Yuetan sighed, Shaolong, you are too trusting with your friends. You must understand that when the interests of the country and the glory or shame, life or death of their entire clan is concerned, every strand of relationship will be cast aside. To the people of the 3 states, Han Jiaowei, the 3 words Xiang Shaolong is equivalent to their soul reaper. Only with your demise can they put their mind at ease. Xiang Shaolong can feel his head turning numb. If he does not leave, he would have to face Chao Tsuedao's godly swordplay and handle other annoying issues. He decided, I will leave by myself. Xiao Yuetan disagreed, your arm injury has yet to recover fully. Leaving now is too dangerous. Pausing, he continued, I heard Chao Tsuedao has issued a challenge to you. Are you leaving and forsaking the duel? Xiang Shaolong bitterly laughed, what else can I do? Elder brother is well informed indeed. Xiao Yuetan warned, it is not that I am well informed but there is someone intentionally spreading this news, announcing this to the whole city and making it difficult for you to avoid this battle. Did you ever think that if you had really slipped away, it would be significantly detrimental to yourself? Lu Buwei will definitely make a big hoo-ha over this matter and damage your revered status among the Qin military. Xiang Shaolong was taken aback, you are asking me to fight Chao Tsuedao despite knowing that I will surely get killed? Xiao Yuetan reasoned, based on your current disposition, you will lose without a doubt. But since he personally issued the challenge, he must have regarded you as a worthy adversary. Xiang Shaolong bitterly smiled, it could be Lu Buwei who ordered Han Jie to invite him to issue this challenge to me. Xiao Yuetan dismissed, you are saying this because you do not understand Chao Tsuedao. There is no one in this world who can influence him. With a passion for sword fighting, he toured the land since he was young, looking for challengers to better himself. After the age of 25, he has yet to taste defeat and ultimately gained the admirable title of Sword Saint. Xiang Shaolong was amazed, and you are still asking me to fight him? Xiao Yuetan officially articulated, I am just being realistic. The population of Qin values the glory of its military and swordsmen. You can afford to lose but you cannot afford to run away from the duel. The impact on your reputation is beyond imagination. Maybe you can persuade Chao Tsuedao to limit the fight to 10 strokes. That may perhaps create a win-win scenario and both parties can maintain their personal standing without committing offense. Xiang Shaolong is highly enthusiastic and nodded, why don't I make an official petition to the King of Qi? Of course I will be tactful about it and mention stuff like not wanting anybody to be hurt, etc. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Yuatan suggested, why don't we write directly to Chao Tsuedao? Since this old fella is unable to overcome you the last time, it must surely bug him and he may approve of this condition. Moreover, if nobody else knows about this arrangement and you manage to successfully deflect 10 strokes from him, everyone would have the impression that you are evenly matched with old Chao. This will enhance your reputation significantly without any side effects. Xiang Shaolong secretly thought that Chao Tsueda may have studied and understood his saber moves and it will not be a repeat of their first encounter when he could only defend without attacking. He dejectedly mused, these 10 moves are not easy to defend against. Regardless of speed, strength or skill, I am inferior to him. Grabbing Xiang Shaolong's shoulders and violently shaking him once, Xiao Yueten fiercely painted, Xiang Shaolong, look at me. This is either make or break. If you persist in thinking that you will lose this duel, you can never return to Xianyang and see your wives and son. As long as you can walk down Qixia College Stargazing Pavilion 3 days later with your life intact, you can leave Linzi that very night, returning back to Qin for an ultimate showdown with Lu Buwei. Otherwise, all your previous efforts would have come to naught. His whole body breaking out in cold sweat, Xiang Shaolong was shocked into awakening. His sharp eyes teeming with energy, he stared back at Xiao Yueten and swore in a deep voice, I got it. Xiang Shaolong would not let brother Xiao down. I, Xiang Shaolong, will definitely return to Qin in one piece. Xiao Yueten released his grip on him and concluded, I will proceed to draft the letter in your room. Once you have signed it, I will personally deliver it to Chao Tsuedao. After that, we can only pray for his gallantry. Xiang Shaolong made his way to the enormous garden of the rear courtyard. With the area swept clean of snow, Feng Fei and the others are conducting an outdoor rehearsal. Right now, Dong Shuzhen is practicing the critical main song. Now that he is better at assessing a woman's artistic talents, he discovered that compared to Feng Fei, Dong Shuzhen evokes a totally different aura. Unlike Feng Fei's sloppy and diva attitude, Dong Shuzhen carries an exquisite and enchanting aura that reminds him of a poem or a work of art. Even when she is feeling upset or angry, she can still radiate an indescribable sensation of playfulness and passion. It is truly captivating. As the courtesans are fully immersed in the performance, none of them notice Xiang Shaolong stepping into the garden. Only Feng Fei approached his side and whispered, once Shuzhen finished singing this song, Great General will then announce Feng Fei's retirement and her subsequent marriage into the Xiang family. Shuzhen shall officially succeed Feng Fei and be responsible for the performance at Qixia College. Xiang Shaolong was thunderstruck, what? Chuckling with a pussy eye, Feng Fei jested, what is your what about? Didn't you impersonate Shen Liang to seduce me? Xiang Shaolong realizes that she is just fooling around and changed the topic, did Han Jie look for you? Feng Fei shot him a look and replied in a slow and melancholic manner, I was looking for you regarding this issue. He told me he went to see Zhongsuan Xianhua because he wants to gather more information about Zhongsuan Long and my case. He even swore to heaven and earth that he would never let me down. I am so confused by his promises and I am at a loss now. Xiang Shaolong bitterly smiled, as an outsider, it is impossible for me to intervene. However, Zhongsuan Long did swear that he no longer bears any malice towards you. He even guaranteed to safely escort you to wherever you wish to go, but... Her petite frame shivered once, as Feng Fei demanded, from your tone, you sounded as if Lord Longyang and Han Shuang are both unreliable and at the same time, hinting me to give up Han Jie. What is going on? By now, the song has reached its highest peak and the environment was packed with a joyful and celebratory atmosphere like an energetic and dazzling display of fireworks. With the striking of the bell, the entire performance came to a stop instantaneously. However, the images of the spectacle continue to linger in one's memory. Leading her fellow courtesans, Dong Shuzhen came to the front of Xiang Shaolong and Feng Fei, bowing and paying their respects in their shrill voice. Xiang Shaolong intensely felt that the bearing of the whole song and dance troupe has improved tremendously, with every member working with a high fighting spirit and full of hope that the future is bright and can only get brighter. If he had left tonight without saying goodbye, it would severely impact their morale. Thus, he can feel his own heroic sensation arising and matching their high morale. His phobia towards Chao Tsuedao has been cast to the back of his brain. When Dong Shuzhen stood up again, her eyes are filled with hot tears and glowing with utmost gratitude that no words can describe. At this juncture, a subordinate came to report that Yen General Su Yizhe is here to seek an audience with him. Sighing to himself, Xiang Shaolong knows that another set of troubles await. Su Yizhe came to visit him in ordinary clothes and without any followers. His entourage is completely different from Lord Longyang and the others. It has been years since they last met and the wrinkles on his face have increased considerably, signaling a tormenting lifestyle. After exchange pleasantries, both men sat down according to their status as host and guest. This famed general of Yen lamented, Today we may be pouring our hearts out to each other, but tomorrow we could be meeting in the battlefield. This is truly dreadful. Xiang Shaolong can comprehend his emotions and inquired about Prince Dan's situation. Suija sighed, with wolves and tigers as neighbors, who can enjoy a day of peace? Great General should be aware of Qi's ambitions towards our territory. This time round, we initially did not wish to send anyone over. However, Wu Kai kept egging Prince Dan, promising that if we can support Tianjin and suppress Tiandan, it will result in a different outcome. Thus, here I am. And I have discovered that regardless of whoever is in power, halting these ambitions is simply impossible. Xiang Shaolong sighed to himself. The people of Zhao and Yan are mired in gratitude and hatred themselves. In the same year when he took the time machine and traveled to this era, the Yan invading army has just been freshly defeated by Lianpa, who subsequently attacked all the way to the capital of Yan. At that time, Wei, Han, Qi and Shu joined hands in pressuring Zhao, forcing them to withdraw. Taking advantage of the situation, Qi invaded Yan, and this time round, Shu came in to attack Qi from the back, as the three states are unable to cope with Qi due to the fierce threat from mighty Qin. The entire history of the warring states is a record of large states conquering the smaller states. Every state has its expansionary policy and increased its own strength by absorbing territory from other states. If they do not increase their own strength, they would be conquered by others to be used to increase the strength of others. For example, if Yan is a bigger state than Qi, the people of Qi would be the ones feeling depressed now. Ever since their crushing defeat at the hands of Zhao, Yan has been struggling at the brink of extinction. If not for Prince Dan, who sent Jinka to assassinate Xiao Pan in the later years, probably nobody would have a deep impression of Yan. Suija added, Prince Dan is currently based at Wuyang. It is a developed city beside River Wu and it is nearer to the south border in preparation for any threats from Qi. If Great General can spare the time, Prince Dan would love to meet his old buddy. Xiang Shaolong bitterly laughed. Now, I am not even confident if I can make it safely back to Xianyang alive and would not burden myself with other matters. Suija officially state, is Great General referring to the duel with Zhao Cuidao? I am certain it is Tiandan and Lu Buwei fanning the flames from behind. Great General must exercise caution when dealing with it. We did send a few top swordsmen to challenge Zhao Cuidao, hoping to ruffle the feathers of Qi. Unexpectedly, they could not even overcome Zongsu and Xianhua, causing us some distress. Xiang Shaolong is conscious that his present predicament is indirectly caused by Han Shuang. Not wishing to discuss any further, he changed the topic. When is Brother Su going back to Yan? Suija answered, I had planned to leave the next morning after the birthday banquet, but right now, I would only leave after witnessing Great General triumph over Zhao Cuidao. Xiang Shaolong shook his head. Brother Su was expecting too much from me. Suija was slightly stunned and queried, the match has not yet begun. Why is Great General already feeling disillusioned? Xiang Shaolong obviously could not tell him he had experienced Zhao Cuidao's prowess before and could only mutter some gibberish and change the topic again. After some idle chatter, Suija finally brought up the topic that Xiang Shaolong feared most of all. Besides paying my respects to Great General, Suija has a special request. Xiang Shaolong could only respond, Brother Su, please speak without any reservations. Suija solemnly explained, although we took part in the Allied campaign and attacked your state, we did so reluctantly and were in fact forced by circumstances. Otherwise, we would be helpless and alone the next time Qi attacks us. If we can get rid of this thorn in the flesh, I guarantee that my state will never participate in any Allied campaigns. Xiang Shaolong frowned, this is a high-level decision. Can Brother Su have the final say? Suija sighed, this is no longer regarding who has the final say, but this is the dream of the key decision-maker. Now that Tiandan and Lu Buwei are in cahoots and the might of Qin military is suppressing the three states, Han Jiawei, causing them to be unable to divert any resources to the north, giving Tiandan the opportunity to occupy our territory. All I ask of is for Great General to hint Qi that Qin will not sit by and watch while Qi expand their borders. With that, even if Qi has all the guts in the world, they would not dare to be complacent. With just one sentence, Great General shall win the friendship of my state on behalf of your state. This is the first time Xiang Shaolong found himself in such a complicated dilemma. Although he could influence Xiao Pan, that is purely because he does not possess any selfish motives and is always thinking from Xiao Pan's point of view. Ever since Qin implemented Xiangyang's reforms, they have a policy of befriending distant states while invading neighboring states. For example, they maintain cordial relations with Qi and Shu while making inroads into the lands of the three states. With regards to Yan did enjoy a glorious period when King Yan Zhao constructed a golden pavilion to recruit famed generals such as Lu Yi who successfully repelled the Qi army. Presently, Qin cannot be bothered with pathetic Yan, which is situated in the desolated northeast. Therefore, Qin would never forsake their relationship with Qi for Yan. From another angle, he has to make provisions for Shan Rou and assist Xie Ziyuan in regaining Tianjin's cooperation. To a certain extent, he has to match the same promise Lu Buwei has committed to Tianjin. The promise naturally involves Yen, this juicy piece of meat. He knows better than anybody that he is not someone who is suitable for political work. Of course he could easily win the affections of Suija by pretending to agree first and subsequently doing the opposite. However, this is something his conscience would never allow. Xiang Shaolong bitterly smiled. It may appear easy for me to accept your proposition and just mention this one sentence, however, I am afraid it cannot be done. His countenance slightly altered, Suija admitted, then it must be my imperfect judgment, assuming that Great General is a true friend of Prince Dan. Xiang Shaolong clarified, Brother Su is mistaken. Friends are friends. This fact would never change. The problem is that I am not officially visiting Qi on behalf of Qin, and with Lu Buwei posing an obstruction, it would be challenging for me to put your message across. Therefore, I dare not recklessly agree. Can you give me some time to think this through? Sighing, he added, if I succumbed under Chao Tsuidao's sword, all my undertakings would be meaningless. His expression turning warm, Suija was slightly embarrassed. It is me who had jumped to conclusions. We shall speak again after Great General returned victoriously from Qixia College. Suija concluded his visit, standing up and bidding farewell. After sending him off at the villa entrance, Li Yuan happened to come along. In the past, Xiang Shaolong has the free time to take an afternoon nap. Presently, he is handling one appointment after another, working himself to death. Firstly instructing Li Yuan to wait for him in the main hall, he proceeded to put his signature on the letter Xiao Yuatan had prepared. While he was rushing towards the main hall, little Pinger detained him, demanding, Mistress is urgently looking for you and insists that you see her at once. Witnessing the melancholic and pitiful glow of her eyes, Xiang Shaolong can feel his heart grinding with agony. However, there is nothing he can do about it, as he had made up his mind to refrain from taking another wife or concubine. Love is in fact the greatest burden of all. Since the passing of Princess Qian, the only women who have moved his heart are Qin Sheng and Li Yanyan. Xiang Shaolong was in a fix, but Li Yuan is waiting for me in the main hall. Little Pinger declared, nevertheless, you must visit Mistress first because Lady Qingxiu has sneaked into her bedroom. Only now did Xiang Shaolong knows Lady Qingxiu and Feng Fei are acquainted. After weighing his options, he hurriedly made his way to meet this gorgeous lady. As anticipated, Lady Qingxiu's face is covered with several layers of veil as she refuses to let Xiang Shaolong view her actual face. After Feng Fei knowingly excused herself, Lady Qingxiu went straight to the point. Does Great General knows that you are in an extremely dangerous situation? Nodding, Xiang Shaolong quizzed in a deep voice, what updates does your lady have for me? Lady Qingxiu enlightened, Chancellor Li naturally would not talk to me about his affairs. However, I did send someone to keep an eye on him. For the past 2 days, Han Shuang visited him several times and held secret discussions. Great General yourself is an observant man and should be aware that Han Shuang's character is deplorable. All along, Chancellor Li does not have a high opinion of Han Shuang. When they are suddenly behaving so intimately, I sense something is afoot. Xiang Shaolong sighed, I understand. Thanks so much, your lady. I am extremely grateful. Lady Qingxiu simply state, I am doing this for Yan Yan, otherwise she would certainly blame me. We are just ordinary women, and in our eyes, Great General has done Chancellor Li a huge favor, and Chancellor Li would be at fault if he repays your favor with evil. We do not care about other details. I dare not hold Great General back from your official work anymore. Great General, please help yourself. Xiang Shaolong is used to her icy demeanor, seemingly putting an enormous chasm between her and everybody else. He paid his respects and bade farewell before heading to meet Li Yuan. Sitting alone in the main hall, Li Yuan was sipping his tea in silence. Wearing a look of anguish, it may be due to the fact that he is betraying Xiang Shaolong, causing his mind to be turbulent. Settling down by his side, Xiang Shaolong can feel his anger rising. He coldly hissed, I shall have to trouble Brother Li to inform your best friend that I have decided not to leave tonight. Li Yuan shuddered forcefully, is Brother Xiang leaving tonight? Observing his body language, Xiang Shaolong deduced that he is not putting on an act. Mystified, he wondered, didn't that ingrate Han Shuang tell you about it? Li Yuan swore to heaven that he was wronged. I really do not know about this matter. I came to look for you today because I wanted to tell you that the fella Han Shuang has convinced Guo Kai to get rid of you and frame Lu Buwei for it, causing internal strife within Qin. Hey! Are you assuming that I am in the same league as him? If I really stoop so low, can I, Li Yuan, be considered a human being? Yan Yan will hate me for life. His thoughts jumbling up, Xiang Shaolong can no longer discern who was a friend or foe. He disputed, why didn't you visit me over the past 2 days? If I had tried to leave tonight, wouldn't I be falling into Han Shuang's and Guo Kai's trap? Li Yuan was guilt-ridden. Han Shuang did approach me consistently over the past few days. I did intend to stay out their affairs, but eventually, I could not answer to my conscience anymore. Shaolong, please do not blame me. It is little brother who is lacking in willpower. Xiang Shaolong sighed. Did it ever cross your minds that as long as I am alive and confining Lu Buwei in a power tussle, it would be unlikely for Qin to attack your states with its full potential? I am certain all of you can imagine what would be the alternative if I am not around. He could not help but recall Xiao Pan's identity crisis again. This event would cause both him and Xiao Pan to be at a severe disadvantage. Even if Lord Chongping and the others continue to express their support for Xiao Pan, he would have lost the legal and moral right to rule. Li Yuan bitterly smiled. Essentially, Lord Longyang could not bear to betray Shaolong too. Due to a moment of carelessness, he did mention to Han Xuan he once saw you in Daliang. After the incident, he did not make a report to Wei. Thus, he was blackmailed by Han Xuan into cooperating with him because this information could lead to the annihilation of his clan. His affections towards you is deeper than any one of us and he is naturally experiencing the most agony. Brother Xiang should understand what I meant. Xiang Shaolong was incensed. This fella Han Xuan has gone overboard. On the surface, he is spouting all kinds of friendship and integrity quotes. No wonder he has a special fear of me, his conscience is overpowered by guilt. Since he could feel pangs of guilt, that means his personality is not completely evil. Li Yuan bitterly smiled. I cannot imagine that Brother Xiang is still in the mood to joke. Han Xuan is indeed exceedingly troubled. Part of the reason behind his actions is due to pressure from Guo Kai. The loophole is that someone from Han Xuan's entourage is a spy of Guo Kai, causing this information to be leaked out. Currently, Han cannot afford to offend Zhao and Han Xuan himself is terrified of Han Jing. If she lodges a complaint against him to the king of Han, he would be in hot soup. His anger faintly subsiding, Xiang Shaolong chuckled. If I had knew about this earlier, I should have killed Guo Kai when I had the chance. It will save me from facing all these problems. Li Yuan reminded, even if it was somebody else, there would be no difference because in order to survive, men have been known to use all forms of despicable methods. However, this is simply against my conscience. In my opinion, even without your intervention, Han Xuan would terminate his scheme to escort you out of Linzi tonight. Using Chao Tsuedao's sword to get rid of you is surely better than getting his own hands dirty. From this sentence, Xiang Shaolong is confident that Li Yuan did not participate in this scheme, otherwise, he would be aware that Lord Longyang was the one escorting him away. On the surface, Han Xuan is supposed to be ignorant about this arrangement. His mood improving, Xiang Shaolong perceived, in this case, I should be safe before my duel with Chao Tsuedao. Li Yuan sighed. Logically, that is correct. However, I am concerned that the idle swordsmen of Linzi may be eager to challenge you and assess your swordsmanship beforehand. Xiang Shaolong coldly snorted, I am in a terrible mood right now, they had better not mess around with me. Li Yuan wondered after some contemplation, Chao Tsuedao is truly a brilliant and exceptional swordsman. There has never been a swordsman as skillful as him. Does Shaolong have the confidence to defeat him? Recalling Xiao Yuetan's 10 strokes proposal, Xiang Shaolong immediately felt better and nodded, I should have no difficulty in defending myself. Li Yuan was amazed at his reply and did not probe further. Just as he was about to continue the conversation, Xie Ziyuan came looking for Xiang Shaolong. Knowing that it is inconvenient for him to stick around, Li Yuan swiftly left. As Xiang Shaolong welcomed Xie Ziyuan into the hall, the latter bitterly laughed, the appointment is fixed. However, little brother is facing a new setback. My wifey does not believe that we are going out together tonight and must witness your presence before she will give her approval. Xiang Shaolong is conscious that Shan Ro is only making up an excuse to see him. He bitterly smiled, this time round, I shall fetch Brother Xie at your residence. Xie Ziyuan was elated, Brother Xiang is a true friend indeed. When Second Prince knows that he is finally meeting you, he was overwhelmed with happiness. He states that in front of Yingzheng, a word from you is way more effective than 10 words from Lu Buwei. Xiang Shaolong secretly felt that the eventual demise of Qi is precisely due to this kind of mindset. Xie Ziyuan fantasized, once again, we must get soft-boned beauty to accompany us tonight. It is an incredible sensation to feel her leaning onto my body. Xiang Shaolong was alarmed, isn't she working for Tian Dan? It would be inappropriate for her to overhear our conversation. Xie Ziyuan assured, you can put your mind at ease. She is famous for not meddling in political affairs. Moreover, our discussion is not fully confidential. We mainly need to make it clear to the second prince that you are on our side. Recalling the incident this morning when the king of Qi scolded the first prince Tian Shang without mincing his words, he could comprehend why everybody is having a better opinion of Tian Jian and his higher chances at the throne. Suppressing his voice, Xie Ziyuan clandestinely revealed, it is rumored that the great king will announce the crown prince succeeding his throne during the birthday banquet. It will unquestionably be second prince. As a result, we need to borrow Brother Xiang to ruffle the feathers of Tian Dan and Lu Buwei. In his wildest dream, Xiang Shaolong could not imagine pitting himself against Lu Buwei and Tian Dan in this political struggle. It clearly demonstrates that political battles can kill without shedding blood. From being an insignificant being, he is now a Qin political heavyweight and can even influence the political outcome of other states. Life is truly beyond anticipation. After informing him the appointed time, Xia Ziyuan speedily left to update Zhongsu and Long father and son. Retrieving the 100 battle saber which he had securely hidden in his room, Xiang Shaolong hung it around his waist. In his mind, he decided that in the event that Chao Cuidao refuses to accept the 10-stroke proposal, he would immediately flee with Feng Fei once the festivities of the birthday banquet have been completed. Staying alive is of utmost importance. The swordsman's glory is only secondary. Reminiscing Chao Cuidao's amazing swordplay, all his fighting spirit drummed up earlier by Xiao Yuatan disappeared without a trace. But if old Chao is willing to accept the 10-stroke limit, he does not mind giving it a go. No matter how inferior he is, he can surely defend against 10 moves. He obviously understood that Xiao Yuatan is thinking from his point of view. Fleeing from a duel will leave a huge blemish on his celebrated life as a warrior. It is considered an unwise move, especially during this period when Xiao Pan is undergoing an identity calamity. Nevertheless, no one understands him better than himself. Chao Cuidao's sword cannot be defended with pure strength alone. Dying in such a manner is not worthwhile, causing him to think of ways to avoid the fight. In addition, he cannot afford to leave his wives and child behind. Until now, he is still unsure if Lord Longyang has betrayed him or not. The truth will come to light depending on whether he will cancel the arrangement to leave Lin Zi tonight or not. He felt inclined to practice his saber moves in the garden, but on hindsight, if old Chao is unwilling to accept the 10-strokes suggestion, all his practice would be meaningless. Absorbed in his thoughts, a fragrant-smelling Xin Yue suddenly squeezed herself into his arms and embraced him tightly. She faintly panted, "Great General has thoroughly deceived us." Hugging her enticing, curvaceous body and facing her attractive features, Xiang Shaolong is speedily losing his self-control. However, he does not wish to hurt her feelings and could only quiz, "Doesn't Miss Xin Yue need to participate in the rehearsal?" If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.